transformed into the world's Supergirl, Zor-El, yet finding herself in the neighboring realm of Marvel. With flesh and blood, a heart of steel, wielding human strength, she stands shoulder to shoulder with deities. Iron Man, Tony Stark. A celestial being descends to turn the tide. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder. In need of assistance, one calls upon Polaris. Lorna Dane, Polaris. A solitary hero cannot save the world. Justice does not walk alone. Chapter 1. Instant explosion. In a distant corner of the universe, a planet teeters on the brink of annihilation. The sky is shrouded in darkness, with a crimson sun hanging ominously overhead. The desolate terrain is littered with swirling dust and sparse vegetation, an environment rendered inhospitable. In one corner of this planet lies a city, reminiscent of those only seen in films, pulsating with technological marvels. Boom! A riot erupts within the city, where small spacecraft engage in mutual destruction, firing upon one another. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, a pristine bedroom exudes tranquility. Upon the bed lies a golden-haired girl clad in white attire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. What's happening? An earthquake? The intense vibrations rouse the young girl from her slumber. Still disoriented, she struggles to comprehend the situation when an unfamiliar middle-aged woman bursts through the door. Kara, hurry. There's no time. The woman speaks rapidly in a language Kara has never encountered before. Yet, strangely, Kara understands her words as if this language were instinctively etched into her very being. Before she can inquire about the unfolding events, the woman seizes her hand, yanking her outside. Upon emerging, Kara discovers herself within a technologically advanced tunnel. What on earth? She gasps, glancing down at her form, realizing she is transformed into a young girl of approximately 1.3 meters in height, with flowing hair. Kara forces herself to regain her composure, relinquishing any thoughts of escape, choosing instead to follow the woman and ascertain her surroundings. After 2 to 3 minutes of running, they arrive in a grand hall. In the center stands a middle-aged man, who exhales deeply upon their arrival. Bending slightly, he rests a hand on Kara's shoulder and states, "Kara, your spacecraft coordinates have been locked onto those of Kal-El. You will journey to Earth alongside him." As she hears his words and notices the shaped emblem on his chest, Kara's pupils narrow in recognition. Summoning her courage, she looks up at him and instinctively poses a question in that simultaneously foreign yet familiar tongue. "Is this Krypton?" Her voice trembles slightly with anxiety. The middle-aged couple exchanges a glance, and the woman gently strokes Kara's hair, whispered softly, "Kara, do not fear, the journey is long. Yet for most of it, you shall remain." In slumber, the two did not ponder Kara's inquiry deeply, assuming it was merely a manifestation of her trepidation. "The sun of Earth is yellow, and it will bestow upon you immense power. Upon your arrival on Earth, you must take good care of your cousin." Upon hearing this, Kara confirmed her earlier suspicion, as the woman's subsequent words faded into indistinctness, her mind preoccupied with the notion, "I have traversed dimensions and landed on the verge of explosion on Krypton, becoming Superman's cousin." Kara's original name was Lee Rannon, a 17-year-old male of Asian descent who had grown up abroad. Having just finished watching a long-awaited drama series at home, he was preparing to shut down his computer and retire for the night. Perhaps due to the antiquated nature of the computer equipment, as his fingers grazed the power switch, a sudden electrical surge occurred. Lee Rannon felt an excruciating jolt of pain before losing consciousness, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. Boom! Without further contemplation, Kara henceforth referred to as Zor-El gazed toward the tunnel's end, witnessing the ground above begin to fracture, spewing forth torrents of lava. The middle-aged woman clasped Kara tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. The middle-aged man urged, "There's no time, we must leave." He then scooped up Kara and placed her into a nearby oval-shaped spacecraft. Once seated within the vessel, a transparent shield descended at the front, isolating the cockpit. Kara turned to look at the middle-aged woman, who was teary-eyed, gazing at her with palpable sorrow. "They are not my parents," Kara silently reassured herself. The priority now was her survival, suppressing the flicker of guilt within her as she turned her gaze away from the two. At that moment, the spacecraft automatically ascended, rapidly accelerating as it burst forth from the tunnel and soared into the cosmos. Bang! Whoosh! Through the shield, Kara observed the planet erupting with streams of lava, buildings in the cities collapsing, and throngs of people consumed by the searing flows. As the spacecraft's velocity increased, Kara swiftly escaped Krypton's gravitational pull, entering the vastness of outer space. Gazing upon the boundless universe, Kara exhaled a sigh of relief. "At last I am safe." Boom, boom, boom. Bang! However, It soon became apparent that her optimism had been overly simplistic, as a tremendous explosion reverberated from behind her. The cabin began to shake violently, followed by a fierce impact coursing through the ship. Beep, 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 beep. A cacophony of alarms erupted within the spacecraft. Due to the shock, the vessel lost control, veering off its original course and tumbling aimlessly through the void. Fortunately, the cabin's technology was remarkably advanced aside from the initial tremors. Kara experienced little sensation of vibration or dizziness. Beep. Energy absorption complete. The infinite crossing system is now activated. Suddenly, a voice resonated within Kara's mind. What is this? Kara exclaimed, startled. The infinite crossing system. The voice repeated. Kara, feeling a surge of panic, inquired. How did you get into my head? What is your purpose? The system is not within the host's mind, rather. It has merged with the host. The system harbors no ulterior motives. Its sole function is to assist the host in traversing the boundless realms of fantasy. Did you bring me here? Kara steadied her breath and asked. Indeed, host. Can you send me back? Kara asked, her voice tinged with urgency. With the spacecraft now in ruins, Kara was loath to drift aimlessly in the cosmos. Aside from the issue of sustenance, the mere lack of oxygen could swiftly lead to her demise. The system is capable of navigating through fantasy worlds but cannot return the host to her original dimension. Any fantasy world will do. Please take me away from here. Kara suddenly noticed that the ship was hurtling towards a colossal blue vortex in the distance, where flashes of lightning erupted from its center, shattering nearby meteors. Do you confirm the activation of the teleportation? Confirmed. Kara replied. Beep. Initiating random dimension search. Beep. Confirmation received. Teleportation commencing. Chapter 2. The Avengers. Gradually, beams of white light began to manifest around the spacecraft, swirling rapidly in a mesmerizing dance. As the luminous orbs multiplied, they soon coalesced into a radiant sphere. Kara felt a sudden flash of white light, and her ship commenced a rapid descent. Where's this system? Kara inquired anxiously. Random teleportation dimension. Please explore on your own, replied the system. What on earth? Kara exclaimed in frustration. This system was utterly unreliable. It had already stranded her on the verge of explosion on Krypton, and now it had thrust her into a free fall. She gripped her safety belt tightly against her chest. Thankfully, despite the night, she could vaguely discern the treetops below. Thank goodness, Kara thought to herself, relieved that the presence of trees suggested a greater likelihood of life on this planet. However, she was apprehensive about the ship's ability to withstand impact as the ground loomed closer. She shut her eyes in trepidation. Bang! Boom! The spacecraft collided violently with the Earth, the tremendous force causing it to skid over 100 meters, toppling dozens of trees before coming to a gradual halt. Hissing, the ship's shield emitted a plume of white smoke and then slowly opened. No! Kara panicked as she fumbled frantically within the ship, desperate to activate the shield. Unsure of her surroundings, she feared that such a cacophony might attract monstrous beasts. Yet, after pressing buttons for what felt like an eternity, the ship remained unresponsive, seemingly irreparable. After a moment, Kara held her breath and cautiously peered outside. Upon discovering her surroundings devoid of any menacing creatures, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. System, are you there? Kara whispered. I am here, host. Why didn't my body change during this traversal? Kara queried. Although Kryptonians possessed remarkable physiques, she had no desire to remain in a female form indefinitely. During the first traversal, the host's body had perished. The system transported the host's soul to prevent total demise, selecting a body at random for revival. If I were to die again, would you be able to provide me with a different body? Kara asked with a hint of anticipation. The host may test that theory. The system's emotionless response elicited a sheepish smile from Kara. Perhaps that was not the wisest course of action. She wasn't so reckless as to gamble her life for clarity. Buzzing boom. Before Kara could pose another question, a towering figure suddenly descended not far from the spacecraft. Startled, Kara quickly withdrew into the cockpit, cautiously peeking out to observe the newcomer. Bathed in moonlight, she could discern a humanoid creature. Swallowing hard, she felt a surge of anxiety as she scrutinized the figure, contemplating whether to feign death in hopes of evasion. As the being approached, Kara finally gained a clearer view of its features. With shoulder-length hair and adorned in sleeveless armor, a figure approached the spaceship cautiously, a red cape billowing behind them and a hammer-like weapon grasped firmly in hand. Is that Thor? Kara gazed at the person in astonishment, soon feeling a surge of joy. Thor is a superhero, immensely powerful. Aligning with him would undoubtedly offer far greater safety than remaining here. At that moment, a fiery streak in the sky drew near, landing not far from the spacecraft. Iron Man. Kara surveyed her surroundings, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. Indeed, moments later, another figure burst forth from the woods. This is a scene from the film The Avengers. As she spotted Captain America approaching, Kara was certain of the world she inhabited. All right, I have found you. Now? Step out slowly. Iron Man commanded, raising an arm with a glowing palm directed at the spaceship. Do not fire. I am coming out, Kara replied quickly, raising her hands as she stepped out of the cockpit. Iron Man hesitated for a moment, the light in his palm dimming, yet he did not lower his arm, inquiring. Who are you? Stark, she is merely a child. Captain America interjected, pressing down on Iron Man's arm while addressing Kara. Yes, I am just a child. Kara affirmed eagerly. A child piloting a spaceship? Stark responded incredulously. Kara glanced at Captain America, realizing an explanation was necessary. After a brief pause, she confessed. I hail from a planet called Krypton, which faced imminent destruction due to a stellar anomaly. I escaped in my spacecraft before the planet's demise. So, you are the sole survivor of your world? Stark asked. Indeed. Kara nodded emphatically. Yet, she knew there must be other Kryptonians in this world. So claiming to be the only survivor was not entirely untrue. At this juncture, Thor interjected, in all my years of traversing the cosmos, I have never heard of Krypton. Thor was well acquainted with most races in the universe, but had no knowledge of Krypton. Kara's expression darkened as she retorted, Where do you hail from? I am from Asgard, the eldest son of Odin, Thor the god of thunder. Thor proclaimed proudly, lifting his chin and gazing down at Kara. Kara smirked, responding dismissively. Is that supposed to be impressive? I have never heard of you. Thor. Captain America exchanged glances with Iron Man before stating, You need to accompany us back. Having confirmed that Kara was indeed an extraterrestrial being, they decided to bring her to S.H.I.E.L.D. for evaluation, ensuring she posed no threat before determining her fate. Captain America bent down slightly, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, no one will harm you. Kara, eager to accompany them, readily agreed, thrilled at the prospect of leaving her current predicament behind. Captain America communicated his location via a communicator, and shortly thereafter, a Quinjet from the film descended gracefully nearby. Natasha, seated in the cockpit, cast a curious glance at Kara as several individuals entered. Yet she refrained from inquiring further and piloted the aircraft back. The cabin of the aircraft, suspended high in the sky, suddenly opened, and Thor, carrying a young man with long black hair clad in a green robe, soared inside. Loki, the god of mischief, brother to the god of thunder, and a pivotal catalyst in the Avengers narrative, entered with an air of nonchalance, a smile gracing his face as he took a seat beside Kara. Is this little girl one of your agents? Loki inquired with a grin, glancing at Kara. Receiving no response, he shrugged off the silence with a carefree chuckle. Kara assessed Loki briefly before redirecting her focus to her own considerations. Chapter 3. A woman's words are not to be trusted. After approximately half an hour of flight, the aircraft gradually descended. Upon disembarking, Kara discovered she was aboard A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier that had already taken to the skies. As the group exited the jet, a swarm of fully armed soldiers encircled them, escorting Loki into the depths of the carrier. Kara observed Loki's cheerful demeanor and hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his machinations to the others. Yet, how could she articulate such a revelation? After a moment's reflection, she resolved to address her own predicament first. Watching Loki being escorted away, Captain America and the others led Kara further into the carrier. They wouldn't dissect me for research, would they? Surely not. Kara mused, growing increasingly anxious. After all, this was the domain of the one-eyed man, not Captain America. If they truly wished to study her, they possessed ample means to do so. To ensure her safety, Kara decided to cultivate a favorable relationship with someone who might advocate for her in the future. Glancing at the group ahead, she ultimately settled on the Black Widow, Natasha. The rationale was simple. Natasha was also a woman. Admittedly, it felt peculiar to consider, but the thought of charming a man for sympathy made Kara shudder. Conversing with a woman seemed far more agreeable. Having made her decision, Kara quickened her pace, moving beside Natasha and gently grasping her arm. Natasha paused in surprise, glancing at Kara, who was looking downward, yet did not withdraw her arm. Kara felt a surge of relief as Natasha remained receptive, maintaining a composed facade as they silently followed the group into a conference room. Inside the room, in addition to Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor, sat a middle-aged man, presumably the Hulk. After taking her seat next to Natasha, Kara bowed her head in silence, striving to avoid revealing any flaws. Strangely, however, no one in the room spoke. How odd, she thought. Isn't this a meeting? Why is there no conversation? After waiting for quite a while, without any sign of activity, Kara curiously lifted her head. Upon noticing that several individuals were staring at her, she felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth and slowly lowered her gaze once more. What is the matter? Why is everyone looking at me? Kara pondered anxiously, unable to comprehend why she had become the center of attention. Suddenly, Natasha, sitting beside her, grasped Kara's hand and whispered, "What is your name?" After a brief conversation with the Americans on the spaceship, Natasha had gathered a general understanding of Kara's background. Kara hesitated for a moment before responding, "Kara Zoe. Is everything you mentioned earlier true?" Natasha inquired about her hometown. Seizing the opportunity, Kara felt a surge of joy within. Although she had been holding back tears, she feigned a pitiful demeanor, nodded slightly, and murmured, "Yes. My parents prepared the spaceship in time, which is why I survived." She choked on her words momentarily before hastily lowering her head. Impressive acting. Kara mused to herself, secretly applauding her own performance, as if she were an Oscar-winning actor. Currently, the absence of any adverse situation suggested that her hometown must have an environment similar to Earth. "How did you find your way to Earth?" Natasha continued to inquire. Without a second thought, Kara replied, "My parents helped me pinpoint Earth." "Oh, there must be many similar places in the universe. Why did they send you to Earth?" Natasha asked. Perhaps because it was closer?" "I'm not entirely sure," Kara replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Kara's response, Natasha's eyes flickered momentarily, and she ceased her questioning. Noticing that Natasha had stopped asking, Kara hesitated before grasping her arm and asking, "Sister Natasha, will I also be locked up?" Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled as she replied, "I cannot say for certain. I will take you to meet my superior. Everything will be decided by him." She informed the others that she would lead Kara to the director and then guided her out of the conference room. As they walked alongside Natasha, Kara gently tugged at her sleeve and, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Sister Natasha, could you please speak a few kind words for me? I don't want to be locked away." Natasha turned to glance at Kara, smiled, and nodded without uttering a word. Mission accomplished. Kara felt a sense of relief upon seeing Natasha's nod, realizing she was likely safe, and she silently commended her own cleverness. After approximately 2 minutes of walking, they arrived at a grand hall. In the center of the hall stood a transparent isolation chamber, where Loki, who had been taken away earlier, was now confined. The Cyclops stood before the chamber, addressing Loki, "If you attempt to escape, even with the slightest scratch on the glass, you'll plummet from a height of 9 kilometers in this iron cage." Just then, a small opening gradually appeared at the bottom of the isolation chamber. A chilling gust of wind rushed in through the opening. Inside, Loki chuckled, imparting a veiled meaning as he remarked, "This contraption is rather well designed. It surely cannot be intended for me." The one-eyed man offered no response to Loki, instead directing his gaze towards the approaching Natasha. He glanced at Kara before turning to inquire, "What is the situation? Have any perilous actions been observed?" "Nothing alarming has been detected. The earlier claims appear to hold true," Natasha replied. Kara cast a grateful glance at Natasha, then turned to Loki, only to find him regarding her with a mischievous grin. Frowning slightly, she discreetly raised her middle finger towards him, offering a provocative glance. Observing this exchange, Loki was unfazed. Rather, his amusement only intensified. "Well, since there is no immediate danger, let us allow her to remain aboard the ship for now. She will accompany you temporarily, and once this matter is resolved, we shall determine her future," the one-eyed man responded. Upon hearing his words, Kara exhaled a sigh of relief and, noticing Natasha's gaze upon her, quickly donned an innocent smile. However, Natasha's subsequent words caused Kara's smile to freeze instantly. "I would advise that we keep her confined for the time being. From my observations, despite her tender age, she possesses a cunning disposition, adept at garnering sympathy for her own safety, and her motives for arriving on Earth remain unclear." In the isolation chamber, Kara pounded the glass vehemently, shouting, "Let me out. I am not a villain." She then glared at Natasha outside the glass, exclaiming, "You deceitful fraud. You promised to advocate for me. I trusted you, and yet you have betrayed me. Truly, one cannot rely on a woman's word." Chapter 4. How do you know? Natasha smiled softly, saying, "Trust me? Very well, then tell me, why have you come to Earth?" "I already explained. My home planet was destroyed, which is why I sought refuge on Earth. I speak the truth. The universe is vast. Why choose Earth?" Natasha continued to probe. "You must have recently arrived. How do you know my name?" I heard the one with the shield refer to you as such," Kara responded, her confidence waning. "I can assure you, the captain has never called me by name. You are fabricating your tale," Natasha asserted firmly. Realizing her miscalculation, Kara's expression darkened as she recognized the sharpness of Natasha's memory. "If you remain tight-lipped, prepare to be subjected to dissection for research," Natasha threatened. At the mention of dissection, Kara's face paled, and she pounded the glass again, shouting, "Let me out. You wretched fiends. You are abusing children and abducting young girls." You seem quite knowledgeable." Natasha raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What information do you possess?" "Release me, and I assure you this information will be exceedingly valuable to you. Kara proposed, having resolved to negotiate her way out of her predicament. That is out of the question. I am not in a position to decide. You may convey the message to me, and if it proves to be of significance, I shall advocate on your behalf. Absolutely not. I shall no longer place my trust in you. Carla resolutely dismissed the other party, having already witnessed the woman's unreliability. Then prepare to be sliced, Natasha declared, turning to depart. Observing her intention to leave, Carla anxiously called out, "You will regret this. Ignorance of this information places you in grave danger." Natasha paused momentarily, turning to inquire, "Is someone planning to attack here?" Carla's pupils dilated. Has this been deduced so swiftly? How impressive. Natasha appeared entirely unfazed, casually responding, "You underestimate us. The aircraft carrier is equipped with the most advanced defense systems in the world. An assault here is utterly impossible. I have another piece of information. This pertains to your defensive situation." Carla pondered briefly before replying, "Is that so? If an enemy were to strike here, it would undoubtedly be via a transport aircraft carrying minimal personnel. Besides the carrier's formidable defenses, I also have Iron Man at my disposal. Thus they cannot possibly penetrate our defenses." Natasha lowered her head, beginning to mutter to herself. "So there are insiders aiding them? Within the spacecraft, apart from the two of you, the only unstable element is..." Natasha raised her gaze to meet Carla's astonished expression, then continued, "Banner? What the hell? How did you know?" Carla felt her intelligence faltering. "Director, there is an impending attack on the aircraft carrier. Prepare for combat, and be wary of Banner, as the enemy likely has means to provoke his anger." Natasha swiftly relayed the information she had just acquired through her communicator. Once she finished her report, she looked at Carla and said, "Thank you for the information." Without waiting for Carla's response, she turned and departed. "You scoundrel! I've shared the information with you. Release me at once." Carla shouted in fury at Natasha's retreating figure. Feeling utterly disregarded as Natasha walked away, Carla's spirits plummeted. "System," Carla tentatively called out in her mind. "Host, please state your request. I wish to leave this place. Do you have a solution?" She now placed her hopes solely on the system, though she harbored serious doubts about its reliability. This system only possesses the capability for traversal. Other matters must be resolved by the host. "Very well. Assist me in traversing once more. I must escape this place." Fortunately, the system could still facilitate traversal. Her Kryptonian abilities had yet to awaken, and remaining here was perilous. Better to make a hasty exit. The system's energy has not yet been fully absorbed. Immediate traversal is not possible. How long until it is completed? A foreboding sensation suddenly washed over Carla. 10 years. The system's cold voice shattered all of Carla's illusions. "Are you jesting? How was I able to traverse again so soon upon arriving on Krypton?" Carla found herself utterly perplexed during her time in space. It had taken merely about 10 minutes to enable another traversal, yet now she was informed it would require a decade. Previously, having absorbed the energy produced during the planet's destruction, the host realized that if they wished to traverse once more, they might attempt to annihilate the current planet they inhabited, perhaps fulfilling the energy requirements necessary for the journey. "I curse you. If I possessed such power, would I need to flee?" Indeed, the system proved to be utterly unreliable. Suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed from behind. Kara swiftly turned, pressing against the glass, her expression one of vigilance as she regarded Loki. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, there are surveillance cameras here. Should you act recklessly, they will not spare you. How did you come to know of my plans?" Loki pondered, sensing that Kara had discerned his intentions from their earlier conversation. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Kara naturally refrained from revealing that her knowledge stemmed from having watched the film The Avengers. Noting Kara's denial, Loki chuckled and inquired, "Do you wish to escape? Is that even a question? Who would willingly remain confined with a madman like you?" Kara thought to herself, yet replied, "What do you mean? My associates will arrive shortly. You are quite special. Would you consider joining my ranks? I could facilitate your escape." Loki proposed, with S-H-I-E-L-D, already aware of his plans. Loki saw no reason to maintain his secrecy. "May I ponder this?" Kara, determined not to follow Loki, was cautious against outright rejection for fear of potential repercussions. Clinging to the hope of stalling him, she aimed to devise alternative strategies. Of course, Loki readily acquiesced, indifferent to whether Kara chose to follow him, as he intended to control her directly with the Mind Stone once they were free. The ensuing moments in the isolation chamber were marked by an uneasy silence, each lost in their own thoughts, refraining from further conversation. Suddenly, a distant explosion shattered the stillness, causing the aircraft carrier to tremble violently. Shortly thereafter, the sound of gunfire echoed, indicating that Loki's controlled forces had arrived. Indeed, a group of fully armed soldiers soon approached the control console and swiftly opened the isolation chamber. Loki cast a glance at Kara, who was to accompany him, and instructed a soldier, "Keep an eye on her. I'll return." Chapter 5. You're a good person, traitor. Loki appeared intent on retrieving the Mind Stone, hastily departing through the left corridor with several soldiers. Kara thought to herself that she must escape before Loki returned, or she would undoubtedly fall under his control. Watching as Loki and his soldiers departed, Kara then turned her attention to the soldier stationed nearby. She noticed his pupils appeared entirely normal, evidently not under the influence of the Mind Stone. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Why do you choose to assist an extraterrestrial?" The soldier merely cast a fleeting glance at Kara before resuming his vigilant watch over the tunnel entrance, ensuring no one approached. Seeing that the other party remained silent, she continued, "He is a madman who will summon a horde of extraterrestrials to attack Earth. Do you wish for your family to be slaughtered or enslaved?" Upon hearing Carla's words, the soldier appeared taken aback, his brow furrowing as if lost in contemplation. "Release me, and I can assure you that the government will not trouble you thereafter," Carla seductively proposed. The soldier, clearly not naive, inquired, "Why should I trust you? Since you are also imprisoned, you must be a criminal as well." "Do I strike you as a criminal?" Carla retorted. "My confinement is a mere misunderstanding. I am aware of Loki's scheme. Join me in alerting them. If we save the Earth, we shall be heralded as heroes of humanity. The government will undoubtedly cease its pursuit of you." Carla spoke rapidly. "Hurry, there is no time to lose. If Loki returns, we are doomed." Noticing the soldier's hesitation, she urged him onward. "Very well, if what you say is true, it is indeed quite terrifying. I certainly do not wish to become a slave of the aliens." The soldier, no longer hesitating, led Carla through another passageway. "Is this an agreement?" Carla was somewhat surprised. She had initially approached this with a sense of uncertainty, never expecting this traitor to genuinely acquiesce. The traitor was exceedingly cautious, pulling Carla into hiding whenever they encountered others, regardless of their allegiance, waiting until the noise subsided before continuing toward the command center. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the command center, which was evidently the site of a recent skirmish. Several bodies clad in the same gear as the traitor lay lifeless on the ground, while some injured SHIELD agents were tending to their wounds nearby. At the command console, the one-eyed leader was engaged in conversation with a female agent. After observing from the corner, the traitor appeared somewhat hesitant. "Do not worry, I will help clarify everything," Carla reassured him. After all, the traitor had indeed aided Carla, and she was determined to uphold her promise, doing her utmost to help him evade culpability. "Who goes there?" The female agent at the command console suddenly drew her firearm, aiming it towards Carla's direction. "It's me, Carla. Do not shoot." Carla raised her hands and slowly emerged from the corner. She turned to the visibly anxious traitor beside her, offering him an encouraging glance, signaling him to join her. The traitor understood her gaze, nodded vigorously, and cautiously stepped out with his weapon. Bang! The sudden gunfire startled Carla, who stood in shock as she glanced at the female agent who had fired, only to turn and see the traitor collapse, having been shot in the head. Witnessing the crimson substance flow from the traitor's skull made Carla's stomach churn, and she leaned against the wall, beginning to retch. "How did you escape?" The one-eyed leader and the female agent approached. "Loki's people. They opened the isolation chamber." After a while, Carla began to feel somewhat better. Upon hearing Kara's response, the one-eyed leader swiftly addressed the communicator, stating, "Coulson, Loki has escaped. I need you to dispatch a team for reconnaissance." "Wait, we cannot allow him to get away." Suddenly recalling that Coulson had been stabbed in the back by Loki, Kara hesitated but ultimately decided to warn him. "Why?" the one-eyed leader inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze directed at Kara. He was merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly confront Loki? Kara found it difficult to comprehend the leader's rationale in sending a group of untrained individuals to apprehend a perilous god. "It is a matter of duty. Can we simply let Loki run free to bring about the destruction of Earth?" The one-eyed leader's words were chilling. "Even if it means death? Such casualties are entirely avoidable. I can track down Loki afterward." Although Kara was not overly sentimental, she harbored a great fondness for individuals of high moral standing, like Coulson and Captain America, and naturally wished to prevent any sacrifice on their part. "Coulson, the mission is cancelled." The one-eyed leader hesitated but ultimately chose to trust Kara. "Now, tell me about your escape from Loki," he continued after contacting Coulson via the communicator. Upon hearing the inquiry, Kara glanced at the traitor's lifeless body, her lips twitching slightly, and recounted the previous events. After listening to Kara's account, the two exchanged a glance. Just as the one-eyed leader was about to pose another question, the intercom in the command room suddenly blared to life. "Hulk and Thor are in the 4th floor lab. The surveillance cameras on the 2nd and 3rd floors are down," a female agent urgently reported. "Sir, Hulk is going to demolish this place." Aware of the urgency of the situation, the one-eyed leader swiftly issued a command through the communicator. "Escort Team 60. Proceed to the lab immediately and engage Hulk from the side. Do not approach him directly. Distract him. Agent Hill, I am entrusting her to you for now," he said to the female agent before turning and leaving. As the one-eyed leader exited, Kara looked down towards the command platform, where the blazing sunlight streamed through the carrier's transparent shield, illuminating the control area below. "Should we go down?" Kara tentatively asked Agent Hill. "Go down for what?" Agent Hill replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "Haha, I feel a bit cold. I just want to bask in the sun." Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the control panel in the left foreground, and Agent Hill, slightly puzzled by Kara's comment, prepared to refuse her request. The explosion obliterated the agents nearby, sending blood and entrails flying in all directions. Ugh! Kara quickly covered her mouth, crouching down as she gazed up at the windows of the third floor. How could I have forgotten this? This was the moment Hawkeye unleashed his explosive arrows. The passage of time had made Kara overlook it entirely. Boom! Boom! Another 2 explosions erupted from the control panel below, prompting Kara to shout to Hill, "Get down." Chapter 6. Agents are truly amazing. Although Hill's reaction was swift, it was ultimately a moment too late. Hawkeye had already employed his bow and arrows to infiltrate the aircraft carrier's control system with a virus. The computer consoles malfunctioned in unison as one of the pilots exclaimed, "The computer has been infected with a virus. Engine 1 is failing. It's shutting down." No sooner had he spoken than the aircraft carrier began to lose its equilibrium, gradually tilting to one side. "It's Barton. Our systems have been compromised," he shouted, making his way towards the secure zone. Meanwhile, Hill suddenly reported the situation into her communicator, presumably responding to Nick Fury's inquiry about the unfolding events. Noticing Hill's distraction, Kara turned her gaze towards the sunlit area below, quietly resolving to take action. Grasping the handrail of the stairs, she stealthily descended to the first floor, observing the slanted ground. Taking a deep breath, she slowly released her grip on the railing. Though the incline was not steep, the surface was exceedingly smooth. Upon loosening her hold, Kara's body began to glide towards the illuminated spot at a leisurely pace. Finally, she was on the verge of shedding her previous identity as a weakling. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would soon tremble beneath the shadow of their Father-S authority. As she approached the light, a flicker of excitement graced Kara's face. "Got you." However, her sliding form suddenly halted. With a snap, Kara turned her vacant expression towards the agent who had caught her by the collar, who was looking at her with an eager smile. "Ah," she gasped, clutching her hair in despair. She felt on the brink of collapse. The agent, startled by her exclamation, quickly composed himself. "Hey there, don't be afraid. I'll protect you," he reassured, scanning the surroundings and thumping his chest as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Desperate for acknowledgement. "I swear on my life." Kara closed her eyes in anguish. If only she had a gun in her possession, she would undoubtedly shoot him on the spot. "Pressure unstable. Height warning. All personnel, prepare for impact," blared the announcement throughout the aircraft carrier. The agents at the control console were still fervently attempting to salvage the situation, striving to regain control. Yet, as time elapsed, their efforts proved futile. Just as despair began to settle among them, the tilted aircraft carrier gradually started to regain its balance. Understanding the narrative, Kara realized that Iron Man and Captain America had repaired the carrier's engine. At that moment, the gunfire within the carrier began to wane, suggesting that Loki had successfully made his escape. Inside the aircraft carrier's conference room, several key figures were absent. Only Nick Fury, Hill, Captain America, Iron Man, and Kara remained. They sat in silence for over 10 minutes, the atmosphere thick with tension. The fear of an abrupt stillness enveloped Kara as a tune she could not recall the origins of echoed in her mind. A sense of bewilderment washed over her as she cast a glance at the others, only to find each face etched with a grave demeanor, as though something profoundly serious had transpired. Surely, the loss of a few agents could not warrant such a reaction. Captain America's demeanor was somewhat understandable. But why was Tony Stark similarly affected? This was uncharacteristic of him, Kara mused to herself. The discovery had been made within Agent Coulson's jacket. He would never have the chance to seek your signature. Suddenly, the one-eyed man produced several blood-stained Captain America cards and tossed them onto the table. Confusion flickered across Kara's face as she looked at him. Wasn't he Coulson supposed to be alive? Our communication devices are malfunctioning, and we currently cannot locate the Tesseract. Banner and Thor are also missing, and I've lost my finest operative, the one-eyed man lamented, pausing momentarily to shake his head in self-deprecation. Indeed, we had initially intended to use the Tesseract to manufacture weapons, but I did not place my bets on that. Instead, I invested in a far riskier project. That was my vision. Stark should be aware of it. We referred to it as the Avengers Initiative, a plan to gather the world's most extraordinary individuals together, to see if they could unite and combat adversaries we could not hope to defeat alone. Coulson, until his last breath, firmly believed in this ideal. He had faith in the existence of heroes. Hearing this, Kara timidly raised a hand to address the one-eyed man. However, before she could voice her thoughts, he interrupted her. Startled, she flinched, unable to comprehend his sudden outburst. After a hesitant reply, she sat quietly, choosing not to speak further. "You wait here," she thought angrily, though she maintained a calm exterior. At that moment, Tony Stark abruptly stood up, paused for a moment, and without uttering a word, exited the meeting room. Captain America, noticing Tony's departure, followed suit. "Now, tell me where Loki is." The one-eyed man turned to Kara, inquiring once the two had left. "Humph." Kara turned her head away, expressing her discontent. "What's this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Do you believe I won't confine you again?" The one-eyed man replied coldly. "Have you no humanity? I'm just a child. Can't you be a bit more courteous?" Kara retorted, unable to contain her frustration at the threat of confinement. How utterly inhumane, she thought, though she dared not voice it aloud. "In light of the imminent destruction our planet faces, you dare speak of courtesy?" The one-eyed man's voice rose sharply, his tone icy. "Most likely, he is atop Stark Tower," Kara pondered. Even if she remained silent now, Stark and the others would soon arrive at the same conclusion. It would be wiser to disclose this information early, as it might garner some goodwill. After all, she would be here for quite some time, and cultivating good relationships was an essential endeavor. "Natasha, please come to the conference room," spoke the one-eyed man into the communicator. "Isn't the communicator broken?" Kara felt somewhat bewildered. "Is Coulson really dead?" Kara couldn't help but ask. The one-eyed man merely cast a glance at Kara, remaining silent. Yet, within her heart, Kara began to comprehend the truth. The other party had been deceiving Stark and Captain America all along, and they had succeeded. After listening to the one-eyed man's previous remarks, Captain America and Stark were utterly bewildered, still pondering how to retaliate against Loki. Goodness, everything portrayed in the movies was indeed true. Agents were not the virtuous beings they claimed to be, filled with fabrications. Kara resolved to be more cautious in the future, otherwise, she might find herself sold out without realizing it. Chapter 7. The Battle of New York. Tap, tap, tap. In a brief moment, footsteps approached, and Natasha pushed open the door to the conference room. "I've received word that Loki is at Stark Tower. I need you all to head over there and take her along." The one-eyed man gestured toward Kara. "What? Why should I go? I can't be of any assistance." Kara protested vehemently. "This is absurd. The Chitauri army is invading, and the government might even launch a nuclear strike in that direction. If a butterfly effect occurs and a nuclear bomb detonates in the city, the consequences would be catastrophic." The one-eyed man glanced at Kara and continued. "She possesses valuable information that could be useful to us. We can interrogate her along the way. I've already told you everything I know. Please do not force me." Kara insisted. It seemed she did indeed know something. Natasha smiled, for based on her experience, Kara likely had additional insights. Striding forward, she seized Kara's arm, disregarding her struggles, and pulled her toward the exit. "I refuse to go with you. Give up on that idea." Kara protested, biting and clawing, but to no avail. She simply collapsed onto the ground. Natasha paused, turned to Kara, who was sitting on the floor, and smiled faintly before swiftly squatting down. Kara felt a tightening around her waist, and before she could react, she found herself hoisted onto Natasha's shoulder, whisked away at a rapid pace. "You're a monster. Just you wait." Kara shouted indignantly at the one-eyed man in the conference room. "Help! Murder! Kidnapping!" Whenever Kara spotted someone passing by, she would shout loudly, trying to garner attention. Curious glances were directed at Natasha from the agents aboard the aircraft carrier. Puzzled about her intentions, having weathered many storms, Natasha slowly began to feel the weight of the strange gazes upon her. "Behave yourself, or I won't be gentle," Natasha threatened Kara, who was slung over her shoulder. Kara was undeterred, embodying the spirit of someone unafraid of scalding water, as she continued her defiance, exclaiming to anyone who passed, "Look, this woman is a pervert. What does she want with me?" She hoped that by this means, she could thwart their plans to drag her along. However, it did not take long for Kara to realize the foolishness of her actions. A female agent passed by, prompting Kara to shout once more. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her backside, followed by a sharp sting. Realizing what had occurred, Kara screamed and began to struggle violently. Smack! Smack! Her struggles intensified, her legs flailing and her hands forcefully striking the agent's back. Smack! 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 At last, the world grew quiet. "Oh, it hurts." Kara's face flushed crimson, the cause uncertain, whether from shame or pain. "Could you please help me pull up my pants?" she said weakly, her blush still unabated. She was to meet Captain America and the others soon. How would she face them after this embarrassment? Thankfully, they had not encountered any agents from the aircraft carrier on their brief journey, or it would have been utterly humiliating. "Are you still going to shout?" Natasha inquired in her slightly husky voice. Kara sniffled and quietly replied, "No more shouting." Humph. Natasha snorted, lifting Kara's pants. Ouch, that hurts. You will pay for this. You rough woman, Kara thought to herself, vowing to take revenge in the future. Then, as if recalling something, Kara bent her knees slightly and gently nudged. So large. So soft. Natasha shivered slightly. This is uncomfortable. Please let me down. I can walk on my own. Kara exclaimed, quickly explaining. After the earlier incident, she understood that struggling was futile, so once released, she obediently followed behind Natasha. Rubbing her backside, Kara's first thought was how elastic it felt. Kara, what is wrong with me? Why am I having such strange thoughts? Kara observed Natasha's swaying figure ahead, her curves moving enticingly with each step, and she fantasized about the opportunity to retaliate. Upon joining Captain America and the others, Natasha informed them that Loki's location had been confirmed. Fueled by rage and a desire for revenge, they quickly donned their gear and headed towards the deck. With a mix of tension and excitement, Kara finally stepped into the embrace of the warm sunlight. As the rays enveloped her, she distinctly felt her skin warming, as if an energy was being absorbed into her body. Casually approaching Tony, who was already clad in his Iron Man suit, Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement. She clenched her fist and struck Tony's waist, eager to test her strength. Bang! With a sharp crack, Kara's expression twisted in pain. Ah! She cried, crouching down and clutching her hand, blowing on it for relief. Little Kara, my toys are not made of paper. Tony turned to her with a bemused expression. I'll go ahead, Pepper is still at the office. Tony addressed Natasha and the others, adopting the demeanor of a little princess as he soared into the sky. Heading towards the distance, Natasha cast a contemplative glance at Kara before striding towards the center of the deck. Kara, appearing dejected, followed the group into the Quinjet they had arrived in, setting course for New York. In New York, the roar of explosions echoed. Inside the aircraft, Kara was suddenly startled by a series of detonations. Steadying herself by grasping Captain America's uniform, she peered through the jet's glass and beheld a blue beam of light piercing the sky from the rooftop of an oddly shaped building in the city. This beam formed a portal in the sky, from which a multitude of extraterrestrial beings emerged, wreaking havoc throughout the metropolis. Tony, we are to your right. Natasha communicated through the ship's intercom, reaching out to the Iron Man, who was drawing enemy fire. Observing the cockpit's display project Tony's image, Kara couldn't help but think. At a time like this, is a video call really necessary? Are you all riding in a cart? Tony muttered a complaint. Though he was primarily a businessman, his time as Iron Man had significantly sharpened his combat instincts. Upon learning Natasha's location, he quickly devised a plan with the assistance of his AI, Jarvis. Head to Park Avenue. I will lure them over. Tony intended for Natasha to execute a flanking maneuver to eliminate the threats trailing him. Chapter 8. The Emergence of Abilities. As they entered the combat zone, the Quinjet began to jolt. Everything unfolded according to plan. Natasha piloted the aircraft into Park Avenue. Approximately 10 small pursuit craft, each manned by 2 to 3 Chitauri soldiers, one piloting and the others attacking, were in hot pursuit of Tony. The towering skyscrapers lining Park Avenue obstructed the soldiers' line of sight, leaving them oblivious to the ambush laid by Natasha's jet. As Tony zipped past an intersection, Natasha expertly maneuvered the jet's weaponry, anticipating the enemy's movements, and opened fire in a preemptive strike. The dim-witted Chitauri soldiers, caught off guard by the ambush, had no time to react before nearly half of their numbers were obliterated. The remaining craft, preparing to adjust their course for a counterattack, were swiftly downed by Tony's return fire. Natasha ascended higher in the Quinjet, when Captain America suddenly pointed towards Stark Tower, exclaiming, Loki is over there. Atop the building, Thor, who had been missing, was engaged in combat with Loki. To their astonishment, it was Loki who held the upper hand. Thor appeared injured, his movements slightly stiff, likely due to a stab wound inflicted by Loki. Don't go over there. Kara interjected, attempting to dissuade Natasha. She vaguely recalled that flying past would result in Loki directly shooting down the jet. Natasha glanced back at Kara, still piloting the fighter jet, determined to assist Thor. Just as the aircraft drew near, before it could unleash its firepower, Loki suddenly shoved Thor aside, wielding the Mind Scepter to release a powerful energy beam that obliterated the right engine of the jet. The aircraft shook violently, spinning several times in the air before plummeting rapidly toward the ground. In the cockpit, Falcon and Natasha exerted their utmost efforts to control the jet, relying on the remaining engine to evade the towering skyscrapers ahead, ultimately managing a crash landing in a plaza not far from Stark Tower. Fortunately, as the jet began its descent, Captain America had shielded Kara, and aside from feeling slightly dizzy, she emerged unscathed. We need to get up there, Captain America exclaimed, emerging from the wreckage and gazing at the portal in the sky before leading the charge towards Stark Tower. However, they had barely taken a few steps when a deep roar resonated from above. A colossal flying turtle, the Leviathan, a biological transport vessel engineered by the Chitauri, emerged from the portal. "Stark, did you see that?" Captain America inquired through his communicator, pausing before adding, "I Haven T spotted banner." Beside him, Kara resolved to procure a communicator of her own later, as only hearing half of the conversation was exceedingly frustrating. At that moment, numerous smaller Chitauri soldiers erupted from the Leviathan, armed with pole-like weapons. Upon landing, they swiftly launched an assault on the civilians in the streets. Captain America pulled Kara to safety behind a nearby taxi and shouted to Natasha and Hawkeye, "I see many people trapped in the buildings. They need our help. We can manage here. You go assist them." Natasha replied rapidly while firing at the nearby Chitauri. "What about me?" Kara felt as though she had been forgotten in the chaos. Captain America hesitated briefly, then declared, "You stay with me. It's too perilous here. Everywhere is perilous." Kara retorted, surveying the destruction wrought by the alien invaders. She followed Captain America as they hastened toward the panicked crowd in the distance. Upon reaching an intersection, they found a group of police officers valiantly battling several advancing Chitauri soldiers. "Gather your men and position them in the nearby buildings. There are still many people inside, and their situation is dire. Get them evacuated through the basement or subway. Don't let them onto the streets," Captain America ordered, rushing among the officers and pointing toward a nearby skyscraper. "I need you to establish a defensive perimeter from here to 39th Street and protect the civilians." The detective looked bewildered at Captain America's command, exchanging glances with his fellow officers. "Why should I take orders from you?" he questioned. Bam! At that moment, a small aircraft crashed nearby, and two surviving Chitauri soldiers brandished their weapons, launching an assault on the crowd. Clang! Bang! With swiftness, Captain America charged forward, his shield in hand, swiftly dispatching the extraterrestrial soldiers that mere mortals could not contend with. The detective furrowed his brow, tilting his head as he quickly communicated through his radio. "Select a few individuals and bring them into the building to rescue those trapped. Escort everyone to the basement." Observing the detective issue commands in accordance with his plan, Captain America grasped Kara's arm, intending to return and assist Natasha and the others. After a brief sprint behind him, Kara suddenly halted. "Kara?" Captain America glanced at Natasha and the others in the distance, then turned back to Kara, perplexed by her sudden stop. Kara rubbed her eyes vigorously, witnessing everything before her flicker and transform, as if illuminated by some apparatus. She could even see the veins and the beating heart within Captain America's body. A flicker of excitement crossed her mind, but before she could revel in it, the cacophony of explosions and screams surged into her ears. Kara could not suppress a scream, covering her ears with her hands and collapsing to the ground in anguish. "Kara, what's wrong?" Captain America exclaimed in alarm, unsure of what had transpired, hastily crouching down to support her, filled with concern. The noise reverberated in her mind, threatening to shatter her sanity. Just as Kara felt as though she might be overwhelmed by the clamor, the sound gradually diminished, returning to normalcy. "I'm fine, just felt a bit unwell earlier. But I'm much better now." Kara gradually rose, still shaken. "Are you certain?" Captain America eyed her with unease. Her earlier demeanor did not suggest mere discomfort. Kara glanced at her hands, clenching them tightly. She felt an abundance of power coursing through her. This was assuredly no illusion. Nodding affirmatively, she sensed that her condition had never been so invigorating. Her vision and hearing were remarkably heightened, an extraordinary sensation that she could control with her thoughts. Chapter 9. Uncle Banner, you are a good man. Stay behind me and watch your safety. Natasha was still besieged by a horde of Chitauri soldiers. Seeing Kara nod, Captain America ceased his inquiries and swiftly rejoined the fray. Kara watched as Captain America and Natasha battled the Chitauri, her heart ablaze with fervor, eager to join them in the fight. Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck the remaining Chitauri soldiers, as Thor soared in from a distance, wielding Mjolnir. Having been stabbed in the kidney, Thor stumbled upon landing, nearly toppling over, but managed to steady himself against a toppled car nearby. Seizing the moment when no adversaries were in sight, a few individuals swiftly congregated. "Is there a way to shut it down?" Captain America gazed at the portal suspended in the sky. Although the Chitauri soldiers lacked formidable combat prowess, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they continued to flood in relentlessly. If this persisted, defeat was merely a matter of time. The energy surrounding the Tesseract was utterly impenetrable. Thor had just arrived from Stark Tower and had attempted numerous methods, yet none could dismantle the teleportation device. "What shall we do now?" Upon hearing this, Natasha remarked that she too was venturing into uncharted territory. Encountering such extraterrestrial beings and the incomprehensible supernatural forces was daunting, leaving her uncertain of the next steps. Utilizing Loki's scepter could potentially close the portal. Kara, standing nearby, appeared somewhat hesitant. In the film, The inability to close the portal resulted in a continuous influx of aliens from outer space. The Avengers, after enduring prolonged combat, began to exhibit signs of fatigue, increasingly struggling against the ever-growing alien forces. To avert further catastrophe, the highest council of S.H.I.E.L.D. unanimously decided to launch a nuclear missile towards New York to eradicate the aliens and dismantle the teleportation device. However, the current scenario was far more grave than depicted in the film. The number of aliens arriving was significantly greater than what had been portrayed, with some having even ventured beyond the confines of New York. Should the portal be closed now, they would then have to scour the globe for those extraterrestrial beings. Of utmost concern was the possibility that, despite the apparent lack of intelligence among the Chitauri, they might possess some form of a locator for their teleportation devices. If the hidden Chitauri were to discreetly construct a portal to summon Thanos, it would spell disaster. Better to be cautious than to dismiss the possibility. In due time, the government would launch a nuclear missile towards this location. They could seize the opportunity to target the alien mothership. If they could destroy it, the aliens on Earth would crumble without resistance. Kara ultimately decided to share her insights. It was up to them to choose between shutting the portal now and hunting for aliens worldwide, or directly annihilating their mothership. Captain America and the others exchanged glances, yet did not question the veracity of Kara's claims. After all, she had previously divulged much information, all of which had come to pass. As they pondered, Banner approached on a dilapidated motorcycle, swaying as he rode. After parking the bike, he walked towards them, surveying the devastated buildings and the corpses strewn across the ground. The situation appeared dire. Natasha, sensing the gravity of the moment, remarked, "I've seen worse." Previously, aboard the aircraft carrier, Natasha had narrowly escaped being crushed by the hulkified Banner, only to be saved in the nick of time by Thor. This might also explain Natasha's insistence on rescuing Thor earlier. With an expression of helplessness and regret, Banner gazed at Natasha. "I'm sorry." Although Banner was unaware of the events that transpired after he transformed into the Hulk, he could surmise some details from Natasha's words. "It's all right. We need something worse right now." Natasha responded with a nonchalant smile. In this dire situation, the Hulk was the most crucial ally. Far more than the ordinary Banner. "Natasha, head to the rooftop and retrieve Loki's scepter. Wait for the opportune moment to close the portal," Banner instructed. His arrival instilled considerable confidence in Captain America, who resolved to delay for a while longer, planning to obliterate the alien mothership with a nuclear bomb before sealing the portal. "Tony, we've located Banner." Captain America heard Tony's voice through the communicator in his ear. "Tell him to prepare. The festivities are about to commence." A faint smile graced Kara's face. "Finally, I can truly unleash my power and not just listen in." Around the street corner, Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, soared towards them at high speed, pursued closely by a colossal creature that effortlessly smashed through the walls of a building as it turned. Once on the street, Tony lowered his altitude, luring the beast to the ground. "Hey, Kara," Natasha called out, puzzled as Kara suddenly advanced. "It's fine. I'll handle this big fellow." Kara felt it was time to demonstrate her strength to these mortals. Trusting Kara, the others refrained from intervening, pondering whether she had been concealing her true power all along. However, as Kara stood in the middle of the road, she suddenly began to regret her decision. The approaching behemoth filled her with an unexpected sense of anxiety, reminiscent of a moment on the aircraft carrier's deck. Was she being too impulsive? "Let me take over." Just as Kara contemplated how to excuse herself, Dr. Banner approached and gently patted her shoulder. Looking at the beaming Banner, Kara felt a surge of emotion. "You're a good man, Uncle Banner," she silently affirmed, then composed herself and stepped back. Yet, Natasha's teasing glance made Kara's cheeks flush with warmth. With a mighty roar, Banner completed his transformation just as the creature drew near. He unleashed a powerful punch upon its unmentionable head. The beast staggered from the blow, its eyes rolling back as it began to convulse and foam at the mouth. Its massive form, encountering resistance, suddenly flipped over, crashing towards the group standing behind. As Kara beheld the monstrous creature hurtling towards her, her pupils constricted sharply. A wave of determination surged within her, and her eyes blazed with two streams of crimson heat vision. Chapter 10. Hulk, let us talk. The intense gaze of the heat effortlessly sliced through the massive body, yet it failed to alter the trajectory of the impending crash. Kara glanced at a few individuals nearby, gritted her teeth, and swiftly raised her hands. Crack! Ugh! With a severed corpse in her grip, Kara's petite face contorted in agony, her facial muscles twitching slightly. Roar! Hulk! The mighty behemoth stretched his arms, his visage twisted in a feral snarl as he bellowed at the surroundings, seemingly proclaiming, "I could take on 10. Hey! Someone come help me." Kara's face flushed crimson as she strained, her trembling legs betraying her inability to sustain the weight. The sheer mass of the corpse, compounded by the force of its descent, had snapped one of Kara's arms. The excruciating pain instinctively prompted her severed limb to evade the burden, compelling her to seek Hulk's assistance. Upon hearing Kara's cries, Hulk paused momentarily, then smirked as he approached, seizing the massive remains and hoisting them aloft. He swung the body a couple of times in the air before hurling it onto the pavement with a resounding crash. Hulk thumped his chest proudly, giving a thumbs up, then pointed at Kara with an expression of disdain, muttering, "Little girl." Kara, initially taken aback, retaliated with a swift kick to Hulk's calf, clearly unprepared for her assault. Hulk stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing. Roar! Enraged, Hulk clenched his fists and spread his arms wide. Seeing his fearsome countenance and thunderous roar directed at her, Kara instinctively recoiled 2 steps, only to realize that the onlookers were fixated on her, igniting a sense of embarrassment that quickly morphed into indignation as she shouted back at Hulk. Bloodshot veins appeared in Hulk's eyes, his head trembling slightly. Roar! Boom, boom, boom. After another furious roar, Hulk leapt into action, wreaking havoc upon the ground and nearby vehicles. The Avengers, startled by Hulk's sudden outburst, retreated hastily, casting admiring glances at Kara, who remained still and composed. Though she appeared calm on the surface, a tempest brewed within her. The realization that Hulk recognized her as an ally quelled her panic, allowing her to suppress the urge to flee. After a prolonged display of destruction, Hulk let out a derisive snort, casting a sidelong glance at Kara. At that moment, her severed arm had miraculously healed. Steeling her resolve, she took several steps toward a nearby vehicle, gripping its front tightly, preparing to execute a dramatic display of brute force reminiscent of Hulk's infamous throw of Loki in the films. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the vehicle, which had barely touched the ground, erupted into a blaze, followed by a sudden explosion. Coughing and sputtering, Kara swiftly rose from the ground, extinguishing the flames on her arms. Though her sleeves were now in tatters, laughter erupted from the onlookers, all save Captain America, as they beheld Kara's disheveled state. Even the Hulk, not far off, managed to smirk. Kara's cheeks flushed crimson as she prepared to lift another car, only to be interrupted by Captain America's voice. "Hey, Kara, don't provoke the Hulk any further." With Captain America's admonition, Kara decided to show some restraint. "I'll let you off this time, but don't misbehave again." Glancing at the Hulk, she felt an overwhelming urge to be magnanimous. "Listen up. Before we close the portal, we need to contain them. Barton, head to the rooftop and identify their marching route. Tony, hold your ground and ensure no one approaches these 3 streets." As soon as Captain America finished, Tony grabbed Hawkeye and soared into the sky, leaving the enemy atop a nearby building before setting off into the distance. "Thor, you must find a way to block the portal and stall them. If possible, summon lightning to incinerate them." As the god of thunder, Thor possessed formidable strength and defense, making him the only suitable candidate for the perilous vicinity of the portal. Nodding at Captain America's command, Thor brandished Mjolnir and swiftly ascended toward the airborne portal. "Natalia, we need to keep the battlefield on the ground. Once the nuclear missile is launched, head to Stark Tower." Captain America paused, looking at Hulk and Kara. "Hulk, Kara," with both their gazes fixed on him. He raised his clenched fist. "Give it your all." Kara and Hulk exchanged glances, both sensing a thrill in each other's eyes. Hulk seized Kara and flung her onto his back before leaping into the air with a mighty spring. As Kara clung to Hulk's neck, she reveled in the rush of wind against her face. Hulk's incredible leaping ability sent them soaring, and Kara estimated they reached a height of at least 100 meters. Unsure if this was Hulk's limit, after gliding through the air for a considerable distance, Hulk reached back with one hand. As Kara savored the sensation of flight, she was suddenly lifted into the air. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she looked up at Hulk, who wore a mischievous grin. "Hey, Hulk, let's talk this out." But her intuition proved correct. Hulk, with a powerful motion, hurled Kara far into the distance. As she soared away, Hulk grunted in amusement, bouncing between buildings and swiftly pummeling any Chitauri soldiers he encountered. After flying approximately 200 to 300 meters, Kara began to descend gradually. From the initial panic to the current exhilaration, the sensation of soaring through the sky is truly magnificent. Regrettably, Kara recently discovered that she is not yet capable of flight. It appears that some time must pass before she awakens this ability. After estimating her descent trajectory, Kara slightly bent her knees. As she passed by an alien spacecraft, she exerted force from her waist, spinning 180 degrees, and delivered a fierce kick to the underside of the vessel. Bang! The struck spacecraft shattered into pieces, emitting thick smoke as it spiraled into a nearby building. Realizing she may have exerted too much force, Kara found herself tumbling in midair, transforming from gliding to a headfirst plummet. Bang! 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 A towering figure emerged amidst the distant buildings, swiftly leaping towards the falling Kara. With a roar, Hulk leaped again, catching Kara just before she hit the ground. Chapter 11. Kara gazed at Hulk with sparkling eyes. He was indeed the legendary ideal teammate. Bang! Upon landing, Hulk looked up at the sky and then turned his gaze to the Kara in his grasp. Again! Kara exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing her call, Hulk displayed his signature beastly grin. Gripping Kara with one hand, he spun in place, then hurled her toward the distant alien spacecraft. As Kara shot forth, she shouted, "Behold my indestructible form." With limbs flailing, she collided directly with the spacecraft. Bang! The impact caused the vessel to erupt in flames, resulting in a spectacular explosion. The force of the blast propelled Kara sideways for a brief distance. Witness my unparalleled descent. She seized another spacecraft's underside, sinking her waist downward. After rotating the craft twice in the air, she hurled it violently toward the ground to her left. Bang! At that moment, Kara's momentum waned, and she began her descent toward the earth. Vroom vroom bang bang bang. Nearby, Thor spotted the plummeting Kara and soared over, swinging Mjolnir, hoping to catch her. With a roar, he extended his palm, smiling as he reached out to grasp her. Just as he was about to catch Kara, an immense force struck him from the side. Thud! Hulk, having caught Kara, turned to glance at Thor, whom he had inadvertently sent flying with a punch, and disdainfully spat. Over there, Kara, oblivious to the chaos, pointed toward a nearby building where Natasha was piloting a spacecraft, fleeing through the sky. Behind her, a swarm of Chitauri soldiers relentlessly pursued, firing at her, and the situation appeared perilously dire. Kara climbed up Hulk's robust arm, settling on his neck, and pointed towards Natasha's flight path, shouting, "Let's go." After a brief run-up, Hulk leapt once more, swiftly pursuing Natasha ahead. As Kara perched on Hulk's neck, crimson fissures began to materialize around her eyes, suffused with a scarlet glow. As the distance diminished, Kara took aim, unleashing a barrage of red heat vision. Boom! The targeted aircraft either erupted in plumes of smoke before plummeting or burst into flames instantaneously. It was a sight to behold. Anyone caught in her gaze was doomed. Anyone she glared at faced annihilation. After gliding for some distance, Hulk's form began to gradually descend. "Throw me over." Kara patted Hulk's head, gesturing towards Natasha, who was not too far away. Hulk glanced at Natasha but suddenly hesitated. Noticing Hulk's lack of response, Kara assumed he hadn't heard her. "I said, throw me over," she shouted, tugging at Hulk's ear and leaning closer. Hulk shook his head, adjusted his grip on Kara, and once again launched her into the air. Boom! As Kara soared forth, she instinctively obliterated another aircraft with her heat vision. Hearing the explosion behind her, Natasha turned to see Kara approaching, her face lighting up with joy, knowing she was saved. However, as the distance to Natasha narrowed, Kara's expression shifted slightly. She extended her palm only to realize she was misaligned and could not grasp the aircraft Natasha piloted. Natasha, observing Kara float past, asked in surprise, "You can fly?" Kara wished for Natasha to adjust her trajectory slightly to catch her. "Actually, I can't." But before she could elaborate, Natasha interjected, "I'm heading to Stark Tower." Boom! Just as the words left Natasha's lips, a tremendous noise erupted, and Kara suddenly vanished. Natasha paused in confusion, turning back to see Kara had collided headfirst into a building. How did Natasha know? Did she not see Kara's head lodged in the wall, motionless? Glancing back at the reappearing aliens, Natasha had no time to ponder the reasons for Kara's crash and continued to maneuver her aircraft, swaying left and right to evade attacks, steering towards Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Kara, embedded in the wall, stirred slightly. Gradually, she raised her hands, pushing herself away from the surface. When she landed on the ground, she appeared disoriented, swaying before settling onto the pavement. "I feel so dizzy." Kara shook her head, sensing as though she might float away, and it took a while for her dizziness to subside. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed from a distance. Following this, Tony, clad in his iron suit, spiraled downwards from the sky, crashing to the ground. Kara quickly scrambled to her feet and hastened to the window, leaping down. As Tony lay on the ground, he had yet to rise before the arriving Chitauri soldiers opened fire, sending him tumbling back down. Thud! Just then, Kara arrived, delivering a powerful kick to a nearby car. The vehicle soared into the air, colliding with the soldiers who were shooting, sending them crashing into the distance. Ayu! Kara approached to help Tony up, noticing that his armor appeared severely damaged, with sparks occasionally flickering from it. "Kara, if you hadn't spoken, I might have thought a little beggar saved me," Tony remarked, taking in Kara's disheveled appearance. Her previously smooth golden hair was now a tangled mess, covered in dust. Her once pristine face had transformed into a smudged canvas, and her clothes were in tatters, with her pant legs frayed. "Stark, can you hear me? A fighter jet armed with a nuclear bomb is heading your way." The voice of Rhodey crackled through the communicator in Tony's suit. Tony and Kara exchanged a knowing glance, aware that they were on the verge of a decisive battle. How long do we have? At most 3 minutes. It will obliterate the entire city. Rhodey's tone was grave. He and the others were unaware that destroying the alien mothership could conclude the conflict. The reason for withholding this information was clear. The legislators at S.H.I.E.L.D. would never consent to such a reckless act as launching a nuclear weapon unless absolutely necessary. If the bomb detonated in the city, it would not only annihilate the extraterrestrial invaders, but also claim the lives of countless citizens residing there. It was implausible that they would agree to unleash such a devastating weapon based solely on Kara's word. After all, she was an alien, who could discern her true intentions. Chapter 12. I'll go buy some oranges, you find Natasha, and leave the rest to me. After speaking, Tony maneuvered the somewhat damaged iron suit, awkwardly hovering in the air. Kara firmly grasped the leg of the suit, preventing him from ascending. Although the narrative dictated that Tony would return through the teleportation portal at the last moment, Kara remained uneasy. Sacrificing oneself to avert disaster for individuals she had no personal connection to, all in the name of some abstract notion of world peace, was something Kara believed she could not and would not do. However, this did not diminish her genuine admiration for such individuals. Captain America, who had thwarted the Second World War, was among them, and Tony was no exception. Despite his brashness and arrogance, always presenting himself as the center of the universe, a trait many found unappealing, he remained resolute in moments of peril, fully aware of the slim chances of survival, yet still stepping forward without hesitation. Such individuals, who could be deemed great, were ones Kara fervently hoped would not meet with misfortune. The nuclear bomb will arrive shortly. Is your suit running low on energy? First, go find Thor and ask him to recharge it. A splendid idea. Tony evidently forgot that Thor can energize his suit. With sufficient power, his chances of survival would greatly increase. Over there, Kara pointed toward Stark Tower. The distance was short, and the obstacles were minimal. Using her supervision, she spotted Thor alongside Captain America. With Natasha's earlier departure, Captain America was left alone on the battlefield. After prolonged combat, fatigue began to overwhelm him, and he was on the verge of being surrounded by a swarm of Chitauri soldiers. High above, Thor noticed Captain America's perilous situation and rushed to his aid. Helping Captain America, who had collapsed from a gunshot wound to the abdomen, Thor inquired, "Are you all right? Can you still fight?" Though his tone was calm, a hint of concern shone in his eyes. "What? Are you tired?" Captain America, clutching his injured abdomen and gasping for breath, replied defiantly. At that moment, Tony landed with Kara before them. He shook his legs, arms wide open, and looked at Thor. "Come on, strike me with your lightning." Thor, slightly unsure, questioned if he had misheard. Kara, exasperated, glanced at Tony and explained, "His suit is nearly out of energy. You need to recharge it." After a moment's thought, she added, "Just control the intensity." On the way here, Tony had already instructed his AI assistant, Jarvis, to assess the situation. As long as the lightning was not too powerful, there would be no danger. If Thor unleashed a force akin to their previous encounter in the woods, Tony might not withstand it. After all, the suit was somewhat damaged and might not endure excessive energy without risking Tony's life. Upon hearing this, Thor did not hesitate. He raised his hammer and summoned a bolt of lightning that struck Tony. The electric surge coursed through the iron suit, creating new fissures and sparking flames. "All right, prepare to activate the teleportation device," Tony declared, soaring into the sky to intercept the launched nuclear bomb. TSK. A grown man striking such a pose. Does he not feel any shame? Kara shook her head at Tony's princess-like flying posture. Casting a glance at the remaining two, she had a sudden idea. "Ahem, I'm going to buy some oranges, you two stay put." Without waiting for a response, she dashed towards Stark Tower. Watching Kara leave, Captain America exchanged glances with Thor. Since Kara instructed them to remain here, she must know something. Although they were uncertain about where Kara was heading to buy oranges, Captain America resolved to follow her guidance. "Indeed, let us hope no trouble arises." Thor nodded in agreement with Captain America's sentiment. Captain America surveyed his surroundings with a sense of exasperation, responding, "What could possibly be more troublesome than the present situation?" During World War II, he fought valiantly through countless adversities, ultimately paying the price of being frozen for 70 years to uphold peace. And now, barely having been resurrected, he found himself embroiled in yet another battle against extraterrestrial beings. Captain America felt a profound melancholy, reflecting on the misfortunes that plagued Earth. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the skyscraper, Kara had arrived and discovered not only Natasha and the Naked Doctor, but also the Hulk in attendance. With a nuclear bomb imminent, preparations were underway to shut down the teleportation device. Kara cast a puzzled glance at the Hulk before turning to Natasha. "Aim for the apex," suggested the Naked Doctor, pointing towards the cosmic cube at the center of the teleportation apparatus. Kara's gaze fell upon the Mind Stone scepter in Natasha's hand, and she swallowed hard. "Wait." Shutting down the device could be perilous. Leave it to me. I have tougher skin. Despite her skepticism, Natasha handed the scepter to Kara, whose heart raced with excitement. After all, it was the Mind Stone. That full purple sweet potato had lent it to Loki so easily. As she observed the scepter's tip glowing blue, Kara felt a twinge of confusion. Indeed, the Mind Stone was blue in the comics, but in this cinematic universe, it should be yellow. Fixating on the cerulean orb, Kara concentrated her vision, realizing that the blue light was merely a container, encasing the yellow Mind Stone within. Gazing at the radiant jewel, Kara exerted her focus, eager to glimpse what lay within the Mind Stone. Gradually, a small black dot began to emerge at its center, growing larger by the moment. Incredible! My vision works. Kara marveled, astonished that her efforts were bearing fruit. As the dot expanded, it began to engulf her field of view. Was the Mind Stone black inside? Did this imply that those with formidable mental prowess were of a nefarious nature? Kara's imagination ran wild, concocting such interpretations. After an extended observation yielding nothing but darkness, she lost interest and began to withdraw her powers. However, as time passed, she found her vision remained shrouded in inky blackness. Glancing about, she suddenly realized she was no longer on the rooftop, her hands empty. Where had the Mind Stone scepter gone? This bizarre predicament stirred a sense of unease within Kara. Natasha? Silence enveloped her, an abyssal darkness. Kara wandered in one direction for what felt like an eternity, encountering neither soul nor sound. It was as though she existed in a realm of utter void, devoid of all but herself. Here, time seemed meaningless, and she felt neither relief nor fatigue. She continued to walk and walk, from the initial caution to a gradual sprint. Kara felt as though she had been running for an eternity without reaching the bounds of this space. Is there anyone here? I'm so bored. Kara called out while running, her voice laced with anticipation, yearning to encounter another human being. After what seemed like an eternity, she exclaimed, "It doesn't even have to be a person. As long as they can speak." Kara continued to shout, though her tone was now tinged with disappointment. After a prolonged stretch of solitude, Kara felt an overwhelming sense of abandonment, as if the entire world had forsaken her. Gradually halting her forward momentum, she began to weep softly. Suddenly, a hand brushed against her head, as if sensing her loneliness and wishing to offer comfort. "Stop it," Kara sniffled, swatting away the hand that had touched her. "Ah," she cried out, darting forward a few paces before swiftly turning to look behind her. Yet, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. While she focused intently ahead, she cautiously retreated, finding a modicum of solace in the obscurity that enveloped her. Abruptly, as she stepped back, Kara collided with something or someone. Startled, she bolted forward, shouting in panic, "Are you a person or a ghost?" No response came, yet Kara was certain she was not hallucinating. The sensation on her head had been all too real. "I'm doomed. I should have checked the calendar before venturing out. I must have encountered a ghost." She felt an adrenaline surge, propelling her to run desperately. After a considerable time, Kara abruptly halted. What if that unknown entity, whether human or ghost, appeared before her? The thought grew increasingly plausible. Slowly, she extended her hand forward, only to encounter a massive sphere. Its exact dimensions remained uncertain, but Kara realized she could not grasp it with a single hand, and it felt surprisingly soft to the touch. As she continued to squeeze, an unsettling notion crept into her mind, sending chills down her spine. Suddenly, a pair of arms enveloped the fleeing Kara, holding her tightly in an embrace. Kara felt her heart racing, nearly leaping from her chest as she struggled fiercely, but the grip was too strong for her to break free. "Kara, are you all right?" In an instant, the scene shifted, and Kara found herself back in Stark Tower, where Natasha was shaking her shoulders, concern etched on her face. "I was so scared," Kara exclaimed, throwing her arms around Natasha and bursting into tears. Natasha, bewildered, gently patted Kara's back, murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right." Kara had been staring blankly at the scepter, and Natasha had feared she was under its control. Fortunately, it had been a false alarm. Had anything gone awry at such a critical moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "You take over. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Kara cast a wary glance at the Mind Scepter before passing it to Natasha. Natasha accepted the scepter, casting a puzzled look back at Kara. At that moment, in the distant sky, Tony, manipulating his armor, swiftly flew towards them while carrying a nuclear bomb. As he approached the building, the thrusters on his armor's chest activated. The nuclear bomb skimmed past the building, heading towards the teleportation portal. As he guided the bomb through the portal, Tony caught sight of the massive Chitauri mothership in the distance. After adjusting the bomb's trajectory based on Jarvis's calculations, he gradually released his grip. With a penetrating gaze at the Chitauri mothership and the multitude of Chitauri soldiers rushing towards him, Tony felt no lingering attachment and quickly crossed the portal back to Earth. Seeing Tony return, Natasha raised the scepter and passed through the energy shield of the Tesseract, interrupting the energy transfer at the device's core. As the portal lost its energy support, it swiftly vanished from the skyline. We won. Captain America exhaled deeply, witnessing the disappearing portal and the Chitauri soldiers collapsing around them. In Washington, D.C., at the Triskelion, Kara faced the gazes of several individuals with a calm demeanor. With the awakening of her abilities, she was no longer the timid girl she once was. She regarded the scrutinizing looks from the likes of Egghead with utter disdain. 5 minutes later, feeling a slight discomfort from sitting too long, Kara shifted her position. 10 minutes later, she found it rather stingy that the illustrious headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. had no air conditioning, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. 15 minutes later, she shot a defiant look at her observers. What are you staring at? I'm not afraid of you. With a hint of evasion in her gaze, she stood up and slammed her hands on the table. If you possess such formidable power, why have you kept it hidden? What are your true intentions? Nick Fury, having learned from Natasha and the others that Kara seemingly possessed precognitive abilities, noted her remarkable strength and exceptional defense displayed during the battle in New York. Who are you? Why should I tell you anything? Kara retorted, her disdain evident as she curled her lip at the inquiries. Would you consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury shifted his tone, extending an invitation to Kara. This decision was made after considerable contemplation. According to Natasha and Agent Hill's observations, Kara's abilities seemed to have emerged only after her arrival on Earth, likely due to solar exposure. Though somewhat astute, she was still very innocent, harboring no malice towards humanity, and possessed a timid, tearful disposition. Upon receiving this intelligence, Nick Fury felt a surge of excitement within him. Had it not been for his exemplary composure as a seasoned agent, he might have exulted right then and there. This remarkably gifted and rather gullible young lady is truly a formidable asset sent by the heavens. The previous interrogation was merely a casual inquiry. Nick Fury's primary objective was to conscript her. Kara gazed at her interlocutor in astonishment, unprepared for such a drastic shift in topic. Given the previous demeanor, shouldn't he have continued his rigorous questioning? This would have allowed her to feign indignation and deliver a well-deserved thrashing to this impertinent individual. Chapter 14, A Bath. Well, it depends on the benefits offered by your S.H.I.E.L.D. If they are unsatisfactory, I cannot acquiesce. Kara was eager to ascertain the terms he would propose, running her fingers through her hair and adopting an air of worthiness, as if to say he should think carefully before speaking. An annual salary of $1 million. Nick Fury raised his voice, as if the value of his offer were substantial. After a brief pause, he added, "You do know what a dollar is, right?" Oh, Kara certainly knew what a dollar was. Hearing the figure of 1 million, she marveled at the high salaries agents received. However, she maintained a facade of indifference, casting him a disdainful look. What else? Since she had already decided to join S.H.I.E.L.D., she intended to seize the opportunity and maximize her benefits. Kara mentally commended her own cleverness, though she felt a sense of déjà vu that she couldn't quite place. The right to reside on Earth, Nick Fury continued. Kara nodded. That is a necessity. Health insurance and retirement funds. Quite good. Transportation allowance. No need to pay for gas myself. Lunch allowance. One must eat and drink. Is that all? Kara inquired, noting his sudden pause and raised eyebrow. That is all. What about a car? Are you suggesting I walk to work? Kara asked bluntly. Upon hearing that she wouldn't be provided with a vehicle, Kara's displeasure surged. After all, didn't agents always receive cars in the shows? She couldn't believe he would underestimate her. She would not be taken advantage of. Nick regarded Kara with mild surprise, not anticipating that she would even know about cars. Clearly, she was well versed in earthly matters. Can you drive? It's just a car, Nick Fury remarked nonchalantly. This suddenly reminded Kara that she hadn't even passed her driving test yet. Even if she were given a car, she wouldn't be able to drive it. Observing Kara's flustered state, as her desire for a car clashed with her lack of driving skills, Nick's lips curled into a smirk. Here's the deal. I will provide you with a car, along with a driver. Additionally, I will arrange for a house and a maid. Really? Kara regarded him with skepticism. Having only requested a car, yet he had offered so much more. Was he plotting something? Seeing her nod, her hair gleaming, Kara then inquired, "What will I be required to do on a daily basis?" This is precisely what Kara is most concerned about. She does not wish to lose her personal freedom by joining S.H.I.E.L.D. The world is vast, and Kara yearns to explore it. As long as she does not violate the law, she can engage in any activity she desires during her free time, unless there are special missions. After a brief pause, she added, "Of course, you must pass the most fundamental tests and training." Hearing that she would only need to take action for special missions and otherwise would be free, Kara felt quite satisfied. As for the tests and ordinary training, she regarded them with indifference. So what is my position? Senior Agent. Nick Fury replied without hesitation upon hearing Kara's question. Wow, I'm starting as a senior agent. That is remarkable. If I accomplish significant feats, I might even become the director of SHIELD, Kara thought, nodding with great satisfaction. Just wait until I become the director. You'll see, she contemplated, still harboring resentment about previous matters. I will join SHIELD. Upon Kara's agreement, Nick Fury's stern expression softened slightly. Welcome aboard, Kara Zor-El, he said, revealing a hint of a disingenuous smile. No need for thanks. We'll be colleagues from now on, Kara replied, reciprocating with a feigned smile. The thought of commanding battles of super beings on Earth as the future director of SHIELD made her grin widen to the point of nearly splitting her face. Observing Kara's silly smile, Nick Fury exchanged a glance with Natasha. Indeed, an alien child is no different from those on Earth. Who decides what constitutes a special mission? The notion of being a senior agent is merely a jest. Every agent who joins SHIELD is regarded as an elite. Having just concluded a battle, Kara was taken to the SHIELD headquarters by Natasha, and she still bore the marks of her recent struggle. Noticing Kara's disheveled appearance, Natasha chuckled and led her to the changing room. Upon entering the women's locker room, Kara felt curious and looked around, discovering it was entirely different from her expectations. It bore no significant difference from the men's locker room. Could it be because this is SHIELD? Kara felt a twinge of disappointment. She silently resolved to explore a different place next time when suddenly, the sound of rustling clothing reached her ears. What are you doing? Kara exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Natasha, who was revealing a considerable expanse of her fair skin. Natasha had already removed her outer jacket, and her tight pants were halfway down. Natasha paused slightly. What do you think? I'm taking a shower. What else could it be? As time passed, Natasha soon shed her last article of clothing. Witnessing this sequence, Kara felt overwhelmed by a significant visual shock. Once Natasha was fully undressed, she looked curiously at the still-dazed Kara and pointed at her hair and body, asking, Aren't you joining me? We have a gathering to attend shortly. Kara, parched and tongue-tied, replied, Everything's fine. Fixating on Natasha's silhouette, she swallowed hard. As she watched Natasha enter the bathroom, a fire ignited within her, prompting her to hastily shed her garments. The fabric, already tattered, yielded easily to her forceful tug, and with a swift motion, she completed her change of attire. Glancing at her own modest curves, a blush crept across Kara's cheeks. Approaching the bathroom door, she peeked inside to catch a glimpse of Natasha, completely unclad, indulging in her bath. Water cascaded down Natasha's face, traversing the contours of her body, ultimately painting a scene too exquisite to articulate. Kara swallowed again, covering her bosom with her hands, and stepped beside Natasha, activating the shower to cleanse herself. Natasha appeared utterly oblivious to Kara's presence, engrossed in her own cleansing ritual. Meanwhile, Kara simultaneously washed herself while stealing glances at Natasha, suddenly realizing there were advantages to being female. Chapter 15. Bathing together. Together, Do not envy, you are still young. As you mature, you will be just like me, Natasha remarked, having noticed Kara's lingering gaze upon her chest. Initially perplexed, Kara paused momentarily, but upon comprehension, her face flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You're crazy. Why would I envy such a thing? She exclaimed, turning away, no longer willing to meet Natasha's gaze. A glimmer of amusement danced in Natasha's eyes as she discreetly extended her hand, realizing Kara's engrossed observation had been detected. How infuriating, Kara admonished herself, vowing to be more cautious next time. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Kara as she swiftly turned to swat away the mischievous hand. What are you doing? She retreated a step. Natasha, observing Kara's rosy complexion, advanced a step closer. You're washing so slowly. Allow me to assist you. Kara stepped back once more, eyeing Natasha warily. No need, I can manage on my own. Oh, little Kara can still feel shy. Natasha's eyes sparkled with mirth. The two engaged in a playful back and forth, with Kara quickly finding herself cornered against the wall. Don't get carried away. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. With no retreat left, Kara felt a flutter of anxiety as Natasha's hand drew nearer, prompting her to speak up. However, Natasha paid no heed to Kara's warning and seized her hand. Kara gasped, her indignation boiling over. You're forcing my hand. Natasha yelped in response. Soon, they became entangled in a playful scuffle, punctuated by Kara's startled cries and Natasha's unutterable exclamations. Perspective shift. Seated on the bench in the changing room, Kara muttered to herself, her expression one of irritation. What a jerk, truly a scoundrel. Despite having indulged herself, she had also been taken advantage of by Natasha. The memory of that tingling sensation from earlier made Kara's cheeks flush anew. Just then, the door to the changing room swung open, and Natasha entered, now dressed in casual attire, carrying a freshly purchased garment. Here, hurry and try this on. As Kara unwrapped the packaging, Natasha tossed her way. She pulled out the clothing within. I will not wear this. Upon seeing the style, Kara's expression shifted from shock to embarrassment, and she tossed the dress onto the bench, her face burning as she glanced at Natasha. What's wrong? Natasha furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion in her voice. Then, as if comprehending, she added, Does your planet not have skirts? This is a type of attire designed specifically for women on Earth. I dislike this. Could you please buy me something else? Kara was acutely aware of what it was. Although she had transformed into a female, the thought of wearing a skirt was still quite unacceptable to her. Natasha glanced at her wristwatch, realizing they were running out of time to meet Stark and the others. There's no time for that now. We can buy something when I return. If we go shopping now, we will surely be late, and it feels unreasonable to keep so many people waiting. Then I'll skip it. Just come back early and help me find a new outfit. Kara gazed at the skirt with a conflicted expression, ultimately deciding against trying it on. I might be a bit late, so take care of yourself. With that, Natasha turned to leave, but paused at the doorway, seemingly recalling something. Oh, by the way, the janitor at headquarters is an older gentleman, and I hear he is a relative of the director. Be careful not to let anyone see you like this. Upon hearing that a janitor would be present, particularly a black man, Kara's expression changed. Wait, I'll go with you. It's quite boring alone. She quickly called out to Natasha, hastily grabbing the newly purchased dress and lingerie. However, having never worn women's underwear before, Kara struggled for quite some time, perspiring profusely as she attempted to fasten it. This is incredibly difficult to wear, Kara mused, finding donning a bra more challenging than her previous transformation. Eventually, with Natasha's assistance, Kara managed to put on the lingerie that felt exceedingly awkward. Once fully dressed, she hesitantly approached the mirror. Since her arrival in this realm, Kara had remained unaware of her appearance, and she scrutinized herself closely. Her golden hair cascaded just past her shoulders, the tips slightly curled. She possessed eyes as clear and transparent as sapphires, a straight nose, and a slightly parted mouth, standing at approximately 4 feet 5 inches. She wore a sleeveless pink dress that revealed her fair arms and calves. Gazing at the reflection of the young girl in the mirror, Kara's initial reaction was, waste, such utter waste. No wonder Natasha couldn't help but take matters into her own hands. Yet, this pink dress caused Kara's sense of shame to reach its zenith. After exiting the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Natasha drove Kara to a villa owned by Tony. Kara, there's nothing to worry about. You look beautiful like this, Natasha remarked, observing Kara's reluctance to step inside. If I'm to perish, then so be it. Upon hearing Natasha's urging, Kara clenched her teeth and resolved to follow her into the villa. The scene within the villa was entirely different from what they had anticipated. In addition to the members of the Avengers, there were numerous unfamiliar faces. Not far away, a black man was regaling Tony, Thor, and Agent Hill with amusing anecdotes from his missions. Why should I waste my talents on an audience that won't appreciate them? If it were someone else, they would have laughed hysterically. Unfortunately, the man's self-proclaimed humor was met with indifference from the trio. To alleviate his embarrassment, he shifted the topic and inquired, Where's Pepper? Isn't she here? Hill chimed in, and Jane? Where have all the ladies gone? Since Tony became Iron Man, he had rarely managed the company, and understandably, he couldn't entrust such a vast enterprise to others. Thus, he promoted his personal assistant and girlfriend, Pepper, to oversee Stark Industries. Pepper had her own business to manage and was not fond of such gatherings. You know how ambitious she is. I've advised her countless times, but to no avail. Tony replied nonchalantly, holding his drink without a hint of embarrassment. Thor, who had not contacted his girlfriend since returning to Asgard nearly 2 years ago, felt a twinge of competitiveness upon hearing Tony's boastful tone. Jane is quite busy too. I can't even keep track of which country she is in. Her research on cosmic aggregation has established her as a leading astronomer. Tony furrowed his brow at this point and added for the onlookers' benefit. The company Pepper manages is the largest economic conglomerate on Earth. Thor, unfazed, began to weave an elaborate tale. Oh, and Jane even published a paper, huh? Some even say she was nominated for a Nobel Prize. Hill exchanged glances with the black man, perplexed by their antics. As the two continued their banter, Hill could no longer contain herself and interjected, Indeed, they must be incredibly busy, otherwise, they wouldn't miss your gathering. As her gaze shifted between them, Hill suddenly spotted Natasha and Kara, who had just entered the room. She waved and called out, Hey Natasha, over here. Finally, I'm not the only woman. Hi ladies. What are you discussing? Natasha asked with a smile as she approached, having picked up a drink from the bar. He'll seem to have consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Her demeanor markedly warmer than when they had met aboard the aircraft carrier, a smile gracing her face. Several gentlemen were engaged in a spirited discussion regarding whose girlfriend was more exceptional. Meanwhile, a gentleman of African descent extended his hand towards Natasha. Introducing himself, "I believe I am not included in this conversation. I am James Rhodes." "Natasha Romanoff, I am acquainted with you," Natasha replied with a charming smile. Shaking his hand, James Rhodes, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Natasha, straightened his posture, and feigned nonchalance as he spoke. "I did not expect to be recognized by you. I wonder if I might have the honor of conversing with Miss Natasha. I have many fascinating tales from the battlefield that I wish to share." Utilizing stories of the armored war machine to impress women had never failed Rhodes before. In an era dominated by superheroes, every American woman secretly harbored fantasies of a liaison with one. "That sounds delightful. We could find a quiet corner and chat leisurely. How about over there?" Natasha's slightly husky voice exuded an intrinsic allure, complemented by her alluring figure and exquisite beauty, rendering her irresistibly captivating to most men. Rhodes internally celebrated his fortune at encountering such an extraordinary woman. It was indeed a fortuitous day for him. He readily agreed to Natasha's suggestion, and as they conversed, they made their way towards the indicated corner. "Good luck." Kara watched the two depart, her gaze towards Rhodes filled with sympathy. "Are you unable to handle this?" she inquired curiously of the nearby Agent Hill. Agent Hill, somewhat surprised by Kara's question, resumed her usual icy demeanor and replied coolly, "Natasha knows far better how to interrogate men. Indeed, none of the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were to be underestimated." From the moment Kara met Hill, she found something peculiar. The woman, who had maintained a stoic expression throughout, seemed to transform entirely, standing so close to a black man, laughing and conversing. If that did not convince her, Natasha's reaction solidified Kara's suspicions. Among all the individuals she had encountered, Natasha emanated a sense of danger. In Kara's mind, Natasha was a clever yet seductive enchantress, and her engagement with this gentleman surely had ulterior motives. Dismissing the nature of their mission, Kara strolled to the bar. She gazed at the array of exquisite wines behind the counter, previously only heard of but never seen, including various high-priced selections. "I would like the most expensive drink you have." Kara, having never tasted such luxuries, seized the opportunity presented by the affluent Tony Stark, embracing the mindset that one would be foolish not to indulge in such offerings. The bartender, a young white man, sported a friendly smile, though his words had the potential to offend. "Certainly, beautiful lady, please hold on a moment." As the young man opened his mouth, he inadvertently offended a prominent figure. "What the hell? Bring me 2 drinks." Kara exclaimed irritably. The young man, perplexed by how he had upset this individual, offered a sheepish smile in response to the furious glare directed at him. All right, please wait a moment." Soon, the bartender presented 2 glasses filled with a pink, milkshake-like concoction. "Humph." Kara accepted the drinks, scoffed disdainfully, and approached Banner, who sat alone, appearing quite out of place. "Uncle Banner, what are you doing here all by yourself?" Kara inquired, playfully patting Banner's shoulder and offering him one of the drinks. "Thank you. I'm fine," Banner replied absently, taking the glass while casting a glance toward the sofa in the corner. Following his gaze, Kara noticed Natasha engaged in lively conversation with Rhodes, seemingly engrossed in their discussion. Turning back to the visibly dejected Banner, an idea suddenly struck Kara. Could it be that Hulk was being intentional earlier? Kara recalled the earlier chaos in New York, then considered Hulk's protective stance beside Natasha atop the building. The truth is revealed. No denying it. Banner interjected, "Can you guess what they are talking about?" While contemplating how to provoke Hulk for retribution, Kara's eyes darted mischievously. "I can hear them. Why guess?" she remarked, pointing to her ear. Though inwardly she resolved to take a different approach to irritate Hulk rather than direct confrontation. "Oh, Kara, can you tell me what they're discussing?" Banner asked quietly after confirming no one was nearby. Kara hesitated, feigning difficulty, before seemingly coming to a conclusion. "Well, since it's you, Uncle Banner, I suppose I could share. For anyone else, I wouldn't help." Banner looked at her with gratitude. "Thank you, Kara, you are a good person." Kara pretended to be bashful, yet thought to herself how familiar that sentiment sounded. Harnessing her abilities, she soon overheard the conversation between the two. "The weather is lovely tonight," Rhodes remarked. He suggested Natasha come over to his place. Kara translated for Banner, who was inwardly amused by the awkwardness of Rhodes' attempts at flirting. "Indeed, the night is quite pleasant," Natasha replied. She mentioned going to a hotel. She knows of a nearby one that's quite nice, with a particularly large bed. Kara continued translating. Upon hearing this, Banner was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Kara with confusion. "Are you sure? I didn't see Natasha's lips move much." Banner is not blind. He just witnessed Natasha's words. Yet how could there be so much? Oh no, this is too exaggerated. A slight panic gripped Kara's heart, realizing how keenly the other party was observing. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, Kara feigned confusion and replied, "Huh, she said quite a bit just now. Are you perhaps nearsighted?" The subtlety was lost on Banner, who began to question his own perception. Indeed, he was somewhat nearsighted. How could Kara deceive him without cause? Banner pondered whether he had misinterpreted the earlier conversation, his expression turning wistful as he contemplated a fleeting thought. Meanwhile, noticing Banner's mild sadness without any display of anger, Kara considered altering her approach. Taking a sip from her wine glass, she savored its sweetness, strawberry flavor, delightful. "Miss Natasha, I wonder if you're free tonight. I have much more to share with you and would love to show you my battle suit." Rod's invitation to Natasha was precisely what Kara had anticipated. The gentleman had proclaimed that everything was at Natasha's discretion, which Kara duly translated. On the other hand, Banner felt a pang of age settling in. He rubbed his eyes and retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket, leaning forward inquisitively. Witnessing Banner's actions, Kara nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, Uncle Banner was rather endearing. "I would love to see your battle suit," she remarked, but Natasha appeared conflicted upon hearing the invitation, glancing toward Kara as if searching for words. "Uncle Banner, do say hello. Natasha is introducing you." Kara translated. Banner, bewildered, glanced at the two conversing in the distance and raised his hand in a hesitant greeting. Why were they discussing him? Banner couldn't quite comprehend. Weren't they all supposed to head to the suite? "Natasha mentioned you're her driver. You can take them there shortly." Kara continued her translation. "Huh, this time, I doubt you can endure it." Banner's face flickered with a hint of anger after hearing those words. Not far off, Natasha seemed to respond to him, waving in their direction. Yet Kara understood that Natasha was greeting her. Was this a secret signal? Did she require assistance? Kara was aware that Natasha had tasks at hand. Though uncertain of the implications, she decided not to dwell on it. After all, they were colleagues. And if she could lend a hand, she would. "Indeed, I am far too kind," Kara mused, adorned with a radiant smile as she acknowledged Natasha. Natasha turned to Rod, offering an apologetic smile. "However, I have already made commitments to others. Perhaps we could reschedule?" Natasha expressed her eagerness, inquiring when they would be leaving. Kara translated. Rod followed the direction and soon spotted Kara greeting two individuals. "Who are they?" the man inquired, to which the African-American replied, "Anytime works." After Kara translated, she glanced at the increasingly agitated Banner beside her and curiously asked, "What is the purpose of going to the hotel?" That man's tone seemed rather excited. Upon hearing Kara's words, bloodshot veins began to emerge in Banner's eyes, and the muscles in his neck tensed, indicating he was on the verge of transforming. Yet he continued to suppress himself. Kara observed Banner's pained expression, aware that any further provocation could lead to an outburst. "That is Kara. I promised to accompany her to buy new clothes." At this revelation, Kara felt a flicker of relief in her heart, thinking, "At least you have a bit of conscience." Not far away, Natasha paused for a moment, a hint of shame crossing her features. "Though I would like to accompany you back, I also do not wish to do so in front of my daughter." Just as Kara took a sip of her milkshake, she inadvertently sprayed it all over the already half-transformed Banner. Cough, cough, cough. A brief look of relief flashed across Banner's face. The green hue creeping onto his skin gradually receded. While Uncle Banner felt relieved, Kara's face turned green with embarrassment. "Damn it. Indeed, I should not have helped her." Turning in surprise to see Banner returning to his normal state, Kara was astonished that her accidental spray had such an effect. "I'm so sorry. Uncle Banner. Are you all right?" she exclaimed, pulling some tissues from the table and offering them to him. Banner took a few deep breaths and looked at Kara with a hint of gratitude. "It's all right. If it weren't for that splash of water, Hulk might have emerged again." "Huh, I didn't do much," said Kara. "Uncle Banner, I'm going to grab something to eat." Hearing his words, a pang of guilt surged through her, and after a forced chuckle, she quickly turned and left. The gathering continued until the early hours of the morning, and it was only then that Natasha took Kara away from the estate. Humph. On the way back, Kara, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly snorted coldly. Natasha shot her a curious glance, but refrained from asking, continuing to drive. "What is your mission?" Kara, noting Natasha's silence, took the initiative to speak. "Isn't Colonel Rod a government official?" Kara was intrigued about Natasha's true intentions in approaching him. "I have no mission. I just found him rather charming and wanted to make a friend," Natasha replied calmly. "I can't believe that." Kara retorted with skepticism, scoffing again. "Stop pretending. Are you still using me as an excuse to distance yourself from him? I assume the mission is accomplished?" If it had not been, Natasha wouldn't have been so quick to give up. "The director wants him to join the Avengers, and I was tasked to gauge whether he has any interest in that." Natasha shot her a surprised look, evidently not expecting her words to be overheard from such a distance. Upon hearing this, Kara felt a flicker of recognition. The war machine had consistently served the United States government throughout the Iron Man film series. Even after her close friend Tony joined the Avengers, there was no word of war machine. It wasn't until the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron, that he inexplicably became a member of the team. It seemed this new connection prompted his inclusion. Chapter 18. The deepest route. The car glided steadily through the streets of Washington. "Weren't you supposed to take me shopping? Where are you really taking me?" Kara remarked, noticing they had passed several open clothing stores, yet the driver showed no inclination to stop. "The clothes have already been purchased and will be delivered tomorrow. We are naturally returning home. Don't Kryptonians need sleep?" Natasha replied casually, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, eyes fixed ahead. "Home." Upon hearing Natasha mention this, Kara instinctively pouted. She quickly recalled the earlier incident in the changing room. Tightening her collar, a hint of wariness flickering in her eyes. "Who's home?" Natasha's eyes glinted with mischief as she responded lightly, "Stop pretending. Do you think I can't see through you?" Kara was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Natasha had discerned. "What do you mean?" Natasha chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. "Damn it, I haven't done anything. How can you perceive anything at all? Why don't you just fly away?" As someone once remarked, speaking halfway only breeds more confusion. The more Natasha acted this way, the more unsettled Kara felt, uncertain of what had been revealed. She fell silent, silently resolving to maintain her distance from Natasha in the future. 20 minutes later, as the car came to a halt, Kara peered through the window at a residential area beside the road. "Is this your home? It seems quite ordinary." After exiting the vehicle, she glanced around, noting the independent flat-roofed houses reminiscent of those seen in films. She was unsure where the house assigned to her by the egghead was located. As Natasha walked towards the front door, she cast a knowing glance back at Kara. "You're partially correct. It is indeed quite ordinary." A flicker of unease crossed Kara's mind as she uncertainly replied, "Is this my home?" The S-H-I-E-L-D is rather stingy, I assent it. I must negotiate better terms with the egghead later. Surely, they should provide at least a villa to match my status. Then she realized her mistake. She would also be residing here, so it should be referred to as their home. "So what do you think? Happy?" Natasha abruptly stopped, turning to grasp Kara's chin, her tone laced with temptation. Kara swiftly swatted Natasha's hand away, her voice filled with dissatisfaction as she exclaimed, "No way, this is my home. What right do you have to move in?" In jest, Natasha remarked that if she were to move in, given her astuteness, Kara's secrets would inevitably be uncovered. Naturally, Kara was reluctant to share her living space with this female agent. "I am your caretaker, so it is only natural for me to reside with you," Natasha proclaimed with an air of authority. "Is the caretaker you mentioned earlier really you?" Kara asked incredulously, gazing at Natasha. The accommodations may be mediocre, but having Natasha as a caretaker raise questions. Was she there to care for her, or to surveil her? It was utterly disheartening. Has trust between individuals eroded to such an extent? "I don't want a caretaker anymore. You can leave," Natasha calmly replied. "The terms have already been agreed upon, and you consented. I will certainly be moving in." "Fine, consider this house yours. I will simply purchase another," Kara retorted, determined to assert her independence. Living with a rogue like Natasha would inevitably tarnish her virtue. She could easily afford to buy a new place. "Do you even have the funds?" Natasha scoffed. "Huh. My annual income is in the millions," Kara boasted with a hint of pride. "You do realize that your salary will only be dispersed after you complete your assessment, right?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Natasha's eyes as she observed Kara's smug expression. Kara's demeanor shifted abruptly as she exclaimed, "Why was this not mentioned earlier? This is deceit." Realization dawned upon her. She understood why the seemingly benevolent head had taken such an interest in her. This was a well-crafted scheme. "I have already deduced your situation, so there is no need for further concealment. You must be quite eager to share your living quarters with me, am I correct? Perhaps some rather intriguing occurrences may ensue." Rather than responding directly, Natasha adjusted her posture provocatively, her tone laden with implications as she gazed at Kara. "Who would be willing to engage in anything with you? And what is with that lascivious look on your face?" Kara retorted, perplexed by Natasha's insinuations. "Speak plainly. Your words are incomprehensible," Kara replied, her irritation palpable. "Yesterday in the dressing room, your gaze struck me as peculiar. To put it plainly, your reaction while I was disrobing was not one that a typical woman would exhibit," Natasha remarked, her penetrating gaze fixed upon Kara. Kara, who had been visibly displeased moments before, felt her expression shift as Natasha's words sank in, her scalp prickling with embarrassment. "No way," she gasped, incredulous. Natasha's lips curled into a sly smile as she continued, "Of course, this does not necessarily signify anything. I was merely harboring some suspicions. However, your reaction upon being caught stealing glances confirmed my assumptions." Kara's mind went blank. She could hardly believe that within just 2 days, her most secretive and shameful truths had been laid bare. I can empathize with your predicament. There are indeed individuals like you on Earth, Natasha continued. Upon hearing this, Kara's face turned pale, and she hurriedly sought to clarify her position. I am not human. I am aware that you are not of Earth. Such individuals are referred to as homosexuals here. Though they are few in number, they are not entirely unacceptable, so you need not worry about my awareness of it. How old are you? You Kryptonians seem rather precocious. Very well, come in. After a long day, I simply wish to indulge in a beautiful slumber. With that, Natasha pushed the door open and strode into the room. Kara hesitated at the threshold for a moment before following her inside. Natasha appeared to be quite familiar with the place. Upon entering the bedroom, she retrieved a set of pajamas from the wardrobe and began to change. Upon witnessing such a scene again, Kara couldn't help but swallow hard. Natasha's figure was undeniably alluring, curvaceous in all the right places. Her face charming enough to be described as possessing a devilish physique coupled with an angelic visage. Where will I sleep? Kara noticed that all the other rooms were empty, save for this one with the bed. Natasha, with her hands behind her back, teasingly raised an eyebrow at Kara while undressing and provocatively remarked, "Of course. We shall sleep together. Do not even think about it. Abandon such notions." Chapter 19. Preparation for the test morning. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the room. Kara, lying alone in bed, felt the warmth of the sun and a sweet smile graced her lips. The perspective shifted back to the previous night. Initially, Kara had rejected the idea of sleeping together. However, after Natasha's persistent persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, promising to assist Kara in acquiring daily necessities the following day and assuring her that she would not do anything inappropriate. Just as she settled under the covers, Kara felt a flutter of nervousness and an inexplicable feeling. She feared that Natasha might take advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, after half an hour of waiting, no untoward incidents occurred. Natasha, lying with her back to Kara, seemed to have drifted off to sleep, with a mind filled with mischief but lacking the courage to act. Kara smirked, allowing her tense body to relax gradually. After indulging in a flurry of thoughts, she too succumbed to slumber. The perspective shifted back to the morning. A certain superhero, upon acquiring her powers, experienced an exaggerated awakening. Unbeknownst to her, Kara was about to experience something similarly absurd. Kara, it is time to rise. Natasha, holding breakfast and already dressed in casual attire, entered from outside. Observing Kara sprawled out and unresponsive in her slumber, Natasha's face broke into an enigmatic smile. She approached the foot of the bed and gently tickled Kara's soles in an attempt to rouse her. When there was no response, she tickled her again with more vigor. Natasha furrowed her brow, realizing that the situation was far from simple. It dawned on her that Kara possessed an astonishing level of resilience, and her own strength would likely be inconsequential. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Her furrowed brow relaxed slightly as she rose and made her way to the kitchen. Yesterday had been a whirlwind of confinement and running from extraterrestrial threats, exhausting her throughout the day. After a long night, she had only managed to rest in the early hours, leaving Kara still lost in her dreams. Abruptly, Kara felt a mosquito biting the sole of her foot. She frowned slightly and instinctively kicked her leg, driving away the pesky insect. However, moments later, she sensed another mosquito buzzing around her face. She was aware that biting mosquitoes do not produce sound, a simple truth she understood. "Damn it," muttered the half-asleep Kara, swatting at the annoyance with her hand. A cacophony of sounds, slap, bump, sting, and thud, ensued. Gradually, Kara sat up, rubbing her tired eyes. In her haze, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed that apart from the swaying wardrobe beside her bed, there was no one else present. Impressive, her Kryptonian constitution. Even swatting a mosquito could create such a ruckus. Noticing a fruit knife on the bed, a flicker of astonishment crossed her delicate features. This agent was truly extraordinary, carrying a dagger even in slumber. Where had Natasha concealed it last night? How had she remained oblivious? Kara resolved to discuss this peculiar matter with Natasha later. It was far too dangerous to risk injuring oneself inadvertently. After placing the fruit knife on the bedside table, she reclined once more, intending to catch a bit more sleep. Noon arrived. Kara felt particularly refreshed from her slumber, stretching luxuriously as she sat up, only to find that Natasha had yet to return. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted that it was nearly noon, and she muttered in bewilderment. Weren't we supposed to go to headquarters for testing today? Why have I not been summoned yet? Bored after lying in bed for a while, Kara flailed her limbs aimlessly before sitting up quickly. Enough of this waiting. She pondered Natasha's whereabouts. The monotony of waiting was too tedious. Deciding to explore her surroundings, she thought it prudent to familiarize herself with the environment, especially since she was uncertain how long she would be staying. To her shock, as she prepared to rise from the bed to wash up, Kara suddenly realized she had stepped on a person's face. Her scalp tingled, and she instantly jumped back onto the bed, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "You audacious peeper! How dare you invade my privacy while I sleep?" Kara exclaimed. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she glared at the edge of the bed, internally stunned. She had only heard tales of such occurrences. Never did she anticipate they were true. The state of security in America was appallingly lax. Burglars could invade homes, even in broad daylight. After waiting for a while, without any sign of the intruder, Kara hesitated momentarily before slowly approaching the edge of the bed to gaze downwards. There, she discovered a figure lying motionless on the ground, one whose hair and physique were remarkably familiar. Natasha? Startled, Kara promptly leaped from the bed and seized the individual by their clothing, hoisting them back onto the bed. Natasha trembled slightly, gradually awakening. Her eyes fluttering open to gaze drowsily at Kara beside her. Upon recognizing Natasha's appearance, Kara could not help but burst into laughter. As Natasha struggled to sit up, the hair that had been obscuring her face fell away, revealing that half of her visage was swollen and marred by a sizable bump, rendering her expression rather comical. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the two finally arrived as dusk approached. They could have come earlier, but Natasha had been incapacitated for a considerable time, lying in bed until she felt somewhat better. When Kara inquired about what had transpired, Natasha merely claimed to have been stung by a wasp. While a wasp sting might cause some swelling, it was hard for Kara to believe it could lead to unconsciousness. However, no matter how much Kara pressed for details, Natasha remained reticent. Ultimately, Kara resigned to the fact that she might never learn the truth, yet her ignorance did not hinder her amusement at Natasha's expense. In the face of Kara's jests, Natasha maintained a facade of calm, seemingly unperturbed by her appearance. Internally, however, she felt as if she had swallowed a fly. The thought of this incident becoming public threatened to tarnish her hard-earned reputation. To preserve her image, Natasha was resolute in keeping the truth to herself, silently vowing to bury this matter deep within. Upon entering headquarters, Agent Hill, who had been waiting for some time, guided Kara towards the specially prepared testing area of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha, masked and alone, made her way to the infirmary, intending to have her head examined for any potential issues and to procure some medication to alleviate the swelling. Following Agent Hill through a winding path for approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at a gymnasium spanning over 1,000 square meters. This expansive fitness center housed an array of advanced equipment, noticeably superior to standard apparatus. These machines had been transported since the previous night and were set up by morning, yet the main subject of testing had yet to arrive. Several staff members were engaged in idle chatter by the testing station, presumably awaiting Kara's arrival. In the general area, numerous youthful agents, both male and female, were diligently training. Upon noticing Agent Hill and Kara's entrance, they ceased their activities and stood at attention. "Commander." Hill acknowledged them with a slight nod. Addressing the assembly of agents with a simple directive, "You may leave for now." The agents cast curious glances at Kara, who followed behind Hill, as they gradually exited the gymnasium. Once the personnel had departed, Hill led Kara toward the more secluded testing area. "Doctor, we have arrived. We can commence," Hill announced to the staff who had been waiting patiently. The doctor, upon seeing that the subject was merely a young girl, exhibited no surprise, likely having been informed beforehand. A middle-aged Caucasian man, whose demeanor appeared both refined and earnest, pointed to a colossal apparatus not far away and addressed Kara. "So, you'll be testing your strength first. Your name is Kara, correct? Aim for the air cushion over there and strike it forcefully. Let us ascertain the power of your punch." Kara nodded and proceeded in the indicated direction. "Remember to strike 3 times consecutively," the doctor added. At the center of the apparatus was a square air cushion, presumably designed to prevent injury to the test subject's hands, with layers of black metal plates situated behind it. Thud, thud, thud. Kara, lacking any knowledge of striking techniques, approached the machine and, summoning her strength, swiftly delivered 3 blows to the air cushion. The apparatus merely shuddered momentarily before regaining its composure. Devoid of any dramatic damage akin to what one might witness in animated series or films, Kara felt a flicker of surprise. Her strength seemed considerable, yet she remained uncertain of the machine's underlying mechanisms. As the machine registered the impacts, the testing data materialized on the monitor. Several staff members, after reviewing the information displayed on the computer, turned to Kara with astonished expressions. "Are aliens truly this powerful?" The middle-aged doctor, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, called out to Kara, "Try again, Kara. This time, exert your full strength and determine your maximum power." Kara, equally eager to discover her limits, took a deep breath, stepped forward with her left leg, slightly crouched, and simultaneously engaged her torso and arms. With a spirited shout, she unleashed a powerful punch upon the air cushion. Thud. The apparatus responded as before, merely vibrating a few times without exhibiting any further reactions despite the increase in force. The only distinction was that, at the moment of impact, Kara's arm felt a brief numbing sensation, which quickly dissipated. Approaching the astonished staff members, Kara curiously inquired, "How was that?" "We shall proceed for now. You will know the results once the testing concludes." Kara, unperturbed, thought it best to await the outcome. Subsequently, she tested her lifting ability, speed, defensive capability, and thermal vision. Half an hour later, Agent Hill, despite her composed demeanor, displayed a flicker of astonishment upon receiving the test results. "Let me see." Kara, intrigued, accepted the testing report from Hill's hands. Superhuman strength, punching power, 5 tons, explosive power, 7 tons, lifting capacity, 12 tons. Superhuman speed, capable of instantaneously reaching 10 meters per second, with a maximum of 20 meters per second. Superhuman defense, a body of steel, immune to certain firearms and grenades. Resistant to fire. It is speculated that even if subjected to powerful attacks, some harm may still occur. Superhuman vision, possesses both X-ray and microscopic capabilities. Thermal vision, capable of emitting high-temperature rays from the eyes, adjustable in intensity and range. These rays can be used to attack foes or to cleanse and suture wounds during surgery, with a maximum temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius. Weak. Upon seeing the displayed results, Kara's first reaction was one of disdain. Compared to superheroes in films, she seemed remarkably inferior. However, this was merely a relative comparison, as she had only activated her powers 2 days prior. With the passage of time, Kara firmly believed she would soon become significantly more formidable. Handing the test sheet back to a slightly astonished Hill, she scoffed, indicating that Hill was utterly ignorant of Kryptonian strength. At that moment, Natasha approached from a distance. "Have you finished the tests?" Upon receiving the sheet from Hill and glancing at it, Natasha was equally astonished. Although she was aware of Kara's formidable physique, she had not anticipated such an outrageous result. At merely 13 years of age, Kara's strength surpassed that of Captain America by more than tenfold. How powerful would she become as an adult? It seemed only the Hulk might stand a chance against her. Compared to Hill, Natasha's astonished gaze filled Kara with a slight sense of pride. Envy me. I am a woman you shall never possess." In the combat training room, Kara grinned mischievously at Natasha, who stood a short distance away. "Little vixen, at last, I have the chance to deal with you." Both had donned specially designed combat suits from S.H.I.E.L.D., preparing to engage in battle techniques under the guidance of their instructor. Natasha, her previously swollen face now adorned with a comical smile, stated, "Let me explain the rules. You may only defend and cannot counterattack." Upon hearing this, Kara felt a surge of enthusiasm. How could she seek vengeance without the ability to retaliate? She protested with visible annoyance. "Why can't I counterattack? Aren't we here to train combat skills? How can one train without offense?" Natasha replied coolly, "My task is solely to train your defense. Offense is Steve's responsibility." Natasha was not foolish. Having just endured a slap earlier, she knew she could not hope to match this behemoth in combat, where even a casual hit could render her incapacitated. For her own safety, Natasha had specifically sought out their instructor, assigning the offensive training to the captain, who was proficient in defense and bore a sturdy shield. "All right then, I shall abide by your rules." Kara contemplated briefly before agreeing, planning to devise another method to outmaneuver Natasha later. With a serious expression, Natasha swiftly charged at Kara, initiating the attack. "Hey, you can hit me, but not my face. Do you have no sense of decency?" Kara, with a look of astonishment, grasped Natasha's hand, clearly taken aback by the latter's intent to strike. Chapter 21, Revenge. Upon having her hand seized, Natasha struggled momentarily, only to realize the futility of her efforts. Kara's grip was unyieldingly tight around her wrist. Resigned yet composed, Natasha squatted slightly before launching herself sideways, her legs ensnaring Kara's head with a powerful squeeze. Kara found her head firmly trapped between Natasha's strong thighs. Unable to articulate a word as her mouth was effectively muffled. Utilizing the leverage of Kara's raised arm, Natasha hung suspended in the air. Her legs locked around Kara's neck, attempting to use her body weight to bring her adversary down. However, despite her exertions, she found little success. A flicker of despair crossed Natasha's face as she freed one hand and swiftly retrieved an object from her waist, pressing it against Kara's chest. After a brief moment, Kara, sensing no intention from Natasha to release her hold, forcefully pried apart the legs encircling her head and tossed Natasha forward with a gentle yet decisive motion. Natasha was flung approximately 3 meters away. Upon landing, she utilized the strength of her back and legs to pivot on the ground before swiftly regaining her footing. Kara observed her movements with a scoff, deeming them frivolous and ineffective. The announcement echoing through the training room. Task failure, trainer down, left Kara questioning her hearing. Surely, even if she was not declared the victor, she could not be deemed a failure? You cheated. Kara glared at Natasha, who simply pointed to her own chest. Looking down, Kara noticed a blue dot adorning her clothing. Raising her gaze to Natasha's hand, she discovered the latter wielding a pin-like object, approximately 15 centimeters in length. How utterly unfair. A mere pin cannot possibly harm me, Kara thought, confident that, apart from weapons forged from vibranium or adamantium, none could breach her formidable defenses. To be deemed defeated by a simple touch of a pin was outrageous. This is the training rule. You merely need to endure for 1 minute. Natasha twirled the pin in her hand, a smirk of triumph on her face as she regarded Kara. Preposterous. I refuse to engage in this task. It offers me no benefit whatsoever, Kara retorted, initially aiming to seize the opportunity for retribution. Yet now, confronted with the absurdity of the training task, she felt hopeless. Natasha, maintaining her calm demeanor, replied, "Are you certain? Failure to complete the training will result in the forfeiture of your residence and vehicle. All benefits promised upon joining S.H.I.E.L.D. are contingent upon the successful completion of tests and training." Seeing Kara halt her departure, Natasha continued, "You're 1 million. Enough with the chatter. I will not concede easily." Kara swiftly pivoted, adopting a defensive stance, her full attention fixed on Natasha, ready to face the next assault. Natasha wasted no time and charged forward once more. Kara swiftly grasped her opponent's wrist, casting a bewildered glance at Natasha, utterly perplexed by her erratic behavior and relentless attempts to strike her. Just as Natasha prepared to reenact her previous assault, Kara seized her other hand. Deprived of leverage, Natasha found herself unable to proceed with her intended actions. Kara chuckled mischievously and taunted, "Go on, jump again. Let us see another slap." With her hands restrained, Natasha retreated a step, then lifted her right leg, delivering a sharp kick to Kara's chin, interrupting her mockery. Mission failed, trainer incapacitated. Kara's expression darkened. "Are you blind? Which eye saw me incapacitated?" Again, releasing Natasha's arms, Kara defiantly shouted, "Mission failed, trainer incapacitated." Again, mission failed, trainer deceased. Another mission failed, trainer incapacitated. Half an hour later, Kara, flustered and irate, exclaimed, "You wretched fool. You must be doing this on purpose." Apart from the initial strike that had targeted her heart, Natasha had relentlessly aimed for Kara's head and face. "I can't comprehend your words." Observing Kara's visage transformed into a colorful mess, Natasha's eyes flickered with amusement. "Curse you. Enough of this. I'll seek revenge first." After an arduous training session lasting over half an hour, Kara resolved to forsake the so-called mission. Natasha seemed to sense Kara's thoughts, glanced at the time, and stated coolly, "All right, today's defensive training concludes here. Steve will arrive shortly to teach you combat techniques." Kara was not about to let Natasha escape so easily, charging towards her as she attempted to depart. Startled, Natasha had no time to speak before Kara tackled her to the ground. With a gleeful laugh, Kara flipped Natasha effortlessly, leaving her defenseless. "What are you doing? You've already crossed the line." Natasha feigned calmness, her heart racing with apprehension. Unfazed, Kara raised her hand and delivered a resounding smack to Natasha's rear. The impact drew a fleeting expression of pain across Natasha's face, yet she bore it in silence. "Humph, at least you feel pain. I was afraid you wouldn't." Kara relished the look on Natasha's face, her heart racing with delight. With renewed vigor, Kara struck again, smack. This time, Natasha could not suppress her yelp of anguish. Smack, smack, smack. Each strike sent a thrill coursing through Kara. With every impact, Natasha's form quivered in response. As Kara raised her palm, her movement momentarily paused as she looked in astonishment at Natasha, who lay on the ground, gazing upwards. That call seemed rather off. Before she could ponder further, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol the previous night, Steve, Thor, and others had chosen to stay overnight at Tony's villa. Upon waking, Thor expressed his intention to return to Asgard with Loki, so that Loki could receive the judgment of the All-Father. Having fought together and in the spirit of friendship between Asgard and Earth, Steve and Tony decided to bid farewell to the two. After Thor utilized the Tesseract for their departure, Steve unexpectedly received a notification from Nick Fury, requesting him to train Kara in combat skills. Aware of Kara's recent addition to S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve readily accepted the task. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., he learned that Kara and Natasha were already in the training room, and he made his way there. Chapter 22. A Forced Stalemate. Creak. As Steve pushed open the door to the training room, he stepped inside. My apologies, I'll come back later." Upon witnessing the scene within, he paused momentarily, then quickly turned away, his face flushed with embarrassment. Bang! After closing the door, Steve let out a long sigh, shaking his head in disbelief at the peculiarities of this world. The changes in this realm were far greater than he had anticipated. 5 minutes later, creak. After Natasha emerged from the training room, she spotted Steve waiting at the door and greeted him with a smile. You know, Natasha, it's one thing to tease people in the bureau, but now you're even targeting a newcomer, and an alien at that. Isn't that a bit lacking in boundaries? Noticing Natasha's nonchalance regarding the earlier events, Steve couldn't help but inquire, is Nick Fury aware of this? By the way, is your face all right? After a brief pause, he continued, you do know me, right? This is part of my duties, so go on in. Don't keep Kara waiting too long. Upon hearing Steve's questions, Natasha's lips twitched slightly, her expression remaining unchanged as she replied coolly, as for the other question, let's just say it's best left unaddressed. Realizing the truth behind her words, Steve recognized that, based on his understanding of Natasha, she wouldn't engage in such outrageous behavior without reason. It seemed that Nick Fury had likely assigned her a rather unique task. After nodding at Natasha, he turned and entered the training room. As Natasha watched Steve step inside, her smile gradually faded, revealing a flicker of pain on her face as she limped away. Moving slowly, inside the training room, Kara sat cross-legged on the ground, appearing utterly at ease, which prompted a desire within her to issue a gentle reminder. Kara slowly stood up, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at the hesitant Captain America. Captain America hesitated for a moment, examining Kara closely before his expression shifted to one of resolve. His benevolent spirit compelled him to rescue this alien woman ensnared in a quagmire. What you just did with Natasha was inappropriate. Such actions on Earth should be between a man and a woman. Having said this, Captain America gradually relaxed. Although he understood that his intervention might jeopardize Natasha's mission, he felt an overwhelming need to counsel Kara. His conscience simply could not bear the weight of inaction. Kara's expression changed, disbelief washing over her as she regarded Captain America. Pervert, she exclaimed, unable to fathom that the upright and noble Captain America could harbor such twisted thoughts. Suggesting that she engage in playful antics with a boy. She would prefer death over such indignity. Captain America paused, taken aback by her accusation, perplexed as to why she would scold him. Kara, let me explain, die pervert. Kara interrupted. Her eyes filled with disappointment as she sensed his intention to utter further distasteful words. Unable to contain her frustration, she launched a punch at him. Thud. Captain America swiftly raised his shield to block her assault. Upon impact, Kara felt a sudden recoil, forcing her to stagger back 2 steps. How is this possible? She gasped, astonished to see that Captain America had only retreated the same distance. Kara, you've misunderstood my meaning, he said, now realizing that his words could be interpreted in various ways. He lowered his shield, intending to clarify. Misunderstand my foot. Take this. Kara's strength was roughly tenfold that of her opponent, and her inability to defeat him with a single strike left her feeling indignant. Captain America opted to evade her next attack, using his shield to deliver a powerful blow to Kara's side. Despite the impact, Kara remained unyielding, her left fist gliding past her abdomen to strike the shield pressed against her. Hey, she exclaimed, smirking at the sight of Captain America being pushed back. Though she soon realized there was little to boast about, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Captain America's face momentarily displayed a hint of exasperation before he steeled himself, no longer intending to elaborate. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he raised his shield defensively and gestured invitingly to Kara. Well, look at you, Kara said, furrowing her brows. You think posing will help you win? Lacking any formal technique, she charged forward, fist swinging. As Captain America braced himself with his shield, Kara flashed a cunning smile. When she reached him, she halted abruptly, transforming her punch into a grasp as she seized his shield. Out of my way. With a powerful motion, she wrenched the shield from his grasp, flinging both it and him aside. Remaining remarkably composed, Captain America recognized the irresistible force behind her actions. In that fleeting moment of flight, he clutched the shield and swung it decisively towards Kara's head. Kara instinctively raised her hand to touch her bruised forehead, staring, somewhat astonished, at Captain America, who had just been hurled away. With a thud, he was about to crash into the wall. But he quickly curled his body and used his shield to cushion the impact. Once on the ground, he stumbled slightly before swiftly adopting a defensive stance. Turning his gaze towards Kara, have you truly committed a foul? He queried, his expression laced with confusion. What foul? Kara retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Isn't the defender allowed to defend? Are they forbidden from counterattacking? Who told you that? Frustration welled within her. It was evident that Natasha's words were scarcely truthful. Although Kara was aware that Natasha often spun tales, she was taken aback by the depths of her deceit. Her very instructions regarding the mission had been false. What constitutes the completion of the training task? Kara inquired, realizing that the previously understood conditions for success were likely fabrications as well. As long as we deem you to have met the standards, that suffices. Did Natasha not clarify this for you? Captain America pondered silently, suspecting that this duo was not continuously engaged in such antics. Indeed, this woman was intentionally making things difficult for him. Kara clenched her right fist, resolving to confront Natasha again. Just last night, everything had been fine. Today, it felt as if she harbored a personal vendetta against him. Women, it seemed, were truly perplexing. I should have won that round. Does that mean my test was successful? Kara mused, believing that with her full effort, she could swiftly defeat Captain America. After considering her words, he responded, your combat prowess was undoubtedly impressive. However, your fighting style relies solely on your physical attributes. Against someone of lesser strength, you could easily dominate them, yet against an equally matched opponent, you may find yourself quickly defeated. Chapter 23. Completing Training and Special Missions. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Kara followed closely behind Natasha as they made their way to Nick Fury's office. A month had elapsed since their initial training, during which Kara's combat skills had significantly improved under the tutelage of Natasha and Captain America. As for the so-called mission, she had completed it over a week prior. The reason for her return was a notification indicating that a new task awaited her. Having only recently enjoyed a week of rest, it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had now summoned her for a special mission. Though she harbored some grievances, curiosity propelled her to this location, eager to uncover the circumstances that necessitated her involvement as a trump card. How are you adjusting to life on Earth? Nick Fury inquired, reclining nonchalantly on the sofa as Kara entered his office on the third floor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Quite well, I suppose. It would be even better without the presence of certain bothersome individuals, Kara replied, casting a pointed glance at Natasha. During this time, no matter what Kara did, Natasha trailed closely behind her, unable to be shaken off. She constantly insisted that she was there to look after Kara, but what ulterior motives lay beneath her words? Upon hearing Kara's inquiry, Nick Fury's expression softened into a smile as he cheerfully responded, that's good to hear. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. There's no need for formality. The bothersome presence of Natasha was entirely disregarded by Nick, as if he had not heard her at all. What a hypocrite. Are you truly so dim-witted as to not grasp my meaning? Kara silently cursed. Disinterested in engaging in further banter, she decided to get straight to the point, knowing that it would not be long before Natasha would be sidelined. What is the mission? Upon hearing Kara's question regarding the task, Nick Fury's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. At present, there are two rather challenging assignments. One is located atop the Himalayas in Nepal, where witnesses have reported supernatural phenomena. Subsequent investigations have confirmed the existence of some peculiar occurrences. I dispatched a team to search for an extended period, yet they uncovered no useful clues. Your abilities are particularly suited for this investigation, so I hope you can take a trip there and utilize your extraordinary vision to uncover any valuable information. Isn't that where the Ancient One resides? Kara's expression darkened at the mention of the Himalayas, as she had not anticipated that her first mission would involve probing into the affairs of a sorcerer of immense power, one who ranked among the greatest in the cosmos. Had she not known that Nick was oblivious to her vulnerabilities, she might have suspected he was deliberately toying with her. Weren't there two missions? What is the other one? Having learned from past experiences, and with some psychological fortitude developed through Natasha's tutelage, Kara refrained from outright rejecting Nick's proposal and instead inquired about the other task. School. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Nick's eyes as he blandly replied. School? What kind of school? Kara was bewildered by his suggestion. One mission involved investigating clues, while the other entailed attending school, a stark contrast indeed. Quite literally, Nick explained. You are still quite young and have only recently arrived on Earth. I believe you require a proper education. A colleague of mine runs a school, and I hope you can spend some time there. He suppressed his inner excitement, presenting a facade of disingenuous concern. Do you think I am a fool? Kara retorted bluntly. After a series of events, she had come to understand that Nick Fury was not only dark-hearted but also cunning. It was implausible that he would be so altruistic. Initially, he had mentioned two troublesome tasks, implying that there were other matters he had not disclosed, and it could not merely be about attending school. Nick Fury, unperturbed, replied calmly. You may choose between the two tasks. Regardless of which one you complete, I can assure you that upon your return, Natasha will no longer shadow you. The Himalayas posed an insurmountable challenge for Kara. Despite the possibility of ulterior motives regarding her schooling, Kara unhesitatingly opted for the latter. How long would I need to stay if I attended school there? Kara inquired. She held no aversion to education. Her primary concern lay in the duration of her stay. as she was reluctant to spend several years in such a place. Perhaps a month, perhaps two, but certainly not for an extended period, rest assured, came the response. Even if Kara wished to linger longer, Nick Fury would never acquiesce. This endeavor was merely an experiment. If successful, the Avengers' strength would be considerably augmented, yet if it failed, the stakes were minimal. Based on their understanding of the individual involved, even if discovered, there was little chance that Kara would face dire consequences. I choose to attend school. Beyond ordinary humanity, Earth harbors a unique subset of individuals endowed with extraordinary longevity and supernatural abilities. They refer to themselves as mutants. The history of mutants can be traced back to the very origins of humankind. However, compared to the vast population of ordinary humans, mutants remain exceedingly rare, with few aware of their existence. Most mutants harbor a deep-seated fear of their own powers, leading them to conceal their abilities and coexist with ordinary people for an extended period. It was not until the 1980s that an ancient and immensely powerful mutant awakened from slumber. Upon awakening, this ancient being discovered a world transformed, where humanity no longer revered him. Consequently, he resolved to annihilate human structures and weaponry to reclaim dominion over them. Harnessing his powers, he subjugated another mutant with formidable mental prowess to disseminate the message of eradicating existing civilization, proclaiming himself a deity to humanity. To thwart this self-proclaimed God's dominion over mankind, a coalition of benevolent mutants united. Despite the numerous challenges faced by the righteous, they ultimately triumphed over the ancient mutant. However, this victory led to their exposure before the world. Ordinary humans, fueled by jealousy and fear, began to harbor animosity towards these powerful mutants, while radical elements within the government initiated a campaign against them. With time, through capture and experimentation, humanity discerned that mutants possessed a gene activated within them, granting them their supernatural abilities. Chapter 24. This is espionage. While one faction continued its pursuit, new mutants continued to emerge, resulting in a stagnant population. In a bid to curtail the growth of the mutant community, humanity developed genetically modified food to reduce the likelihood of mutant births. Consequently, in response to the relentless persecution by the government, mutants divided into two factions. One faction is led by a mutant known as Magneto, a group that also belongs to the radical camp, continuously opposing the human government. The other faction, as mentioned by Nick Fury, involves an old acquaintance, a mutant called Professor X, who established a school for mutants, taking in children abandoned by human families due to their awakened genes. In Westchester County, New York, Kara sat aboard the helicopter sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., and in the distance, she beheld a magnificent estate, estimated to cover approximately 100 hectares. This school appeared to be quite impressive. Though she anticipated the institution would be extraordinary, she was pleasantly surprised by its grandeur. Nodding to herself, Kara felt a sense of satisfaction with the school's environment. The helicopter did not land directly at the school, but touched down on a lawn about a kilometer away. Natasha addressed Kara, who had already disembarked. "Put this on. Nick will contact you later." Kara accepted the item and examined it. It was a technologically advanced wristband, likely a communication device created by S.H.I.E.L.D. "Aren't you going to escort me inside?" Noticing Natasha showed no intention of alighting, Kara could not help but inquire. It was not that Kara wished for Natasha to accompany her, but the latter's demeanor struck her as peculiar, giving the impression that the school was exceedingly perilous, warranting avoidance. "Haven't you always disliked me following you? Now you are free." Upon hearing Natasha's words, Kara turned without a second thought and began walking toward the school. If the other party was unwilling to divulge information, attempting to glean insights would undoubtedly be a futile endeavor, and Kara had enough self-awareness to recognize that. Upon reaching the entrance, she discovered that the gates were locked. After pressing the doorbell, she patiently awaited a response. Shortly thereafter, a woman with red hair, resembling Natasha, approached, appearing to be around 20 years of age. "Kara? I'm Jean Grey. The professor is waiting for you. Follow me." The newcomer opened the gate and smiled at Kara. Kara furrowed her brow and trailed behind her into the school. "This can't be happening." She paused, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. "Wait, who is this professor?" Kara called out, posing her question. "The professor, the founder of the school for mutants," Jean replied, noticing Kara's change in expression. With a reassuring smile, she added, "Don't worry. You have nothing to fear. The professor is very kind. You will no longer feel lonely. There are many children here like you, and you'll be able to make plenty of friends. Hold on, I need to make a phone call." With a dark expression, Kara turned back toward the direction she came from. She walked all the way to the entrance of the school and pulled out her phone to dial Nick Fury. Just then, Nick had received word from Natasha that Kara had entered the school. Barely had a few moments passed when Kara received an unexpected call. Had she been exposed so soon? Wasn't she provided with a device to shield her psychic presence? Nick Fury hesitated, then answered the call. Kara? How is the school? On the other end, Kara's furious voice erupted. Nick furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, Aren't you wearing the bracelet Natasha gave you? What of it? Did a dog kick your head? This is a school for mutants. What on earth did you send me here for? Upon hearing Kara mention the bracelet, Nick sighed in relief and replied calmly, As long as you're wearing it, there's nothing to worry about. You can proceed with confidence. Although Nick gleaned substantial information from Kara's words, he refrained from probing further. Don't tell me you are unaware of the professor's abilities. My mission hasn't even commenced, and I've already been compromised. At this, Nick could not resist asking, How do you know about the professor's abilities? Why should it concern you how I know? I can't carry out this mission. Find someone else. Upon hearing Kara's refusal, Nick quickly clarified the function of the bracelet. The bracelet you wear emits a special interference signal, primarily designed to obscure the abilities of telepaths. The professor won't be able to probe your thoughts. Kara glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, skepticism evident in her voice. Are you certain? Indeed, there exists such a formidable mutant on Earth. S-H-I-E-L-D would certainly take precautions. With this assurance, Kara's anger dissipated slightly. Then tell me precisely what you need me to do. Don't say anything about studying. If I discover you've deceived me, I'll quit immediately. Since her thoughts wouldn't be scrutinized, there was little to fear. After a month of training, Kara's abilities had significantly strengthened, rendering most ordinary mutants no match for her, aside from the elusive psychic powers. After a brief silence, Nick replied, I hope you can help me recruit some mutants to join the Avengers. Don't you know the professor? Why not simply ask him for help? Upon learning her task, Kara paused, then couldn't help but question. The professor maintains a neutral stance. While he isn't engaged in the conflict between mutants and humans, he certainly wouldn't consent to his students joining S-H-I-E-L-D, given that the government is the foremost anti-mutant organization. I've approached him several times, and he has consistently declined. However, he did agree that if any mutants volunteered to join, he wouldn't obstruct their decision. Thus, I hope to select some capable mutants from the school, ones suitable for combat or intelligence gathering, and cultivate a rapport with them. With your skills, it should be a trivial matter to engage some of the younger ones. After listening to Nick's explanation, Kara nodded. This was indeed in line with S-H-I-E-L-D's modus operandi. Kara took a breath and said, I can only give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success. If I decide to stop, I can leave at any time. After a brief pause, she added, If I succeed, you must offer me a promotion and a raise. Absolutely. Nick Fury readily agreed to Kara's request. Chapter 2. Boiled Egg. Just wait for your turn to step down. Kara observed Jean Grey approaching her and slowly put down her phone. Is there a problem? Jean Grey inquired, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Kara smiled and replied, Nothing at all. Let us go. Following Jean Grey, Kara curiously asked, Jean, are you a student as well? Without turning back, Jean Grey continued walking and stated, I am a teacher here. Something felt off. How could someone so young be a teacher? At this point in time, Jean Grey should be well into middle age. Given that it was their first encounter, Kara deemed it inappropriate to pry too much. After a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, That's impressive. How old are you? You're already a teacher. Typically, upon hearing such a question, one would refrain from divulging an exact age, instead offering a vague estimate like in my 20s or early 30s. This approach avoids intruding on personal matters while still satisfying curiosity. Kara mentally commended her own cleverness. Jean Grey paused, turned to face Kara, who was gazing at her in admiration, and smiled, saying, It's rather impolite to ask someone's age. Upon hearing this response, Kara's lips twitched, and she nodded in understanding. Truly, one could see why she was chosen by the Phoenix Force. She was exceptional. From that point onward, Kara refrained from further inquiries and quietly followed Jean Grey. The decorations within the manor exuded an artistic flair, at least in Kara's eyes. The corridor walls were adorned with a myriad of colorful oil paintings, and various vases of differing sizes were placed at intervals along the floor. Strangely, not a single person was in sight. After winding through the manor for approximately 5 minutes, Jean Grey led Kara to the door of an office. Please go in. Jean Grey opened the office door and gestured for Kara to enter. Once Kara stepped inside, Jean Grey did not follow her, but instead closed the office door and took a seat on a sofa in the hall. Kara, feeling a slight tension, entered the office, where she was greeted by the familiar visage of the bald-headed professor, albeit with some changes in color. Hello, Kara. Please, take a seat. The professor maneuvered his wheelchair towards her, smiling warmly in greeting. He appeared significantly younger than his cinematic portrayal, as if he had just entered middle age. His tone and demeanor radiated kindness, easing Kara's nerves. Finding a chair, Kara took a moment to glance at the professor's bald head and, after some contemplation, spoke, "Professor, I hope to rely on your guidance in the time to come." How awkward it was, as Kara found herself at a loss for words. The professor chuckled lightly and remarked, "Nick informed me that you are the child of a friend of his who recently discovered, due to an unfortunate incident, that you are a mutant, which is why he referred you to me." Kara pondered whether the professor was deceiving her, for Egghead had never disclosed such information to her. The professor continued, "Kara, you are quite extraordinary." Kara paused momentarily, then chuckled softly and replied, "Surely, all the students at school must be special in their own right?" The professor shook his head and said, "You are not like them. Nick has told me that your capabilities include formidable physical prowess and heat vision emanating from your eyes. However, what truly astonishes me is your mental fortitude. Few can shield themselves from my telepathy." Upon hearing the professor's words, Kara instinctively glanced at her wristband. Before she could speak, the professor added, "It is not due to that wristband. Such devices are ineffective here. While these wristbands can indeed block telepathy, it is not solely S-H-I-E-L-D that possesses brilliant scientists. Mutants, too, have remarkably talented individuals. For instance, Hank McCoy immediately engineered counter-devices upon discovering that ordinary humans had invented such items. You see, my formidable telepathic abilities have always been a safeguard for the school. The location of the Mutant Academy is no secret. The reason the human government has refrained from attacking here is out of fear of my powers. If my abilities were to suddenly falter, the school would meet its demise. This wristband was a gift from Nick, but I have no idea what its purpose is." Kara replied nonchalantly, maintaining her composure. Yet internally, she exclaimed, "Egghead, you've landed yourself in quite a predicament." Initially, Kara had hesitated, contemplating whether to assist the nine-headed infant when it emerged, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. She then shifted the topic, her curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Is my mental strength truly formidable? Why then have I not manifested similar abilities?" Kara was astonished to learn that her mental prowess was sufficient to shield the professor from his telepathy. The professor furrowed his brow slightly, pondering before explaining. "Your mental strength is quite unique. While it is powerful, it appears to serve only a protective function, as if it were a barrier bestowed upon you by another." Upon hearing that it had been granted by someone else, Kara's brow knitted tightly. She ruminated for a long while, unable to recall when she had encountered such an impressive individual capable of surreptitiously establishing a barrier in her mind, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. "Well, for the time being, it poses no detriment to you, does it? Now, tell me, what do you wish to learn? The school's curriculum is quite diverse." The professor, observing Kara with a furrowed brow and a troubled expression, smiled and inquired. "Combat. I have a penchant for battle," Kara declared without hesitation. Thus, it can be inferred that Kara had meticulously planned her approach, since she had already arrived. To engage in trivial studies akin to those of elementary or middle school students would be an egregious waste of time. She recalled that the School for Mutants possessed a device capable of simulating combat environments, and she believed that utilizing such a tool would significantly enhance her practical experience. Moreover, there was an inexplicable thrill that surged within her during each training session. She yearned to relive the exhilarating battles of the Chitauri invasion, convinced that this device would satiate her craving for combat. Furthermore, there was an ulterior motive in her quest for companionship, not for S-H-I-E-L-D, but to assemble a cadre of capable allies. Kara was resolute in her decision not to navigate this perilous world alone. It was imperative to recruit formidable teammates. While the Avengers could be considered allies, they often exhibited disobedience and mischief. The ease and straightforwardness of working with these younger individuals appealed to her. The mere thought of leading a band of subordinates, directing them with precision, filled her with excitement. Chapter 26, The Avengers Preparatory Team. "Oh, this truly is unexpected." The professor cast a surprised glance at Kara. It is worth noting that most students who join Xavier's school for gifted youngsters seek tranquility, desiring merely to live their lives in peace, with very few mutants inclined towards combat. After a moment of contemplation, the professor spoke. "Your abilities are indeed well suited for battle. The Academy has a special department dedicated to ensuring student safety, addressing unique challenges, and seeking out lost mutants. You may initially join the preparatory team for training, and upon proving your competence, you can advance to this department." A flicker of excitement danced in Kara's eyes as she nodded in agreement with the professor's proposal. This so-called special department was surely the Avengers, and the preparatory team would undoubtedly consist of exceptionally gifted mutants. This presented an excellent opportunity to gauge potential recruits. As for the established members of the Avengers, she was not considering them for recruitment. She did not believe she possessed the capability to entice those who had long been affiliated with the Academy and held a strong sense of belonging. The professor, perceiving Kara's enthusiasm, understood that in today's society, numerous superheroes existed, and many newly empowered youths aspired to achieve similar status. Although the founding purpose of the academy was to safeguard these children, the current climate was decidedly unfavorable for mutants. Consequently, the professor would dispatch some Avengers to assist civilians in resolving issues, hoping to alter some ordinary humans' perceptions of mutants through such actions. Kara aspired to be a warrior, and if her abilities permitted, the professor would certainly not dissuade her. Noticing Kara's affirmative nod, a hint of approval graced the professor's face as he continued, "Of course. I still hope you will engage in other subjects, for knowledge is indeed a form of power." The preparatory squad for the X-Men features a dedicated class. However, the daily curriculum is limited, leaving ample free time for most students. Some choose to utilize this downtime to acquire additional knowledge. Kara offered a perfunctory nod, indicating her willingness to contemplate the suggestion. The professor showed no objection, summoning Jean Grey, who had been waiting outside, to escort Kara to the preparatory squad's classroom. Following Jean, Kara ascended the central staircase of the hall and proceeded down the corridor. Through the corridor's walls, she observed numerous classrooms, each filled with students of similar ages, the eldest appearing to be around 16 or 17. Though Kara was not particularly well-versed in mutants, she recognized some familiar figures. Among them was Storm, a teacher with ebony skin and white hair, and Beast, who boasted blue skin and a somewhat beastly appearance. Most astonishing to Kara was a robust male instructor in his 30s, whose demeanor was notably stern, contrasting with the other teacher's amiable expressions. When their eyes met, he seemed to sense her scrutiny. As Kara intensified her gaze, she discerned a layer of metal encasing his skin, leading her to believe he was the renowned Wolverine. Additionally, she spotted a blonde woman and a brunette, both appearing to be in their 30s. Kara had only seen a handful of films about mutants, thus her familiarity was limited. They continued until they reached the end of the corridor, halting at the doorway of a classroom on the left. Peering inside, Kara noted that the room contained only a few students, with the teacher at the podium sporting a uniquely designed pair of glasses. Jean Grey first tapped on the door, and after a brief pause, she pushed it open. "Scott, this is the new student I am entrusting to you." She smiled at the teacher before turning to leave. The students in the room regarded Kara with curiosity. While it was normal for new students to join the school, it was unprecedented for someone to be admitted directly into the preparatory squad. They began speculating about her background and abilities. Scott, the teacher at the podium, glanced at Kara with mild surprise, then smiled and encouraged her. "Please introduce yourself and share your abilities." Kara shut the door behind her and approached the podium, surveying the few students seated before her. Aside from an Asian girl with purple hair and green eyes, she did not recognize anyone, as they all appeared quite ordinary. Without witnessing their abilities, it was challenging to discern their identities. "I am Kara Zor-El, 13 years old, with powers of super strength, super defense, and supervision." After a moment of contemplation, Kara succinctly shared a portion of her abilities, refraining from elaborating on their full extent. Upon hearing her introduction, a student with slicked back hair suddenly let out a scoff. "John, do you have any questions?" Scott inquired, his brow furrowing. The student with the slicked back hair appeared to fear Scott, retracting his previously nonchalant demeanor, his smile vanishing in an instant. "No, sir." Scott then turned to Carla beside him. "Carla, we shall delve deeper into your abilities this afternoon. For now, please find a seat." Carla nodded at Scott, casting a blank glance at the slicked-back student before taking a seat beside a purple-haired Asian girl. Subsequently, Scott lectured on various crucial points to be mindful of during combat, such as the necessity of maintaining vigilance until the target's resistance is unequivocally neutralized. He emphasized the importance of teamwork and the dangers of acting as a lone wolf, urging trust in one's comrades and adherence to the captain's directives. Logically, these points should have been reiterated long ago, as this course was not a new endeavor. It seems Scott was reiterating them specifically due to Carla's unexpected presence as a transfer student. However, Carla's attention drifted, her thoughts filtering through the lecture like water through a sieve. While she did resonate with the notion of trust and collaboration among teammates, she scoffed at the idea that criminals might be acting out of necessity and should merely be subdued and counseled. Hadn't she seen enough to understand that a lenient approach merely invites endless trouble? As the saying goes, cutting grass without uprooting the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. Carla feigned attentiveness, selectively noting what she deemed sensible, rather than passively absorbing the instructor's theories. The theoretical portion continued until noon, concluding in time for students to enjoy lunch and a brief respite before the eagerly anticipated practical training in the afternoon. Carla glanced at the slicked-back student from a distance, thinking, just wait until this afternoon, I shall show you. Chapter 27. Group Combat in the Cafeteria. Carla, with her meal in hand, sat across from the purple-haired girl. "Hi, I'm Carla. What is your name?" The girl, who appeared to be of a similar age to Carla, had striking light green eyes adorned with tattoo-like markings around her eye sockets and brow, which enhanced her beauty rather than detracted from it, giving her an ethereal, elf-like appearance. "Hello, I'm Clarice." The purple-haired girl seemed somewhat shy, greeting Carla in a soft voice. Carla regarded her with mild curiosity. How could someone so timid qualify for the combat team? Could she truly handle herself in battle? "Clarice, are you of Chinese descent?" It was evident that Clarice was of Asian heritage, yet Carla could not discern her precise nationality. This was her first encounter with someone of Asian descent in this world. "Yes, I am Chinese American," Clarice replied quietly, her gaze lowered as she nibbled at her food while answering Carla's inquiry. "Ah, we are fellow townsfolk, from now on. I shall look out for you." Upon discovering that her companion was of Chinese descent, Kara felt a warm sense of kinship. Observing the other's timid demeanor, she adopted a big sisterly tone. "Kara, are you also of Chinese heritage? Your appearance seems a bit different," Clarice inquired, puzzled by Kara's assertion of their shared background. Kara waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Oh, I am of Kryptonian Chinese descent. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details." "Very well," Clarice responded, casting a curious glance at Kara, unable to comprehend what it meant to be Kryptonian Chinese, yet sensing Kara's goodwill. At that moment, other members of the preparatory team noticed the two seated together and gradually approached. "Hello," Eliphamist, codenamed Black Queen, greeted a girl with short hair, dressed in a rather androgynous style, who exuded a cool demeanor. Kara nodded in acknowledgement, slightly bewildered by the peculiar intensity of the girl's gaze. "Hi, Kara. I am Catherine Katie, codenamed Phantom Cat," introduced another girl of similar age, smiling warmly at Kara. "I am Kara. My abilities include superhuman strength, extraordinary defense, and enhanced vision." Suddenly, a voice interjected, mimicking Kara's earlier self-introduction with an odd tone. Without hesitation, Kara grasped a tray filled with food and casually tossed it toward the source of the voice. With a resounding thud, the tray struck John squarely on the head, causing him to lean back slightly, his body covered in scattered food. John, bewildered, rubbed his aching forehead and stared at the mess on his clothes, a surge of anger spreading across his face. "John, calm down," urged another boy who stood beside him, instinctively grasping John's arm as he prepared to retaliate. Although this boy had also been caught in the crossfire, he remained unperturbed and sought to dissuade John from confronting Kara. Kara, however, maintained her composure, observing John's outburst with an air of indifference. Initially, she had intended to teach him a lesson later that afternoon, but it seemed he had chosen to provoke her prematurely. What transpired here? Storm, noticing the commotion, hurried over. Upon seeing everyone glancing between Kara and John, she pieced together the situation and approached John with a hint of anger. "John, it appears we need to have a serious discussion. You will visit the professor tonight." "But it was she who threw the tray at me," John protested, his expression shifting at the mention of a meeting with the professor, eager to defend himself. "Whose fault it is will be revealed to the professor tonight," Storm replied coolly, casting him a sidelong glance before turning to leave. John shot a dark look at Kara, threateningly muttering, "You better watch yourself, little girl." Kara merely scoffed at him dismissively. Disregarding the murderous gaze directed at her, she prepared to fetch another meal. In the afternoon, the practical training unfolded quite differently from what Kara had envisioned. It was not conducted in a simulated combat environment akin to those depicted in films, but rather in a playground nestled deep within the estate. Unlike the theoretical classes, this practical training session welcomed numerous instructors from various schools. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, Phoenix, and even the professor were present. The members of the preparatory team had donned the Academy's specially designed combat suits. Today's practical training involved group combat exercises, directed by Aurora and Logan. "When I call your name, step forward," Scott instructed the lined-up team members. "Clarice, Katie, Ellie, Kara, you four will join Aurora's group." After the four stepped forward, Scott added, "The remaining members, John, Bobby, Roberto, will join Logan's group. The two instructors will not intervene directly in your battles, but they will come to your aid should you find yourselves in peril, so do not hesitate when engaging." Kara's lips curled slightly at this. "What if I injure someone? After all, even instructors can make mistakes." Scott replied calmly, "Do not fret. With the professor and me overseeing, you won't be blamed for any mishaps. Moreover, you underestimate your opponents. There are no weaklings in the preparatory team." Scott felt that Kara was a tad overconfident. While her abilities remained to be fully assessed, each member of the team possessed formidable powers, making it no easy task to harm them, especially with so many instructors observing. Kara refrained from further questioning and followed Aurora and the others onto the field, facing off against another team. Kara, although the opposing team comprises merely 3 members, their abilities are well suited for combat. John can manipulate flames, Bobby can conjure ice for offense, and Roberto possesses the power to absorb and metabolize solar energy to enhance himself, making him the strongest among them. Be cautious. Clarice, Katie, you two are responsible for assisting and protecting Ellie during her offensive maneuvers. Kara, I hear your physical constitution is quite robust. You may act freely, and I look forward to witnessing your abilities. Aurora succinctly outlined a tactical plan for the group. Clarice's power allowed her to create portals for teleportation of people and objects, facilitating the redirection of attacks to support the main offensive. Katie could mimic the molecular structure of her surroundings, enabling her to blend into objects and evade attacks from the opposing team. As the primary attacker, Ellie could generate energy shockwaves to assault her foes. Chapter 28. Absorb and metabolize solar energy? Kara turned to the only black member in the preparatory team upon hearing Aurora's statement. Had she known that the academy was filled with mutants, Kara might have questioned whether he was like her. Merely listening to the introductions, one could indeed draw parallels between the capabilities of the individual and those from Krypton, though the extent of their physical enhancements remains uncertain. As for the combat strategy designated by Aurora, Kara paid little attention, as it bore little relevance to her. Thanks to Aurora's insights, Kara became acquainted with the identities of the other two individuals. Bobby, famously known as the Iceman from the film, was seemingly exalted in the comics, boasting the ability to defy the laws of physics and conjure ice in any environment, even freezing the entire universe. Kara then turned her gaze to John, the other individual with whom she had clashed. He was the same traitorous mutant from the film, now a lackey to Magneto, possessing rather mediocre powers, able to control fire but incapable of generating flames directly. Such a lackluster ability, paired with his arrogant demeanor, naturally placed him beyond Kara's interest in recruitment. The playground was approximately the size of a football field, and according to the rules, the two teams needed to maintain a certain distance apart to execute their respective battle plans. As John followed Logan and the others towards the far end of the playground, he provocatively gestured a middle finger at Kara, followed by a throat-cutting motion. Noticing that both sides were nearly prepared, Scott, holding a device resembling a communicator, announced the official commencement of the training through speakers positioned around the playground. With the directive issued, the Iceman was the first to act, swiftly creating a sheet of ice on the ground, charging towards Kara's group. Meanwhile, the only black youth began to levitate slowly into the air, gathering a yellow energy sphere in his palms, also hurtling towards them. As for Kara's primary target, the lackey John approached from the ground like an ordinary person, brandishing a lighter with an expression that seemed to say, "You're done for." Kara, observing this scene, felt an urge to question John's apparent bravado, for he was, in fact, the least formidable among them. On her side, as the trio charged forward, only Ellie maintained her stoic demeanor, while the other two girls appeared somewhat anxious. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Kara's eyes as, disregarding the astonished gazes of her companions, she surged forward to meet the advancing trio. The Iceman, witnessing Kara's solitary advance, raised his palm and swiftly conjured several ice spikes. As the spikes hurtled towards her, Kara realized that a slight lateral movement would suffice to evade such projectile attacks. Although she was aware that these strikes would not harm her, she still prepared to dodge. No one willingly allows objects to strike them unprovoked. At that moment, a purple energy ring materialized in midair, intercepting the spikes, which vanished upon passing through it. Casting a glance back at Clarice, who was raising her hand, a smile crept onto Kara's lips. Not too shabby, at the very least, it proved to be more useful than it appeared. The Iceman, realizing that his attack had proven ineffective against the nearly approaching Kara, felt a slight pang of alarm in his heart. He summoned his abilities once more to conjure a formidable wall of ice, placing it between them in an attempt to thwart Kara's advance. However, Kara, undeterred by this barrier, demonstrated her so-called superhuman strength and defense, maintaining her speed as she delivered a powerful punch to the ice wall. With a resounding crash, the seemingly impenetrable structure, half a meter thick and towering over two men, shattered as if struck by a freight train, exploding into countless shards. On the icy surface, Bobby, witnessing Kara's destruction of the wall, displayed a look of sheer terror, betraying a hint of panic. In a swift motion, Kara leaped forward, seizing Bobby's head with both hands and, harnessing her momentum, propelled him off the icy layer. Before they even touched the ground, Kara exerted force from her waist, spinning Bobby in midair before flinging him aside. Upon landing, she slid a short distance along the ground and, without even glancing back at Bobby, turned her attention once more to the hovering figure of a black man in the distance. Initially poised to assist, the black man had refrained from intervening due to their proximity, but now, seeing the two separate, he hurled the energy ball he had been clenching for so long towards the oncoming Kara without hesitation. Kara, halting her movement, chose not to evade the impending attack. Instead, she adjusted her position, her gaze reflecting a flicker of anticipation as she eyed the approaching energy sphere. The teachers present on the field exchanged alarmed glances, taken aback by Kara's unexpected decision to confront Roberto's assault head-on. "Don't worry, Kara's fine," echoed the professor's voice in their minds just as they prepared to rush to her aid. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, Kara stood unscathed, her hair slightly disheveled, but otherwise perfectly intact. A mix of surprise and disappointment flickered in Kara's eyes. She was astonished to discover that the opponent's energy could indeed bolster her own, yet disheartened by the lackluster effect it had. Standing at the center of the two attacks, the enhancement was only equivalent to the brief benefit of basking in the sun for a few minutes, rather underwhelming. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of excitement. Any effect was a positive sign, and perhaps as her adversary's abilities grew stronger in the future, so too would the enhancement's efficacy. With her newfound understanding, Kara dismissed any further thoughts and swiftly closed the distance to Roberto, stomping the ground with force as she launched herself into the air like a cannonball aimed directly at him. Initially startled to see Kara unaffected by his attack, Roberto quickly recognized the extent of her strength. As Kara barreled toward him, Roberto braced himself, preparing to unleash a powerful punch to meet the incoming force head-on. Though aware that her opponent possessed the ability to absorb solar energy to enhance his physical form, Kara felt a twinge of apprehension about engaging in a fistfight, fearful that she might inadvertently strike him with excessive force and render him incapacitated. As she caught his fist with her palm, she assessed his strength, estimating it to be slightly over a ton, but less than 2 tons. The augmentation of his power indicated a commendable level of defense as well. Thus, Kara seized his wrist and hurled him towards the ground. With a resounding thud, Roberto felt an irresistible force grip him before he crashed to the floor. Chapter 29. The Consequences of Provocation. Coughing, Kara landed beside Roberto, only to find him unable to endure the pain, dissolving into tears. Witnessing his distress, a flicker of remorse crossed Kara's mind. She stepped forward and delivered another punch to his head, mercifully ending his suffering. The dazed Roberto began to float upwards, drifting toward the distant observing Jean Grey. Paying no further heed to the situation at hand, Kara turned her attention to John, who stood frozen in fear. His expression reflected his realization that he had unwittingly stirred a formidable storm. This newcomer was nothing short of a monster. With 2 of his stronger teammates dispatched with such ease, John found no courage to continue the fight. Upon catching Kara's gaze, he turned tail and sprinted towards Logan. "Heh, now that you're afraid, it's too late." Kara, noticing his flight, swiftly pursued him. In the distance, Professor Xavier seemed to sense the unfolding drama and instructed several nearby instructors, "Go and intervene. Otherwise, John may be in grave danger." As John ran back, he glanced over his shoulder and saw Kara rapidly closing in on him. He yelled towards Logan, "Logan, please save me." Logan, having witnessed the entire exchange, was astonished by the strength of the new girl. As a seasoned warrior who had fought in both world wars, served as a mercenary, and even spent time as a covert operative, he had little respect for those who fled from battle, though he held John's cowardice in disdain. Logan felt a sense of obligation as a teacher and could not allow him to face peril alone. Given that John's physique was no different from that of an ordinary person, combined with the fact that he had halted his advance after Kara had dealt with Bobby, he remained quite close to Logan. Casting a glance at John, who had now positioned himself behind him, Logan observed Kara barreling forward, intent on capturing John. "Kara, it's time to stop. You have already triumphed." Kara had no intention of relenting. This provocateur had taunted her repeatedly, and if she didn't teach him a proper lesson, she doubted she would find rest that night. "Step aside." Observing Logan standing before her, Kara let out a cold snort and, without a hint of courtesy, swung her arm forcefully against him. Logan, with a placid expression, clearly did not anticipate Kara's aggressive reaction. With a dull thud, he was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing onto the ground. John, who had been hiding not far behind Logan, initially believed he had narrowly escaped peril. However, before he could catch his breath, he witnessed Kara effortlessly swatting away their boss, who had rushed in to mediate. Alarmed, he quickly ignited his lighter, channeling his abilities to conjure a fireball, which he hurled towards Kara. Kara disdainfully curled her lip and, with a swift motion, dispersed the fireball aimed at her. John, aware that such an attack would yield little effect, once again summoned his powers, exerting all his might to create a vast inferno in front of him, his face revealing a hint of madness as he hurled it toward Kara. Stopping momentarily, Kara's eyes flashed with a mixture of fury and astonishment. She discerned the intent behind his gaze. Her intention had merely been to teach him a lesson, yet this rebellious boy seemed intent on her destruction. Drawing a deep breath, Kara unleashed her ability, exhaling toward the oncoming flames. This extraordinary breath, known as freezing breath, allowed her to inhale a substantial volume of air and expel it as a hurricane, compressing the air within her lungs to the point of freezing objects. This ability had been discovered when Kara, out of curiosity regarding her high-temperature resistance, used heat vision on her own finger. Initially controlling the temperature, she inadvertently scorched her skin as the intensity increased. Although she healed swiftly, the moment of pain had caused her to inhale sharply and instinctively blow on her finger, leading to the activation of her newfound power. While her freezing breath may not be as exaggerated as in the comics, extinguishing the ordinary flames before her proved to be an effortless task. At this juncture, the distance between them had narrowed to a mere 10 meters. A trivial span for Kara. After extinguishing the flames, she instantly appeared before John, her eyes gleaming with menace as she seized his right hand, which had been poised to attack her. Realizing his offensive had been utterly ineffective, John panicked and exclaimed, "I surrender." Gazing at John, who knelt partially due to the pain in his wrist, a hint of a smile crossed Kara's lips, albeit laced with a touch of coldness. "You think you can kill me, don't you?" Kara mused, contemplating whether her assumptions had been overly simplistic. It seemed rather audacious for a youth to contemplate her demise over a mere disagreement. With a swift motion, Kara snapped his middle finger before delivering a resounding slap across his face, silencing his impending scream. Gazing at his twisted fingers and the excruciating pain radiating from his hand, John experienced an unprecedented surge of terror. Just as he began to suspect that Carla might actually intend to harm him, the teachers, whom he typically found particularly irksome and verbose, rushed in. "Carla, cease at once," exclaimed several instructors, including Laser Eye, their expressions shifting dramatically upon witnessing John's dreadful state. With a resounding slap, Carla disregarded the approaching authorities and struck her adversary once more. "Still feeling bold, are we?" The impact seemed to jolt John back to reality, and unable to endure the agony in his fingers, he let out a wretched scream. "Carla, release John. His actions will be met with the appropriate consequences," Scott declared, his countenance darkening as he observed Carla's indifference. Carla, looking at John's swollen face, dripping with saliva and blood, felt an inexplicable wave of nausea wash over her, and a flicker of disdain crossed her features before she delivered yet another blow to his nose, turning her gaze toward the arriving faculty. Noticing Scott adjusting his glasses, his expression one of fury, Carla frowned. "Are you blind just because you're wearing sunglasses? Did you not see this rebellious brat attempting to kill me?" Scott's tone was harsh, and it appeared he was preparing to retaliate, prompting Carla to respond with equal hostility. "Release him immediately," Scott commanded, casting a glance at John, who was clutching his nose in a pitiful manner. In a recent chapter, readers expressed their discontent, claiming that the narrative style of ostentatious face-slapping had become cliché. The original intent of this chapter was merely to illustrate that while Carla might be playful at times, she would not show mercy to an adversary harboring lethal intentions. The depiction of superhuman battles should encapsulate visceral combat, super speed, and extraordinary strength, often leaving no trace. Thus, I contemplated rewriting a brief segment of such a confrontation to appease this segment of readers. Boom. Carla clapped her hands dismissively, casting a scornful glance at the group. The trio that had intended to charge at her now lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. "Done. Are you satisfied with this depiction of combat?" For those who criticize the battles as lacking intensity, I would present a straightforward account. Carla, facing the advancing group, charged forward. First, she engaged Iceman, delivering a concise 500-word account of their clash, ultimately emerging victorious. Next, she confronted Sunspot, again detailing her triumph in 500 words. Would this not elicit a new wave of readers lamenting the quality of the narrative? How pitiful, struggling against mere trainees. Thus, I endeavored to avoid superfluous scenes while crafting a coherent process, ensuring the narrative remained engaging and avoided both overly simplistic and protracted battle sequences. Perhaps Kara's demeanor appears somewhat hasty, yet such urgency is essential. After all, it has been a month since her arrival at the Mutant Academy. Influenced by Natasha and Captain America, Kara has undergone a subtle transformation. While she may not wholly subscribe to their philosophies, it seems reasonable to adopt a more ruthless stance towards adversaries, particularly those who wish her harm. Numerous factors may elucidate this shift, although I have not articulated them. I urge everyone to ponder deeply while expressing their views, rather than hastily voicing opinions based solely on fleeting thoughts. This is not to suggest that others are incorrect, but the manner in which some convey their insights is decidedly unkind, replete with sarcasm and condescension. Delusions, too, are a facet of humanity, susceptible to the influence of public discourse. It has been reiterated numerous times that my writing prowess is limited, and I cannot produce exemplary works to appease everyone. I believe that every budding author aspires to create content that resonates and is cherished by readers. However, The distinction between effort and reality must be acknowledged. Not everything can be conjured through mere aspiration and toil. Many discerning readers have graciously offered constructive feedback, which I have endeavored to incorporate into my work. Yet, to those who chastise my efforts over a mere paragraph, I kindly suggest you take your leave. My endeavors are not tailored to please you. I labored diligently for over 10 hours each day to craft these narratives. While they may exhibit a certain naivety, they represent the fruits of my labor, and I will not entertain the mindless vitriol of detractors. In Chapter 30, Kara was nearly calmed, and the others had mentioned that John would face consequences. Although it was likely to be a mere grounding or chores, for someone as spirited as John, it would serve as a form of indirect torment. However, Scott's commanding tone, laced with menace, reignited the smoldering anger within Kara. She coldly retorted, "What if I refuse?" Scott possesses the ability to connect with alternate dimensions, drawing forth a seemingly inexhaustible and formidable energy, with his eyes serving as portals to these realms. While a civil discourse might suffice to threaten me, do you truly believe I would acquiesce? This ability, akin to heat vision, would not daunt Kara should a confrontation arise. Upon hearing Kara's unwavering rejection of his command, Scott felt his authority as a team leader was being challenged. Just as he prepared to reprimand the new recruit, he noticed a sudden crimson glow in Kara's eyes, followed by a beam of light, unmistakably familiar, hurtling towards him. As Kara completed her statement, she had been closely monitoring Scott, ready to counter any sudden aggression. Predictably, before Scott could act, Kara launched her preemptive strike. Although the attack was abrupt, fortunately, Scott had kept his hand poised over his glasses, swiftly activating their defenses. Two beams of light collided midair, as the distance between the two individuals was minimal. By the time Scott activated the switch on his glasses, the ray from Kara's eyes was nearly upon him. However, the beam emanating from Scott appeared significantly larger and equally powerful. As energy continued to transfer, the point of collision swiftly moved towards Kara. Observing this, Kara's expression shifted. She realized she may have underestimated her opponent. Is it really that much thicker than mine? While she could effortlessly evade Scott's beam and swiftly close the distance to subdue him, her dignity as a woman forbade her from doing so. With a sharp exclamation, Kara gritted her teeth against the discomfort in her eyes and intensified her energy output. With a thunderous roar, the beam from Kara's eyes doubled in size. The point of collision ignited momentarily before redirecting towards Scott with renewed ferocity. Scott bellowed as the light surged towards him. In a moment of desperation, he pressed another switch on his glasses, causing the lenses to drop away and unleashing a torrent of unrestrained energy. What an unexpected maneuver. Kara's expression darkened as she silently cursed. Determined to prevail, she cast aside John, who had been grasping her wrist, and grasped her own head with both hands. With her middle and index fingers pressing firmly against her eyelids, she shouted, "Ah!" Suddenly, intricate red patterns emerged around her eyes, and after a tumultuous surge, the two beams converged into one. This formidable ray, comparable in thickness to an adult's waist, obliterated Scott's beam and surged towards him with unstoppable momentum. Scott's face paled at the sight. No amount of shouting or wide-eyed panic could alter the impending reality. Just as he was about to be struck by the intense ray, Logan, who had recently been knocked aside, arrived just in time. He pushed Scott out of the way and used his indestructible claws to shield him from the searing light. Damn it, that feels intense. Seeing Scott pushed aside, Kara immediately ceased her attack, collapsing onto the ground and rubbing her eyes vigorously. After a moment, she glanced at Scott, who lay on the ground, eyes shut and disoriented. Slowly, she rose, still massaging her slightly sore eyes as she approached him. "Kara, that should suffice. You've made your point." Logan, noticing Kara's advance, furrowed his brow and retracted his recently heated claws, positioning himself before her. "Stand back." Kara swung her arm, ready to push him aside. Despite her harsh tone, she recognized Logan's non-aggressive stance as he sheathed his weapon, allowing her to temper her force. To Logan's surprise, he swiftly retreated a few steps to evade the attack. Encased in adamantium, his skeletal structure and steel claws were complemented by his primary abilities of immortality, formidable regenerative capabilities, and acute animalistic senses. While one factor in dodging Kara's strike was her lack of seriousness, his heightened senses played a crucial role as well. Furthermore, having just experienced a painful setback, despite his ability to heal, the memory of discomfort lingered. Thus, Logan naturally remained cautious around Kara. "Hey, little girl, ease up a bit. Your temper is rather fierce," Logan remarked, furrowing his brow and raising his hand slightly to signal his lack of hostility. From the moment training commenced, he sensed Kara's formidable strength. His instincts warned him of her danger. Unlike Scott, who foolishly overestimated his abilities against such a small creature, Logan understood the importance of caution. Though he might exploit the element of surprise to inflict damage with his claws, He would never strike a child over a mere skirmish. Indeed, in Logan's eyes, as long as no one was dead, it was not a significant matter. Kara, observing Logan's careful demeanor, turned her eyes, feigning a wounded expression. You want to attack me, will you? Teacher Scott is insufferable. It was John who provoked me first. He didn't help, and now he wants to strike me, she lamented, lowering her head and sniffing with a quivering shoulder. Hey, perfect score, Logan exclaimed as he noticed Kara's tears. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he approached her slowly, patting her shoulder. It's all right, you did the right thing. If someone provokes you, you should stand up for yourself. The teacher promised to punish John later and avenge you. Kara wiped her eyes, gradually lifting her head to gaze at Logan, her nose twitching as she inquired, what about Teacher Scott? Will he be punished? Logan, caught off guard by her question, hesitated. He knew Scott would not face any repercussions. His gaze faltered as he contemplated whether to weave a lie to reassure Kara. Chapter 30. Kara, you must be tired. Go to sleep. Just as Logan was grappling with his indecision, Kara suddenly declared, it's fine if he isn't punished. Logan looked at her in surprise, noticing the broad smile on her face, which was a stark contrast to her earlier expression of distress. Oh no, Logan thought in alarm. I'll handle it myself, Kara exclaimed, seizing Logan's arm resting on her shoulder and executing a shoulder throw, resulting in a resounding thud as he impacted the ground. Not releasing him, she assessed the dazed Logan and, satisfied he was unharmed, swung him back to his original position. Thud. Truly, Logan is remarkable, resilient against blows. A flicker of excitement danced in Kara's eyes. During the last battle in New York, she regretted missing out on the opportunity to engage with Loki, that resilient fellow. Now, she was finally savoring the thrill of throwing someone. Bam! As she continued to grapple, Kara suddenly sensed an unusual resistance, as if the gravitational pull around her had intensified, creating an odd and unsettling sensation. Looking around, she spotted Jean Grey not far off, raising her arm towards her. Known as Phoenix, Jean possessed formidable telepathic and telekinetic abilities, and it seemed that after being imbued with the Phoenix Force, her powers had significantly amplified. Kara was aware of Jean's strength, yet she was astonished that Jean could induce such a feeling of constraint in her. After all, her physical prowess had vastly improved compared to a month ago. Although the resistance was somewhat limiting, it could not completely control her movements. Kara swung the disoriented object she had thrown and hurled it towards Scott, having lost his glasses. Scott, knocked down, dared not open his eyes. Hearing the distant thuds, he remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, but instinctively recognized the danger of his surroundings. As he attempted to rise and distance himself, a heavy object struck him, and he promptly lost consciousness. Observing the entangled duo flying away, Kara clapped her hands in satisfaction, exclaiming, that feels good, quite delightful. After waiting for a while, without seeing Logan rise, she contemplated whether to return and deliver a few slaps to John, only to suddenly notice herself drifting upwards. Turning her gaze towards Jean, who was still gesturing at her, Kara furrowed her brow. I warn you, put me down at once, or I shall take you down. Do you believe me? Of course, Kara's words were largely in jest. Jean, unperturbed, was aware that the phoenix within her was not to be trifled with. From the moment Scott and Kara had engaged, Jean sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. As anticipated, not only was Scott incapacitated, but Logan too lay nearby, both of them seemingly lifeless. With her telekinesis unable to restrain Kara's actions, Jean could only keep her suspended in midair, leaving Kara with no leverage to maneuver beyond simple limb movements. Upon hearing Kara's threat, Jean was taken aback. While one hand maintained Kara's levitation, the other began to move with dexterous grace, as she softly chanted, Kara, you are exhausted. You need to rest. Sleep now, quickly sleep. Kara stared in bewilderment at Jean, who appeared to be weaving a spell, utterly perplexed by her intentions. As Ching-A observed the struggling Kara, her expression suddenly shifted. She realized that the enhanced telepathic abilities she had developed seemed ineffective in inducing hypnosis. Kara's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as she flailed her limbs erratically towards Ching-A, threateningly exclaiming, if you don't let me down, I won't hold back. Witnessing Kara's apparent intent to attack, a thin sheen of sweat began to form on Ching-A's forehead. She hastily amplified her powers, her voice rising in volume, whether from tension or fear, becoming even more fervent. Sleep, Kara, do sleep. Kara twitched her lips and couldn't help but shout, sleep, my foot. Sleep, you lunatic. Observing Ching-A's steadfastness, Kara internally cursed under her breath. Noting that Ching-A had no intention of releasing her, Kara turned her gaze towards the distant professor, who appeared utterly unfazed, merely watching with a calm demeanor. Upon catching Kara's glance, he even smiled at her, showing no inclination to intervene. Curse it. Relying on others is futile. With no hope from the professor, Kara resolved to devise her own strategy. From her recent attempts, she understood that brute force was ineffective, and she needed to seek an alternative method. As she assessed her situation, Kara detected a peculiar force acting upon her body, lifting her into the air. This force was enigmatic, seemingly restricting her movements, yet remaining untouchable. Realizing that physical strength was futile, Kara decided to attempt controlling the energy within her, hoping to escape this elusive telekinetic grip. Having never attempted such a feat before, Kara was unsure if the energy within her could permeate outward. She quickly calmed her mind, focusing intently on the energy coursing through her body. It was a remarkable sensation. The energy, though filled with destructive heat, felt exceedingly warm. Moreover, she sensed that her cells resembled a supersolar battery, storing the energy absorbed over time. Despite her lack of understanding of cellular biology, she inexplicably grasped these concepts as if she were fluent in Kryptonian. After basking in the warmth of her energy for a moment, Kara attempted to project it outward. To her astonishment, it worked. The energy within her obediently began to flow out in accordance with her will. As the energy surged forth, Kara felt the surrounding air become agitated, a smile breaking across her face. However, the commotion quickly subsided, leaving only Kara aware of the errant energy around her, with no other reactions present. Just as she prepared to cease the energy's outward flow, thinking it ineffective, she suddenly found herself uncontrollably rolling through the air. Instinctively, she glanced toward Ching-A on the ground, who wore a look of bewilderment as she stared back at Kara. A peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes, and Kara suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Is this even possible? Chapter 32. Deceiving oneself cannot deceive others. Ha 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 hee hee. Aside from an initial discomfort, Kara quickly grasped the fundamentals of flying, drifting through the air with unrestrained joy. As she gracefully floated above Jean Grey, a sense of pride swelled within her. I can fly? Drifting slowly over the recently revived Logan, she beamed with satisfaction again. I can fly? As she glided above Aurora, her smugness persisted. I can boom. Before Kara could finish her sentence, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking her directly on the crown of her head. Bang! The story concludes here. Aurora lowered her hand and cautiously approached the convulsing Kara on the ground. A hint of disbelief crossed her face as she examined her own hands. Baffled by the newfound strength she possessed, Kara, bewildered by the attack that seemed to emerge from nowhere, noted that Aurora's eyes had not shifted in the dramatic manner one might see in a film. Furthermore, the lightning that had struck her was undoubtedly suspect. Her resistance to electricity could not be so feeble. Kara struggled to rise, only to discover that her entire body had gone numb, rendering her powerless. At that moment, Logan approached, carrying the unconscious Scott, while Jean Grey used her telekinesis to guide John forward. Both cast astonished glances at the sprawled Kara and directed their surprised looks toward Aurora. Jean, controlling John, floated to Aurora's side. You should first tend to John. He's gravely injured. Still lost in her thoughts, Aurora turned her attention to Jean's words, glancing at the bruised and dazed John. She quickly raised her hands, murmuring an incantation that sounded quite foreign. Moments later, to Kara's astonishment, a sphere of green light materialized in Aurora's hands. As the incantation ceased, her glowing palms pressed against John's body. Before their very eyes, John's injuries visibly began to mend, his twisted fingers gradually returning to normal. Magic? Kara gazed at Aurora with surprise, clearly not anticipating that she possessed such abilities. This revelation provided clarity. While ordinary magic could harm Kara, it would not incapacitate her. However, lightning inherently possessed the capacity to induce paralysis. No wonder a single bolt of lightning could render me so weak. It contained elements of magic. Kara had not foreseen that. Despite avoiding the Himalayas, she would still fall victim to the repercussions of magic. It seemed that many in this world wielded magic. She needed to devise a strategy to overcome this vulnerability. Just as Kara contemplated how to surmount this weakness, she caught sight of Logan, who was frowning intently at her while carrying Scott. With a shy smile, Kara feigned timidity and said, Mr. Logan, are you all right? I acted impulsively earlier. I hope you're not angry. Without acknowledging Kara's words, Logan raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, why didn't you fly away? As John's treatment concluded, Kara regained her ability to move. When she noticed Aurora approaching with her glowing hands, Kara, now standing, swiftly distanced herself from Aurora. Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of those around her, Kara's lips twitched slightly, and she waved her hand dismissively, stating, no need for concern, I have recovered. With that, she turned and soared into the distance. Joking aside, as a Kryptonian of Chinese descent, her regenerative abilities were undoubtedly exceptional. Regarding any healing magic, Kara held it in utter disdain. In the office, The professor watched the cheerful Kara with a hint of exasperation, shaking his head. You seem quite happy. Hearing the professor's question, Kara paused momentarily. Indeed, she felt elated. Not only had she dealt with a rebellious troublemaker, but she had also confronted 2 members of the police force. Although she had been struck down herself, she had unexpectedly gained insight into her flying capabilities. Overall, Kara's spirits were undeniably high. The professor's words carried an underlying meaning. But Kara pretended not to hear, opting for silence. Kara, your combat style is clearly not that of an ordinary newly awakened mutant. What is Nick's true intention in bringing you here? Not merely a newly awakened mutant, she wasn't a mutant at all. The professor was already aware, as the school was equipped with a brainwave enhancer that not only amplified his abilities, but also helped distinguish between mutants and ordinary humans. The professor had no qualms about Kara's true identity. The primary aim of establishing the school was to provide refuge for children with special abilities. His only concern was the motives of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was a seasoned agent, and delivering a child without reason, while fabricating a story, surely concealed undisclosed intentions. Without hesitation, Kara responded, to make friends. Nick hopes I can meet others with special abilities like mine. Kara was uncertain whether Nick was aware of the brainwave enhancer, but she had already devised an excuse, which was indeed rooted in truth. Gathering allies was merely a form of friendship. The professor locked eyes with Kara for a few seconds, sensing her sincerity. He suddenly inquired, Are you afraid of magic? Kara's heart skipped a beat, yet she maintained her composure and feigned curiosity, asking, Not at all. Is there really magic in this world? It must be fascinating. Seeing Kara's inquisitive demeanor, the professor wore a sly smile, as if to say, Enough of the charade, we both know. Kara, noticing that he merely stared at her without responding, felt her lips twitch involuntarily. Damn it, I managed to deceive even myself, yet I still got exposed. Indeed, it seems that individuals like Hulk and Wolverine, who possess robust physiques yet somewhat simplistic minds, are truly endearing. The professor had no intention of further inquiry and addressed Kara, who was deep in thought with her head lowered. Very well, let Aurora guide you in selecting a room. I am confident you shall forge many friendships here. Kara smiled and nodded at the professor, then rose to exit the office. Upon closing the door, however, her smile vanished. How infuriating. Such blatant threats. Shouldn't this be Jean Grey's responsibility? Why has it suddenly fallen to Aurora? Indeed, that egghead is nothing but trouble. In truth, Kara had entirely misunderstood the professor's intentions. With Scott in a coma due to a traumatic brain injury, Aurora's magic was ineffective for such ailments. Jean, being the school's physician and Scott's girlfriend, naturally took on the role of caregiver. Oblivious to the truth, Kara had already branded the professor as a villain in her mind. Chapter 33. Good luck. Nightfall. Kara lay in bed, contemplating how to confront adversaries who wielded magic. While she had initially acknowledged that magic could counter her abilities, she had not anticipated the extent of the complications. A mere bolt of lightning could incapacitate her in combat. How could she contend with that? She pondered whether her previous encounter with Loki had been a blessing or a curse. Should she rely on her speed to close the distance before her foe could cast a spell and swiftly incapacitate them? Yet, what if her opponent was both a formidable melee combatant and a skilled spellcaster? Should she pursue the study of magic? Hadn't someone once remarked that to overcome a challenge, one must first understand it? However, with her astoundingly low magical resistance, would acquiring such knowledge lead to her own demise? What if she could not devise a strategy in time, and ultimately, it was she who fell? Ah, how vexing. Kara rolled on her bed, cradling her head, feeling overwhelmed by this troublesome weakness, utterly at a loss for how to address it. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Kara was engulfed in her turmoil, the communicator nearby abruptly chimed. She picked it up and saw the familiar visage of the egghead flashing on the screen. With a disdainful pout, she answered, What is it? On the display, Nick Fury's dark visage appeared. I heard you injured someone. Uh-huh. Out of sight, out of mind. Kara casually tossed the communicator aside and lay back on her bed, responding nonchalantly. Nick Fury paused, refraining from probing further into the incident, and continued. Charles mentioned you've joined the reserve team of the Avengers. That's commendable. The team comprises exceptionally talented mutants. Strive to win them over. Oh. Nick Fury sensed a shift in Kara's demeanor, which seemed unusually frosty. Although she typically maintained a casual rapport with her superior, her current indifference was striking. Hesitating, he inquired, Is something troubling you? Undoubtedly, there has transpired some matter of which I am unaware, and it is hardly a favorable one. At the very least, it has displeased this esteemed lady. No effect? Although Kara did not respond, Nick Fury felt a slight jolt within as he gazed at the ring displayed on the screen. Naturally, Kara retorted with a hint of irritation. Nick Fury scrutinized the image on the monitor once more, realizing that the other party was in a bedroom, and calmly inquired, "If it is of no consequence, why would Charles allow you to remain at the school? This lady, so strikingly handsome and graceful, with beauty that radiates magnificence, is simply too endearing for the charming professor to wish me away." Kara mused narcissistically. With a flicker of amusement, she smiled lightly and replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Rather, tend to your own affairs." "What does that mean?" Nick Fury's voice rose slightly as he hastily questioned. "The literal meaning. You may ponder it at your leisure. Good luck." With that, Kara swiftly terminated the call. Mere seconds later, the communicator beeped once more. Yet she did not even glance at it, opting instead to switch it off. With a cold snort, Kara found herself imagining Nick Fury's unease at the thought of her facing some peril, yet feeling utterly helpless and anxious. A sensation that gradually soothed her previously agitated mind due to the magical incidents. Ah, relief. With a smile gracing her face, Kara muttered a few words to herself, dismissing all other thoughts as she contentedly closed her eyes, ready to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nick Fury mirrored Kara's assumptions, pacing anxiously within his office, contemplating what might transpire. After considerable rumination yielded no clarity, he began reaching out to a few individuals he deemed relatively trustworthy. "Natasha, please come to my office. I have a task for you." "Captain, come to my office. I may be in trouble." "Hawkeye, can you come to my office?" "What? With the kids?" "It's nothing urgent." "Carry on." "Stark, it's me, Nick Fury." "Hello? Hello?" With a brooding expression, Nick Fury sat at his desk, briefing the already arrived Natasha and Captain America on the revelations he had gathered from Kara. Upon hearing the situation described by Nick Fury, Natasha exchanged glances with Captain America. Could this be one of Kara's pranks? Natasha pondered aloud. Having lived with Kara for a month, she was perhaps the most familiar with her among them. Considering Kara's past antics, Natasha speculated that Kara might have intentionally made such a statement due to the ring's ineffectiveness, solely to incite Nick Fury's current state of anxiety. Yet, what if something truly were to occur? I believe we must prepare in advance. Nick Fury naturally pondered whether it was a prank. Yet the words spoken by Kara were evidently directed at him, pertaining to his very existence. Thus, Nick Fury could not afford to be dismissive. Meanwhile, Captain America was entirely oblivious to their conversation. Had they not encountered trouble? Why had the discussion shifted to Kara? What prank was being alluded to? He found himself utterly perplexed. "All right, what do you need me to do?" As a friend, Natasha also wished to ensure Nick Fury's safety. "I hope you can reach out to Kara to see if she possesses any valuable information, and subsequently investigate the personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D." Natasha's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze fixed in shock upon Nick Fury. "Are you suggesting that if you remain mostly reclusive, only overseeing certain operations without engaging in any missions, then the danger must lie within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself?" Nick Fury remained silent, merely nodding grimly. Captain America, who had been lost in the conversation, could no longer contain his curiosity. "What exactly are you talking about? What has happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury regarded Captain America, unable to resist rubbing his temples. "It's nothing, merely a hypothesis, Captain. I require your protection for a while." He paused, emphasizing close protection. Captain America furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was more complex than Nick Fury had indicated, yet he still acquiesced to the request. "All right, but I insist on having my own bed. I'm not particularly fond of sharing a bed with another man." Chapter 34, Kara falls ill. A week later, morning. A series of knocks jolted the slumbering Kara awake. "Who is it?" Kara mumbled, turning over in her bed. "Kara, it's me," came Clarice's voice from outside the door. After a brief wait, noticing the silence within and the absence of any unusual expressions, as if accustomed to such scenarios, Clarice confidently pushed the door open, approaching Kara's bedside and shaking her awake. Although Kara had been tardy for Scott's classes without reprimand, today was different. Clarice recalled the scene from Kara's first day when she had been struck by a lightning bolt from Aurora. "Kara, if you don't get up now, you'll be late." The theoretical classes in the morning might be beneficial for these trainees, yet for Kara, who had undergone a month of training, they felt rather tedious. As for the afternoon practical training, it had transformed from group competitions into a scenario where all trainees united against Kara alone, essentially a collective assault. Of course, this particular brawl was unique. The initial group of trainees, brimming with confidence, prepared to band together, only to be thoroughly thrashed by Kara, turning the practical training into a nightmare for all. Consequently, every afternoon, the schoolyard would witness the sight of Kara pursuing a gaggle of preparatory squad members, creating a scene of chaos across the field. Due to these extraordinary events and her exaggerated feats on the very first day, injuring a member of the combat police reserve team and 2 teachers, as well as the daily battered appearance of John and his companions, Kara has gained considerable notoriety within the academy. Each member of the reserve team possesses a title that corresponds to their unique abilities. While Kara has demonstrated a plethora of diverse skills, it is her formidable strength that leaves the most striking impression. Consequently, the other students in the academy have bestowed upon her the moniker of Girl of Divine Power, uncertain about how long she would remain in this place. And to stave off any feelings of ennui, Kara, despite having only been there for a few days, was already contemplating skipping classes. Upon hearing that she would be late, she slowly sat up, half opening her eyes, and softly murmured, "I'm ill. Please excuse me from class for a day." After speaking, she appeared to have exhausted all her strength, clutching her abdomen and gradually lying back down, exuding an air of frailty. Clarice, upon seeing Kara's weakened state, hurriedly placed her hand on Kara's forehead, a mix of concern and slight irritation evident in her voice. "Did you eat too many spicy strips last night? I told you those are junk food, but you wouldn't listen. You devoured an entire box, and now look, you're sick." Kara's lips twitched slightly. Her constitution was such that even poison might not make her ill, so how could a mere snack cause any trouble? However, to placate the nagging girl, she acquiesced, Yes, I promise to heed your advice next time. You should head to class now." The so-called spicy strips were merely something Kara had stumbled upon online. Intrigued by the fact that such a delicacy existed in this world, curious to taste them, she discovered they could only be purchased in bulk, a minimum of a box for delivery. Not one to be deterred by financial considerations, Kara ordered a box. And upon its arrival the previous night, she couldn't resist trying them. Finding them quite palatable, she ended up consuming the entire box. Clarice, still a bit anxious, inquired, "Would you like me to accompany you to the infirmary?" Although they had only been together for a week, Kara, Clarice, and Katie had formed a decent rapport, being girls. Their casual conversations often elevated their fondness for one another. "No need. You know my constitution well enough, don't you? I should be fine by afternoon," Kara quickly declined, as she was not genuinely ill and going to the infirmary would only expose her ruse. "Indeed, with your robust health, how could you fall ill?" Clarice pondered aloud, casting a puzzled glance at Kara, who lay on the bed with a semblance of discomfort. Kara momentarily found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Observing Kara's hesitation, Clarice's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Oh, I see. Well, you take care and rest. I shall take my leave now." "Wait, please. I don't even know myself." Kara stared blankly at the departing Clarice, perplexed by what the latter might have known. Yet, with Clarice's exit, Kara had achieved her objective and no longer felt the need to dwell on what the other had imagined. The theory class on Tuesday mornings rotated instructors, and this week it happened to be Aurora's turn. Upon entering the room, Aurora immediately noticed Kara's absence and couldn't help but frown. Today was significant as it marked Aurora's first lesson with Kara. After all, she was the only one in the school who had ever defeated Kara, and such disregard felt rather disrespectful. Where was Kara? "Teacher, Kara is unwell and needs to take a half-day leave." Clarice raised her hand and spoke quickly. Upon hearing that it was due to illness, Aurora's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and her tone softened. "Ill, but she seemed fine yesterday," she remarked, glancing at John, who, still bruised from refusing treatment, looked rather pitiful. This was not due to any masochistic tendencies on John's part, but rather because each time he received magical healing, he would inevitably revert to his battered state within 2 days, a cycle that had persisted for several days. Just as John was sinking into despair over his future school life, one day Aurora happened to be away on errands, and the next day, John discovered that Kara had surprisingly chosen to spare him despite his injuries. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within John. Indeed, Kara possessed a sense of compassion. To avoid further beatings, John resolutely declined treatment upon Aurora's return, and when questioned by the teachers, he wore a look of regret and explained that this was his way of atoning for past mistakes. Naturally, even if he accepted treatment, the injuries on his face would eventually heal, but it was certainly preferable to being beaten daily. Hearing Aurora's inquiry, Clarice glanced around at the others, hesitating for a moment before she found the courage to explain the reason. "I'll go check on her," Aurora decided, thinking that if Kara truly was ill, she could assist with her treatment. She instructed the others to study for a while and turned to head towards Kara's room. Chapter 35, Participating in the Rescue Operation. As Aurora departed, Katie leaned in close to Clarice and whispered, "What happened to Kara?" The other students, intrigued, leaned in to learn what affliction could possibly trouble the seemingly monstrous Kara. Clarice tugged at Katie, casting a wary glance at the inquisitive group, and whispered a few words into her ear. "Oh," Katie, initially puzzled by the secrecy, soon understood after hearing Clarice's explanation. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, their curiosity piqued, yet hesitant to inquire further, fidgeting in confusion. Meanwhile, Aurora had arrived at Kara's door. Ding dong. Oloro gently tapped on the tightly shut door and leaned in, calling out, Kara, I heard you were unwell. I have come to offer you some treatment. Bam. Thud. Kara? Oloro inquired, hearing some noise from within, perplexed. Wait a moment. Inside, Kara was taken aback by the unexpected visitor and hurriedly changed her clothes. After a while, just as Oloro was about to push the door open, Kara emerged, fully dressed. Oloro, what brings you here? Clarice mentioned you were ill. What's going on? Oloro observed Kara's rosy complexion and normal demeanor, finding no trace of illness. Oh, I had a slight stomach upset last night, but I'm much better now. I was just about to head to class when you arrived. Kara spoke nonchalantly, brushing past Oloro and calling out to the still-dazed figure. Let's go. We shouldn't keep the others waiting too long. It would be unfair to delay their studies, and I would feel guilty. In the classroom, Kara cast a forlorn glance at Clarice, bewildered at how a simple request for leave had brought someone to her doorstep. Just when she thought she would have to endure another tedious morning, Oloro, who had been fervently lecturing at the podium, abruptly paused and declared a day off before swiftly leaving the classroom. The students exchanged glances, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. Utilizing her abilities, Kara peered through the walls and discovered that not only Oloro but also Scott, Logan, and others were hastily departing their classes to head towards the professor. Something must have happened. Unable to remain idle, Kara swiftly pursued Oloro and the others, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. The Sentinel Special Operations has attacked the organization where James Alstair is located. He requires our assistance, the professor informed the arriving members of the SWAT team. James Alstair, known by the moniker The Journey, possessed remarkable physical attributes, keen hearing, and formidable defenses, akin to certain abilities of Kryptonians, albeit significantly diminished. His brother was among the earliest members to join the SWAT team, but tragically lost his life during an initial mission. Although James and his brother were not particularly close, the loss instilled a deep-seated resentment towards the SWAT team. In pursuit of vengeance for his brother, he aligned himself with a mutant organization known as Hell's Lions. Hell's Lions, established by the White Queen, a survivor of the Hellfire Club, stands as one of the two major mutant factions opposing the SWAT team. After joining Hell's Lions, James actively participated in numerous battles against the SWAT team. Over time, he gradually realized that the SWAT team bore no responsibility for his brother's demise. Overcome with guilt, he secretly allied with the SWAT team, ultimately helping to dismantle Hell's Lions. The creator of the Hell Lion, the White Queen, after her defeat, and due to her sister the Silver Fox, ultimately relinquished her hatred and joined the Sentinels. In contrast, James Astra rejected the professor's invitation and chose to depart. Eventually, for various reasons, he became a member of the current Special Operations Team, a relatively small organization of mutants. Last night, the base of the Special Operations Team was compromised due to the presence of an internal traitor, exposing their location and resulting in an assault by the government's anti-mutant organization, the Sentinel Special Task Force. The attack was sudden, causing heavy casualties among the Special Operations Team. In the end, James Astra managed to escape the encirclement with a few surviving mutants and, after a night of evasion, just contacted the professor, hoping to receive assistance from the Sentinels. What is his current location? Scott inquired. Florida, he replied. I will infiltrate the Ocala forest. Once you arrive, I will use the brainwave amplifier to confirm the exact location. The professor's telepathy, enhanced by the brainwave amplifier, could cover the entire globe, allowing him to ascertain the adversary's position while simultaneously relaying information directly into Scott and the others' minds. Once the operational plan was established, the Sentinels swiftly departed to change into their uniforms before heading out for rescue. As the group left, Carla rushed into the office, saying, Professor, please let me join. I am somewhat familiar with the government personnel and might be of assistance. Carla was eager to seize such a splendid opportunity, although she could usually go out without hindrance. Venturing into unfamiliar territory alone was daunting. This mission sounded thrilling, and she was keen to participate, despite her claims of familiarity with government agents being somewhat exaggerated. The professor pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Make sure to follow Scott's commands and refrain from acting independently. Most importantly, do not engage recklessly. Ordinary humans are far more vulnerable than the teachers at the school. Carla possessed formidable abilities, including flight. Ensuring her safety was not a concern. Accompanying them might also aid Scott and the others, and since Carla was likely to join the Sentinels in the future, involving her in some operations was a prudent choice. After all, the greatest enemy of mutants at present was the Sentinel Special Task Force, and given Carla's unique identity, facilitating contact between the two parties could prove to be pivotal for mutants. Upon receiving the professor's consent, Carla quickly bid farewell and returned to her room to don the specially designed combat uniform of the Sentinel Squad. They want to leave without me. Have they already departed? When Carla finished changing and arrived at the training ground, she found no one present. After waiting for a while, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the earth near the fountain slowly parted, revealing an upgraded reconnaissance aircraft reminiscent of those seen in films rising gracefully from the depths. Through the aircraft's body, Carla noticed that it had only 4 seats, indicating that she could indeed fly behind the aircraft. Seeing the 2 individuals in the cockpit cast inquisitive glances in her direction, Carla gestured subtly and took the lead, soaring skyward. Chapter 36. Green Hair. Marion County, Florida. The Ocala National Forest, spanning 570 square kilometers, is one of the more renowned forest parks in the United States. James A. Austin had chosen this location precisely because of the throngs of tourists gathered here, hoping that the Sentinel Special Operations personnel would hesitate, granting them a brief reprieve. Carla was uncertain whether the Sentinel operatives had indeed been delayed. Nonetheless, she found herself utterly lost in this vast expanse, unable to locate anyone. The forest was not only crowded at its periphery with numerous visitors, but also dotted with adventurous souls venturing into its depths. Utilizing her enhanced vision, she discerned that along the forest's edge, soldiers armed with firearms were stationed at intervals, totaling around 100, though she could only speculate on how many mutants had escaped into the woods. Approaching the reconnaissance aircraft, Carla tapped on the transparent shield. "Has the professor contacted you? Where is he?" Inside the cabin, Logan and the White Queen shook their heads, indicating that the professor had not reached out to them. "This professor is just like Nick Fury, somewhat unreliable," Carla muttered to herself. "Split up and search. Let us communicate if anyone finds something." She directed her gaze toward the cockpit, signaling to Scott with her eyes glowing a vibrant red. Once he nodded, she adjusted her course towards one of the search teams previously spotted. Carla refrained from using her enhanced vision to scan below. Since the Sentinel operatives had already conducted their search, it was likely that these individuals would not be careless. She intended to fly directly above them to monitor the search team's communications, hoping for some valuable insights. Team 7, no targets found. Over. Just as Carla reached the team's altitude, she heard the soldiers' radio transmitting reports from other search units. Team 8, no targets found. Over. Shortly thereafter, another voice crackled through the radio. Team 2, enemies spotted above you. As Carla soared over the team, preparing to delve deeper into the forest, an urgent voice suddenly pierced the chatter. A flicker of surprise crossed Carla's face. She had not anticipated that Scott and the others would be exposed so soon. Turning to glance at Scott and the others, she noticed a small reconnaissance aircraft rapidly approaching her position. Momentarily taken aback, Carla looked down to see soldiers below raising their weapons towards her. Quickly, she lifted her gaze and unleashed her heat vision, destroying the approaching reconnaissance aircraft, then swiftly retreated deeper into the forest. After flying a short distance, Carla abruptly halted. "Wait a minute. Why should I be afraid? It is they who should fear me." Kara found herself ensnared in a quandary, initially perceiving the mission of rescue as one that required utmost stealth. Upon being detected, her instinct had been to flee. However, she soon realized that there was no cause for trepidation. What consequence was there in being discovered? A bold confrontation was indeed the answer. Resolutely, Kara pivoted and returned to her previous position, this time landing directly before the search team. "You are already surrounded." The soldiers wasted no time in engaging her, unleashing a barrage of gunfire without hesitation. While bullets travel at remarkable velocity, their effectiveness hinges on the shooter's reflexes. Kara, however, deftly evaded their aim with remarkable ease. As she approached the soldiers, she controlled her strength, delivering a precise blow to one soldier's abdomen. The unfortunate man was incapacitated midair before he even touched the ground. This technique was one she had acquired during her time with S.H.I.E.L.D. While striking the base of the skull or the junction of the neck and head could induce a swift loss of consciousness. Kara was wary of inadvertently delivering a fatal blow. A strike to the abdomen, however, posed significantly less risk, capable of rendering someone unconscious without endangering their life. The proximity between Kara and the soldiers was negligible, and to their astonished eyes, she appeared to teleport, leaving them no time to react. Within moments, they all succumbed to unconsciousness. The only member of the team who had not yet been subdued, the captain, fired multiple rounds at Kara as she came to a halt. With a slight scratch to her forehead, Kara nonchalantly picked up an assault rifle, examining it with a casual air before aiming it at the astonished captain. "How many mutants have fled here? What abilities do they possess?" she inquired, directing her questions at the captain, who had surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Kara was unconcerned about the number of Sentinel Special Operations personnel present, nor was she particularly interested in the absurd rationale behind the extermination of mutants. At this juncture, the captain had regained his composure and scrutinized Kara with a furrowed brow, a sense of familiarity nagging at him, as if he had encountered her before. "5. That's all the information I possess," he replied. These search teams, charitably termed special forces, were ostensibly underwhelming, particularly given that the mutants were part of an organized group. It was perplexing how they could suffer such grievous losses at the hands of ordinary soldiers from the Sentinel Special Operations, fleeing like frightened animals. Information gleaned from the Mutant Academy suggested that mutants in this world were likely far more formidable than those depicted in films, indicating that the Sentinel Special Operations must possess specialized weaponry designed to combat them. Yet, upon further inquiry, Kara discovered that the captain knew little beyond the number of individuals involved, leaving her uncertain whether his ignorance was genuine or feigned. She pondered whether to employ more persuasive methods to extract further information when a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot across the distance. This was the prearranged signal she had established with Scott, indicating that they had likely identified the target. Boom. With a swift motion, Kara, the captain of the squad, soared into the air, hastening towards Scott and his companions. However, upon arrival, she was astounded to find the situation starkly different from her expectations. The war police were besieged by a swarm of spider-like machines. To Kara's disbelief, it was the war police who appeared to be at a disadvantage. Scott and the others seemed to be holding back, rarely utilizing their abilities. Only when the machines were nearly upon them did they unleash seemingly feeble beams of energy to dismantle the adversaries. Amidst the relentless onslaught of machines, the sole powerhouse was Aurora, yet even she refrained from employing her full capabilities, relying instead on magic to combat the threat. Not far off, a group of fully armed soldiers was encircling several unfamiliar figures, among whom a young girl, seemingly of Kara's age with striking green hair, caught her attention, an undeniable focal point in the chaos. Chapter 37, The Hound Project? With a resounding thud, Kara descended like a human cannonball, crushing a nearby spider machine underfoot. Even if you wish to avoid harming civilians, this is hardly the way to hold back, she exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of heat vision that obliterated the approaching machines, all the while inquiring of her comrades. At this rate, if the war police failed to rescue the captives, she would find herself ensnared as well. The White Queen, almost entirely shielded, responded swiftly, "These individuals appear to have found a way to suppress our powers." Hearing her words, Kara peered through the dense mass of spider machines towards the higher-ups of the Sentinel Special Operations. There, beside one of the officials, stood a tall, pale-faced young man, his eyes shimmering with a yellow glow, fixated on her. Is he a mutant? Kara pondered, puzzled as to why a mutant would aid the government in capturing his own kind. She felt no suppression herself. If the adversaries were merely non-mutant superhumans, it would be impossible for only the war police to be subdued, indicating that their powers could only suppress other mutants of the same origin. Crouch down, Kara commanded, her eyes glowing red as she surveyed the surroundings. As Scott and the others complied, Kara unleashed her heat vision in a rapid, circular motion, resulting in a series of explosions as the encroaching spider machines made contact. I've identified the source of the problem. You all go rescue the hostages while I handle this nuisance. The heat vision not only dismantled the machines, but also caused a plethora of trees to begin collapsing around her, creating a tremendous uproar that inevitably caught the attention of the Sentinel Special Operations. However, the nearby personnel were limited, with most soldiers scattered throughout the forest, unable to respond swiftly. Unimpeded, Kara descended directly near the high-ranking officials. Before the surrounding soldiers could react, she swiftly approached the back of one of the officials, seizing him by the neck and gently levitating him into the air. If you wish for him to live, then lower your weapon. Drawing upon words she had once heard in a film, Kara uttered them with an uncanny familiarity, as though she had navigated through such scenarios countless times before. Upon noticing a mutant beside her, glaring with eyes aglow in yellow, Kara raised her weapon and executed a swift spin, delivering a powerful kick to the mutant's face. The impact sent the mutant spiraling to the ground, unconscious. At this juncture, another high-ranking official hesitantly inquired, "Are you an Avenger?" Kara cast a surprised glance at him, clearly taken aback by his recognition. When she offered no reply, he continued, "I am Rory Campbell, the head of the government's Hound program. Surely there has been some misunderstanding?" The operation had been nearing its conclusion when members of the police suddenly intervened to rescue the individuals in question. Fortunately, Rory Campbell had brought along a newly restrained mutant capable of generating special energy pulses to nullify mutant abilities and incapacitate electronic devices. Although the police members possessed formidable powers, their abilities were currently suppressed. With the aid of his invention, the spider machine, Rory was confident that while he might not be able to eliminate them, he could certainly delay them. Once they apprehended the remaining mutants, he and his team would retreat, trusting that the professor would not involve the government further. However, an unforeseen complication arose when another young girl emerged, displaying extraordinary power despite not being a mutant. She effortlessly dismantled the spider machine and rendered the restrained mutant unconscious. Upon closer examination, Rory Campbell realized that she was, in fact, one of the Avengers who had thwarted an alien invasion not long ago. Although Kara was unaware of the intricacies of the Hound program, the very name and the actions of these individuals suggested malevolence, at least from the perspective of mutants. After a moment's contemplation, she reached a resolute decision. You are government agents? Then why do you target children? Kara slowly lowered her weapon, her expression a blend of astonishment and skepticism as she confronted Rory Campbell. Rory raised his hand, signaling the soldier beside him, who was poised to elevate his weapon, to lower it, and a faint smile graced his lips as he produced an identification card and presented it to Kara. That girl is a mutant who has already taken the lives of many innocent civilians. We have been dispatched to capture these mutants. With the loss of the spider machine and the ability to suppress mutant powers, Rory recognized that these ordinary soldiers would stand no chance against the mutants. Given the close alliance between the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., which in turn had significant ties to the government, Rory hoped to enlist Kara's assistance in apprehending several mutants. After all, Kara appeared to be merely a young girl. Rory believed that if he could win her favor, the likelihood of her aiding him would be considerably high. Kara took the identification and glanced at it. It read Rory Campbell, Scholar of Mutant Research at the Sentinel Public Service Station. Noticing Kara nodding as she examined the credentials, Rory hesitated before speaking. The equipment we brought for this operation is quite advanced. A flicker of regret crossed Kara's face. I apologize, that is my oversight. Since those mutants are terrorists, as a member of the Avengers, I shall assist you in apprehending them. Indeed, despite her formidable abilities, she remained just a young girl, easily guided by someone like me. Upon hearing Kara's willingness to help, a smile involuntarily appeared on Rory's face, just as he was about to express his gratitude. However, Kara, with a curious expression, interjected, what exactly is the Hound Project? The Hound Project is classified government information. However, if you manage to capture these mutants, you will find yourself involved in the initiative. Once this mission concludes, return with me to the government, and you shall learn all about it. Rory decided against revealing the details of the Hound Project, contemplating how to deceive Kara when they returned. If she could join the project, it would significantly enhance his future endeavors. Casting a glance at the nearby sentinels who had already rescued several individuals, Kara inquired wistfully, can't you disclose anything now? Upon seeing Rory shake his head resolutely, a smile returned to Kara's face. No worries, I can handle it myself. Rory was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her intent before Kara seized him by the collar and soared toward the sentinels. With a swift motion, she tossed Rory to the ground. Noticing Scott and the others looking her way, Kara grinned broadly, proudly declaring, I have accomplished a great feat. Chapter 38, Forming the Team. At Xavier S. School for Gifted Youngsters, on the playground, a group of preparatory students gathered to listen as Kara recounted the day's events. Kara embellished the narrative, portraying the adversaries as overwhelmingly formidable, the Sentinels' struggle as arduous, and herself as exceptionally skilled, weaving a captivating tale of heroism. You may not realize how perilous the situation was. Had I arrived just a moment later, Scott and his team might not have returned. As she spoke, she shook her head in disbelief. Wow, Kara is amazing, exclaimed Clarice, her eyes filled with admiration for Kara. Indeed, she will undoubtedly become the most powerful mutant. Katie echoed in awe. With the two leading the charge, Bobby and the other students eagerly began to shower Kara with praise. In response to their flattery, Kara nodded with satisfaction, graciously accepting their admiration. Do you remember the aliens that appeared in Manhattan recently? Kara suddenly asked. Clarice nodded, replying, I saw it on the news. In the end, Iron Man and several powerful superheroes thwarted the alien invasion. Several other trainees nodded in acknowledgement of the matter at hand. The typically reticent Ellie surprisingly interjected, stating, I've seen it during my browsing. Their organization seems to be called the Avengers. I'll share a secret with you, Kara whispered, glancing around nervously. Noticing the others leaning in with curiosity, she continued, at that time, I was in Manhattan and took part in that battle, and I even met the Avengers. The squad members looked at Kara in astonishment. Pleased with their reaction, Kara posed a follow-up question. After that battle, the Avengers gained significant admiration from ordinary people. Do you know why? In truth, ordinary humans have never harbored animosity towards mutants. The resentment typically stems from a minority of those who have suffered harm and a few individuals consumed by jealousy. After all, most mutants possess abilities that are rather inconsequential. If there were only one or two mutants in this world, regardless of their character, everyone would regard them as rare entities. Moreover, this universe is not solely inhabited by mutants. In a world brimming with superhumans, mutants are not as intolerable as they may seem. The primary reason the government consented to capture mutants was due to the radical ideas instilled in politicians regarding threats. After all, which country in the world is devoid of mutants? Every continent and city harbors the presence of mutants. Should a leader unify them? The hidden mutants within a country could potentially dismantle it from within. Can the government afford to be unafraid? Of course. Such complexities are beyond the comprehension of these inexperienced trainees. Hearing Kara's inquiry, they were genuinely intrigued. Could it be that mutants are truly the stepchildren of society? Coughing slightly, Kara continued, based on my years of experience, I conclude that when mutants appear before most ordinary people, it is often amidst chaos. Even if the police are there to resolve the issues, the adversaries are also mutants, creating a substantial negative impact. The superheroes emerge to avert calamities, akin to aliens, terrorists, and mutants, which naturally earns them the admiration and gratitude of the public. Listening to Kara's analysis, the team found her reasoning compelling. No wonder the police, despite their efforts to assist the public, received little appreciation. It was due to this very reason. This implies that to alter ordinary people's perceptions of mutants, one must assist them in overcoming challenges. Clarice, ever the devoted follower, seamlessly echoed Kara's sentiments. Kara regarded Clarice with admiration, nodding as she remarked, "Indeed. Thus I plan to assemble a team akin to the Avengers to tackle challenges and adversaries that ordinary people cannot face. We could directly join the police," Bobby suddenly suggested. "Wouldn't that allow us to undertake such endeavors?" Kara retorted, slightly annoyed by the interruption. "If the professor were to agree, would we be in this situation now?" Without waiting for a response, Kara continued, "So what do you say? Are you interested in joining my team? If we succeed, we could become the heroes who save mutants." Kara had no intention of merely running errands for ordinary people. This was merely a premeditated excuse, as she would ultimately dictate their actions. "I'm willing to join." To Kara's surprise, the first to agree was Ellie, who quickly winked at her. "I want to join too," chimed in Clarice and Katie, Kara's loyal companions, eager to align themselves with her cause. With three voices in agreement, Kara turned her gaze to the remaining trio. Roberto hesitated, uncertain about joining. But upon catching a glimpse of Kara's slightly threatening expression, he felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively patted his chest. "I can't possibly miss out on the leader's team." If John had suffered the most during this time, Roberto had undoubtedly borne the brunt of the beatings, being the physically strongest in the squad and thus more resilient. He had also received special treatment from Kara. Smart choice. Kara's attention shifted to Bobby, who, avoiding eye contact, hesitated before ultimately declining. "I can't join right now. I need to think about it." With that, he hastily stood up and left the playground in a flurry. "I want to join too." John, who had been quietly sitting nearby, cast a fearful glance at Kara. Kara frowned. While helping ordinary people was merely a pretext, they couldn't remain idle. Though John's abilities weren't particularly formidable, he could still be of use. Perhaps running errands, or providing some semblance of presence in front of ordinary folks. "You can join my team, but you'll need to change your title. Let us call you Firefighter." How does that sound? Quite cool, right? Fearing that Kara might hold a grudge and ostracize him, John felt a wave of relief at her agreement. Although the title of Firefighter was somewhat unconventional, he didn't mind it much. "Thank you, Kara. I'll do my best." Kara, exuding an air of authority, casually waved her hand. As for the already departed Bobby, she smirked at Katie. "You cannot escape my grasp. What shall we name our team?" Ellie suddenly inquired, her gaze filled with anticipation. Unable to suppress a smile at their eagerness, Kara declared, "We shall call our team the Third." Chapter 9. The darkness before us. Just after Kara had outlined some rules for their collaboration, Aurora approached from a distance, leading a green-haired girl they had rescued that day. "This is Lorna, our new recruit, who will also be joining the preparatory team," Aurora announced, giving Lorna a gentle pat on the shoulder. "They will be your friends from now on. Go on and introduce yourself. I have matters to attend to, so you all must get along." Aurora glanced at Kara and continued, "Do not bully the new students." Upon hearing Aurora's words and noticing the pointed gaze directed at her, Kara felt displeased. "Your statement is utterly unnecessary. When have I ever bullied a student?" Yes. Aurora shot a glance, nodding in agreement, while John, whose face had not yet fully healed from swelling, chose to leave the playground in silence. Lorna Dane possesses the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Unfazed, Lorna introduced herself with a natural poise under the scrutiny of those present. Kara was slightly taken aback upon hearing that Lorna's ability was akin to controlling magnetic fields. "Isn't that akin to Magneto's power?" she pondered, glancing at Lorna's hair color, and a hypothesis formed in her mind. This must be a lineage of Magneto. After all, Scarlet Witch has red hair and Quicksilver has white. It seems plausible for a daughter to have green hair as well. Yet, this was merely speculation, and Kara's curiosity prompted her to inquire, "Do you know Magneto?" Lorna's calm demeanor suddenly shifted. She huffed coldly, No, I do not know him. The young lady appears to possess quite the story. However, her attitude clearly indicated her reluctance to discuss the matter. Nevertheless, Kara surmised that perhaps in his youth, Magneto had roamed the world, sowing seeds without taking precautions, only to depart in carefree solitude, leaving Lorna's mother to raise her alone. Lorna looked at Kara, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Thank you for saving me." Kara, lost in thought about how many offspring Magneto might have, was momentarily taken aback by Lorna's gratitude. "It's nothing. Mutants should help one another." Aside from the professors, no one in the academy was aware that Kara was not a mutant, and naturally, she would not disclose this fact. After all, in her current circumstances, the identity of a mutant served as a fundamental bridge to connect with these students. There's a saying, to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Regardless of whether others believed it, Kara often envisioned herself as a mutant while at school. Lorna regarded Kara with a curious glance, then surveyed the other students around her. She suppressed her questions, deciding to seek an opportunity to inquire further in private. Subsequently, the members of the team introduced themselves, allowing for a preliminary acquaintance with Lorna. Since they had all joined the same team, Kara resolved to utilize the information she had gathered to assist her fellow members in developing their abilities. In Kara's view, while the strength of mutants may vary, their abilities should not be classified into hierarchies. Each power, when applied in the right context or manner, can yield astonishing effects. Much like Clarice's ability to open portals, her current role as perceived by her instructor is merely supportive. However, if this ability were to be employed in an alternative manner, its offensive potential might surpass even that of Kara at present. As dusk approached, Kara briefly outlined the upcoming training schedule to her team members before concluding the discussion. That night, in her chamber, the communicator beeped persistently. Kara picked it up, discovering it was her long-unheard acquaintance, Nick Fury. He appeared to be in good spirits, prompting Kara to inquire, "Everything well with you?" Upon connecting, Kara's tone was rather nonchalant. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination, but she sensed that Nick Fury's already stoic demeanor darkened slightly. "I just received word that you've apprehended a government researcher," Nick Fury stated flatly, without waiting for Kara's response. He added, "You cannot save the mutants." Upon receiving this information, Nick Fury's mind raced with numerous implications. Although Kara was an extraterrestrial, Natasha's insights indicated that she exhibited human-like emotions, including anger and joy, which naturally encompassed empathy. After visiting the mutant school and gaining some understanding, he recognized her desire to assist the mutants, yet the situation was far more complex than it appeared. After some contemplation, Nick Fury resolved to caution Kara against becoming overly entangled in the conflict between mutants and the government. "I have no intention of saving the mutants. This is merely a step in my effort to gain their trust. After all, assisting them fosters closeness and goodwill." Kara indeed had not intended to aid the mutants. Yet if circumstances permitted, she would not stand idly by. As for Nick Fury's assertion that she could not help, Kara found it laughable. If she truly committed herself, who within the government could withstand her efforts? Her mindset, however, was not particularly radical. "Regarding the Hulk, are you certain he wouldn't turn against the government alongside me?" Although Kara would not proactively assist the mutants, she would guide them towards self-rescue, especially since her current team comprised mutants. Provided her plans remained largely intact, she believed it would not be long before the mutants extricated themselves from their current predicament. Upon hearing Kara's perspective, Nick Fury's expression softened somewhat, and he cared little about the fate of the captured researcher. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly inquired, "What did you mean by your previous statement?" Kara looked at him, puzzled. "What statement?" After a brief silence, as Nick's expression grew increasingly grave, Kara seemed to recall something. "Oh, you mean that? Alas, I nearly forgot. You really have nothing to worry about." Hearing this, Nick Fury assumed Kara had merely been jesting with him. Although he had fretted for a week, he quietly exhaled in relief. As Kara smiled at Nick Fury on the screen, she remarked, "You see, you simply cannot let it get to you. There is a profound saying from that indescribable country. A person has but one life, which may be lighter than a feather or heavier than a mountain. You have toiled for the earth for the better part of your life, despite having committed numerous transgressions. Surely you shall ascend to heaven, no?" Observing the ominous pallor on Nick Fury's face, Kara seemed oblivious to his demeanor and continued without waiting for a response. "You are no longer a child. Maintain a tranquil heart and enjoy this period of your life." She sighed. "Ah, someone is knocking at the door. So I shall speak no more for now." After comfortably terminating the communication, Kara felt as though her spirit had undergone a form of transcendence. For reasons unknown to her, she felt elated and joyful. Chapter 40, Lorna joins. Upon opening the door, Kara was surprised to find Lorna standing there, pondering what could bring her at such a late hour. Lorna, approximately 5 feet tall, was slightly taller than Kara and possessed emerald green hair and irises. complemented by her fair complexion, a result of her abilities. "Lorna, what brings you here at this hour?" Kara inquired, noticing Lorna had already changed into her pajamas. Peering through the gap in the door, Lorna smiled and replied, "I have a few questions for you. May I come in?" "Of course, come in." Kara thought little of it. Once Lorna entered, she closed the door and took a few steps back to recline on her bed. Lorna scanned the room and, upon seeing Kara lying on the bed, removed her shoes and sat cross-legged. Her curiosity piqued. "Kara, you cannot possibly be a mutant, can you?" Having faced considerable hardships growing up, Lorna had matured beyond her years and possessed a keen observational skill. She had witnessed Kara's extraordinary abilities in the forest, flight, immense strength and defense, and the capacity to emit lasers from her eyes. Such a plethora of powers could not possibly belong to a mere mutant. At least not one she had encountered. What struck Lorna most was that while everyone else's abilities had been suppressed at that moment, Kara remained unscathed. Given these observations, Lorna harbored doubts about Kara's true nature. Kara, taken aback by Lorna's unexpected inquiry, locked eyes with her for a moment. "Does it truly matter whether I am a mutant? I am a member of the school now." Though Kara's reply was somewhat ambiguous, Lorna grasped her meaning. Suddenly, Lorna took Kara's hand and, with sincerity, declared, "Kara, rest assured. I will safeguard this secret for you." In Lorna's perception, girls had always been a vulnerable group, often facing limitations and bullying. She had longed to change this narrative. And although others in her organization boasted of their formidable powers, Lorna, being younger, had yet to make a significant impact. However, today Kara's performance profoundly resonated with Lorna's heart. Despite being of similar age, Kara's remarkable strength left Lorna in awe, though her reserved nature prevented her from expressing it outwardly. Upon arriving at school, Lorna realized that the other students seemed oblivious to the fact that Kara was not a mutant, leaving Lorna with a rather unique sense of awareness. "I believe in you." As Kara pondered how to ensure Lorna would keep this secret, she noticed Lorna's unwavering gaze upon her. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, Kara smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "But, are you gripping my hand a bit too tightly? Lorna, I have assembled a team. Would you care to join?" It was worth noting that both Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver possessed formidable abilities. As the daughter of Magneto, Lorna's powers were equally impressive, promising to be a significant asset should she decide to join Kara's team. Kara proceeded to elaborate on her previous theories, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Lorna readily agreed. Seeing Lorna's acceptance, Kara felt a surge of joy. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation until they noticed the hour approaching midnight. "Lorna, it's getting quite late. You should rest," Kara remarked, observing Lorna's yawns with a gentle smile. Indeed, Lorna was feeling drowsy. Upon hearing Kara's suggestion, she nodded and flopped onto the bed. Kara had intended for Lorna to return to her own room, but was taken aback when Lorna lay down beside her. Gazing at Lorna's face, which was now so close, Kara felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety and instinctively shifted back a bit. After a moment's hesitation, Lorna whispered, "Kara, I'm a little scared being alone. Can I sleep here with you tonight?" Given Lorna's recent experiences and her presence in an unfamiliar environment, such apprehension was entirely understandable. After all, they were both girls. It was hardly an issue, especially since Natasha had shared a room with her for a month without any qualms. Kara chuckled and nodded, cautious not to make Lorna feel uncomfortable, and gradually moved closer again. The two fell into a comfortable silence, and Kara slowly closed her eyes, preparing to rest. "Kara, how do you do it?" After a brief lull, Lorna suddenly inquired. Kara opened her eyes, slightly perplexed by Lorna's question, and then her pupils dilated as she instinctively grasped Lorna's hand. "What are you doing?" Lorna gasped, startled by Kara's reaction and the sudden grip on her hand, then marveled. "You're so fast." She glanced enviously at Kara's neck and the area above her abdomen, then compared it to her own. "Yours is so big. It's almost like an adult's." A faint blush crept across Kara's face, and flustered, she turned away from Lorna, her back now facing her. "I cannot comprehend your words. I am fatigued. Yet, thoughts of Natasha linger in my mind. This young girl, indeed, has never encountered the world, and what is there to envy?" Kara's reaction left Lorna momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that the fierce Kara in battle would display such shyness. It was as if she had made a significant discovery. A faint smile emerging on her face as she gradually moved closer to Kara. Naturally, Kara sensed Lorna's approach, her heart fluttering with a touch of apprehension. Could this be yet another Natasha? As it turned out, Kara's worries were unfounded. Lorna merely embraced her from behind, and then fell silent. Kara quietly exhaled, allowing her thoughts to wander for a while before drifting into slumber. The following day, having gathered substantial intelligence from the captured Dr. Bell regarding the Sentinel Special Operations, numerous matters required the attention of the battle police, leading to the cancellation of the morning's theoretical class. This time, Kara chose not to request an outing with others, but instead sought out the professor alone. Having achieved her initial objective, her foremost task now was to persuade the professor to permit these trainees to accompany her. Kara, is there something on your mind? The professor greeted her with his usual warmth, smiling as he inquired upon her arrival. Professor, I had prepared some arguments, but upon arrival, I found myself hesitating, Kara admitted. The professor set aside his book and remarked, Are you referring to the matter of taking the trainees outside? Chapter 41, Transition, John, Bobby. Upon hearing the professor's words, Kara's immediate reaction was that someone had disclosed information prematurely, with John and the yet-to-join Bobby being the most likely culprits. The professor seemed to have discerned Kara's thoughts and tapped his head, saying, No one has informed me, although I do not utilize my abilities on those within the academy. Bobby has been acting unusually today. Professor, you are well aware of the current plight of mutants. If no changes are made, this situation will surely lead to dire consequences for mutants, Kara asserted, doubting the professor's lack of understanding regarding this matter. However, the reason for his inaction was beyond her comprehension. At this moment, the professor's expression turned grave. He had learned from Dr. Campbell that the Sentinel Special Operations had developed a drug that ensnared mutants, which would be administered to captured mutants, subjecting them to prolonged torment until they gradually lost their autonomy and became controllable. This was the so-called Hound program. The success of the Hound program posed an even greater crisis for mutants, who were already struggling. Is this the purpose for which Nick Fury summoned you? Is the team you mentioned under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Initially, Kara had indeed intended to act according to Nick Fury's wishes, but upon further reflection, she felt a sense of discomfort. Upon discovering the existence of the Marvel Universe, Kara, endowed with Kryptonian abilities, found herself disinclined to lead a mundane existence. She believed that joining the forces of justice to combat evil could indeed be a most intriguing endeavor. Whether heroes or villains, many possessed their own factions and teams. With the support of S.H.I.E.L.D. behind her, Kara felt that her endeavors would be greatly facilitated. Perhaps one day, she could ascend to the role of director and command a cadre of superheroes. However, she soon realized that matters were far more complex than she had initially envisioned. The individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. were seasoned veterans, and she found herself outmatched in intellect. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. was deeply infiltrated by Hydra, rendering any resolution exceedingly troublesome. Coincidentally, Nick Fury had assigned her a task of recruitment. Kara pondered the notion of seeking out new allies. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, an abundant source of exceptionally gifted individuals. Why engage in a battle of wits with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? This was her own initiative, and the team would not be beholden to any faction. Their singular aim would be to pursue what they deemed right, with her vision steering the course. This, she believed, would surely alter the public's perception of mutants. However, as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, she could not acquiesce to the professor's proposition. The professor's greatest concern was for his students to avoid affiliations with organizations closely tied to the government. Considering Kara's status, he ultimately decided to decline the request. Just as I am a member of the school, my affiliation does not inherently categorize me as a mutant. One must acknowledge that in the outside world, possessing such an identity can be advantageous. After all, the majority of ordinary people idolize heroes. And should my team emerge in the public eye, despite most being mutants, their identities might foster greater acceptance among the populace. The professor contemplated this for an extended period, reflecting on the current plight of mutants. I can permit you to take them, but not at this moment. They remain too weak. Moreover, a team requires more than just warriors. Your group barely constitutes a rudimentary form. A smile involuntarily graced Kara's face. She had not intended to take them away just yet. The primary goal of this discussion was to secure the professor's consent. Following this, Kara assured the professor that she would not be taking them immediately, and she elaborated on the advantages this approach could bring to mutants. The professor reciprocated with valuable insights and cautionary advice beneficial to the team. Their conversation persisted until noon, yielding substantial insights for Kara. The professor, renowned as the most formidable telepath among mutants, may not have been the most astute, yet he was undoubtedly the wisest, possessing foresight that illuminated many aspects Kara had overlooked. In the ensuing period, Kara and the other team members commenced targeted training. Yet, she was unexpectedly taken aback when Kitty, who had a romantic history with Iceman in the original storyline, discovered that Bobby was reluctant to join the team. After several days of covert observation, Kara was astonished to discover that Bobby was, in fact, a homosexual. Initially perplexed by his daily closeness to John, the revelation clarified many uncertainties. Unbeknownst to John, His close friend was indeed gay. When Kara sought to entice Bobby into joining their team by leveraging her charm, John initially rebuffed the idea. However, after enduring a few beatings, he ultimately capitulated to Kara's persuasion. As expected, a few days later, Bobby approached Kara, expressing his desire to join the group. Consequently, the original X-Men reserve team all became members of Kara's ensemble. 3 months later, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, night enveloped the estate in a profound stillness. Most of the students and faculty had succumbed to slumber, leaving the deepest recesses of the grounds, particularly the playground, in eerie silence. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the deserted playground. The newcomer crouched slightly, scanning the surroundings. The inky darkness seemed to pose no hindrance to her keen observation. Once assured of safety, she gradually straightened her posture, revealing a slender silhouette with long hair cascading over her shoulders. The woman stood patiently, and after approximately 5 minutes, another figure descended from the sky. This newcomer exuded a robust presence, almost merging seamlessly with the surroundings, an extraordinary sight. The earlier arrival narrowed her eyes in anticipation and, upon recognizing the newcomer, nodded in acknowledgement. She then gazed upward, peering through the clouds at the moon, a frown creasing her brow. Silence enveloped them as they awaited the arrival of others, indicating that this undertaking involved more than just the two of them. The chosen locale suggested a thorough familiarity with the estate's environment, deliberately selecting this secluded spot for their rendezvous. Indeed, after a brief interval, as the woman began to grow impatient, 3 figures emerged from the nearby woods, hastening toward her. "You are late," the woman remarked, glancing once more at the moon. The latecomers appeared visibly intimidated by her presence, and one of the taller figures nervously explained, "We encountered a few students on our way here, and fearing we might compromise the operation, we were delayed." With the arrival of the last 3 individuals, the mission was officially underway. "All right, let us begin," commanded the woman, prompting everyone to turn their attention to another delicate figure. This petite figure seemed somewhat anxious, upon meeting the gazes of the others. She glanced at the commanding woman and timidly inquired, "Kara, is this really all right?" It is worth noting that this is not the first time a few individuals have attempted to sneak out. On the previous 2 occasions, they were apprehended before they could even gather. Although they have now convened, Clarice still harbors some concerns. Kara scoffed lightly, a smirk of pride playing on her lips as she proclaimed, "Rest assured, I have identified the reasons for our previous captures, and this time there will be no issues." The prior missions had been meticulously planned, yet they always ended in failure, which puzzled Kara until she ultimately realized that Lorna was the cause. It was not that Lorna had betrayed them, but rather that the professor was likely aware of her connection to Magneto, her father, and for reasons unknown, had situated Lorna's room in close proximity to his own. During their first attempt to escape, Kara had instructed Katie to locate Lorna, hoping Katie could use her abilities to facilitate their clandestine departure. However, they were immediately caught by the professor, resulting in an abrupt failure before they could even begin. After some time, Kara organized another outing, this time asking Lorna to quietly come to her room. Initially, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. After Lorna arrived, they waited in silence, preparing to slip out and join the others. Yet, just as they stepped outside the manor, the professor discovered them once more. Kara was perplexed, given that Lorna was Magneto's daughter. Why was the professor so intent on safeguarding her? She could not believe there was nothing amiss between them. Drawing from their previous failures, Kara concluded that if they could circumvent Lorna and their plans, they would avoid detection. The most effective way to do so was to forego taking Lorna along. Indeed, this time, leaving the green-haired maiden behind ensured that no incidents transpired, and their progress continued smoothly. As for Ellie, she had been taken away by Colossus, who had been stationed outside. Due to an injury sustained by his original partner during a mission, he had temporarily requested Ellie's assistance from the school. Although Ellie was now with the X-Men, it was of little concern. Her heart remained with Kara, and when the time came, summoning her would be as simple as making a phone call, perhaps even bringing Colossus along. As for the absent John, that was a matter for Bobby, who was perpetually glued to him. Kara was not particularly concerned, hence she refrained from inquiring further. Thus, the 5 individuals embarking on this mission were Kara, Clarice, Katie, Bobby, and the night-vanishing Roberto. Due to his abilities, Roberto seemed to have been infused with vigor, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet at just 16 years of age, and remarkably robust. However, the question remained, where were they to go? As this was their first foray into this stage of the operation, Clarice was uncertain about where to transport everyone. Kara shot her an exasperated glance. "Please, let us leave this place first, and then discuss our destination. We must begin swiftly, lest unforeseen complications arise." As Clarice herself is of Chinese descent, Kara, rarely speaking in idioms, did not fear whether the other would comprehend her meaning. "Oh," Clarice nodded, a hint of nervousness prompting her to glance around. and then, with hands outstretched towards the empty space, as if tearing apart an unseen fabric, she gradually opened a violet portal. "Let us go," Kara declared without hesitation, leading the way into the passage. The remaining members, having not ventured far from school for quite some time, exhibited signs of excitement as they trickled through the portal. At the southern end of Manhattan, in a narrow alley, Kara emerged from the portal and was immediately met with distant sounds of revelry and the familiar cadence of her native tongue. Peering through the walls of the alley, she discovered that the streets outside were bustling with people of Chinese descent and shops brimming with Eastern aesthetics. Chinatown. One by one, the team members cascaded from the portal, each of them curiously gazing around, clearly unaccustomed to the surroundings. Kara waved her hand grandiosely and proclaimed, "This is the place. If you see anything you fancy, feel free to let me know. Today's expenses are on me." With Christmas approaching, although it was an American holiday, Chinatown was vibrant and lively. After withdrawing some money from a nearby bank, Kara led her enthusiastic companions into the throngs of the street. While it was not uncommon for Americans to visit Chinatown, the presence of Kara and her youthful companions did not draw excessive attention. Kara first introduced her friends to a variety of delectable foods they had never tasted before, and then they began to meander through the market. As they passed a stall selling masks, Clarice tugged at Kara's sleeve, exclaiming with excitement, "Kara, look! That mask resembles you." Intrigued, Kara turned her gaze toward the stall, where most masks depicted characters from Eastern mythologies, along with models of superheroes. Among the Iron Man and Hulk masks, there was one strikingly similar to Kara. While she was aware of her newfound notoriety due to the New York battle, she had anticipated that masks would be made in her likeness. Approaching the stall, Kara pointed at the mask and curiously inquired, "Excuse me, who is this girl?" The stall owner, taken aback by Kara's fluent Mandarin, glanced at her before looking at the mask she indicated. With a smile, he replied, "This is a newly emerged superhero. This girl thwarted an alien invasion a few months ago. Young lady, since you speak Mandarin, I'll sell it to you for just $5. Would you like to buy one?" Kara cast a glance at Clarice and the others, who looked at her with admiration, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. She then asked, "All other superheroes have titles. What is this girl called? If there is a mask, surely there must be a title as well?" Kara was quite intrigued by the titles these individuals would bestow upon themselves. The vendor, noticing the curiosity in their gazes, leaned in with an air of mystery and said, "This girl has only made a single appearance, so there is little known about her. Some citizens in America refer to her as the Marvelous Girl, while others call her the Enigmatic Maiden." Kara couldn't help but twitch her lips. Such names reeked of imitation. Merely a slight alteration to denote an entirely different persona. However, the vendor shifted gears, stating emphatically, "A relative of my nephew's neighbor's classmate in elementary school, who works for the government, has shared insider information that this girl refers to herself as the Whimpering Hero." Chapter 43, Terror Attack. Humph. If it weren't for you dragging me along, I would never have let this go. Creating ridiculous titles is one thing, but to claim that I had self-identified as such, Whimpering Hero, what nonsense. I will certainly pursue a copyright infringement claim against him. Anger simmered in Kara's eyes, her expression almost declaring her displeasure. "All right, don't be upset. Let's go watch a show. There's a grand theater over there," Clarice said, suppressing her laughter as she guided the perpetually grumbling Kara away from Chinatown. Bobby and the others nearby wore expressions of suppressed amusement, surprised at the humorous moniker bestowed upon the typically fiery Kara. Kara shot a warning glance at those around her. Anyone daring to laugh would certainly come to regret their existence. Indeed, why should one stoop to the level of an ordinary person? The boss could never possess such a title. It must surely be a fabrication of that vendor's imagination. Noticing Kara's gaze upon them, Roberto quickly composed himself, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he remarked, "Yet, paired with that towering stature and robust physique, it all seems rather incongruous." Upon hearing Roberto's comment, combined with the fact that they had left Chinatown, Kara's anger gradually ebbed. The group strolled along the street towards the Huaxia Grand Theater, as Clarice enthusiastically shared stories of the performances she had witnessed in her childhood. Boom. Just as they were nearing their destination, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the theater, causing the ground to tremble violently. A massive fireball shot forth from the open courtyard and entrance, while several passing cars collided in chaos. Nearby pedestrians, startled by the sudden blast, screamed and hastily fled the scene. Kara and her companions stared in shock at the theater, bewildered by the unfolding calamity. As Kara observed several civilians injured by the explosion, she turned to the stunned individuals beside her and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Hurry and help the injured." With that, she led the way towards the theater. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted a disheveled, short-haired Caucasian limping out, his skin emitting an orange glow that rapidly healed his injuries as he moved. Could this be the desperation virus? Kara gazed at him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. The short-haired man, surprised by Kara's presence, regarded her with a hint of a smug smile and extended a hand as if to push her aside. Rather than retreating, Kara seized his arm with curiosity and squeezed it before he could react. A crack echoed as he let out a muffled grunt, his expression shifting as the orange light flickered beneath his skin. The bone she had just crushed began to mend swiftly. He tugged at his arm, but found himself unable to break free, a glimmer of ferocity crossing his face. Kara noticed the orange glow in his pupils and felt the temperature of the arm she held rise sharply. The exposed skin, marred by tattered clothing, seemed to flow as if molten lava coursed just beneath the surface. Yet, as Kara remained unfazed, the man's initially fierce demeanor gave way to confusion. "Did you do this?" Kara inquired, her voice steady despite the heat radiating from him. She now understood why, in films, police would ask such seemingly pointless questions like, "Did you do this?" or "Why?" It stemmed from an awkward inability to articulate their thoughts in the face of disbelief. The short-haired man offered no reply. Suddenly, the fabric encasing his other arm ignited, and he swung his molten fist towards Kara. Calmly, she flicked his arm aside, tossing him away just before impact. With a resounding crash, he collided against the side of a nearby car, the force of the impact causing the vehicle to slide slightly. Noticing him spitting blood upon the car, she surmised that he would take some time to recover. Kara promptly dialed Nick Fury. "I've apprehended a terrorist at the Huaxia Grand Theater in southern Manhattan. He is a modified individual and quite dangerous." Nick Fury, seemingly preoccupied with some pressing matter, inquired briefly about the incident but did not delve into details. After assuring her that assistance would arrive shortly, he ended the call. Despite the explosion's immense power, the theater's sturdy walls had contained the damage, resulting in only a few unfortunate passers-by sustaining minor injuries. Clarice soon approached, having assisted the wounded to safety. Kara spoke to the few individuals beside her. "Bobby, Roberto, keep an eye on him. Someone will come to take him away shortly." The short-haired white man, who had been subdued in the vehicle, regained some composure upon hearing Kara's words. Instead of displaying any apprehension, he offered a disdainful smile to the group. "Boom. Once you reach S.H.I.E.L.D., you'll wish you hadn't." He laughed. Kara stepped forward and delivered a punch to the man's head. Turning to the two, she instructed, "If he wakes up, just knock him out again. Don't fear causing any harm. We must ensure he doesn't escape." Bobby and Roberto instinctively recoiled slightly, but nodded in understanding. Seeing their agreement, Kara, accompanied by Clarice and Katie, proceeded towards the entrance of the theater. However, upon reaching the threshold, Kara's expression shifted dramatically. Peering through the walls, she was confronted with a nightmarish scene within the theater, filled with charred corpses. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, Kara addressed her companions. "You two should return to Bobby and the others. If anyone comes to take that villain away, head back to school and inform the professor. I need to remain outside for a while." Before either could respond, Kara dashed into the theater, where she discovered a solitary survivor, an acquaintance, Happy Hogan, Iron Man's driver and bodyguard. Noticing that Happy had lost consciousness, Kara swiftly lifted him and took flight towards the nearest hospital. While soaring through the sky, Kara utilized her superhuman vision to quickly locate a medical facility. Upon witnessing a flying girl descending with an injured individual, the hospital staff, though initially astonished, promptly prepared a gurney and escorted Happy into the operating room. Chapter 44, Hospital. After watching Happy enter the surgical suite, Kara pondered for a moment in the corridor before abandoning the idea of contacting Tony immediately. She recalled fragments of the original storyline. Given the timeline of events, Tony had recently sent a nuclear missile into space during the Battle of New York. This encounter with advanced alien technology and an imposing extraterrestrial army had instilled a profound sense of unease within him. Fearful of a potential alien invasion, Tony had been tirelessly upgrading his armor and constructing new suits, driven by his inherent arrogance. Consequently, he had refrained from sharing his concerns with others, and after several months, it was likely that he had developed severe anxiety. It was important to note that Happy was Tony's closest confidant. As both a teammate and friend, Kara felt compelled to remain by his side. Sitting on a bench in the hospital corridor, she contemplated her next steps. According to the original plot, Tony would become enraged by Happy's predicament and would publicly declare his address, challenging the Mandarin, only to be ambushed and nearly lose his life. This recent setback left Tony feeling quite disgruntled. After a period of reflection, he ventured into the enemy's lair, capturing the actor impersonating the Mandarin. However, before he could extract much information, he found himself ensnared. Fortunately, he managed to escape unharmed in the end, employing his own created Iron Legion to dismantle the adversary's organization and fortuitously rescuing the president in the process. The president. An idea sparked in Kara's mind, leading her to a decisive conclusion. 2 hours later, in the hospital room, Kara stood beside Happy, who, though unable to move, displayed signs of consciousness through his slightly opened eyes. Happy, I've sent a message to Tony. He will be here to see you in a few hours. Happy's eyes flickered as he glanced at Kara, then blinked in acknowledgement. After an hour, seeing that Happy was no longer in immediate danger, Kara decided to return to SHIELD. After informing the others, she departed from the hospital. Just as she exited, a throng of reporters, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately surrounded her. Ms. Marvel, are you aware of the recent rampancy of the Mandarin? Will the Avengers take action against the Mandarin? The sudden barrage of questions left Kara momentarily stunned. Faced with the cacophony of inquiries, she felt a surge of anxiety. This was her first experience being interrogated by such a multitude, especially live on air. What if she said something amiss? Should she make a discreet exit? After a few moments of contemplation, she resolved to ignore the reporters and walk away. However, a blonde reporter interjected, Ms. Crybaby, what inspired you to adopt such a moniker? Just as Kara was about to leave, she paused for a few seconds, barely restraining the urge to retaliate against the reporter's provocation. Seizing the microphone from the reporter, she declared, I will state this only once. I do not go by the name Crybaby. If I hear it again, do not expect me to be polite. The blonde reporter, taken aback by Kara's boldness, soon revealed a spark of excitement upon hearing her response. As if by magic, she produced another microphone and continued. You rarely make public appearances. Everyone is quite curious about you. As a member of the Avengers and a superhero who saved New York, do you have a personal title? Though the blonde reporter's inquiry did not reflect the interests of all present, it was nonetheless a fresh scoop, prompting the others to quiet down in anticipation of Kara's reply. Clearing her throat, Kara raised her voice slightly. The expected gasps of astonishment were absent, and she caught a glimpse of the reporter's peculiar expressions, which filled her with a sense of awkwardness. After a brief moment of contemplation, tinged with embarrassment, she reiterated her response. The female reporter, after a moment of silence, chose to selectively forget the initial title. Everyone has been eager to discover who the captain of the Avengers truly is. I wonder if I can satisfy everyone's curiosity. Upon noticing the journalists around her finally responding, Kara's face brightened with a smile. Hearing the inquiry from a female reporter, she confidently declared, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. In fact, I'm the captain of the Avengers. You all know the Hulk, right? The big green fellow? He is my #1 sidekick, following my every command. At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding reporters, many murmuring in disbelief. How is that possible? Questioned reporter A. This must be a joke, exclaimed reporter B. As the incredulity of her statement became apparent, Kara's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. However, she quickly regained her composure and announced to the gathering of journalists, let me share another piece of news. I have also formed a superhero team. All members are of similar age to me, and I believe you will soon witness their emergence. Kara anticipated that this announcement would divert attention and serve as a prelude to promoting her team. To her surprise, a reporter sporting a bushy beard interjected. According to footage captured during the alien invasion, it was Captain America who commanded the fight. Is he not the captain of the Avengers? Kara's expression darkened slightly at this challenge. While the reporter did not directly accuse her of boasting, the insinuation was unmistakable. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she contemplated ignoring the question entirely. Yet, the reporter was undeterred and, mimicking the earlier inquiry from the female journalist, pressed on, everyone is quite curious. Please indulge us. With a sudden burst of defiance, Kara stomped her foot on the ground, casting a fierce glance at the surrounding journalists. Who is everyone? Let them step forward, and I will enlighten them. The reporters, startled by her unexpected outburst, instinctively took a few steps back, glancing at the cracked ground beneath them and swallowing nervously. Though the bearded reporter felt a twinge of fear, the tenacity inherent in journalists prevailed. Gathering his courage after surveying the crowd, he asked, You just claimed that the Hulk is your sidekick, but astute observers have noted that he should be incredibly powerful. How did you manage to recruit him as your subordinate? How ridiculous, Kara thought to herself, cursing silently at the reporter's audacity. Her mind raced as she managed to smile and responded, That's a secret. Not something to be divulged publicly. How about this? Provide me with your address, and I will have the Hulk visit you tonight to detail the entire process. Chapter 45. Kara, should we eliminate him? Outside the hospital. Upon hearing Kara's response, the bearded journalist could not help but change his expression, slowly retreating a few steps and refraining from pressing further. The blonde female reporter, however, cast a disdainful glance at him, bemused by the incompetence of the newspaper that had employed such a dim wit. Pray tell, what is the name of the team you just mentioned? Who are its current members? Kara regarded the female reporter with satisfaction, appreciating her perceptiveness as all her inquiries aligned with Kara's intentions. Glancing at the microphone in her hand, she noticed it bore the name Harold Daly. A slight frown creased Kara's brow, as the name seemed vaguely familiar. Observing Kara lost in thought, the female reporter called out to her. Kara looked at the reporter, contemplating her earlier plan. She smiled and replied, I must take my leave for now, but I truly appreciate your interview. Please give me your business card, and I shall contact you later. The reporter, momentarily taken aback, quickly displayed an expression of excitement, hastily retrieving a card to hand to Kara. The implication that Kara was willing to grant her a private interview meant she could obtain first-hand information about superheroes, an exclusive report that could potentially elevate her status to that of a premier journalist in New York City. Thrilled at the prospect, the female reporter found Kara utterly charming, deeming the day her lucky one. As Kara accepted the card and began to levitate into the air, preparing to depart, the reporter, infused with exhilaration yet tinged with concern, called out loudly, Do not forget to contact me. In Washington, D.C., at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Kara remained unaware of the whereabouts of the short-haired white individual and thus sought out Nick Fury to gather information regarding any developments from interrogations. Traversing unobstructed, she soon arrived at Nick Fury's office. With a smile on her face, Kara pushed the door open. How's it going, egghead? She intended to jest, but upon seeing the 4 individuals within, she swallowed her words. Nick Fury and Natasha were present, which was rather ordinary. However, Clarice's presence was unexpected. And if that were not puzzling enough, where had Lorna appeared from? Just hours away, and the narrative had shifted so dramatically? Clarice observed Kara entering with a scowl and could not suppress a flinch, hastily tugging at Lorna beside her. Lorna, unfazed, questioned with indignation, Kara, how could you abandon me and run off on your own? You claimed I was the one you trusted most, that you would always include me in your endeavors. How quickly you've broken your promise. Lorna's gaze was laden with resentment. Did I abandon you? You were simply incapable of coming along. Kara thought to herself, perplexed at how Lorna had managed to sneak away with Clarice. A wave of guilt washed over her as she cast a furtive glance at Lorna. With a few steps, I approached Lorna, offering a sheepish smile as I gently tugged at her arm, whispering, I will explain everything upon our return. There are pressing matters at hand. Instantly, my demeanor shifted to seriousness as I disregarded Natasha's teasing gaze and inquired of Nick Fury, what is the outcome? Have you extracted any valuable information? Dead. Nick Fury replied flatly, recounting the sequence of events. It turned out that the short-haired Caucasian had been quite unruly upon his return, and after injuring several interrogating agents, S.H.I.E.L.D., resorted to more assertive measures. TSK. Kara accepted the video offered to her, witnessing the ghastly screams of the short-haired man, now subjected to special treatment. The memory of his earlier disdain brought an involuntary smirk of schadenfreude to her lips. Bang! After fast-forwarding for a while, the footage revealed the short-haired individual, unable to endure the torment any longer. His skin erupted in a multitude of cracks, and with a flash of orange light, he self-destructed. Indeed, none of the terrorists seemed to possess a modicum of normalcy. Why not simply divulge information? The propensity for self-detonation over mere conversation is truly terrifying. How has your school life been? Nick Fury inquired, casting a knowing glance at Lorna and me. I understood his insinuation. While I had no intention of incorporating my team into S.H.I.E.L.D., I was wary of any misunderstandings that might arise between the two present. Clarice, you should accompany Lorna back to school. I shall join you in a few days, I instructed. Clarice nodded obediently, opening a portal and gesturing for Lorna to step through first. This time, you shall not abandon me. I refuse to return alone, Lorna exclaimed, indignation evident in her eyes as she glared at Kara, taken aback by the suggestion of being sent away so soon. Kara felt a headache brewing as Lorna's defiance persisted. Initially, Lorna had been as compliant as Clarice and Katie, but after some time and frequent late-night chats with Kara, their bond had grown stronger. Kara had often indulged Lorna, leading to her unique position as the only one in the team who dared to speak back. With a weary glance at Lorna, Kara conceded. Then you shall not return just yet. She then turned to Clarice, curiosity piqued. By the way, how did you manage to bring her out? Never mind. You should head back. I need to inform the professor. Once Clarice departed, I caught Nick Fury's intense gaze fixed upon me. I have assembled a team composed of students from the school, but they are currently unable to leave the premises. Nick Fury remained impassive as he tapped on his desk, a video of my interview at the hospital entrance illuminating the screen. In the footage, I appeared vibrant and animated, proclaiming my thoughts with fervor. I have also assembled a team of superheroes, all members of a similar age to mine. I believe everyone will soon catch a glimpse of them. Controlling the video, the last statement was repeated several times, prompting Nick Fury to teasingly inquire, So, Captain L, when will your team make its appearance? Kara's lips twitched slightly. After all, the truth would inevitably come to light, and there was nothing to conceal. There was no way to join S-H-I-E-L-D anyway, so it was best to abandon that hope. Bang! Upon hearing Kara's words, Nick Fury's expression darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, his expression suddenly shifted. Metal objects within the office began to levitate, aimed directly at Nick Fury. Kara, should we eliminate him? Lorna coldly regarded him, turning to Kara for her response. Startled, not only did Nick Fury and Natasha's faces change, but Kara was also taken aback by Lorna's words. Chapter 46. I am the captain. In S-H-I-E-L-D-S office. Lorna coldly scrutinized the one-eyed man before her, who was pounding on the table. Ever since Lorna's identity as a mutant was revealed, she had been living a life on the run. Government agencies show no mercy, even to a child who is a mutant. Fortunately, Lorna was quite clever and had managed to evade capture by the Sentinel Special Operations on multiple occasions. After a period of solitary escape, James Howlett found Lorna and invited her to join the mutant organization led by the Special Forces. Upon joining the organization, Lorna relished a rare period of tranquility. The base of the organization was exceedingly discreet, housing many mutants, including several children of Lorna's age. Here, she need not fear being captured by the Sentinels. Food and other necessities were provided by the community. However, this piece was but a facade. Lorna noticed that sometimes the personnel returning from missions were fewer in number. After inquiring with James, he merely stated that they were engaged in other matters. Yet, Lorna understood that those operatives might never return. As time passed, the Sentinels infiltrated the organization using controlled mutants and launched a surprise attack on the base in the dead of night, shattering the tranquility Lorna cherished. Witnessing her companions being shot and captured filled Lorna with rage. If previously she had merely felt bewilderment towards the government's capture of mutants, that attack transformed her confusion into animosity. The one-eyed man before her appeared far from benevolent, and through the glass, Lorna could see that she was on an island resembling a military base. Had it not been for Clarice's prior warnings about the circumstances here, Lorna would have acted long ago. Yet, she was aware of the connection between him and Kara, and prior to Kara's return, he had hinted at knowing the professor, suggesting he was not an enemy of the mutants. However, the audacity of the other party to slam the table at Kara ignited Lorna's previously restrained fury, prompting her to consider teaching this one-eyed government-like figure a lesson. Fortuitously, Lorna was somewhat apprehensive about inciting Kara's ire, which is why she refrained from immediate action. Kara, initially startled by Lorna's outburst, realized that if Lorna were to strike first, she would be unable to save the situation. It was the first time Kara had witnessed Lorna in such a rage. Observing the woman beside her, who seemed capable of taking Nick Fury's life with a mere nod, stirred unexpected emotions within Kara. Lorna, Natasha interjected, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, hoping Kara would intervene to restrain Lorna's behavior. With a knowing glance towards Natasha, Kara turned her attention to the seemingly composed Nick Fury and allowed herself a moment of smug satisfaction. It would be wise for you to adopt a more agreeable demeanor. Lorna's temper is not to be trifled with, and I cannot assure your safety. Nick Fury held Kara's gaze for a brief moment, as if unperturbed by the tension, before shifting his seat back into place. He exhibited no shame in yielding, casting a sidelong glance at the metallic object still aimed in his direction, and calmly inquired, I require an explanation. Are you contemplating withdrawing from S-H-I-E-L-D? Given the events of a few hours prior and the current conduct of the young mutant, it appeared that Kara's mission had reached its conclusion. Yet, her refusal to allow a few individuals to join S-H-I-E-L-D left Nick Fury pondering other interpretations, aside from Kara's intent to depart and operate independently. Without awaiting Kara's response, Nick Fury continued, You must understand that assembling a team requires more than just personnel. It necessitates equipment and logistical support, all of which demand substantial funding. Your 100,000 will not suffice. With a snap of her fingers, Kara signaled for Lorna to retract her abilities. However, Lorna remained oblivious to Kara's intent, fixated on Nick Fury as if poised to deliver a lethal blow. Noting that Nick Fury and Natasha appeared unfazed, Kara felt no embarrassment. She gently tugged at Lorna's arm, leaning in to whisper, Let him off this time. If that one-eyed figure exhibits any further insolence, you may draw your weapon. If the professor opposes your inclusion in S-H-I-E-L-D, and you can persuade him otherwise, I shall have no objections. Furthermore, I have no intention of leaving S-H-I-E-L-D. Regarding your concerns about funding, is S-H-I-E-L-D not available? Nick Fury's expression conveyed disbelief, and he dramatically retorted, Do you truly believe S-H-I-E-L-D would finance an uncontrollable superpower team comprised of minors? If Kara were to lead a group in beneficial endeavors, Nick Fury would be indifferent to their affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, his primary concern lay in the unruly nature of these children, whose tempestuous spirits, if unregulated, would inevitably result in chaos. Although they would not be joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Kara expressed that if any insurmountable troubles arose, S.H.I.E.L.D. could certainly afford to enlist her team's assistance. Her intention was to convey that, should circumstances permit, her team would be inclined to aid S.H.I.E.L.D. as one of their objectives was to alter the plight of mutants. She believed that establishing a connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. would yield beneficial outcomes. It is worth noting that S.H.I.E.L.D. is remarkably affluent, supported by numerous nations, and thus possesses ample financial resources. Furthermore, the troubles that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot resolve are assuredly significant. This would not only enhance their reputation among ordinary citizens, but also provide a lucrative opportunity for her team, proving advantageous in every regard. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, realizing that persuading the professor was akin to chasing phantoms, given the current situation. This might be the best course of action. As for the notion of hiring them, Fury was entirely unconcerned, for S.H.I.E.L.D. was never short of funds. Are you certain you can keep them in line? He inquired, casting a wary glance at Lorna, who was still glaring at him. Within the team, no one dared to defy Kara. Lorna occasionally displayed minor frustrations, yet overall, she was quite commendable, confidently gesturing towards Fury. Rest assured, I am the captain. After further discussion, Kara elaborated on the capabilities of her team members. At that moment, Agent Hill entered, casting a puzzled look at Lorna before turning to Nick Fury, as if she had something to report but was uncertain of Lorna's status. Nick Fury nodded at Hill, who, receiving the cue, spoke without reservation. We have detected unusual energy fluctuations in London. Thor has likely arrived on Earth. Additionally, Tony Stark has just declared war on the terrorist Mandarin through the media, publicly disclosing his address. Chapter 47. Surrender immediately. Why do these Avengers always behave this way? It's either nothing at all, or everything happens at once. Upon hearing Hill's report, Nick Fury felt a headache coming on and could not help but rub his temples. What about Banner? He hasn't caused any trouble, has he? Hill, maintaining her usual stoic expression, replied, Dr. Banner is as he has always been, rarely leaving his residence. His only interaction is with his yoga instructor. In the past, Banner had been relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law, constantly on the run, but now, having joined the Avengers, and with his father-in-law no longer in power, he was fortunate to lead a tranquil life, unlike Tony, who could not remain still. Let us not worry about Stark for now. Investigate Thor's purpose for coming to Earth. Upon hearing that Banner was well and had not stirred any trouble, Nick Fury felt a sense of relief. As for Stark's predicament, Fury viewed it as mere trivialities, not warranting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Thor, however, was a different matter. He would not appear on Earth without reason. Although some issues have arisen within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury nonetheless resolved to keep a vigilant eye on Thor's movements, particularly given the formidable backdrop of Asgard. Hill nodded slightly before turning to exit the office. Nearby, Kara, upon learning that Thor was also on Earth, immediately associated this with the plot of the film Thor, The Dark World, which in turn led her thoughts to the reality of the ether particles. Her heart raced with excitement, yet a tinge of fear crept in, worrying that a situation akin to when they encountered the Mind Stone might unfold. She pondered the identity of the woman who had appeared within the gem and shivered at the recollection. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Dismissing her anxious thoughts, Kara resolved to first complete her prior commitments before anything else, pulling Lorna along as they departed the office. At the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Lorna inquired, Kara, where are we headed now? Observing Kara engrossed with her phone, Lorna's curiosity was piqued. It had been a long time since she had the opportunity to venture out so openly, and given her youth, she was naturally eager about the plans for the upcoming days with Kara. After locating an interview featuring Tony, Kara smiled at Lorna, saying, Let us first seek out a wealthy benefactor. In Malibu, Los Angeles, Kara remarked, Lorna, we have arrived. With a hint of exasperation, she gently tapped Lorna, who had been clinging to her. It seemed that only upon hearing Kara's reminder did Lorna realize they had landed. She released her grip around Kara's waist and floated back a short distance before landing gracefully. Observing Lorna's satisfied expression, Kara felt a sense of bemusement. Though Lorna possessed the ability to fly, she insisted on being carried by Kara. citing it as a form of punishment for Kara having previously abandoned her to venture out alone. The reasoning was compelling, and combined with the yearning look in Lorna's eyes at that moment, Kara reluctantly acquiesced to her small request. The two gazed at the uniquely designed seaside villa before them, their expressions tinged with envy. What a pity. Kara shook her head, recalling that, according to the narrative, it would soon be reduced to ruins due to Tony's hubris. Earlier, as they descended, Kara had already confirmed with her superhuman hearing that Tony was indeed inside the villa. Given her knowledge of Tony, she refrained from using her enhanced vision to spy on his activities, fearing that she might inadvertently witness something inappropriate, which could adversely affect her mental and emotional well-being. Arriving at the villa's entrance, Kara pressed the doorbell and quietly awaited a response. After approximately 5 minutes, the glass doors of the villa slid open, and as Kara and Lorna stepped into the foyer, they were met by a fully armed Tony. Upon recognizing Kara and Lorna, Tony gradually lowered his raised hand. "You aren't here on behalf of the Mandarin, are you?" he queried, and as soon as he finished speaking, the armor on his face swiftly retracted, revealing his countenance. Though somewhat acquainted with Tony's character, Kara felt a surge of anger upon witnessing his serious inquiry. "You're finished. We are sent by the Mandarin. Chattering away, are we?" Without allowing him a moment to respond, Kara abruptly materialized before Tony, forcefully pushing against the chest of his suit. Just before Tony could be sent flying, she seized his calf and began to swing him vigorously. Tony gasped, quickly retracting the facial armor of his suit as the propulsion system activated. Attempting to extricate himself from Kara's grip, Jarvis quickly devised a strategy for me. After realizing he could not break free, Tony reluctantly sought assistance from his intelligent assistant. Maximum power engaged. Analysis indicates the strength of the opponent's grip exceeds 200,000 pounds. Subject 42 cannot escape. Surrender is advised. Although unable to assist Tony effectively, Jarvis remained dutiful in offering his counsel. "All right, Kara, you're Kara, right? I've remembered now. Please let me down." Tony, feeling queasy, hastily implored Kara to release him. Upon hearing Tony relent, the thrusters of his suit powered down, and she gradually ceased her vigorous motions, carelessly tossing him onto the ground. Upon landing, the helmet of the suit retracted, and Tony could no longer suppress his nausea. After a moment of dry heaving, he slowly rose to his feet. Noticing Kara's teasing gaze upon him, "I didn't recognize you at first. You've changed significantly since a few months ago. You're even more beautiful now, taller and, well, more developed." Kara, somewhat taken aback by Tony's unexpected compliment, felt a strange discomfort due to the combination of his praise and his gaze, which darkened her expression. Before Kara could react, Lorna swiftly commandeered the suit, ascending into the air, and, amidst Tony's exclamations, sent him crashing back to the ground. Boom. Subject 42 is currently unable to withstand repeated impacts of this magnitude. Immediate surrender is advised. Jarvis's voice intermittently echoed from within the suit. Boom. I apologize. Kara, please let her down." This time, Kara had no intention of sparing Tony. Upon hearing his plea, a hint of a cold smile appeared on her face. Boom. Jarvis. Initiate armored disassembly. Tony, realizing Kara would not heed his requests, sought to devise a solution himself. Kara, unwilling to let Tony perish due to damage to his suit at the hands of terrorists, decided to intervene, halting Lorna's escalating punishment once she deemed it sufficient. Chapter 48. Designing the uniform Malibu Street, Seaside Villa. After being released, Tony swiftly exited the suit, gazing at Lorna with astonishment. Observing Tony's nonchalant demeanor, Kara couldn't help but admire the suit's defensive capabilities. In the interest of Tony's safety, Kara swiftly interrupted what the other party wished to convey. "This is Lorna, one of my team members." "Oh, your team? What team?" Tony inquired with curiosity, considering that Kara had been discovered by the Avengers shortly after her arrival on Earth. It was puzzling when she had formed a team. "Did you not see the previous interviews?" Kara was taken aback that he was unaware of this news. Jarvis. Pull up the interviews regarding Kara. One must admit that Tony's intelligent assistant was indeed quite convenient, and the villa had been transformed into a high-tech haven. No sooner had he spoken than projections of an interview from a few hours prior at the hospital entrance appeared on the wall beside the hall. "The Avengers captain? Hulk is your number one sidekick?" While listening, Tony turned to Kara with an expression that was a mixture of bemusement and intrigue. Kara's cheeks flushed. "This is not the point. I have formed a team and require your assistance." The team, aside from its current members, also lacked funding, a base, technology, and other essential resources, most of which Tony could provide, which was one of the reasons Kara sought him out. "Not a problem. Feel free to ask for whatever you need." Although he had not explicitly mentioned it, Tony was genuinely grateful to Kara for saving Happy, and upon hearing that she needed his help, he readily agreed. Kara did not hesitate to list her requirements. "What about the base? How about constructing it next to the Avengers headquarters?" I am in the process of establishing a new headquarters, and adding another building adjacent to it could streamline our logistics. Sounds good, Kara nodded. Tony continued. As for the equipment, would you like to hire me as your team's technological consultant? The inventions Tony created, while not necessarily the most advanced, were certainly among the finest, and Kara was reluctant to forego this opportunity. However, allowing him to join her team conflicted with her initial intentions, as he would not be inclined to follow her commands. All right, but you will only be considered an external member. You will have no authority over team matters or missions. After some contemplation, Kara decided to allow him to join, albeit not as a core member of the team. I'll let you in for now, and if you prove disobedient later, I can always remove you. She thought to herself with a smirk. Tony, having merely suggested the idea, shrugged nonchalantly at the designation of being an external member. What shall we call our team? The Justice League? He jested. Upon seeing Kara's expression darken, he quickly took a step back and raised his hands defensively. Hey, I was just joking. You all have absolutely no sense of humor. Justice League, Kara declared with a serious demeanor, revealing the name that had long been settled in her mind. Initially, she had considered other names such as the Young Pioneers or the Taliban Squad, but none seemed to capture the essence she desired. Having contemplated neighboring entities such as the Young Justice League and the Teen Titans, I ultimately deemed it inappropriate, considering that the team may eventually integrate members beyond the youthful demographic. After much deliberation, I resolved to adopt the name of my cousin's team instead. Justice League? Tony echoed, nodding in agreement after repeating the name several times. Not bad, quite cool. I also require several team uniforms, Kara exclaimed, encouraged by Tony's approval. Tony nodded in agreement. Of course, do you have any specifications in mind, such as style? Subsequently, Kara articulated her requirements for the uniforms and elaborated on the abilities of the team members, explaining that Justice League would serve as the abbreviation. To enhance aesthetic appeal, modifications were made to the letter forms, complemented by additional motifs. Considering her dual role as both the leader of the Justice League and a member of the Avengers, Kara decided that her uniform should feature the emblem of the El family. The decision against utilizing alternative insignia stemmed from her belief that this particular crest embodies a sense of honor and duty, thus prompting the association with a similar symbol. Due to the temporary nature of these uniforms, Kara chose not to mention many other details, opting to implement changes gradually upon future updates. How long will it take to produce them? Kara inquired expectantly upon noticing Tony had ceased taking notes. After a moment of hesitation, Tony replied, It will require about a month. Kara's brows furrowed in dismay. A month? It shouldn't take that long. I hope to have these uniforms ready as soon as possible. While their absence won't significantly impact our operations, I still desire our team's debut to be memorable. Are you in a hurry? Tony queried, observing Kara's eagerness. Crafting these uniforms was, in truth, a straightforward task. Yet Tony was postponing the production until he could exact vengeance on Happy and confront the Mandarin. The 1-month time frame was merely a casual estimate. The sooner, the better. We may need them at any moment. A fleeting image from a film crossed my mind, suggesting that the events transpired in under a week. Reflecting on Kara's behavior during our initial encounter and combining it with her recent comments, Tony couldn't help but ask, is something significant about to happen? Is the president going to be kidnapped? Kara gazed at Tony in astonishment. How did you know? Although her initial composure had waned, she was still taken aback by Tony's prescience. Tony was equally surprised, realizing that his offhand comment had inadvertently hit the mark, and he looked at Kara with uncertainty. Are you serious? Huh. Of course, I was joking. How could the president possibly be kidnapped? Kara quickly recovered, recognizing her overreaction and swiftly diverting the conversation. To express my gratitude for your assistance to the team, should you encounter any difficulties or troubles, please feel free to reach out to me at any time. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Once your uniform is ready, do remember to inform me. With that, I took Lorna's hand, preparing to depart. As we reached the door, I paused briefly, glancing back at Tony, who was still lost in thought, and added, Don your battle suit. Fearing a significant deviation in the storyline, Kara was reluctant to intervene directly in certain matters, yet she wished to ensure Tony did not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. After her reminder, without waiting for a response, she simply embraced Lorna and exited the villa. Chapter 49. Am I overthinking? Mandarin. As Kara and Lorna departed, Tony's previously composed demeanor gradually darkened. Jarvis, please contact Pepper and have her move out for a while. Kara's earlier words were clearly laden with implication, and Tony, not being foolish, began to connect the dots. Although Kara had offered her assistance, his pride prevented him from voicing any requests for help. Initially dismissing the Mandarin's organization as mere ordinary terrorists, Tony now perceived the situation as far more intricate than he had anticipated. Concerned for his own safety, he returned to the laboratory to refine his battle suit. Meanwhile, After leaving with Lorna, Kara found herself uncertain of what to do next. Noticing Lorna's attire, she resolved to accompany her in purchasing a few new outfits. A young girl, clad in the same outfit day after day, seemed rather pitiful. Upon flying back to the city, the two landed discreetly near a shopping mall. Lorna, spotting the mall, appeared quite exhilarated and, after surveying her surroundings, inquired, "Kara, what are you planning to buy?" Seeing Lorna's evident enthusiasm for shopping, Kara smiled and replied, "Since we've finally ventured out, we must enjoy ourselves and perhaps indulge in some new clothes." Aware that Kara was not lacking in funds, Lorna's face lit up with an uncommon smile, and she eagerly pulled Kara into the mall. Kara, now somewhat of a celebrity, sought to avoid unnecessary attention. Upon entering the mall, she first purchased a large pair of sunglasses for herself, followed by a hat for Lorna. After checking her reflection and noting that the sunglasses obscured a third of her face, she proceeded to follow the signs to the clothing section with Lorna. However, after walking only a few steps, Lorna insisted on entering a jewelry store within the mall. Indeed, the allure of sparkling adornments such as necklaces and bracelets often proves irresistible to most girls. The sales clerk, assuming the two young girls were merely browsing, patiently showcased various pieces of jewelry for Lorna to try on. Accompanying Lorna as she admired the selection, they eventually settled on a colorful crystal bracelet. Upon glancing at the price, Kara was astonished to discover that this seemingly ordinary bracelet exceeded $10,000. She could only wonder what type of crystal it was. However, Kara remained unfazed by these matters, her glance at the price merely a subconscious action. Noticing Lorna's enthusiasm, Kara, amidst the astonished gaze of the sales assistant, retrieved her salary card and, with an unflinching demeanor, completed the transaction before leading Lorna towards the clothing section on the second floor. Soon, the duo arrived at a rather appealing boutique. Accompanied by a sales representative, Kara picked up a dress and inquired of Lorna, "What do you think of this one?" Having never purchased women's clothing before, she simply selected an item that resonated with her. Lorna seemed to understand that Kara was assisting her and, after a moment of feigned contemplation, nodded in approval. It looks quite nice." Encouraged by Lorna's compliment, Kara grew more confident in her choices, selecting several adorable outfits in succession and, after consulting Lorna, handed them over to the nearby sales assistant, preparing for Lorna to try them on shortly. "Kara, what do you think of these two sets? Do you like them?" At this point, Lorna took the initiative to select a few items herself, contrasting Kara's more meticulous approach as she swiftly picked out two outfits composed of sporty tops and jeans. A smile crept across Kara's face. "Hee. All that effort wasn't in vain. You even picked out a few for me." Receiving the two outfits from Lorna, Kara felt they were slightly oversized. But seeing Lorna's eager expression, she nodded with a smile. There would be ample time in the future, and considering her recent growth spurt, Kara had no intention of making a large purchase at once. Once they felt they had selected enough, the two proceeded towards the fitting rooms under the guidance of the sales assistant. "Kara, you should try them on first. After you're done, I'll go." Upon reaching the entrance of the fitting room, Lorna eagerly took the few outfits Kara had chosen, stating, "All right, that sounds good." Kara nodded, thinking it sensible to try them on first, allowing Lorna to realize that the chosen items were indeed too large, thus prompting a subsequent selection. Upon Kara's agreement, Lorna's lips curved into a subtle smile as she suddenly thrust the clothes in her hands into Kara's embrace. Kara was momentarily taken aback, instinctively catching the garments. And before she could comprehend the situation, Lorna had nudged her into the fitting room. Bang! Kara wondered if Lorna had misunderstood something and was preparing to clarify outside, only to find that the fitting room door seemed to be sealed, the doorknob nearly pulled off. Unable to open the door, she noticed Lorna outside, wearing a playful expression, subtly using her abilities to manipulate the door, calling out, "Kara, hurry up. Once you're ready, come out and let me see." Hearing Lorna's voice from beyond the door, Kara's expression darkened, realizing it was undoubtedly Lorna's doing. Although she could force the door open, she deemed it unnecessary. After all, this was not her first time trying on clothes. Fortunately, the first outfit she had selected was quite reasonable. After quickly changing, Kara called out in exasperation, "I'm ready." Indeed, as soon as the words left her lips, the dressing room door swung open automatically. Lorna regarded Kara as she stepped out, nodding earnestly and stating, "Yes, it looks good. Try on a few more." This was the first time Lorna had seen Kara in a dress, and the thought of the other outfits filled her with anticipation. Kara chuckled awkwardly, casting a warning glance at Lorna, implying that she should not go overboard. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lorna's eyes, yet she refrained from teasing. Picking up the clothes she had chosen and entering the dressing room, Kara's lips twitched slightly. It seemed she was picking out clothes for herself. After Lorna finished trying on the garments, Kara intended to change back into her own clothes, but Lorna was adamant against it. Unable to withstand Lorna's persistence, Kara reluctantly agreed. and thus they left the mall clad in their newly purchased attire. The two shared a meal together, and as dusk approached, they returned to Lorna's previous residence. Only for Kara to be taken aback by the presence of Natasha. Kara had always assumed that Natasha stayed there merely to keep an eye on her. But now she began to reconsider, realizing that this place might indeed be Natasha's home. Observing the two of them, one in casual wear and the other in a dress, hand in hand, Natasha wore a peculiar smile. Lorna, having encountered Natasha at S.H.I.E.L.D. before, was puzzled as to why she was at Kara's home. Kara, how could she be here? Chapter 50, The Margaret Sisters Bar. This is the nanny and driver S.H.I.E.L.D. assigned to me. Noticing Lorna's somewhat furious expression, Kara smiled awkwardly, squeezing Lorna's palm to indicate she should remain calm. Why are you still here? Didn't you promise me you would leave upon your return? Kara stepped forward, winking at Natasha as she spoke. While there was nothing inherently wrong, Natasha typically acted unpredictably, so Kara felt it prudent to take precautions. Seeing Kara signal her, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle, then expressed her concern. I was just about to leave. I just received a new assignment. I'm not sure if it's dangerous. Natasha had just been informed by Nick Fury that a government agent had uncovered a clandestine research organization soliciting individuals suffering from cancer, claiming they could cure their ailments. If this were indeed the case, it would be a positive development. However, the organization appeared to have close ties to the long-disbanded Hydra, though it was not yet confirmed. Given Hydra's notorious history, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to exercise caution. Natasha's mission was to engage with the government agent to ascertain further details and explore any potential connections to Hydra. After changing her clothes, she was ready to depart when she unexpectedly encountered Kara returning. Natasha began to contemplate bringing along two individuals, believing that they would be a significant asset should any unusual circumstances arise. Kara cast a disdainful glance at Natasha, resolving not to be intimidated. Kara, it sounds intriguing. Would you like to join her? Lorna suddenly leaned closer to Kara and whispered, Lorna, you fail to grasp the essence. Such missions for agents are exceedingly tedious, often devoid of conversation from start to finish, and may even involve lethal outcomes. Kara, noticing Lorna's apparent interest, quietly elaborated, hoping to dissuade her. As Natasha observed the two whispering, she chuckled softly to herself while making her way outside, musing about the peculiar nature of this mission, which was to take place in a bar. Glancing at Lorna, who was animatedly shaking her arms, Kara felt a tinge of exasperation. This foolish girl. Natasha was clearly speaking for her benefit, yet she remained oblivious. Ahem, considering the chaos of the location, it might not be entirely safe for a woman such as yourself. Given our shared professional ties, I shall accompany you. Confident in her own abilities and seeing Lorna's eagerness, Kara concocted a flimsy excuse and called out to stop Natasha from leaving. As Natasha turned her gaze towards her, Kara quickly adopted a concerned expression, as if to convey that she was only accompanying Natasha out of genuine worry for her safety, and thus pulled Lorna along to join her. Not bothering to question Kara's reasoning, Natasha glanced at their attire and inquired, Is this how you plan to go? Kara and Lorna exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what Natasha meant. In a secluded alleyway in Manhattan, an incongruously dressed trio strolled forward. At the forefront was a flamboyantly dressed woman with an alluring figure, flanked by two seemingly underage girls, both adorned in light makeup and clad in jackets and leggings, resembling bodyguards. This trio consisted of Natasha and the equipped-up Kara. Despite the alley being quite isolated, it was notably deep, and the three had been walking for several minutes, encountering numerous individuals emerging from within. According to Lorna's earlier observation, among the 10 or so passers-by, each bore a weapon, likely having just exited the bar that Natasha mentioned. Compared to the two young women, the allure of the leading fiery woman was undeniably potent, especially in such a deserted alley. Just as they neared their destination, they encountered 5 towering individuals dressed like members of a motorcycle gang. The 5 exchanged glances before, unlike the previous passers-by. They began to encircle Kara and the others with ill intent. Sensing their nefarious intentions, Natasha swiftly retrieved a handgun from her bag and aimed it at the group. The approaching men paused momentarily, exchanging glances, yet showed no fear as they, too, drew weapons from their waists, pointing them at Natasha. The bald man in the center surveyed Natasha's firearm, grinning as he spoke. Dear girl, is your firearm not a tad too diminutive? With a hint of amusement. Natasha's compact handgun resembled a mere toy, while her adversaries brandished rather ostentatious revolvers. It was akin to a solitary 9mm facing 5.7, 62mm weapons. The intimidation factor was decidedly in their favor. Unfazed by their derisive laughter, Natasha clapped her hands and casually declared, Ladies, it's your turn. Noticing the bewildered expressions of her opponents, she felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Turning to see Kara and another companion regarding her with disdain and mockery, a glimmer of helplessness crossed Natasha's face. Discarding her handgun, she turned towards them with a charming smile, approaching while saying, "I surrender, but don't you think there are a few too many of you?" The group, seemingly under the influence of alcohol, revealed lecherous grins as Natasha drew closer, gradually lowering their weapons. Moments later, after a brief tussle, Natasha caught her breath and addressed her companions. "Could you not lend me a hand?" Initially believing she had brought two allies, it dawned on her that they were merely spectators. Nonetheless, Natasha was confident in her ability to handle such trivial matters, hoping her companions would intervene merely for convenience's sake. Kara, somewhat astonished, did not anticipate that the seemingly unimpressive Natasha could so effortlessly subdue 5 individuals. Yet, a sense of disdain followed. Had she intervened, the confrontation would have been resolved in a mere second, undoubtedly establishing her as the victor. Kara picked up a firearm, securing it at her waist, and pulled along the eager Lorna towards a nearby bar. Were it not for the illuminated entrance and the sign proclaiming Sisters Margaritas, she might have mistaken it for an abandoned warehouse. "I need to meet someone. Feel free to roam, but avoid causing trouble," Natasha instructed, her concern evident as she glanced back at her companions upon opening the iron door. Kara casually nodded in acknowledgement. "It's not you I'm worried about. It's her," Natasha remarked, eyeing Lorna, who was impatiently tugged along by Kara. Chapter 51 Misjudged? Natasha vividly recalled the scene in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. If Kara's temperament could be described as fiery, then Lorna's behavior was decidedly impulsive, even bordering on reckless. Natasha harbored concerns that Lorna might act inappropriately. "Rest assured, I will keep an eye on her," Kara assured, just as Natasha noticed the gun at her waist shifting slightly, prompting her to swiftly stabilize it while pulling Lorna aside. Expressing her annoyance, "You were the one who lured her here, yet now you're worried she might stir up trouble. Women truly are a handful." Casting a glance at Lorna, Kara pondered how the girl seemed prone to drawing her weapon, displaying an excess of impulsiveness. If she were not present, what might transpire? A serious conversation was certainly in order. Natasha ceased her idle chatter and led the two through the somewhat narrow corridor into the bar. Contrary to Kara's expectations, there was no deafening music nor dim lighting. The bar was modest in size, featuring a billiard table and 7 or 8 small tables, with approximately 20 patrons in attendance. Most were burly men with fierce appearances, while only a handful of women, predominantly the bar staff, were present. The patrons sat in small groups, engaged in casual conversation, casting only curious glances at Kara and her companions as they entered. Natasha approached a notably large, bald Caucasian man seated not far from the entrance. "Buckley Field. I am Natasha. We have an appointment for today." The man, towering nearly 2 meters and quite robust, was difficult to describe beyond his imposing stature. His face was adorned with bulging muscles and tattoos, exuding an aura that suggested he was no benevolent character. However, Kara was merely accompanying Lorna and had little interest in Natasha's mission, so she refrained from inquiring further. Buckley exchanged a few words with his table companions before leading Natasha towards the back door of the bar. Unperturbed by Natasha's departure, Lorna guided Kara to a seat at the bar counter. "2 drinks, please," she casually instructed the bespectacled bartender, then began to curiously survey her surroundings. The bartender, upon noticing the two seated, hesitated momentarily before scrutinizing them and inquiring, "Are you both of legal age? What brings you here?" The bespectacled man was the proprietor of this establishment, which had long been a gathering place for mercenaries, making it uncommon for strangers to visit, let alone 2 clearly underage girls. Upon hearing his question, Lorna's curious expression vanished, replaced by a cool demeanor as she retorted, "What? Are minors not allowed here?" The bartender regarded Lorna with surprise, uncertain whether she was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. "Of course, it's prohibited. You two should head home." With that, Lorna, feeling dismissed, reached for the firearm concealed on Kara and slammed it onto the table, casting a threatening glance at the bartender. Taken aback, the bartender instinctively recoiled, clearly unprepared for such a display from a seemingly delicate young girl. After a moment of internal conflict, he replied, "You should really leave quickly. I have no desire to end up in jail." To him, personal safety outweighed the prospect of incarceration, yet he was not particularly intimidated, despite the firearm. The girl hardly appeared capable of violence, and everyone in the bar was armed. They were all acquaintances, and he trusted they would support him should complications arise. Although the bar lacked strict regulations, the bartender prided himself on maintaining certain principles. These 2 girls, clearly in the throes of youthful rebellion, had likely sneaked out for some adventure, and he had no intention of facilitating their potential descent into chaos. After making this decision, the bespectacled man could not help but applaud himself inwardly. "Kara, what should we do?" Lorna inquired softly, clearly bewildered by the unexpected rule. With an impassive expression, Kara slapped a stack of cash onto the bar, gazing coolly at the bespectacled man. He, too, appeared momentarily perplexed by Kara's bold move. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly pocketed the cash from the bar. You may stay here, but drinking is forbidden. After the bespectacled man consented to allow them to remain, Kara cast a triumphant glance at Lorna, only to find the girl with her head slightly bowed, lost in thought. Jack, 2 glasses of Patra and tequila. A couple approached the bar, the short-haired man casting a curious glance at Kara and Lorna before calling out to the bartender. Jack, the bespectacled man, had just prepared 2 glasses of juice, which he handed to Kara, casually greeting the couple. Hey Wade, Vanessa. It was evident that they were all quite familiar with one another, and Lorna, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted her head to regard the new arrivals. Wait, Lorna? The short-haired man and Lorna exclaimed in unison. Kara, who had felt an odd sense of familiarity since the couple's arrival, was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that Lorna knew them. What are you doing here? Where's James? Wade asked, his brow furrowed in astonishment. Before Lorna could respond, Wade glanced around and pulled Lorna outside the bar. Kara exchanged a bewildered look with Vanessa before following suit. At the entrance of the bar, Wade ignored the 2 who had trailed behind and, ensuring they were alone, knelt down to steady Lorna's shoulders. Were you attacked? When I arrived at the base, there was no one there, only signs of a struggle. Hearing Wade mention the base being attacked, Vanessa, who was sipping her juice, expressed her concern. Wade, what happened? Clearly, like Kara, who was equally curious, she was in the dark about the situation. Nothing to worry about. I'll explain everything when we get back. Wade reassured Vanessa before turning his attention back to Lorna, appearing genuinely concerned for the members of the Special Operations team. Lorna recounted the events that had transpired, including her enrollment at the mutant school, though she omitted any mention of the Justice League. The recollection of her companions who had perished weighed heavily on her heart, casting a shadow over her mood. What about James? How is he? Wade gently patted Lorna's shoulder, his voice tinged with anxiety. Meanwhile, Kara, having absorbed the unfolding conversation, gradually dismissed her earlier assumptions, realizing that the person she had in mind would not exhibit such concern for others. James has joined the Sentinels and is also at the mutant school. Lorna did not dwell on the matter too much and briefly recounted James's situation. Upon hearing that James was unharmed and had now joined the Avengers, a flicker of joy unconsciously appeared on Wade's face. Chapter 52. Wade Wilson. I had long warned James that the base would eventually be attacked, but he refused to believe me, Wade muttered to himself, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Where's the mutant school? I wagered $20 with James. Wade's face lit up with excitement, as though he were eager to visit the mutant school and collect his winnings from his old comrade. Beside him, Kara stared in disbelief at Wade's serious demeanor, nearly spitting out her juice. The transformation was astonishing. Just moments ago, he had seemed genuinely concerned for James, and now it appeared to be merely about the $20. Lorna, equally astonished, glanced at Wade, but her expression quickly shifted as she slapped his hand away and took Kara to leave. Lorna, I mean no offense. I too regret the situation at the base, Wade said, hastily trailing behind Lorna and Vanessa, a hint of sorrow etched on his face. When Lorna halted, regarding him with skepticism, Wade continued, you must understand, although I am not a mutant, I was once a member of the Special Forces. While those fellows were not particularly fond of me, and I did not overly concern myself with their fates, I am genuinely pleased that both you and James are alive. Turning to whisper in Vanessa's ear, he added, you know, that is $20, which is not insignificant. It could buy a decent box of condoms. Lorna, I assure you I speak the truth, Wade called out as Lorna and Kara entered the bar. Kara glanced back at Wade, her mind racing with speculation. Yet she was not entirely certain of his identity. Lorna, who is this guy? Kara inquired. Lorna shot a glance at Wade, irritation evident in her voice as she replied. A jerk. Hey, I heard that, Wade exclaimed, undeterred by her dismissal. Ignoring Wade, Lorna began to relay what she knew about him to Kara. Wade, full name Wade Wilson, was once a mercenary. He met James during a mission, where James reportedly saved him from a perilous situation. Wade has always been a loner, and since he did not care about James's mutant status, he joined the Special Forces to express his gratitude and support mutants. However, Wade talks excessively and often indulges in nonsensical banter. His relationships with the other members of the Special Forces were strained due to his mockery, leading to his departure from the organization after a time. Nonetheless, he occasionally visits the base to offer assistance, which is how I came to know him. As Lorna recounted these details to Kara, Wade remained silent, listening intently and nodding from time to time. After Lorna finished speaking, Wade turned to Kara, who seemed to be listening intently, and added, I was merely stating the truth. Who could have anticipated such a strong reaction from him? Oh, how unfortunate. I've even forgotten his name, the poor extra. When I saw him draw his weapon to attack me, I couldn't help but sever his hand. In all honesty, it was nothing significant. It was merely a hand that was lost. Those fellows reacted as if I had violated their wives. If it weren't for James holding me back, I might have ended up dead by now, without needing the intervention of the Sentinel Special Operations. Wade paused momentarily, leaned in closer, and whispered, "You should know that my knife is crafted from special materials, exceptionally sharp. If he had reattached it back then, it could have still been useful." He then turned to Lorna and inquired, "Whose version are you recounting?" "It's not bad, but I wasn't expelled from the organization. Rather, I was forcibly removed. Ha ha ha." Upon realizing that the four of them were staring at him with bemusement, Wade's expression shifted. "All right. Forget I said anything." He then quietly leaned towards Vanessa and asked, "How on earth do I inquire about the location of the mutant school?" Dumbfounded. Indeed, in a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of birds. I had only heard of it before, but now I am witnessing it firsthand. At that moment, Kara confirmed her suspicions about Wade's identity. Wade Wilson is indeed a unique entity within the Marvel Universe. To label him as a villain would be misleading, as he has performed numerous good deeds. Conversely, to classify him as a hero would also be inaccurate, given his capricious nature and the fact that he has taken more lives than one can count. Most notably, he is an incessant talker, capable of breaking the fourth wall in comics, engaging with readers and editors, and even crossing over into the real world. However, he is currently just an ordinary individual, having gained his abilities through genetic modification after being diagnosed with cancer, according to the storyline. Thus, Natasha's mission is likely connected to the organization responsible for Wade's transformation. Kara speculated inwardly. "You just appear in the city without fear of being captured? You should know that mutants with abilities like yours are prime targets for the Sentinel Special Operations," Kara remarked. Wade looked at Lorna with curiosity, puzzled by how she managed to enter the city safely. When Lorna ignored him, Wade stroked his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he seemed to have an epiphany, gasping dramatically, covering his mouth with his hand, and taking a step back. "Could it be that you've latched onto your father's coattails?" Lorna's expression darkened. "Get lost." Wade was somewhat taken aback by Lorna's reaction, but shrugged it off and turned to Kara, asking, "Are you also a student of the mutant school? How did you arrive here?" Kara was still contemplating whether to share the information she possessed with Natasha when she heard Wade's inquiry and slightly lifted her gaze. "With me around. It's not as if we can't come and go as we please." Upon hearing Kara's response, Wade couldn't help but scrutinize her more closely, then asked with uncertainty, "Are you the one from television today?" Kara nodded with a hint of pride. "Oh my goodness. I heard you assembled a superhero team?" Wade seemed to have uncovered something extraordinary, his face alight with excitement as he pressed for more details. "Have you made new friends so quickly?" Before Kara could respond, Natasha approached from a distance, wrapping her arm around Kara's neck in a friendly manner. "Wow, hi," Wade exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Natasha's ample figure. Utterly astonished. "Hi," Natasha replied, seemingly unfazed by Wade's gaze, instead playfully nudging Kara. Observing their flirtation, Kara felt a bit exasperated. Indeed, Natasha's background as an agent allowed her to chat effortlessly with anyone. Chapter 53. Kara the Philosopher? "Kara, let us go," Lorna said, casting a wary glance at Natasha as she pulled Kara away. It was Lorna's desire to visit that had prompted Kara to accompany her, and upon sensing Lorna's wish to leave, Kara readily agreed. She extricated herself from Natasha's embrace and hesitated before saying, "We'll take our leave. You should stay here tonight." There was only one bed in the apartment. Although three could squeeze in, Lorna clearly wasn't too fond of Natasha. Furthermore, Nick Fury had assured Kara that Natasha would vacate once he returned. Kara resolved that regardless of the apartment's previous ownership, it would belong to her at least for the time being. Once the base at Tony's location was complete, she could move in with her team members. Wade, observing the exchange, first looked surprised at Kara, then glanced at Natasha, and finally at Vanessa, who was watching him intently. Your daughter is truly adorable. I understand if you've been single for a while. Children often wish for companionship. Though you are quite stunning, I must clarify that I already have a girlfriend." Thud. Before Wade could finish his sentence, Kara seized his arm and flung him away. Clearly, Wade's interpretation of Kara's comment about Natasha staying the night had led to many assumptions, irritating Kara, who was ready to depart. Wade. Vanessa, just realizing the commotion, hurried toward the disheveled crowd to assist Wade, who was groaning on the floor. A brief silence enveloped the bar before patrons began drawing weapons from their pockets and beneath tables, aiming them at Kara and her companions. Wait. Just getting to his feet, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Almost instantaneously, as guns were raised, Lorna lifted her right hand, causing the mercenaries' firearms to slip from their grasp, floating into the air. Click, 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 followed by a series of bullets being chambered. The levitating guns now pointed at every individual in the bar. As the stunned crowd stared in disbelief, Kara was compelled to acknowledge just how convenient Lorna's abilities truly were. Organizations of mutant mercenaries, akin to the Special Ops Squad, often find themselves utterly defenseless against agents of the Sentinel Service. In stark contrast, Magneto's Brotherhood has managed to entangle itself with the government for an extended period. In this era that reveres machines, the manipulation of magnetic fields is simply insurmountable. Although Lorna's effortless handling of these individuals granted Kara a sense of pride, she still felt compelled to utter a few words to assert her presence. Just as she was about to speak, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. All patrons, with the exception of Kara, were startled as a group of mercenaries, caught in the line of fire, collapsed to the ground. Natasha's pupils dilated in shock, momentarily believing that Lorna had indeed shot these men. Fortunately, Lorna was mindful of the situation. Her gunfire was intended merely as a scare tactic, with the bullets suspended midair under her control. Witnessing the throng of people cowering before her, Lorna's lips curled into a mischievous grin. "Let us depart." Kara gestured to Natasha, conveying her own helplessness as she pulled Lorna toward the bar's exit. Upon encountering Wade, Kara couldn't help but think of Thanos. The trivial squabbles on Earth had never particularly concerned her, but the impending arrival of Thanos filled her with trepidation. It wasn't that she feared him. Her confidence in her abilities was unwavering. Yet, the uncertainty regarding her adversary's true nature left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was the Infinity Stones. For in both film and comic lore, Thanos ascended to power through their acquisition. Securing the Infinity Stones was imperative. While the Mind Stone was currently off the table, Kara found herself coveting the others. According to the narrative, Thanos would not arrive for several years, which reassured Kara that time was on her side. Noticing Kara's silence, Lorna misinterpreted her demeanor as displeasure stemming from her earlier actions. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly inquired, "Kara, are you upset?" Engrossed in contemplating how to contact Thor, Kara looked at Lorna, puzzled by her tone. "Not at all. Why do you ask?" Lorna pondered for a moment before responding. "Is it that you disapprove of my using my powers against ordinary people? If so, I shall refrain in the future." Although Lorna felt justified in her actions, she did not wish to incite Kara's disdain. Kara paused momentarily, contemplating her response carefully. "Lorna, you must understand that some individuals may exhibit a poor attitude. Their words might irk you or lead you to disagree, yet their intentions could be fundamentally sound. Conversely, there are those who will indulge you, speak only what you wish to hear, and cater to you, potentially harboring ulterior motives, such as seeking to exploit you for their own ends. Your recent behavior, in my view, does not fall neatly into the categories of right or wrong. If I were to take action, their fate might be even more dire." Kara gazed at Lorna, who appeared lost in thought, and hesitated before asking, "You can understand, can't you?" "Ah, you mean that Cyclopean figure. Although his demeanor leaves much to be desired, he acts out of other motivations. It seems you had some prior agreement with him that you failed to uphold," Lorna replied. Nodding in understanding, Kara shot Lorna a surprised glance, ready to praise her insight. Yet, Lorna, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "As for your assertion that I should cater to your whims and indulge my desires, suggesting that someone with ulterior motives might wish to manipulate me, well, that seems to describe you quite aptly, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Kara realized there was a grain of truth in Lorna's words. Initially, she had indeed been amiable toward Lorna solely to recruit her into the team, but as time passed, those thoughts had dissipated. Lightly tapping Lorna's head, she retorted with mild irritation, "I am certainly not part of that consideration. Lorna, that was not my intention." Lorna seemed to recognize her misstep and cast an apologetic glance at Kara. Observing Lorna's flustered demeanor, Kara couldn't help but chuckle before earnestly stating, "Lorna, do not alter yourself for anyone, for in doing so, you cease to be yourself." After uttering those words, Kara found herself momentarily taken aback, realizing the profoundness of her own statement. Lorna nodded, her understanding appearing somewhat nebulous. Chapter 54, The Villa Under Siege. 2 days later, at a seaside villa on Malibu Street, Kara returned here upon receiving notice from Jarvis that the uniforms were ready. Although she was aware of Tony's proficiency with such matters, she had not anticipated the swift completion. Nevertheless, upon hearing that they were indeed prepared, Kara was eager to arrive. Wasn't it supposed to take a month? You wouldn't be cutting corners, would you? Tony emerged clad in his armor, and upon hearing Kara's skepticism, chose not to contest it. "Come, let me show you." The suit gestured, leading the two towards the laboratory. Following the suit down the left staircase of the hall, they arrived at the laboratory situated in the basement. Through the glass of the lab, the first sight that greeted them was Tony, bespectacled and seated, engrossed in research. A glance at the suit revealed it to be empty, implying that Tony was remotely controlling it using his glasses. In contrast to Kara's calm demeanor, Lorna cast a puzzled look at the suddenly immobile suit. The uniforms are over there. Once you retrieve them, you may leave. Tony indicated a nearby package without turning his head, while Lorna went to collect the uniforms. Kara approached Tony. She observed that he was utilizing instruments to simulate the explosion scene from the theater, meticulously searching for clues, muttering to himself as he examined the details. Such immense power. Why were there no shrapnel? Kara interjected. Did you not visit S.H.I.E.L.D.? I apprehended a terrorist who detonated himself during interrogation. Self-detonation? Tony glanced at Kara with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed J.A.R.V.I.S. Please retrieve the thermal signatures from the past 12 months. As Tony continued his work, Kara chose not to divulge any further information and departed the laboratory with Lorna. Upon returning to their residence, Kara immediately retrieved her uniform from the package. Uncertain of the material, she examined it closely. Its texture felt quite pleasing. And after a gentle tug, she noted its impressive flexibility, though she hesitated to exert too much force, fearing it might tear before she had the chance to wear it. Observing Lorna beginning to disrobe, Kara prepared to try on her own attire to assess its fit. Before long, Kara donned her very first uniform. Gazing into the mirror, she couldn't help but nod in approval. It resembled her mental image of Superman's attire quite closely, characterized by a deep blue base complemented by a red cape that connected from the shoulders to the back, adorned with a large emblem of the House of El on her chest. However, the snugness of the uniform made Kara feel slightly uncomfortable. Overall, though, she was quite satisfied. Looking at her reflection, she felt a semblance of a female superhero, albeit slightly shorter in stature. Lorna's uniform, apart from its color and the absence of a cape, bore a striking resemblance to Kara's. Lorna, I need to attend to a matter shortly. Please return to school and inform Clarice and the others to remain on standby for immediate action. If all goes as anticipated, the seaside villa will likely come under attack today. Kara contemplated returning to check the situation, not intending to intervene, but unwilling to leave Tony's safety to chance. After all, this was the real world, and should anything unforeseen occur, she would be prepared to assist him. Additionally, there was the female scientist Maya Hansen who sought out Tony. Her team developed the extremist virus. It was difficult to categorize her as either villain or hero, ultimately meeting her end at the hands of her own deranged boss. Regardless of her moral standing, her demise felt regrettable. Despite the current indications of the virus's instability, there was potential for refinement in the future. Kara resolved to establish communication with her, exploring the possibility of enlisting her help. Should she decline, she would pass the matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, there was Pepper Potts, Tony's significant other, who, in the film, fell victim to deception by Maya Hansen, subsequently being captured by the deranged boss and injected with the unstable extremist virus. Although Tony, heeding Kara's warning, had already relocated Pepper, should the seaside villa face an assault, it was likely that the adversaries would rush to her aid. If Kara chose to remain uninvolved, the events might unfold in accordance with the original narrative. Lorna did not inquire about Kara's plans. After a brief nod, she departed with the uniforms of the other members, uncertain of the specific timing of the terrorist attack on Tony. Kara did not linger at home for long. Shortly after Lorna's departure, she donned her uniform and soared towards the seaside villa. However, to Kara's astonishment, upon arriving at the villa, she found it reduced to ruins. Surely, nothing untoward has occurred, Kara muttered with a hint of uncertainty. Hovering above the villa, she meticulously scanned the coastline with her enhanced vision, yet there was no sign of Tony's body. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, the bracelet Nick Fury had given her suddenly buzzed to life. Although the bracelet could not shield her from the professor's mental prowess, it served other purposes. After changing into her uniform, she found the communicator cumbersome to carry, so she had casually put on the bracelet, not expecting it to prove useful. Tony is safe. You may return, came Nick Fury's voice upon connection. Having barely arrived, Kara was surprised that Nick Fury was already aware of her presence and seemed well informed about the situation. A thought crossed her mind. Had he been monitoring her and Tony all along? Raising an eyebrow, Kara quipped, "You seem rather idle. Instead of keeping tabs on me, why not figure out a way to secure your own escape? Monitor you? I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the headquarters is in the United States. Do you truly believe I would be oblivious to the happenings here? I may have lost one eye, but I am not blind. You flying around in a red cape beneath my very nose. How could I not notice?" Despite Nick Fury's formidable inner strength, he could not help but exclaim in frustration. This Kara, with a uniform procured from who knows where, flitting about in American airspace. Had he not informed the government, there would likely be a dozen fighter jets in pursuit. Kara considered that perhaps Nick had a point. After all, with satellites everywhere, it was only natural to be detected. Though she might have misjudged him, An apology would never cross her lips. Such an act was beyond her. I merely stepped out for a stroll. You seem quite unoccupied. Have you come to terms with my previous remarks? Chapter 55. Are you my fan? As the communication ended, Kara chuckled nonchalantly. The abrupt disconnection indicated Nick Fury's irritation. It was better that he was angry. What she truly feared was an absence of his ire. Since Nick affirmed that Tony was unharmed, she felt reassured. Returning to hover above the villa, she glanced at the police and reporters below, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She wondered if Pepper had arrived. After a careful observation, she pinpointed her target. Pepper? Kara alighted beside a tall, slender woman with a sorrowful expression, uncertainly calling out. Having never met before, Kara was unsure if this was indeed Pepper, yet the woman was the only one present displaying such profound sadness. Pepper never anticipated that having moved out just yesterday, she would be assaulted today. While relieved, she was engulfed with concern for the missing Tony. As she observed the descent of Kara from the sky, a flicker of joy illuminated Pepper's face, and she exclaimed with excitement, "You are Kara? Splendid. Tony is missing, and I wonder if you could assist me in locating him." 2 days prior, Tony had abruptly instructed her to vacate the villa, warning that it might come under attack. At the time, Pepper had dismissed his concerns, but later, he mentioned something about Kara. Upon discovering that Kara was an extraterrestrial with precognitive abilities, Pepper, though somewhat skeptical, promptly moved out yesterday. Her immediate recognition of Kara stemmed from Tony's description of her as a young girl, indeed, a youthful visage. Thus, when Kara descended, Pepper instantly recognized her. "Tony is currently safe and should reach out to you shortly," Kara reassured her. Although unaware of Tony's whereabouts, she was certain he was not in danger. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not remain indifferent. Upon hearing that Tony was unharmed, Pepper exhaled with relief, only to be met with a puzzled expression as she inquired, "What brings you here?" Kara must have made a special trip, given the considerable distance from New York to Los Angeles. Yet it appeared she was not there merely to seek Tony. Was she simply there to convey the news of Tony's safety? Pepper speculated. Feeling a slight fondness for Kara, never one to perform good deeds anonymously, Kara readily responded to Pepper's inquiry. "Tony is fine, but you are in peril. I am here to rescue you. Come with me." Kara had already spotted the female doctor being interrogated by the police and was prepared to take her away. Unbeknownst to the Avengers, how would they react to the news of Tony Stark being attacked by the Mandarin? Had Iron Man met his demise? Would the Avengers take action? Unsurprisingly, the journalists outside, halted by the police, shouted questions upon seeing Kara emerge. Since the female doctor could not escape, Kara decided to address the reporters. "Iron Man has not perished. He is in pursuit of the Mandarin. I cannot speak for the Avengers' involvement, but my team will certainly take measures for the citizens. Since war has been declared, prepare for the worst." Kara felt that the Avengers had been overly discreet. Moving forward, her team must assert a formidable presence, lest anyone feel emboldened to disrupt. Of course, for other reasons, she aimed to present their motives in a grand light. "I trust that tomorrow, as well as our so-called mysterious team, will make headlines," Kara mused, reveling in her thoughts. Disregarding the overly enthusiastic journalists, she approached the female doctor, who was also watching her intently. The police on guard hesitated momentarily, but did not intervene. The interrogating officer paused upon Kara's arrival, gazing at her with curiosity, wondering what her intentions might be. Maya Hansen. Although she had a suspicion in her heart, Kara still sought confirmation. At that moment, Maya Hansen suddenly felt an ominous premonition. However, she had not concealed her name upon arrival. Even if she were to deceive now, the nearby police would unveil her true identity. Affecting a calm demeanor, she nodded in surprise and asked, "You know me?" What an honor. Yet, internally, she felt a twinge of panic. Had her identity been exposed? That shouldn't be possible. She had always exercised caution, presenting herself merely as a botanist. Could it be that her recent activities had drawn the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., prompting them to target her organization specifically? Observing the other S' somewhat forced smile, Kara inquired with genuine curiosity, "Honor? Are you a fan of mine?" Maya was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting this response from Kara. Soon, an excited smile adorned her face as she replied, "Well, considering there are so few female superheroes, you are only the second to emerge. At such a young age, you've already saved New York. Of course, I am a fan." Although uncertain why Kara would know her, Maya felt a subtle relief at the other S reaction. "The second? I haven't heard of any other female superheroes." Kara mused inwardly. "That is wonderful. I happen to need your assistance." Without waiting for a response, Kara addressed the nearby officer, saying, "She has no connection to this matter. I will take her with me." The interrogating officer, a middle-aged man, was unprepared to refuse Kara's request, having gathered from earlier information that this lady had merely stumbled upon the scene. As they prepared to leave, the officer hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, My daughter is a fan of yours. Could we take a picture together? Such a minor request was one Kara would naturally not decline. After taking a photo with him, she departed with Maya in Pepper's car, leaving the seaside villa behind. Pepper drove. Maya occupied the passenger seat, while Kara sat alone in the back. I am unsure of what you require my assistance with, Maya said. Still unaware of Kara's intentions. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to inquire directly. I need your help with research. How does that sound? Salary is negotiable. Kara leaned forward, crossing over the seat with eager anticipation. Seeing Kara's endearing gaze fixed upon her, Maya felt a flicker of trepidation arise once more. I am unsure what you wish to study. I am merely a botanist, and may not be of assistance. After speaking, Maya displayed a hint of regret, as if lamenting her inability to aid her idol. I see, Kara responded, unable to suppress a flicker of disappointment at the other's claim of potential inadequacy. Curiously, she asked, if you could assist me, would you refuse? Chapter 56, Maya Hansen. Inside the car, Maya nodded without a moment's thought, her tone resolute as she declared, of course, if I can help you, I would never refuse. Can you assist Carla? It ultimately up to Maya Hansen to decide. Therefore, she resolved to first ingratiate herself with the other party and then act according to the circumstances. Clap. Upon hearing the response, a faint smile crept across Carla's face as she applauded and exclaimed, That's splendid. You must be able to help with this. Maya Hansen managed a somewhat forced smile, uncertain of what exactly Carla required from her. Is that so? What do you need from me? I need your assistance in continuing the development of the apocalypse virus. What do you think? Carla replied with a casual chuckle. What is the apocalypse virus? Pepper, who was driving, asked with a look of suspicion, feeling that the name alone suggested something sinister. The explosion during Happy's assassination was caused by the apocalypse virus. Pepper abruptly halted the car, staring in shock at Maya Hansen in the passenger seat, clearly taken aback by the implication of a connection to terrorists. Pepper, listen to me. I only just discovered that my boss was working for Mandarin. I came to find Tony to inform him of this, but I arrived too late. Maya Hansen, realizing she had been exposed, resorted to the excuse she had prepared in advance, though she was uncertain of its effectiveness. Seeing Pepper's doubt, Maya Hansen added for greater persuasion, I have defected precisely to expose them. You must know I was present when the villa was attacked. Her words began to sway Pepper, who was about to speak when Carla interjected, leaning forward. She's lying to you. Remember why I came here? She intends for her boss, the one you know, the former cripple who now appears so dapper, to capture you and use you to threaten Tony, and then inject you with the unstable apocalypse virus. Carla bluntly unveiled the deceit, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. Killian, Pepper muttered in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that a former colleague had now turned into a terrorist. Maya Hansen seemed to realize her cover had been completely blown, falling silent and staring down, lost in thought. Rest assured, I will assist Tony. You should return for now. Carla reassured Pepper, who wore a worried expression. Since their paths diverged, Carla prepared to fly back, and Maya Hansen, sensing the unspoken cue, followed suit without waiting for Carla to speak. I haven't had much contact with the outside world lately. Are the children nowadays as cunning as you? Once Pepper had departed, Maya Hansen inquired with a blank expression. She wasn't foolish. Piecing together previous conversations, she suspected Carla had feigned ignorance to compel her into compliance. Carla looked at her, puzzled. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. Are you coming with me, or are you going to SHIELD? As she gazed at the seemingly innocent Kara, who nonetheless posed a veiled threat, Maya Hansen couldn't help but twitch her lips in bemusement. What do you intend to do with the extinction virus? For whom are you working? To Maya Hansen, the answer was inconsequential. What perplexed her was Kara's true ambitions. Did she aspire to harness the extinction virus to create a legion of soldiers? Kara was momentarily taken aback, merely perceiving it as a remarkable asset worth seizing, without contemplating its ultimate purpose. As she heard the inquiry, she lowered her head, pondering. I have acquaintances whose physical capabilities are merely average, yet they engage in perilous endeavors. The extinction virus can unlock human potential, can it? Although still unstable, it will surely be refined in time. Moreover, I know a rather bald fellow who possesses considerable expertise in this area. He might be of assistance to you. Furthermore, your unwavering support for that madman will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Why not assist me instead? You would surely escape your current predicament. Individuals like you typically pursue research and fame. Am I correct? I possess a team of superheroes. Should you join my organization, you would undoubtedly become part of the most renowned group of scientists on Earth. Kara spoke candidly. Aiding a virtuous cause was certainly preferable to collaborating with terrorists, a notion Maya Hansen was likely to grasp. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to turn you over to SHIELD, as you are, after all, considered a member of the terrorist faction. I cannot allow you to leave. Kara understood the weight of coercion, noticing Maya's hesitation. She resorted to invoking S-H-I-E-L-D. Maya Hansen weighed her options, finding Kara's reasoning compelling. As for S-H-I-E-L-D, she had no intention of aligning with them, having gleaned enough about their darker undertakings. I can assist you, but do you possess funding? If S-H-I-E-L-D were backing her, it would be no issue. However, Kara's earlier statements suggested she intended to operate clandestinely, for the cost of the extinction virus was exorbitant. And Kara appeared far from affluent. Maya Hansen could not resist asking. Though my current funds are limited, they should suffice for initial expenses. Nevertheless, fret not. I will devise a solution. Kara had over 900,000 on hand, sufficient to sustain her until S-H-I-E-L-D enlisted her aid. With such a financial giant as S-H-I-E-L-D behind her, how could she possibly lack resources? Maya Hansen nodded. If Kara assured her of a resolution, it seemed unlikely to pose a problem. By the way, what is the cost of the extinction virus? And how much do the initial equipment and supplies require? Having successfully persuaded her counterpart, Kara felt a surge of joy, but then grew curious. The raw materials for one batch of the extinction virus would approximately cost 1.5 million, typically necessitating 3 or more injections for stabilization to be deemed a successful enhancement. Adding in equipment and assistance, the initial expenses would hover around 30 million. And that was a conservative estimate. With 50 million, one would be sufficiently equipped. Having engaged in research for many years, Maya Hansen swiftly estimated the preliminary expenses required, only to suddenly notice that Kara's expression seemed somewhat off. What is it? Are you worried about insufficient funds? Maya inquired, gazing at Kara's wide-eyed countenance with uncertainty. Oh, how could that be? Don't worry. Kara chuckled awkwardly, leading Maya back to their residence. Chapter 57. The 36 Stratagems. It is said by some eminent figure that poverty constrains a person's imagination. Kara presently felt this sentiment acutely. Although she understood that conducting research necessitates substantial funding, she had not anticipated such exorbitant costs. It was akin to burning money. Kara contemplated the notion of offering Maya Hansen to S-H-I-E-L-D. But the mere thought of an initial investment of 50 million made her shudder. Such a painful endeavor was beyond her means. Yet, reflecting on the effort she had expended to persuade Maya, she felt it would be a pity to relinquish her to S-H-I-E-L-D. Without a second thought, after much deliberation, she resolved to wait and see for a while longer. Upon returning to her residence with Maya, she was surprised to find Natasha present as well. This, however, was not entirely unexpected, given that the house belonged to Natasha. Thus, it was not strange for her to be there. Fortunately, Lorna was not around this time. Kara intended merely to change her attire, without any plans to stay for rest. You've been changing companions rather frequently, and your tastes have shifted significantly, Natasha remarked with a peculiar tone, casting a glance at Maya Hansen. Though she spoke thus, her mind was busily speculating about Maya's identity, as she found teasing Kara rather amusing. Kara had grown accustomed to such exchanges, despite Natasha's cunning nature and exceptional intellect. She recognized that some matters were merely part of Natasha's professional conduct, and therefore, she did not harbor strong resentment. Through their recent interactions, Kara had learned quite a bit from Natasha, and playful banter was commonplace. She did not mind it. Ignoring Natasha's veiled insinuations, Kara pondered briefly before responding. This is my newly hired nanny. You have been dismissed. As for the house, I may need to requisition it for a while, but I shall return it to you later. Whether Natasha resided there was of little concern to Kara. The crux of the matter was that Lorna would certainly object. Natasha enjoyed teasing Kara now and then, and if she were to provoke Lorna, the consequences could be dire. Who would have thought that my Kara has found a new affection? How heartbreaking. Natasha feigned sorrow upon hearing Kara's intent to send her away, her expression betraying a hint of sadness, as if Kara had committed some grievous offense against her. Is there a misunderstanding? I'm merely an employee, Maya Hansen interjected, casting a peculiar glance at the two, feeling the need to clarify her standing. Natasha's eyes flickered slightly before she replied. She brought you back, yet sent me away. Are you merely a hired hand? Spare me your consolation. I shall depart shortly. Kara glanced at Maya Hansen, who was still attempting to explain herself, and couldn't suppress a quiet curse. If she didn't interrupt soon, who knew what inadvertent revelations might escape the other party's lips? Enough of this charade. What is it that you seek from me? Growing impatient, Kara inquired, casting a glance at Natasha, who was still feigning innocence. What are your intentions? Natasha's expression shifted, a faint smile gracing her features as she asked delicately. What intentions? I merely sought a caretaker, Kara replied, bewildered, unable to grasp Natasha's meaning. They had yet to act. So Natasha could not possibly be aware of Maya Hansen's true role, could she? Stop pretending. I am inquiring about your team. You sent Lorna back to the mutant school. You must be planning something, correct? Observing Natasha, who seemed to possess considerable insight, Kara furrowed her brow. Could one deduce her intentions merely from Lorna's return to the school? Such a notion felt far-fetched. It was likely a ruse. Noticing Kara's silence, Natasha continued, that little girl possesses a temperament strikingly similar to yours. And her thoughts are not dissimilar either. I hardly had to inquire before she divulged a wealth of information. Yesterday afternoon, when Lorna departed, she donned her uniform and, much like you, intended to fly back to the mutant school, which naturally caught S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. This predicament weighed heavily on Nick Fury, who understood all too well the implications of Kara's influence. The sensitive nature of mutant identities had been somewhat overlooked due to Kara's association. The government had been aware of certain details and thus tolerated her actions. Now that Lorna was alone, should a government operative apprehend her, the consequences could be dire, especially when juxtaposed with Kara's previous conduct. Fury's expression darkened at the thought. To avert such complications, he dispatched Natasha in the Quinjet to intercept Lorna, who was leisurely flying over New York in her uniform as if on a leisurely excursion. Startled by the sudden appearance of the aircraft, Lorna sighed in relief upon recognizing Natasha. After a brief exchange, she realized the peril of her situation without Kara and boarded the aircraft, requesting Natasha's escort back. Although Lorna exhibited a maturity beyond that of typical children her age, in the presence of Natasha, the masterful S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she was no different from her peers. Though she spoke little, Natasha gleaned a considerable amount of information from her. Damn it, I never expected Lorna to follow in my footsteps. The clever little girl seems astute, yet falters at critical moments. Upon learning that the information had escaped from Lorna, Kara's expression darkened. Regardless of your plans, they bear no relevance to me. Although some words were let slip, it was evidently impossible for Kara to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. about the situation. Oh, this has nothing to do with us. Then who does it concern? The government? Natasha seemed to mutter to herself, pondering aloud. Me. Kara was startled. Her intention was to convey that this matter was her own and did not involve them. Not only did Natasha misinterpret her words, but she also guessed correctly. Kara felt an overwhelming urge to dissect Natasha's mind to understand her thought process. It was truly perplexing. She needed to make a quick exit. Maintaining a facade of calm, she swiftly returned to her bedroom to change and pulled Maya Hansen, who appeared somewhat dazed, out of the residence. Did you learn that from her? Maya Hansen inquired, glancing at Kara, whose expression was darkened with displeasure. Although it was a question, she was already quite certain of the answer. Previously, she had been bemused by how a young girl could be so cunning, but upon meeting Natasha, Maya realized what it meant to encounter a true master of deception. Casting a sideways glance at her companion, Kara curled her lip in disdain. Now she was being astute. If not for Kara's intervention moments ago, she might have been sold out and counted the money for Natasha. Chapter 58. What is that smell? Noticing Kara's silence, Maya Hansen paid it little mind and glanced at the direction of their flight, realizing they were now far from the city. Where are we headed? Kara could not always have Maya by her side, and although Maya had agreed to assist her, Kara remained uncertain of her sincerity. She could not leave Maya tied up at home while she ventured out. Moreover, Natasha could return at any moment, and if she managed to extract any more information, it would complicate matters further. S.H.I.E.L.D. would be even less inclined to consider the situation, and once it was handed over, retrieving it would be nothing short of a fantasy. After some contemplation, Kara resolved to place Maya in the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. The extremist virus appeared to have a close connection to humanity, and Professor Xavier was an expert in that field. By having Maya stay at the school for a while, there might be unexpected benefits. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Although taking Maya there might lead to some revelations, after all, the professor's telepathy was no trifling matter. Kara had no intention of using the extremist virus for malevolent purposes. She trusted that the professor, within his capabilities, would not refuse to assist her. Maya Hansen pondered for a moment, then looked at Kara with a hint of confusion, evidently unfamiliar with the institution. Is that where you went to school? Despite not knowing why Kara was taking her to school, Maya took the initiative to engage Kara in conversation, eager to foster a connection and gain a better understanding of her. The Institute for Gifted Youngsters. I am currently considered a student there. The headmaster is the professor, an expert in this field, and he may be able to assist you with the extremist virus. I have other matters to attend to at the moment, so I cannot accompany you. Therefore, you will need to stay here for a while. Kara could hardly admit that her financial constraints were the reason for her hesitance, as it would be too humiliating. Instead, she sought an alternative explanation to placate Maya Hansen. Upon hearing that it was a school for mutants, Maya's expression shifted dramatically. No, I cannot go there. They will undoubtedly apprehend me. Although Maya was not particularly well-versed in mutant affairs, she was aware of the professor and had some understanding of his capabilities. The devastation wrought by the extremist virus had caused significant societal harm, and she feared she would be labeled a terrorist and imprisoned, perhaps even handed over to the authorities. Rest assured, even if you were to kill the professor's son, he might not retaliate against you. What is there to fear? The professor is renowned as Marvel's quintessential Good Samaritan. He would surely be delighted to see Maya turn over a new leaf, and there is no way he would confine her. Moreover, Kara had another motive for bringing Maya to meet the professor, who could ascertain whether Maya was genuinely interested in joining the team. Although Kara was confident in her persuasive skills, Maya seemed to acquiesce too readily. The professor only refrained from reading the thoughts of those he trusted. Given Maya's dubious background and her previous affiliations with terrorists, she would likely undergo a memory probe. This would enable Kara to discern whether Maya was truly committed to joining her team, and if there were ulterior motives, the professor would inform Kara. Kara was determined to prevent any potential betrayal within her team and felt it necessary to exercise caution. Observing that Kara had made her decision, Maya recognized the futility of her protests and felt a growing sense of unease as she contemplated her next steps. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. It was late at night, and both students and faculty had retired for the evening. After escorting Maya into the school, Kara did not seek out the professor but instead settled in the lobby outside the office. Are we to remain here until dawn? After about 5 minutes, Maya, noticing that Kara had not sought anyone else, curiously inquired. There is no need to rush. You appear rather tense. Though Maya outwardly maintained a facade of calm, her frequent adjustments of posture, running her fingers through her hair, and her restless glances indicated to Kara that something was amiss. No, I simply find it peculiar. If we must wait until morning, I believe it would be more prudent to rest rather than sit in anticipation. Maya managed to smile, feigning nonchalance. I apologize for the delay, as my mobility is somewhat limited. Welcome to the School for Mutants, Ms. Hansen. Just as Maya finished speaking, Jean Grey emerged from the corridor, pushing the professor in his wheelchair. Hello, Professor. Maya involuntarily flinched, startled by the sudden voice, and nervously rose to greet the professor, offering a strained smile. Kara, you should rest. I will ensure our guest is well attended to. The professor smiled at Maya, and then turned to Kara, gesturing for her to take her leave. I shall take my leave to sleep now. Professor, do ensure that Maya, my newly invited teammate, is well taken care of. Kara, without any hesitation, presumed that the professor was already apprised of many matters. After subtly hinting to the other party, she cast a meaningful glance at Maya Hansen, who stood nervously beside her. Her fingers fidgeting. Rising, she made her way to her bedroom. Playing mind games with me? You shall be in for a surprise. Indeed, Maya Hansen held ulterior motives. But fortunately, the professor's abilities were the bane of such individuals. Tomorrow, I shall inquire further about the specifics, if it does not go well. Perhaps I shall hand her over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thankfully, I am clever enough, Kara silently commended herself. Upon returning to her bedroom, Kara was astonished to discover someone sleeping on her bed. Although the figure was turned away, the vibrant green hair and porcelain skin unmistakably revealed the identity of the individual. Kara had not anticipated Lorna would be in her room. She had not paid much attention to her earlier actions. Awakened from slumber, Lorna sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes before glancing at Kara and softly inquiring, Kara, how did you return? Her voice, though quiet, conveyed a sense of delight. Kara, somewhat perplexed, asked, why are you sleeping here? In the past, Lorna would come over when Kara was present, and the situation was easily explained. How could she have succumbed to slumber in Kara's absence? Kara mused to herself. Lorna did not respond, instead slowly moving to the edge of the bed, half opening her eyes and extending her arms in a daze. Finding Lorna's dazed expression amusing, Kara approached the bed and lifted her into an embrace. Lorna murmured, I cannot seem to sleep without your scent. She wrapped her arms around Kara's neck, resembling the way she had clung to her during their flight, resting her head on Kara's shoulder as she whispered softly. Chapter 59. Kara belongs only to me. I am Lorna Dane, a member of the despised mutants in this world. My father is named Kent, and my mother is Martha. Kent, please forgive my directness in addressing him by name, for I have never acknowledged his identity. Kent is a gambler, frequently abusing the unfortunate woman named Martha and often shouting at me, threatening to sell me, his seemingly useless little girl, to repay his gambling debts. It was then that I learned I was adopted. Fortunately, under Martha's vehement opposition, Kent abandoned his plan to sell me. This life of fearing for my own sale persisted until I turned 12. I recall that day vividly. Kent had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol and, whether due to losing money again or not, returned home in a frenzy, violently assaulting Martha. He then seized me, proclaiming his intention to sell me to the local gang. Terrified, I pleaded with Martha, hoping she would come to my aid. Martha appeared to be rendered senseless, failing to plead for me as she usually would, perhaps out of fear or the belief that selling me might be a favorable option. Yet, this did not diminish my resolve to resist. I began to struggle fervently, attempting to free myself from Kent's grasp. However, my strength was no match for that of an adult. Just as despair threatened to engulf me, an extraordinary sensation emerged. The surrounding metallic objects seemed to resonate with me on an unusual level. Following this instinct, I made an attempt, and to my astonishment, the lighter on the table actually levitated. Kent, who was restraining me, also noticed this phenomenon. Seizing the moment of his distraction, I broke free from his hold and left the home I had known for over a decade. Thus, I awakened to my abilities for the first time and realized I was a mutant. Rather than fear this newfound power, I felt a profound sense of relief. For only by becoming strong could I avoid being bullied. I had no desire to become the next Martha, so I began diligently honing my abilities, eager to grow stronger swiftly. However, I soon discovered that my aspirations were overly simplistic. After wandering alone for some time, I was suddenly pursued by heavily armed soldiers intent on capturing me. My powers inherently countered their weaponry, and having trained for a while, I easily evaded their pursuit. From that moment onward, my life of wandering transformed into one of fleeing. After a period of hiding, I was approached by a mutant named James Oushing, who invited me to join a mutant organization. Eager to secure a better life, I accepted his offer. Thus, I lived a stable life for 2 years until 3 months ago when the organization's base was raided by the government. Following James's escape, we encountered the arrival of the police force. Ultimately, with the assistance of a girl around my age, we reached the mutant school. Upon arriving at the school, I met the girl who had rescued me, Kara. Not only did Kara save me, but during our first encounter, I learned that she had formed a team with the aim of addressing the plight of mutants. This revelation deepened my admiration for her, as Kara was not a mutant. Her actions struck me as angelic. However, I soon realized I had been viewing her too superficially. In the following days, Kara's demeanor revealed a darker side, as her temper seemed volatile, leading to her team members being inexplicably assaulted. I found some solace in the fact that Kara appeared to be more lenient toward girls. At least Clarice and Katie and I rarely faced her ire. Perhaps due to our prior acquaintance, Kara seemed particularly fond of Clarice and Katie, who always flanked her, rendering my own situation rather awkward. Especially the timid and cowardly little Clarice, who clings to Kara all day. To alter this situation, I would sneak into Kara's room every night, hoping to cultivate a closer bond with her. Initially, Kara appeared somewhat bashful, though I could not discern the reason. Her shy demeanor was undeniably adorable. Such a charming girl is meant to belong to me. Fortunately, despite her shyness, Kara did not seem to resent my late-night visits. Unlike the timid Clarice, I was emboldened by the realization that Kara did not mind my presence, which encouraged me to gradually attempt more intimate gestures. Kara seemed somewhat unaccustomed to my advances, yet as time passed, she soon accepted them. Thus, after a period, I successfully supplanted Clarice in Kara's affections. However, my position was once again jeopardized by Kara's plans. The principal of the mutant school, akin to a strict maternal figure, imposed numerous restrictions upon me, resulting in several of Kara's endeavors failing. Indeed, after a while, Kara coldly abandoned me, venturing out with other members. Enraged, I confronted the professor, threatening this overbearing bald-headed figure that I would leave the mutant school if I were not permitted to seek out Kara. Sensing my seriousness, the bald-headed man surprisingly acquiesced to my request. I thought this would stabilize my position, but to my astonishment, I discovered another woman residing in Kara's home. Natasha was stunningly beautiful and appeared quite alluring, with her ample bosom seemingly captivating Kara, as I noticed Kara frequently stealing glances at her. This revelation instilled within me a profound sense of crisis. Moreover, upon returning yesterday, I learned that my safety during outings was largely due to Kara's presence, amplifying my fear of losing her. Once back at the mutant school, I deliberated extensively and resolved that I must take action. My sole desire was to live alongside Kara, and that woman named Natasha clearly harbored impure intentions towards her. To prevent Kara from being ensnared by Natasha's charms, I decided to express my feelings during our next encounter. As I contemplated my course of action, enveloped in Kara's scent, I unknowingly drifted into slumber. Perhaps my sincerity moved the heavens, for shortly after I fell asleep, Kara returned to the school for reasons unknown. This time, I must seize the opportunity and will not relinquish it so easily. Even if I cannot win Kara's heart, I shall claim her presence. Chapter 60. If any discomfort arises, what is this? A confession? Kara's little face flushed, clearly taken aback by Lorna's unexpectedly shy words. Did you encounter Natasha when you returned? Kara found herself uncertain of Lorna's true intentions. Instinctively, She reached out to pat Lona's head, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment by shifting the topic to matters post-separation. Upon hearing Kara inquire about Natasha, Lorna, though somewhat reluctant, briefly recounted the events. Humph. That woman always pries and attempts to extract information from me, but I managed to mislead her, Lorna declared, lifting her chin and clasping Kara's neck with her hands. A hint of pride evident in her demeanor. Kara, observing the glimmer of satisfaction in Lorna's eyes, felt an involuntary twitch on her face, as if to say, "You desire compliments, do you not?" "Heh, impressive indeed," she responded, not wishing to dampen Lorna's spirits, forcing a chuckle and offering a compliment. The praise elicited a smile from Lorna, who thought to herself, "Humph, what of having a larger chest? It pales in comparison to my intellect." Lorna pondered whether she had overestimated Natasha, convinced that she was no match for her. Yet, as she gazed at Lorna, Kara inexplicably felt as though she were gazing at her own reflection. In moments of triumph, believing she had deceived Natasha, one often forgets that the other party may already possess a wealth of knowledge. What was that saying? Those in comfort are oblivious, while the bystanders see clearly. As Kara's thoughts meandered, she suddenly heard Lorna call her name. Lorna's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, and as she drew closer, a rare flush crept across her cheeks. Then, under Kara's watchful gaze, Lorna gradually closed her eyes. Feeling her heart race as Lorna, blushing and pouting, leaned closer, Kara instinctively took a step back. However, Lorna was already draped over her, making any retreat futile. As Lorna's lips approached, Kara hesitated but ultimately raised her hand to halt her advance. The warmth and dampness in her palm stirred an unusual sensation within her. "Indeed, Kara does not harbor feelings for me," Lorna murmured, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, her tone tinged with sadness. "That's not true. I hold deep affection for Lorna," Kara thought to herself. Naturally, Lorna was an exceptional girl, and if Kara did not like her, she would not have agreed to Lorna's frequent late-night visits. Moreover, Kara was not blind to Lorna's behaviors, which conveyed her affections. Yet, given their age difference, Kara felt a lingering sense of guilt. This sensation made her feel as though she were the one luring a young girl into something inappropriate. Most importantly, Lorna was still quite young. After all, people grow up. And who knows, she may one day encounter a boy who captures her heart. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that they have shared the same bed. If Lorna truly encounters a boy she finds appealing in the future, Kara mused that she might seize a moment when Lorna is oblivious and cast a fiery gaze upon him, perhaps even rendering him non-existent. Alternatively, she might send him off to the enchanting realms of Thailand for a transformation of sorts. Yet, those are matters for another day. Given the current circumstances, such events seem improbable. Lorna's previous actions were rather abrupt. Had everything not been perfectly fine just moments ago? How could it have changed so drastically in merely a few hours? It felt deceitful. If she truly harbored feelings, how could she possibly reject me? Lorna gazed at Kara with tear-filled eyes, questioning her with a hint of skepticism. Kara found herself at a loss for words. Although she indeed cherished Lorna, it would be quite inappropriate to suggest that she was simply too young and that there would be time in the future. That would be profoundly unsettling. A thought she could never voice. Seeing Kara's hesitation, Lorna's lips quivered, and she began to weep softly. It is often said that nothing terrifies a boy more than seeing the girl he adores in tears. While it may not be as dramatic as that, witnessing Lorna's sorrow stirred something within Kara. After a moment's contemplation, she resorted to her ultimate weapon. "I swear, I truly like Lorna." It is commonly known that girls are particularly swayed by declarations of love from their admirers. Though perhaps not as exaggerated, Lorna, upon hearing Kara's vow, found herself believing it to some extent, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. Lowering her head to ponder, she recognized this as a fortuitous moment. "Really?" Lorna asked, a hint of doubt lacing her tone as she looked at Kara. "More genuine than gold," Kara affirmed with unwavering conviction. Lorna was unaware of the meaning behind gold, yet it did not hinder her comprehension of Kara's intent. Unable to suppress a smile, she eagerly responded, "Then will you be my girlfriend?" Kara's expression darkened momentarily, suddenly realizing she might have been deceived. Observing Lorna's exuberance, it was hard to believe she had ever felt sorrow. The shift was astonishingly swift. As expected, after waiting in vain for Kara's affirmative response, Lorna's lips puckered once more, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as though they might spill forth any moment. Seeing the pitiable Lorna, Kara decided to disregard whether her tears were genuine or feigned, opting instead to stabilize the situation. "All right, no more crying." Well, Lorna had been the one to initiate this after all. Kara reassured herself internally, feeling her guilt gradually dissipate. Lorna had learned this technique of crying while secretly observing Clarice. Every time she displayed such an expression, Kara would rush to comfort her. Initially, Lorna had been quite dismissive of this tactic. But now faced with the looming possibility of losing Kara, she found herself compelled to employ it. With a mere trial-and-error approach, it surprisingly proved effective. Have you agreed? Lorna inquired uncertainly, wiping her nose. Yes. With a gentle hand, Kara wiped away the tears from Lorna's eyes, offering a reluctant nod. Lorna initially raised her hands in joyous exclamation, her excitement palpable, only to quickly regain her composure, sensing the stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. She flashed a sheepish smile at Kara and slowly closed her eyes. Oh, merciful and forgiving Lord. It is not that Kara lacks resolve, but rather that the enemy is too cunning. Grant me forgiveness, amen. The arrow is drawn, and it must be released. To refuse would likely provoke another shift in Lorna's mood. Thus, Kara silently prayed for clemency. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Figure. Residents. Americans. If your president does not call within 30 seconds, Thomas will perish. Kara sat on the sofa, watching the Mandarin threaten the president on television. Unable to suppress a nod of approval. His performance was commendable, deserving a score of 70. After a restful night, Kara took Lorna back to her residence. Leaving Maya Hansen at the mutant school. Early that morning, Kara sought out the professor to inquire about the situation, eager to discern his true intentions. If his choice to join her team was merely a matter of self-preservation, Kara could understand. But should he harbor ulterior motives, well, she would have to bid him farewell. Strangely, the professor did not divulge any information, merely reassuring Kara not to worry and to focus on other matters, assuring her that Maya was safe at school, while also cautioning her to be wary of the Mandarin. Though Kara was tempted to express her indifference toward Maya's safety, she ultimately decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Reflecting further, she speculated that the professor's inherent kindness might be at play, as he likely wished for her not to send Maya to S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, she resolved to attempt persuading Maya to genuinely join their team. After all, there was little to lose, and with the professor's oversight, many uncertainties could be mitigated. If necessary, she could always send Maya away later. As for the warning about the Mandarin, Kara dismissed it. He was merely an actor, after all. What was there to fear? Having spent several months in the school without feeling confined, this outing made Kara feel as though she were imprisoned. After just one morning, the monotony became unbearable. And as soon as Lorna finished her class, Kara hurriedly took her back to her residence. Unaware of the intricacies surrounding the situation, Lorna gazed in awe at the elderly figure on the screen, believing him to be quite formidable. The ensuing events unfolded much as Kara remembered. Once the president placed the call, the assailant shot the captured hostage. It seemed that the drama was merely a performance, with the effects edited in post-production, and this actor appeared oblivious to the reality of death. Certainly, it was merely his own declaration. The specifics remained unclear to Kara, with only one lesson left. President Ellis was urged to swiftly eliminate the hostage. The elderly man gazed at the camera for a moment, exuding a formidable presence, preparing to articulate something significant. Yet, halfway through his words, he abruptly turned in astonishment to the side. The old man's demeanor bewildered Kara, as she did not recall this segment. Due to the angle of filming, she could not discern what transpired. Not only was Kara perplexed, but so were all the viewers engrossed in the live broadcast, curious about what Mandarin had witnessed. Unlike his earlier somber tone, the old man appeared transformed, softly uttering a phrase. Shortly thereafter, a flicker of terror crossed his face. As if a gun were pointed at him, he swiftly raised his hands in surrender. I know nothing. I am merely an actor. It became evident from the footage that others had emerged beside the old man, jeopardizing his safety, as he sought to distance himself from the situation. Where's Maya Hansen? Just as curiosity peaked among everyone, a gravely accented voice resonated through the scene. What do you mean? I do not recognize the person you refer to. The old man glanced at the camera, hesitated, and perhaps concluded that his life outweighed his career. He stammered a response to the unseen audience. There was no reply. After asserting his unfamiliarity with Maya Hansen, a blinding flash erupted, and in an instant, the elderly man, previously seated with raised hands, was reduced to a puddle of gore along with his chair. My goodness! A living individual appeared as though crushed by a transparent boulder, obliterated into a splatter of flesh. Kara could not ascertain the viewer's reactions to such a gruesome spectacle, but she felt profoundly unsettled. Beside her, Lorna was also taken aback by the sanguinary scene, her lips twitching before she hurriedly made her way to the restroom. After composing herself, Kara could not suppress her growing frustration. According to the original plan, the war machine was to be dispatched to capture Mandarin, only to be taken hostage. The terrorists would then control the war machine to seize the president. This would allow Kara to lead her team in a justified rescue, leveraging the previous female journalist to elevate the Justice League's reputation while simultaneously enhancing the perception of mutants. This was precisely why Kara had refrained from interfering too much, She feared that aiding Tony might skew the narrative. Now, a wild card had emerged, abruptly eliminating Mandarin, leaving her uncertain of the assailant's identity. From the current circumstances, it was evident that the individual sought Maya Hansen, though their motives remained a mystery. Were they an adversary? Or perhaps another associate of Maya Hansen? Yet, why would the professor withhold such crucial information from her? A series of perplexing questions caused Kara to furrow her brow. The recent upheaval had utterly shattered her previous plans, prompting her to contemplate whether she should return to inquire with the professor about the identity of the enigmatic figure. Ultimately, she decided against it. Rather than ruminating, she resolved to ask directly. Kara planned to hasten back to the school for mutants once Lorna returned. The live broadcast continued, and after a moment of silence, an individual cloaked in a flowing green robe gradually stepped into view. The mysterious figure was positioned so close to the camera that only the area below their abdomen was visible. However, the attire and the exposed hands of the figure incited a sense of suspicion within Kara, leading her to mutter to herself, "Zombie? Vampire?" The outfit appeared to possess an antiquated charm, yet it was remarkably ornate. The hands revealed were exceptionally pale, resembling the remnants of a long-deceased corpse, adorned with rings of various hues on each finger, while the nails were black and sharply pointed, exuding a menacing sharpness. To the riffraff of America, regardless of who you are, prepare to face your demise for capturing my people. I will find you. The mysterious figure paused momentarily before astonishingly reiterating the statement in Mandarin, omitting only the initial words, and with a dramatic flourish of their arm, the screen abruptly went dark. Chapter 62. The True Mandarin with a Jarring Noise. The broadcast returned to normalcy. Kara frowned once more. The fact that the individual could speak Mandarin indicated a high probability of them being of Chinese descent, suggesting that she had inadvertently provoked them. As a Kryptonian of Chinese heritage, she would not be intimidated by a mere extra who dared not reveal their face. Nevertheless, in the face of the mysterious figure's threats, Kara scoffed dismissively. Yet, the figure's abilities appeared exceedingly peculiar. The only parallel Kara could draw was telekinesis, albeit it did not quite align, as she recalled that telekinesis was typically intangible, akin to Jean Grey's powers. The mysterious individual had emitted a flash of white light prior to the elderly man inexplicably transforming into a mass of flesh. The brutality of their methods clearly indicated a deranged mindset. To avoid further complications, Kara deemed it prudent to return to school and gather more information about this enigmatic figure. After a while, Lorna re-entered the living room, her slightly twitching lips suggesting she had likely been sick. Kara refrained from offering any false reassurances about special effects. Such circumstances would inevitably arise again, and early exposure would facilitate adaptation. After all, one could not suddenly vomit in the midst of a battle. Enemies would not pause to allow one to recover. It was unfathomable to imagine engaging in combat while simultaneously being ill. Has it ended? What happened next? Lorna inquired, glancing at the now restored broadcast, directing her question towards Kara, who had risen. Kara shot Lorna a bemused look. Despite having just been sick, she was still curious about what transpired subsequently. The enigmatic figure should be familiar with the person I brought to school yesterday. I intend to return briefly to inquire with the professor if he knows who this individual is. The professor had previously cautioned Kara to be wary of Mandarin. If the mysterious person did not eliminate the individual, it is likely referring to this one. However, the reactions of Mandarin and the mysterious person, who killed the individual without hesitation, suggest that they are unfamiliar with each other. Without further contemplation, Kara departed with Lorna from their residence, heading towards the mutant school. Professor, this woman poses a problem. There is a madman outside searching for her, having already claimed numerous lives. In a research laboratory at the mutant school, Kara glanced at Maya Hansen, who was clad in a white lab coat, intently examining something under a microscope. Kara refrained from directly questioning the professor about his reasons for withholding information. Instead, she focused on Maya Hansen. While she did not completely trust the professor, she found him far more reliable than Nick Fury, and he had even agreed to allow her students to join the team. Directly confronting him felt inappropriate, so she believed that directing her inquiries towards Maya might yield answers. The professor paused momentarily, then nodded, saying, "I understand." Kara cast a peculiar glance at the professor, perplexed by his meaning. "You know yet chose not to inform me? And you admit it so nonchalantly?" She silently pondered this and remained quiet, simply observing the professor as she awaited his elaboration. The professor, slightly bewildered, exchanged glances with Kara, unable to grasp her intent. Had he not already warned her to be cautious of Mandarin? After confirming their silent exchange, Kara recognized that the professor had no intention of continuing the discussion. A flicker of anger surged within her, and she inquired with a hint of displeasure, "Then why did you not inform me? Moreover, the individual is still searching for her. I suspect they are allied." At that moment, Maya Hansen approached, her tone somewhat frantic as she explained, I am not allied with him. I was previously under his control. Controlled? Kara responded, looking at the professor, who merely smiled faintly. Who is this person? Since the professor did not interrupt, it indicated that Maya Hansen was speaking the truth. Kara then directly articulated her purpose for returning. Mandarin. Just as she was about to interject that Mandarin was already deceased, Maya Hansen continued, it is indeed the real Mandarin. Not that actor. He controlled me, compelling me to exploit the extremist virus for profit. The actor from the previous organization was also impersonating him based on the information I provided. After a moment of contemplation, Kara's questions began to unravel within her mind. This true Mandarin likely possesses abilities akin to Jean Grey, including telepathy and psychokinesis. He targeted Maya Hansen for her extremist virus, using his powers to control her and facilitate his financial gains. Due to her intervention, Maya Hansen was brought to the mutant school, and the professor must have recognized her state of control, subsequently employing his abilities to liberate her from Mandarin's grasp. This led the distant Mandarin to become aware that Maya Hansen was no longer under his control, prompting him to seek out the forces aligned with the false Mandarin in an effort to uncover who was opposing him. Kara silently nodded, feeling confident that her deductions were largely accurate. What other information do you possess? For instance, what abilities does Mandarin have? Although Kara was self-assured in her reasoning, she still inquired with Maya Hansen, who had encountered Mandarin, to ensure she had not overlooked anything. Maya initially shook her head, but upon noticing Kara's furrowed brow, she began to recollect more carefully. I remember a flash of blue light when I was under his control. It seemed to emanate from his ring. At that moment, I was particularly frightened, so I'm not entirely sure. I might have misperceived it or experienced a hallucination. The ring. Just moments ago, Kara had been pondering the significance of the white light, and now, hearing about the blue glow and the ring, she couldn't help but visualize the hands adorned with multiple rings. Could it be? She had previously mocked the individual for being ostentatious, but now it appeared far more complex. If each of the 10 rings possessed distinct abilities, that would indeed be rather formidable. Did this mean he was akin to a mutant with 10 different powers? Thus far, they had only discerned 2 of his abilities, leaving the rest shrouded in mystery. If he possessed teleportation capabilities, that could spell trouble. Though uncertainty lingered, Kara was not overly concerned until she encountered Mandarin in person. It was difficult to ascertain his true strength. If he relied solely on his rings, perhaps an element of surprise could allow her to swiftly neutralize him. And what about you? What are your current plans? Given the lack of additional information regarding Mandarin, Kara chose to inquire about Maya's intentions. I am genuinely grateful to the professor for helping me escape Mandarin's control, and I understand your purpose in forming this team. I am eager to join your ranks. After a brief pause, she added, this time, I truly mean it. There are no ulterior motives. Chapter 63, A Call from the Egg. Maya Hansen was acutely aware of her precarious situation, caught between a madman and the government, with neither side promising a favorable outcome. The only viable escape was to align herself with Kara's team, especially since the mutants had saved her. This would not only provide her with protection, but also allow her to repay her debt. The professor stood nearby, confident that Maya would not utter falsehoods. After pondering for a moment, Kara suddenly asked, by the way, is Mandarin of Chinese descent? The Mandarin had donned attire reminiscent of ancient Chinese garments during the previous live stream, and he had also spoken in Chinese, which piqued Kara's curiosity about his appearance. I'm not sure. My encounters with Mandarin were brief. After he took control of me, he simply instructed me to use the extremist virus to generate profit before departing. However, I do recall his features. While I cannot confirm whether he is of Chinese ethnicity, he certainly possesses Asian heritage. Maya Hansen had a brief conversation with Mandarin, which yielded little information beyond the latter's appearance. Since that encounter, Maya had not seen Mandarin again. Instead, individuals with yellow skin periodically arrived to collect money on his behalf. Nevertheless, Maya meticulously recalled Mandarin's features, sharing all she knew in hopes of aiding Carla. Surely you can apprehend him, can't you? Carla had returned specifically to inquire about Mandarin, which stirred a slight unease in Maya. Stealing a glance at the professor, she pondered whether the mutant school would still accept her if Carla proved to be no match for Mandarin. Carla, however, felt no fear of Mandarin, as she had never even heard of this figure. The primary concern was the ensuing complications. What began as a mere capture of Maya had unexpectedly disrupted their plans and introduced the unpredictable element of Mandarin. Even if they returned Maya to him, the original narrative could not be restored, and Carla had no intention of doing so. How could the righteous yield to malevolence? Now that Mandarin had emerged, Carla was resolved to make him regret his interference. While Maya was indeed the catalyst for this predicament, it was ultimately Carla who had captured her, and thus she bore the responsibility. Fear not. If he dares to show himself, I shall seize him, Carla reassured Maya, considering her now a member of the team. Following their conversation, she engaged with the professor and discovered an unexpected rapport between them. He expressed willingness to assist Maya in researching the apocalypse virus. This was among the rare pieces of good news Carla had heard recently. As the discussion concluded, twilight approached. Carla gathered with Lorna and other members who had been apart for several days, informing them that recent operations had been temporarily suspended, allowing everyone to relax and return to their usual routines. That night, in the bedroom, Lorna rested against the bed, and Carla contemplated Tony's search for the false Mandarin. She wondered if Tony had seen the news and whether he might encounter Mandarin, and if so, whether a confrontation would ensue. Based on the information available, Tony likely was not a match for Mandarin. Could he escape if he couldn't fight back? Carla mused silently. Even if she wished to assist, she could not reach Tony at the moment. Most importantly, she was disinclined to search for him. If he found himself in a predicament he could not resolve, he would surely reach out to her first. After all, Carla owed him nothing. It would be unreasonable for her to rush to his aid without an invitation. Rescuing Pepper had already settled the debt for Tony's assistance in constructing her base. Carla was not one to seek trouble without cause, nor would she pursue Tony unbidden. However, it is undeniable that the Mandarin is a consequence of Kara's actions. If Tony were to encounter him, Kara would certainly not stand idly by. As she contemplated whether to proactively seek out the Mandarin to swiftly resolve this predicament, the typically silent communicator suddenly sprang to life. Lorna glanced at the communicator beside her and handed it to Kara. Without needing to look, Kara knew it was Nick Fury calling. Upon answering, she merely tossed the communicator onto the bed without uttering a word. Maya Hansen is the one you captured? Nick Fury inquired, prompting Kara to furrow her brow in annoyance. Why not ask Tony or Steve? Why always come to me? Each time an incident arose, Nick Fury would ring her for an inquiry. Knowing that his intentions were ultimately good, Kara had patiently tolerated it. However, after a few occurrences, this incessant pattern began to wear on her nerves. Stark was on the East Coast, currently enjoying a sandwich he had procured, while Steve was at the Washington headquarters, leaving only Kara in the field. Moreover, satellites had captured images of her flying with Maya Hansen. In the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., matters concerning terrorists and attacks were considered minor nuisances, and they initially had no intention of intervening. However, the mysterious figure that emerged during today's live broadcast exhibited supernatural abilities, necessitating a response. The mention of Maya Hansen, who was found to be in Kara's company according to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation, prompted Nick Fury to reach out. Kara, somewhat taken aback, picked up the communicator and, regarding the impassive Nick Fury, inquired coolly, why the sudden lack of theatrics? You claimed there was no surveillance on us. From a human perspective, Nick Fury indeed proved to be an admirable director, prioritizing the greater good and framing every issue in light of humanity's welfare and security. However, his most significant flaw was his profound distrust of everyone, including his closest confidants, Natasha and Hawkeye, as well as Deputy Director Hill. This distrust was one of the reasons Kara resolved to refrain from aiding S.H.I.E.L.D. and instead form her own team. Just moments ago, the President of the United States had dispatched War Machine to apprehend the mysterious figure, but according to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s findings, this individual was likely the true Mandarin, the leader of an organization known as the Ten Rings. Nick Fury did not address Kara's question, instead delving into the details regarding the Mandarin. Since Kara had previously indicated that she might encounter danger, Nick Fury had theorized that internal issues were afoot within S.H.I.E.L.D. After a prolonged investigation, he unearthed the shocking revelation that former Hydra members had resurfaced within the organization. As a final note, I hope everyone takes a moment to read this. I've been harboring aspirations of writing for 2 months now, and though I may not be a complete novice, I certainly remember the days when my first book garnered 800 collections, receiving a mere 2 or 3 votes daily, averaging around 6 or 7. On the most fortunate day, I received 26 votes, which brought immense joy to me as a budding writer. Every night before sleep, I find myself cradling my phone, perusing the author assistant, yearning to witness a vote cast in support of my work, which would grant me the peace of mind to drift into slumber. Despite having penned a mere 18 characters and failing to secure a contract, I chose to move on. The initial performance of my book, Marvel's transformation into a Supergirl, has far exceeded my wildest expectations, thus placing a considerable burden upon my heart, as I dread the prospect of disappointing those who champion this narrative. Nonetheless, despite my cautious approach to writing, I have regrettably lost a significant portion of my readership. While many may never read these words, I sincerely extend my apologies. I am truly sorry. Conversely, there are numerous readers who have consistently followed my work since its inception, casting votes daily. and I am grateful for the familiar names that appear. The decision to embark on this writing journey came to me in less than 5 minutes, including the time taken to power on my computer. Initially, I approached this endeavor as a mere pastime, indifferent to the notion of securing a contract. However, as time has passed, my aspirations have shifted. As my collection of followers gradually grew, the desire for a contract emerged, not for monetary gain, but rather as a form of official recognition. To my astonishment, this book was contracted even before reaching 3 characters. In that moment, I felt a surge of excitement and resolved to write it well, without considering other factors. Yet, now at the age of 24, I find myself writing full-time without any source of income, which has led to my parents urging me to seek a more conventional job. This is not to imply that writing online literature is not a legitimate occupation. However, with only an elementary school diploma, my parents view my writing endeavors as mere fantasy. This discord culminated in a heated argument with my parents, resulting in an agreement to evaluate the book's performance upon its release. At that time, I was brimming with confidence, as the book had been consistently garnering 150 followers daily before the contract. I envisioned that upon reaching 30 chapters, I would secure at least 200 followers, with a presumed average readership of 1,000. While financial gain was not my primary concern, I believed it would suffice to cover my daily expenses. However, I later realized that my expectations were naively optimistic. As time progressed, the number of followers increased, but so did the criticisms. Due to my personality, I am particularly attuned to the opinions of my readers, which often affects me deeply. Yet, in pursuit of writing a quality book, I have endured these challenges. Regrettably, the current situation suggests that an average readership of 1,000 is far from achievable. Even 100 may be a stretch, leaving me disheartened. Upon reflection, I acknowledge that the quality of my writing has not met expectations. The stark contrast between the initial collection of fewer than 1,000 followers, which garnered over 1,000 votes weekly, and the current near 5,000 followers with stagnant vote numbers reveals significant issues. Some readers have even remarked that, were it not for the premise of the Supergirl, they would have abandoned the book long ago. To speak candidly, it is indeed quite distressing. However, deep down, I am aware that what others say holds a kernel of truth. I genuinely aspire to improve my writing. This is not an appeal for sympathy, for there are numerous authors whose works perform far worse, yet persist undeterred. Nevertheless, should this book falter, my determination to continue may be compromised by the necessity to seek employment. It is not merely a matter of abandoning this work. I would certainly be unable to devote myself to writing full-time, as I do now. I might manage to carve out a few moments each day to pen a few words, which could result in a chapter every 3 to 5 days. Although I realize that expressing this may lead to a significant loss of followers, I feel compelled to forewarn everyone, for the probability of this book failing appears alarmingly high. However, I can assure you that if the average subscription for this book reaches 500, I will steadfastly continue. Even if it does not, and I must enter the workforce, this book will not be abandoned. It will continue, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have continuously supported this book and to the dear souls in the group who often offer me words of comfort. Chapter 64. What was it called again? There are already over 10 members of Hydra identified on the surface, and the number concealed in the shadows remains unknown. Hence, Nick Fury refrained from taking any rash actions and did not disclose this matter to anyone. The only person who might be privy to this information is Kara, who had previously cautioned him. Although reluctant to admit it, Nick Fury now finds that Kara is the sole individual he dares to trust. Observing Kara deep in thought on the screen, he yearned to inquire about Hydra. However, considering the likelihood of the call being monitored, he suppressed his urgency. The Ten Rings? Is that not the organization that once kidnapped Tony? Kara mused quietly, recalling that the leader of this group was a bald man who had died long ago. How could he have transformed into the Mandarin? Could it be that this Mandarin is in dire financial straits, and the earlier kidnapping of Tony, ostensibly for weaponry, was actually motivated by a need for money? Their previous attempt had failed, allowing Tony to escape and become Iron Man, which is why they have not acted since. Indeed, weapons equate to money, do they not? Previously, I had not pondered this deeply, but with the newfound information, many things now make sense. For instance, Maya Hansen's visit to Tony could very well be linked to the Mandarin's intent to target Tony once more. As for why Maya did not mention this, it could be due to forgetfulness or deeming the information insignificant. Kara, however, was singularly focused on uncovering the Mandarin's identity and capabilities, showing little concern for anything else. The more she contemplated, the more plausible her thoughts became. Thus, the Mandarin's primary target was not solely herself, but Tony might also be among his objectives. War Machine would undoubtedly be no match for the Mandarin. To confront him would be tantamount to courting death. Kara subtly suggested that S.H.I.E.L. D. should dispatch someone to locate the Mandarin, thereby sparing herself the trouble of searching, allowing her to await news from the comfort of her home. While you and Tony idled, others were preoccupied with various tasks. I just reached out to Tony. However, you are likely aware of his temperament, particularly as he is currently fixated on dismantling that terrorist organization. Although Natasha and the others were not informed about Hydra, Nick Fury still assigned them other duties. With such significant issues arising within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury found himself unable to attend to many external matters. Yet when it comes to supernatural incidents, neglecting them could lead to dire consequences. Due to the recent surge of events outside and his lack of time to address them, Nick Fury sought out Coulson, whom he had hidden since the battle in New York, to secretly assemble a special team tasked with managing various troubles. Though it was still in its nascent stages, lacking personnel to tackle the current dilemma. After much contemplation, Kara realized that her only option was to reach out to Nick Fury. Observing the profound glint in Nick Fury's eyes and the emphasis he placed on his prior statement regarding other matters, Kara sensed that S.H.I.E.L.D. was encountering some difficulties, likely due to Nick Fury uncovering certain clues. Having already prepared to confront the Mandarin, Kara did not wish to burden Nick Fury further, assuring him that she would seek out the Mandarin before concluding the call. The very name of the Ten Rings gang hinted at the special significance of the 10 rings wielded by the Mandarin, possibly aligning with previous conjectures. Idly waiting was not a viable option. Kara believed proactive measures were necessary. The following day, in the Middle East, armed with information provided by Nick Fury, Kara ventured alone to the lair of the Ten Rings gang, hoping to locate the Mandarin. However, shortly after arriving in northeastern Africa, a triangular aircraft appeared in the distant sky. To avoid unnecessary complications, Kara ascended to a greater altitude, intending to circumvent the craft. Yet, to her astonishment, the aircraft began to follow her. Although Kara was not flying at full speed, she was nearing 2 Mach, and it was unexpected that the aircraft could keep pace with her. After contemplating her options, Kara decided to halt and ascertain the purpose of the pursuit. To prevent a collision, she gradually reduced her speed. The following aircraft likewise noticed Kara's deceleration and began to slow down as well. Once both parties had stabilized, Kara peered through the black fuselage and discerned 3 individuals inside the cockpit, 1 man and 2 women, all of African descent. Recognizing them instantly, not least due to their red attire and silver javelins, she realized they hailed from that particular nation. The sole male, seemingly aware that Kara could see them, offered her a friendly smile and gestured towards the ground. Although Kara felt somewhat perplexed, she nodded and descended towards the ground. The aircraft followed closely behind, hovering approximately 2 meters above the surface rather than landing. Before long, 3 individuals emerged from the lift platform situated beneath the vessel. "Greetings, Kara. I am Chala, the son of the king of Wakanda." The leading gentleman, a young black man, approached Kara with a smile and introduced himself. Kara was taken aback by his familiarity, but, sensing no malice in his demeanor, she returned the greeting amicably. "Hello, is there something you need from me?" This gentleman, adorned with a goatee, was likely the Black Panther. Realizing that he recognized her, Kara quickly connected the dots. After all, news of her involvement in the Battle of New York and recent events had circulated widely. Yet, she found Chala's overly friendly attitude somewhat peculiar, as if they were old acquaintances reuniting after a long separation. "I am aware you seek the Mandarin. He should currently be in the United States." Kara's conspicuous arrival in the Middle East had undoubtedly been detected by Wakandan satellites, and considering previous occurrences, it was evident she had come in pursuit of the Mandarin. Initially, Chalia's father, the king of Wakanda, had no intention of intervening, as the Mandarin was not in the Middle East, and Kara would undoubtedly depart empty-handed. However, Chala took the initiative to engage, fearing that Kara might inadvertently stir up unnecessary trouble, while also offering a favor to S.H.I.E.L.D., or the Avengers. Of course, that was merely Chalia's fabricated rationale. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, the king deemed that a dialogue would be beneficial, posing no risk to him, and thus gave his consent. Chapter 65. 1 Black Panther equals 10 Iron Men. Informing Kara about the Mandarin's whereabouts in the United States was secondary. Chalia's primary objective was to solicit her assistance. Hence, his genial smile remained unwavering throughout their encounter. "Oh, he has already made his way to the United States?" Kara was astonished to learn that not only was she eager to locate him, but the Mandarin was equally intent on confronting her. Having taken the initiative to head to America, the sun in the Middle East was pleasantly warm, yet with the Mandarin already in the United States, Kara decided against lingering any longer. Chala's incessant grin made her somewhat uneasy. While a smile can often be a positive sign, his expression seemed overly exuberant, causing her to feel a sense of apprehension. Thank you for the information. I shall take my leave now. Without pondering the true nature of the Wakandan prince's intentions, Kara expressed her gratitude and prepared to depart. Wait, Kara, Chala called out, realizing his own objectives remained unfulfilled as she turned to leave. With a serious expression, Chala turned to the two African-American women beside him and waved his hand, signaling them to return to the spacecraft. After they departed, Chala suddenly revealed a smile and slowly inched closer to Carla. Please don't come any closer. If you have something to say, just say it, Carla remarked. Glancing at Chala's beaming face, feeling a chill run down her spine, unable to suppress her urge to halt his approach. Isn't it normal for someone to be cheerful in a movie? Why does he look so foolish, grinning incessantly? Chala paused slightly, awkwardly retracting his smile. He glanced back towards the direction of the spacecraft, crouched down, and whispered, Carla, could you do me a favor? Carla eyed him warily, thinking to herself, we're not that familiar. Why would he ask me for help right off the bat? Are Africans always this direct? What kind of favor? If it's too troublesome, I don't have the time. After a moment of contemplation, Carla didn't dismiss him outright, but felt a tinge of curiosity about why Chala, a prince, would need assistance from someone else. It's not a bother. I just want you to convey a message to Aurora. Tell her that I only spoke half my mind. Chala said, suddenly displaying a hint of shyness and hesitating. Aurora? Carla blinked in surprise, not expecting them to know each other. However, considering they were both of African descent, it didn't seem too strange. Yet, his bashful demeanor was puzzling. What is wrong with you? If you don't speak up soon, I'll be on my way. I still have to catch Mandarin. Curiosity piqued. Carla watched Chala's fidgety behavior and urged him, just say it already. Tell her I apologize for what happened before. And I hope she can forgive me. I miss her dearly and would like to see her, Chala replied, his expression growing somewhat awkward. Upon hearing Carla's intention to leave, he hastily conveyed the message he needed relayed. Noticing Carla's intrigued gaze, Chala, still half-crouched, lifted his head slightly and recounted their shared history. Years ago, when mutants were not yet targeted by the government and their situation was far better, Aurora had taken a brief leave from the professor and returned to her homeland. In a remote area, Aurora did not conceal her abilities, and while traversing the African savanna, she was detected by Wakandan satellites. Similar to the present scenario, Chala was dispatched to inquire about her intentions. Their brief conversation led to an initial acquaintance, and naturally, sparks flew between them. One was handsome and charming, and the other was breathtakingly beautiful. At that time, Aurora was unaware that Chala was a prince of a nation. Chala also kept their budding romance a secret from his father. After spending some time together, Chala eventually revealed his royal identity and invited Aurora to return to Wakanda with him, preparing to come clean to his father. They were both exhilarated, contemplating their future together and when they might marry. However, what neither of them anticipated was that the king of Wakanda, Chala's father, vehemently opposed their union upon learning of the matter. The reason for his disapproval lay in the troubled past of Aurora, who had been born into misfortune, once a homeless child and a petty thief. Such information could hardly escape the scrutiny of Wakanda, and the king deemed Aurola's background unworthy of Chala. Aurora, possessing a strong sense of pride, disregarded the king's disparagement and was indifferent to the title of princess, insisting on leaving Wakanda with Chala to elope. Yet, Aurora was taken aback when Chala expressed his unwillingness to abandon Wakanda, even going so far as to counsel her not to be angry, assuring her that he would find a way to persuade his father. Naturally, Aurora could not accept this situation, leading to a heated argument between them, after which she departed Wakanda alone, returning to the mutant school, a separation that has persisted until now. Due to certain constraints, Chala seldom had the opportunity to leave Wakanda, having attempted to visit the mutant school on a few occasions, only to be turned away. His calls to Aurora went unanswered, until he encountered Kara, seizing the opportunity to seek her assistance and speaking favorably of him. As for how he knew Kara was acquainted with Aurora, it was through Mandarin. The Ten Rings organization had been causing turmoil in the Middle East, prompting Wakanda to keep a vigilant eye on the disturbances occurring under its nose. As the leader of the Ten Rings, Mandarin was investigated by Wakanda upon his arrival in America. Mandarin's target was Maya Hansen, and coincidentally, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that Kara was taking Maya to the mutant school, which Wakanda also detected. Given Kara's abilities and age, it was almost certain she was a student at the mutant school, and thus she could not possibly be unfamiliar with Aurora, who served as a teacher there. What a dramatic twist of fate. Kara could not help but internally scoff at this absurdity. Is this feasible? It shouldn't be too much trouble, right? After Chala finished speaking, he gazed at Kara with anticipation, not necessarily seeking Aurora's forgiveness, but at the very least hoping to establish contact. This was a golden opportunity from a wealthy benefactor that should not be overlooked. Once she regained her composure, Kara's eyes darted as she contemplated her next move. It wasn't that it wouldn't be bothersome, It was just that she was quite busy at the moment, needing to apprehend Mandarin, leaving her with no time to return to the mutant school. As she spoke, she rubbed her fingers together, her expression conveying a sense of dilemma. Chala was indeed a wealthy individual. She recalled an exaggerated metaphor she had encountered. Everyone knew Tony Stark, right? Iron Man, the epitome of wealth. Yet when compared to Black Panther, he seemed trivial. Their essay saying, ISNT there? One Black Panther is worth 1,000 Iron Men. Chapter 66, A Fortunate Day. No worries, my matters can wait. You deal with Mandarin first, and once you're finished, just relay my message. Upon hearing that Kara was merely busy without outright rejecting him, Chalia's face brightened with a smile, displaying remarkable understanding. Chalia's reaction took Kara somewhat by surprise. After a moment of silence, he pondered whether the other party had misunderstood his gestures, yet he felt that speaking directly might not be appropriate. Have you not been in touch with Aurora for a long time? Kara ventured, unwilling to relinquish her pursuit easily. Since we parted ways last time. There has been no communication, Chala replied honestly, unsure of Kara's motivations for her inquiry. Well, that's manageable. Kara observed Chala with a hint of sympathy before continuing with some difficulty. You may not be aware, but another teacher at the school has been pursuing Aurora. Although she is yet to accept his advances, from my observations, it seems she is somewhat receptive. I have often wondered why she hasn't agreed. It turns out it's because of you. Pausing for a moment, she elaborated, you should know, this teacher is quite the handsome gentleman. His name is Logan, and he is nicknamed Wolverine. I have a fairly good rapport with him, and if I were to assist you, it might not sit well. Kara was cautious not to exaggerate, fearing that if Chala became anxious, he might rush to the mutant school, which would complicate matters. This subtle insinuation seemed just right. Before her, Chala's expression shifted dramatically. Within moments, his face reflected a myriad of emotions, leading him to lower his gaze in disappointment. Very well. I shall think of other methods, he conceded. At the mention of someone pursuing Aurora, a pang of jealousy stirred within Chala, especially upon realizing that Aurora appeared to have some fondness for Logan. However, it was somewhat comforting to know that Aurora had not yet accepted his advances, which eased Chala's heart slightly. Nonetheless, Kara's mention of her good relationship with Logan made Chala reconsider. Asking her to convey a message would, in effect, be enlisting help from someone outside their circle, which did not seem right. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to abandon the idea of enlisting Kara's help. No, I must find an opportunity to return to the mutant school. This time, I must see Aurora, Chala resolved, clenching his fist in determination. That was a rather easy concession, wasn't it? No wonder Aurora left, Kara mused, somewhat exasperated, feeling that the people in this world seemed to stray from conventional approaches. The moment to test her acting skills had arrived. She needed to maintain the facade. Actually, it's not impossible for me to relay a message. Although I share a decent rapport with Logan, it's merely decent. After hearing your story with Aurora, I find myself hoping for your reunion, Kara said. Her emotions slightly heightened as if touched by the situation. Chala's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes as he regarded Kara with uncertainty. Really? He asked. Intrigued. Kara nodded earnestly. I admire your perseverance, and it seems Aurora cares for you as well. I have made up my mind. I will help you win Aurora back. Observing Chala's grateful gaze, Kara continued with renewed resolve. Originally, after capturing the Mandarin, I intended to earn money to build my own base. However, it seems that I must postpone that plan to prevent Logan from taking advantage of the situation. I have decided to assist you in retrieving Aurora before considering any other matters. Kara slightly raised her head, speaking with righteous fervor, as if Logan were a petty opportunist. While she willingly sacrificed some significant affairs to aid Chala in persuading Aurora. After speaking, she cast a discreet glance at Chala, who was gazing at her with a look of deep gratitude. If he did not take the bait this time, she would have to be more direct. Kara had no intention of working in vain. Although she would merely convey a message, it mattered whom she was assisting. Such a golden opportunity was not something she would easily relinquish. I am truly grateful. The base's construction cannot be delayed. If there are areas where assistance is needed, do let me know. I believe I can be of some help. Chala was already appreciative of Kara's willingness to assist him and did not wish to hinder her other pursuits. However, upon hearing about the financial aspect, Chala felt quite confident. Not wishing to engage in unnecessary pleasantries with Chala, she understood that if he did not follow the script, their conversation would have been futile. After exchanging contact information and assuring Chala that he would soon receive a call from Aurora, she departed amidst his grateful gaze. I want to take you to romantic Turkey. On her way back to America, Kara wore a smile, singing as she traveled, appearing quite joyful. With Tony at the base, Chala's assistance was certainly unnecessary. However, the technology and vibranium of Wakanda captivated Kara's interest. Additionally, she recalled the Black Panther suit, crafted by Chala's sister. and wondered if she could leverage her connection to Aurora to gain entry into Wakanda. Perhaps she could also bring Roberto along, trying her luck at charming that lovely woman from Wakanda. If successful, it would mean that her little brother would be a prince consort of Wakanda. Subsequently, she could request Chalia's sister to create a suit for her, utilizing Wakandan technology. While it might not surpass Tony's creations, it certainly would not fall short. Just as she was daydreaming about future plans, the communicator in her pocket suddenly buzzed. Expecting a call from Nick Fury, she was surprised to see an unfamiliar number. Who could this be? Kara wondered, perplexed, as she had not given her number to any strangers. I know who you are. The President of the United States has been kidnapped. I will send you the location shortly. The voice on the communicator was bright and commanding, suggesting that she was urging Kara to rescue the President. Is this for real? Although Kara did not know who this woman was, the news of the President's abduction sparked her curiosity. She had thought that after the supposed death of the fake Mandarin, such events would cease. Yet here they were, an unexpected turn of events. Being kidnapped is quite advantageous. This means our plans can proceed. Kara pondered whether today was indeed her fortunate day. First, she had done a favor for Chala, and inexplicably, another piece of good news arrived. The woman, sensing Kara's joy, seemed perplexed as to why she was happy about the President's arrest. After a moment of silence, the woman inquired with some confusion, "Aren't you going to rescue the President?" Chapter 67. Of course I will. Please send me the location. Who are you? The woman's first words indicated her awareness of Kara's identity, revealing her own uncertainty about her position, as if she feared Kara would doubt her. Her subsequent tone resembled that of a meddlesome bystander or perhaps an ordinary person wishing to assist. In the government, no one knew Kara's phone number, so it was evident that this woman was not a government official. If she were a SHIELD agent, it would only be Nick Fury or Natasha contacting her. It was improbable that an unfamiliar individual would reach out to Kara. My name is Sky, and I too possess extraordinary abilities. I hope I can be of assistance. The woman on the communicator spoke swiftly. Her words felt somewhat vacuous. Kara had never heard of a superhero named Sky. Could she be akin to someone like the Mandarin, lurking in the shadows? Perhaps she was merely an obscure superhero, as Kara had not seen many Marvel productions. Oh, what is your superpower? And how did you acquire my number? Kara probed, intrigued yet skeptical. If she had abilities, why not rescue the President herself rather than notify her? Was she incapable of doing so? My power pertains to technology. I excel in hacking and controlling computers. As a fan of yours, I hacked into SHIELD's network and discovered your number. The woman hesitated before excitedly revealing. A fan. Kara raised an eyebrow, recalling the last person who claimed to be her fan was Maya Hansen, who was now effectively under her house arrest at the mutant school. Just as she was managing that situation, another fan emerged. Nonetheless, hearing that this individual's abilities were technology-related piqued Kara's interest. This power reminded Kara of Ultron from the films, who could effortlessly manipulate finances online. She wondered how proficient this fan was in her abilities. Such a skill could only serve a supportive role, lacking any combat prowess. It made sense for her to relay information to Kara. How effective is your ability? I mean, if you hack into someone else's network, will you be detected? Kara initially considered asking if she could siphon funds from others, but thought better of it. After all, she was now a public figure. If it were possible, however, she could invite the woman to join her team. And siphoning funds from villainous gangs wouldn't weigh on her conscience. Wow, I am particularly skilled at breaching others' networks. Of course, I don't just hack indiscriminately, you know? Many nefarious organizations rely on computers, so I've engaged in quite a bit of similar work in the past. Upon hearing Kara inquire about his abilities, Sky appeared quite exhilarated, briefly recounting his past accomplishments. As Kara listened to Sky extol the virtues of his previous good deeds and the number of villains he had aided the government in capturing, she couldn't help but feel as though he was boasting about his achievements, perhaps seeking to demonstrate his worth. Given that Sky's skills perfectly aligned with the talents her team lacked, Kara hesitated momentarily before extending an invitation, eager to see if she could integrate him into her group. Do you currently belong to an organization? Would you be interested in joining my team? Despite knowing little about Sky and harboring no concerns regarding ulterior motives, Kara felt reassured by the professor's oversight, believing that no one on Earth could evade scrutiny. Really? Are you inviting me to join a superhero team? Sky, having long admired superheroes and fantasized about joining their ranks, felt a surge of excitement at Kara's direct invitation, which he hadn't anticipated following his self-promotion. Where are you? I'll come find you. Let us discuss this in person. Upon hearing his enthusiastic response, Kara suddenly questioned whether she had been too casual and decided it prudent to meet Sky face-to-face first. After confirming their meeting location, Kara called Lorna, instructing the team members to don their uniforms and await her return at her residence, ready for immediate action, before heading towards the agreed-upon spot. In a secluded park in Queens, shortly after her arrival, a somewhat dilapidated van approached and stopped in front of her. "Hi, Kara," greeted a brown-haired, yellow-skinned beauty, who appeared to be of mixed heritage, as she stepped out of the vehicle with a smile. "Sky?" Kara regarded her with a hint of suspicion. Her attire was unremarkable, and the vehicle seemed rather shabby. Was this the hallmark of a civilian superhero? Haha, you're even cuter than on TV. Sky circled around Kara, playfully reaching out to ruffle her hair. Kara's expression darkened as she swatted away his hand, casting a doubtful glance at him. Though Sky was indeed attractive, his behavior seemed overly familiar. Where was the expected excitement of a fan eager to take a picture? When was the president taken, and how did you find out? Given Sky's abilities, Kara surmised that he had accessed this information through a computer, and her inquiry was merely a means to elicit a demonstration of his skills. "Follow me." Sky glanced around before raising his eyebrows at Kara and heading towards the rear of the van. He opened the back door and retrieved a compact device resembling a gaming console. After a few swift keystrokes, he proudly turned the display towards Kara. While she found him somewhat untrustworthy, her curiosity compelled her to take a look. A video is currently playing on the computer, revealing a scene aboard an aircraft where war machines are mercilessly slaughtering the passengers. From an unseen location, an elderly man is forcibly extracted, presumably the President of the United States. Ultimately, a specialized suit shatters the aircraft's fuselage, allowing for the President's escape. Shortly after their departure, the plane explodes, and the screen fades to black. Where's the President now? Kara is somewhat astonished by Sky's capabilities, marveling at his efficiency in obtaining such footage with just a few keystrokes. Sky types a few more commands on the computer, preparing to turn the screen towards Kara, when a sudden thought strikes him, prompting an uncertain inquiry. "You wouldn't just view the information and then leave, would you? Am I already considered part of your team?" While tasks such as creating uniforms can be managed with Tony's assistance, acquiring advanced technology akin to the Iron Man suit or the intelligent assistant Jarvis would likely be met with resistance from Tony. Hence, individuals like Sky, who possess computer-related skills, are indeed indispensable to the team. Upon hearing Sky's question, Kara ponders briefly before responding affirmatively. "Yes, however, for the time being. You can only be regarded as an external member. You must undergo a review process before you can officially join the team." Chapter 68. Newcomers require guidance. Sky nods in acknowledgement, surprised by the seemingly robust structure of the team that Kara has established. However, he harbors concerns regarding the review being conducted by S.H.I.E.L.D., especially given their recent breach of the agency's systems. Would they not intentionally complicate matters and prevent his joining? A review, you say? That sounds quite formal, but it wouldn't be S.H.I.E.L.D. conducting it, would it? Sky turns the display back towards Kara, his unease palpable. His sentiments towards S.H.I.E.L.D. are less than favorable, which is why he has refrained from engaging with them. In contrast, Kara's situation is different. Sky has seen recent reports detailing her independent formation of a superhero team, and he is aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. maintains records concerning Kara. Name: Kara Zor-El. Species: Kryptonian, self-proclaimed as the sole survivor of Krypton. Age: 13 years, self-reported. Based on observations, actual age does not exceed 15 years. Appearance: human visage. Charming and sweet. Physical condition: humorous remark. Interests: mischief, fighting, bullying peers. Personality: humorous remark. Abilities: humorous remark. Affiliations: Level 1 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. First-year student at Mutant Academy. Member of the Avengers, unidentified team leader. Analysis: possesses an exceptional capacity for learning, maintains a friendly disposition towards humanity. Inherently kind but prone to impulsive anger, played a pivotal role in the Battle of New York to thwart an alien invasion. Currently, she is engaged in a covert mission, with progress yet to be determined. Special statement: due to extensive experience, I have become quite cunning. For individuals below level 5, should you wish to avoid being trifled with, kindly disregard the target's actual age and appearance. Recorder: Natasha Romanoff. Although an extraterrestrial, she presents herself quite favorably and possesses her own superhero team. As for the three hihis, Sky remains uncertain, especially as the special statement has been blatantly overlooked. How cunning can a mere 13-year-old child be? While Sky may not be entirely confident in other matters, she is decidedly assured in her ability to handle a 13-year-old child. Previously, there had been no opportunity to contact Kara, but upon discovering the president's abduction, Sky recognized her chance. My team has no affiliations with S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, I must return to base for a moment. You may head back first. Once this matter concludes, we shall reconnect. Kara gave it little thought, glancing at the images on the computer of the war machine abducting the American president, as well as the final landing location. With dusk approaching, there were other preparations to be made prior to the rescue. It would be prudent to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. I should be able to assist. Take me with you. Upon hearing Kara's intention to return to base, Sky's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to accompany Kara back and thrilled at the prospect of joining the superheroes. Kara's mention of returning to base was merely a boast. In reality, it was just a brief visit to her residence. Upon hearing Sky express her desire to join, Kara hesitated momentarily. However, after a brief contemplation, she nodded in agreement, considering it a trivial matter that could be easily explained away later. Where's the address? I can drive you there. Upon Kara's consent to include her, Sky's face lit up with excitement as she eagerly moved toward the car. Kara halted Sky's intention to drive back, instead floating gracefully in front of her, inviting Sky to wrap her arms around her neck, preparing to fly back directly. The fate of the American president was of no concern to Kara, but this presented a prime opportunity. Any delay could lead to complications. Though unaware of the reason that the plot had reverted to its original point, Kara considered it fortuitous and was determined to prevent any further mishaps. Time was of the essence. It was best to act swiftly. Is this all right? I want to fall, will I? Sky, anticipating Kara's intentions and aware that she was to be flown back, asked nervously. Kara secured Sky's arms around her neck to prevent her from falling. And without giving Sky a moment to react, she soared into the sky, adjusting her direction before heading toward the residence. Even though Sky had mentally prepared herself, she couldn't suppress a loud scream as they ascended. Kara was startled by Sky's cries. In an effort to alleviate the other's fear, she had already moderated her speed. Yet she was surprised by the intensity of Sky's reaction. Hey, you won't fall. Can you please stop screaming? After a while, Sky's shrieks had yet to cease, prompting Kara to offer some words of comfort, hoping to spare her ears from further torment. Since Sky was clinging to Kara from behind, their heads were almost touching. With her eyes tightly shut in fear, Sky continued to scream, resting her head on Kara's shoulder. The incessant noise was becoming unbearable for Kara, who felt as though she might suffer from tinnitus. Kara's lips twitched in frustration as she fought the urge to toss Sky aside, accelerating her flight speed. As the two soared high in the sky, the previously manageable pace became problematic. With Kara's increase in velocity, the icy wind rushed into Sky's open mouth, abruptly stifling her screams. What a nuisance. For someone so grown, she behaves like a child. Lorna would never act this way. Although Kara could not see Sky's expression, the silence was a welcome relief. Indeed, newcomers required some training. Much like Clarice, the representative figure of their team, who had been timid at first but, after some guidance from Kara, could now confidently incinerate a professor's eyebrows without hesitation. Upon landing, as soon as Sky's feet touched the ground, she released her grip on Kara, placing her right hand over her chest and exhaling with lingering trepidation. I've had a fear of heights since childhood. But it's not just fear that makes me react this way. Noticing Kara's skeptical gaze, Sky felt embarrassed about her earlier behavior and couldn't help but offer an explanation. Her explanation sounded rather contrived, yet Kara chose not to call her out on it. Instead, she retrieved the key from beneath the doormat and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Once in the bedroom, while changing into her uniform, Kara placed a call to the blonde journalist from that day to prevent any leaks. She merely mentioned offering the journalist an exclusive interview and that she would reveal her team members. Chapter 69, Amy and Henry. The journalist seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon realizing it was Kara, her tone became fervent as she stated that all preparations were complete and she was ready to meet at any moment. After a brief exchange, they agreed on a time and place, concluding the call. Aren't we supposed to head to the base? Sky, having wandered around the room, looked at Kara, who was changing clothes, with surprise. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes widened. Could the base be underneath this house? Without waiting for Kara's response, Sky furrowed her brow, nodding thoughtfully as she considered the possibility, then began rummaging through the room, searching for hidden mechanisms. Kara observed that despite being in her 20s, Sky's behavior resembled that of a child. In stark contrast to herself, Kara did not deter Sky's playful antics. After changing into her uniform, she leaned against the bed, glancing at the time and pondering why Lorna and the others had yet to arrive. After a fruitless search around the living room, Sky contemplated for a moment, suspecting that the passage was likely concealed within the bedroom. All right, no need to search anymore. There's no passage here, he concluded. Kara observed Sky entering the bedroom, where he initially knocked on the walls for an extended period before inspecting the wardrobe. Finding nothing of interest, he even contemplated crawling beneath the bed in his quest. Sky, glancing up at Kara, swiftly rose from the floor, adjusted his hair, and asked with a hint of confusion, weren't we headed back to the base? This isn't our base, is it? Kara maintained her composure, regarding Sky with an exaggerated expression that suggested he was jesting. She replied nonchalantly, "This is merely a temporary base for the team. The headquarters is quite a distance away. I'll take you there when we have the chance." Understanding dawned on Sky, and recalling his earlier actions, he burst into laughter. "So that's why I couldn't find the entrance. It's just a temporary base. What shall we do now?" After a moment of self-deprecating humor, he observed Kara lying on the bed, seemingly indifferent to the idea of getting up, which piqued his curiosity. "We must be well prepared for the team's first public appearance when the others arrive." As she glanced at the time, Kara was perplexed by Lorna's delay while also managing Sky's youthful exuberance. "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Haha, I've always operated solo. This is my first experience with teamwork. Are the other members around your age? Does that mean I'm the oldest in the team?" Sky recalled the presence of other teammates and felt a peculiar sensation at the thought of being surrounded by a group of youngsters. "Currently, the operational members are of your age. The future remains uncertain. You're not the oldest. We'll discuss that later when they arrive," she assured him. From outward appearances, Maya Hansen seemed older than Sky, and just as Kara was about to introduce them, she spotted Lorna and Clarice arriving at their residence. Upon entering the bedroom, Lorna's smile faded as she cast a fleeting glance at Sky, who was seated by the bed. She dashed over and leapt onto Kara, disregarding the bewildered Sky and the envious Clarice, planting a sweet kiss on Kara's cheek. Kara, embracing Lorna, leapt off the bed and briefly introduced Sky's abilities and his addition to the team. Sky offered a charming smile, exuding a sense of approachability, and greeted the two of them. Clarice responded with a sweet smile of her own and introduced herself, while Lorna merely nodded, her quiet demeanor remaining unchanged. "All right, let us set off," Kara announced, ready to embark on their adventure. Kara explained the situation to the somewhat awkward Sky, and then led the group towards the location previously arranged with the female reporter. Amy Adams, a newly minted intern at the Horn Daily, possessed a commendable appearance and a sharp intellect. Though still in her internship, she had already garnered several opportunities to interview prominent figures. However, her progress had been rather lackluster, until a recent interview sparked a realization within her that her moment had finally arrived. Many journalists tend to pose sensitive or controversial questions during interviews, aiming to attract greater attention and notoriety through such reports. Amy decided to take a different approach, opting instead to ask questions that her interviewees would find more agreeable. This tactic not only endeared her to the subjects, but also significantly increased the likelihood of receiving thoughtful responses. Recently, during an interview, this strategy proved effective. Not only did the interviewee answer her questions, but also agreed to contact her later, promising first-hand information for her report. After days of eager anticipation, she finally received the long-awaited communication. Once the meeting location was confirmed, Amy hurried to the seaside with her partner and boyfriend, Henry Cavill, awaiting the debut of the enigmatic superhero team. "Henry, could this report make me a household name, elevating me to the status of a star reporter for the Horn Daily?" She mused aloud, casting a glance at her boyfriend, only to find him silent. Curiosity piqued, she turned to him and noticed he was gazing intently at the distant sky. Following his line of sight, her expression shifted from excitement to perplexity. There they were, in that familiar formation, Kara cradling Lorna, while a black metallic panel floated nearby, with Sky and Clarice seated upon it, gliding toward the shore at a leisurely pace. Originally, Kara was meant to carry Sky, while Lorna would take Clarice. But Lorna had vehemently insisted on flying with Kara instead. Since neither Sky nor Clarice possessed the ability to fly, they ultimately settled on this arrangement, with Kara transporting Lorna and Lorna using her powers to carry the other two. Consequently, they arrived a little later than the two female reporters. Upon seeing the group descend nearby, Amy swiftly adjusted her attire and smoothed her face into a professional smile. As she approached and recognized the members of the team, a hint of confusion crossed her features. "Is your team entirely composed of women?" she inquired. Sky, equally curious, turned to Kara and contemplated asking her if the team consisted solely of 3 girls, though she had never found the right moment to voice her question. Kara chuckled softly and exchanged a knowing glance with Clarice, who had just leaped off the metallic panel. Clarice gently nodded her head and, amidst the astonished gazes of the female reporter and Sky, activated a transmission portal measuring 0.5 meter in width and nearly 2 meters in height. Through the portal, one could glimpse a playground, where several uniformed youths stood 0.5 meter away at the threshold. Upon witnessing Clarice's activation of the portal, they exchanged glances and began to traverse it one by one. The first to emerge was Katie, closely followed by Roberto. Next came the spirited Bobby, along with the rosy-cheeked John. Ellie was still on a business trip, and given the simplicity of this operation, Kara had not contacted her, knowing there would be ample opportunities for her to make an appearance in the future. However, Kara found it curious that the portal did not close after the team members had passed through. Turning to Clarice, she observed that the young girl was still solemnly maintaining the portal, though her expression seemed to have undergone a transformation. It was indeed a surprise when both Aurora and Scott pushed the professor through the portal, marking the first time in months that he had left the school. "Professor, what brings you here?" Kara inquired, though her gaze was directed at Aurora. She had not forgotten her intention to assist Chala in regaining Aurora's affection. Previously, she had not paid much attention, but now, upon closer inspection, she could not help but purse her lips. Aside from her attractive physique and beauty, Aurora was a formidable mutant with some magical prowess. What qualities could possibly captivate Chala, the Prince of Wakanda, for so long? It was truly perplexing. Love, indeed, is a curious phenomenon, Kara mused internally. The ever-watchful professor, having learned of Kara and her companion's movements after Lorna concluded her phone call, had anticipated their involvement in the team. While he had agreed to the students joining, he was prepared for the possibility that they would confront nefarious individuals in their quest for justice. Yet, as the moment for action approached, a flicker of unease crept into his heart. It wasn't a lack of confidence in Kara and her team's abilities. Rather, he feared that their actions might inadvertently create too much commotion. If their endeavors bore fruit, it would be commendable, but should they fail and cause significant disruption, the consequences would be counterproductive. After some contemplation, the professor decided to summon Aurora and Scott, opting to accompany the group in order to observe their undertaking. However, from Kara's perspective, the professor merely stated that this was the team's inaugural operation and first public appearance. It would be improper for them to perform without an audience. Thus, he brought along the two instructors to lend their support, acting as spectators. While Kara was agreeable to this arrangement, she stipulated that he must adhere to her directives during the mission, forbidding any interference from them. Trusting the professor's words seemed foolish, yet Kara was not overly concerned. Having additional hands could be advantageous. As the operation commenced, she could entrust the protection of the reporters to the professor and his companions. "May I inquire what this operation entails?" Once Amy regained her composure, she curiously inquired, her heart fluttering with a hint of excitement. As if she had already begun to piece together some notion, though still uncertain. She waved her hand, signaling to discuss this matter later, and urged Henry, who was behind the camera, to power on the equipment before commencing the introduction of the team members. "I previously mentioned that I have assembled a superhero team, so allow me to introduce my comrades." Drawing Lorna closer, she addressed the camera. "This is Lorna, the deputy commander of our team, codenamed Polaris." She then gestured towards Bobby and John standing nearby. "These are Bobby and John. As you can see, they are exceptionally close brothers. Their combined abilities are remarkably formidable and fierce, codenamed Iceman and Fireman." Outside the frame, Aurora and Stark exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Kara's introduction. When had Bobby and John become brothers? And what was this talk of combined abilities? Had they perhaps developed some secret techniques in private? Meanwhile, the professor, seated in his wheelchair, wore an unusual expression, glancing at Kara with a mix of disbelief and bemusement as she energetically continued her introduction. Ignoring the spectators' internal musings, Kara proceeded to draw Clarice and Katie from a short distance away. "Do not underestimate these two. In the future, they will be the main force rescuing ordinary citizens on the front lines. With their presence, any formidable attack will be rendered meaningless." Their codenames are respectively Phantom Cat and Flicker. While she asserted that typical attacks would be futile, she left the specifics ambiguous. After all, they were on the same side, and Kara felt inclined to embellish their strengths a bit. Upon finishing the introduction, Clarice and Katie smiled sweetly at the camera, blowing a kiss before stepping back. At this point, Roberto sensed that it was his turn to be introduced and eagerly stepped forward, floating approximately 30 centimeters off the ground. Kara patted Roberto on the shoulder. "This is Roberto. Do not be deceived by his appearance. I'm referring to his age, not his complexion. He is merely 16 years old and, aside from myself, currently the strongest member of the team, codenamed Sunspot." As Kara concluded her introduction, a flicker of golden light radiated from Roberto, and his pupils momentarily transformed into a striking gold, exuding an aura of power. Typically obedient and unassuming, it was surprising to see him either acting cute or showing off when on camera, yet Kara embraced the uniqueness of her team, knowing it must stand out. "And this is Sky. Indeed, what you see is her actual age. She is one of the vital members of our team." Kara indicated the somewhat out-of-place Sky. To alleviate any potential awkwardness, Kara compassionately referred to her as an essential member rather than a mere support staff, yet stumbled slightly over the codename. Beside her, Sky was acutely aware that she had yet to reveal her codename, for she possessed none. Subtly, she moved her fingers and smiled at the camera, gesturing towards her head as a hint to Kara. After all, she considered herself one of the commanders. Could she not be deemed the sage of the team? From the moment Kara began introducing their comrades, Sky felt as though she was the least capable among them. Each member seemed to possess formidable skills, rendering her somewhat self-conscious. However, upon hearing Kara's introductions, a thought suddenly struck her. In future operations, she might need to rely on her ability to infiltrate enemy networks and guide her frontline peers through communication devices, which indeed qualified her as an essential member. Kara noticed Sky's gestures, her expression morphing into one of curiosity as she stared at her for a moment, silently inquiring, "Are you certain?" Sky pondered for quite a while, unsure of what her code name should be, ultimately placing her hopes in Kara. After all, Kara was a superhero, undoubtedly possessing greater insight. The codename she devised would surely be commendable. Seeing Kara's uncertain gaze, Sky met it with a resolute look. "I trust you." Though their acquaintance was brief, Kara grasped Sky's intent, as the determination in her eyes reminded her of the fallen traitor. Those unwavering gazes bore an uncanny resemblance. "Rest assured, such a mishap shall not recur," Kara affirmed, nodding with equal conviction at Sky before turning her attention back to the camera. Her codename would be Chapter 71, the computer person. Though she found the name rather amusing, she believed it necessary to respect her teammate's decision, as it was Sky's own choice. After a brief silence, Clarice could no longer contain her laughter, though she swiftly covered her mouth, realizing that mocking a teammate's codename was rather impolite. Kara's lips twitched slightly in exasperation as she cast a glance towards Sky, thinking, "You could have chosen a name more reflective of your abilities. To select such a comical moniker is entirely beneath our team's dignity." Determined, she resolved to have a serious discussion with Sky about this matter. The codename was far too unappealing and required a change. Meanwhile, Sky stood there, somewhat dazed, observing Kara as she earnestly introduced herself. She wanted to clarify, but found that Kara's words were not entirely unfounded, as her abilities were indeed related to computers. Yet, the title the computer person felt rather unflattering. She longed to suggest an alternative, but struggled to conceive another name. The more she pondered, the more appropriate the title seemed to resonate with her. Noticing the peculiar glances from those around her, Sky couldn't help but lower her head, deciding that she must devise a more impressive codename in the future, and seek Kara's assistance in promoting it. "Uncertain about the actions you alluded to earlier, Amy, despite finding the codename Computer Man rather amusing, quickly adjusted her demeanor in accordance with her professional decorum and inquired about the information gleaned from Kara's earlier conversation with her associates. At that moment, Kara realized she may have inadvertently misspoken. Although Sky's jest was somewhat amusing, it hardly warranted such an unflattering designation. She was also unsure if this was being broadcast live. To express her regret, Kara began to fervently extol the virtues of Sky. The task at hand was exceptionally formidable. It entailed the rescue of a significant governmental figure, the President of the United States. Observing Amy's astonished expression, Kara felt a subtle amusement within her heart and continued. "Today we received information indicating that the President has been kidnapped by terrorists a while back. Our team's mission here is to rescue him." A discovery made by none other than our very own Sky. Based on previous incidents, this group of terrorists employs exceedingly brutal methods. Had Sky not made this timely discovery, the consequences would have been dire. Tomorrow, or even tonight, we could witness a live broadcast of these individuals torturing the President. However, you can rest assured, for since we have arrived, the President is surely safe. The specifics of the rescue operation will be covered by our esteemed reporter, Amy Adams from the Planet Daily. Now, let us wrap this up for now. Kara's rapid-fire speech inadvertently interrupted Amy, prompting her to consider that they needed to turn off the equipment before proceeding to their target location. "This isn't a live broadcast, right? Make sure to cut that segment." Without needing to be told, Amy had already resolved to edit that portion out, determined to craft Kara into the most dazzling superhero, ensuring that any negative tidbits, including the earlier minor misstep, would remain unbroadcasted. Amy reassured Kara that it wasn't live, then turned to Henry, discussing the footage and identifying sections that needed to be trimmed. Meanwhile, Sky gradually approached, joining the two in their hushed deliberations. Glancing at the time, they noted it was already past 7 in the evening, and dusk had begun to settle. Kara interrupted their discussion and led everyone towards the target location. The few members capable of flight took the lead, while the remaining team members boarded the spacious van driven by Amy, which comfortably accommodated them without feeling cramped. They arrived at an abandoned harbor, which loomed large in front of them. From a distance, Kara spotted the President suspended in the center of the harbor. Scattered across the iron framework were a contingent of armed soldiers, and on the ground, several workers were engaged in moving cargo. A rough count suggested there were about 100 individuals present. To avoid prematurely alarming the terrorists, Kara and her team landed 100 meters from the harbor's edge. Amy was aware that it was a rescue mission. Thus, she refrained from using the headlights. After swiftly parking and shutting off the engine, The team members, along with the professor, disembarked and approached Kara and her companions. Noticing that Henry had activated the camera, Kara recounted her recent observations to the group and then led them stealthily towards the port. The reason for not directly flying in to rescue the president was rooted in their initial objectives. Saving the individual was secondary. The primary goal was to proclaim the ideals of the Justice League and demonstrate the stance of mutants towards humanity. The government radicals had long insisted that mutants were nothing but monsters, perpetually engaged in malevolence. Now it was time to showcase that mutants, like ordinary people, included both villains and heroes. Once this operation concluded, the team members would be dispersed throughout New York, engaging in acts of goodwill to enhance their public image. Kara held a firm belief that, after some time, those who had received help would not stand idly by as government agents continued their persecution of mutants. Eventually, voices would rise in defense of mutants, and the American government thrived on such societal perceptions. With the passage of time, Kara was convinced that the plight of mutants would undoubtedly improve. Soon, they arrived at the side of the port, where Clarice opened a passage, allowing them to stealthily infiltrate the area under the cover of shipping containers. Noticing that the group was looking to her for direction, Kara began to formulate a plan in her mind. Bobby, John, your primary responsibility is to confront the modified beings affected by the apocalypse virus. Your abilities can effectively counter them. Avoid close encounters and dodge bullets. Roberto, you will handle the armed guards and assist them if necessary. Clarice, Katie, your mission is to rescue the president and bring him back here. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with anything else. Kara swiftly articulated her strategy. Bobby and John's powers, ice and fire, were formidable against the apocalypse virus, with the only concern being potential gunfire. Roberto, with his tough physique, was impervious to firearms, making him ideal for dealing with armed threats. As for Clarice and Katie, they were the least of her worries. One was immune to physical attacks, while the other could evade energy assaults through teleportation. Truly an unassailable duo. Turning her gaze towards Amy and Henry, who were filming and narrating, she raised her hand slightly to signal that they were ready to act. Amy stepped forward with Henry, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she looked at Kara. After a moment's observation of the camera, she began to levitate, her expression turning serious. Kara, observing the distant terrorists, spoke softly yet solemnly. Whether to her teammates or the lens, a lone hero cannot save the world. Justice does not walk alone. Let us proceed. With that, she led the charge towards the terrorists. Chapter 72, The Professor's Old Port. As Kara issued her command, the team members dispersed, rushing towards the port from various directions. This unrestrained offensive strategy did not go unnoticed by the guards stationed on the iron framework. Despite the youthful appearance of the assailants, the guards resolutely raised their weapons and opened fire. Meanwhile, the workers on the ground, who had been busy transporting goods, swiftly abandoned their tasks, their eyes glinting with a fiery orange as they charged towards the attackers approaching from below. Unperturbed by the unfolding chaos beneath her, Kara, like Roberto, focused primarily on neutralizing the armed guards to ensure the safety of her comrades. In this inaugural public operation, Kara was inclined to afford her team members ample opportunity to showcase their skills. Leading the charge at the port, she became the target of gunfire from the nearby guards on the iron framework. To prevent damage to her uniform, Kara initially sought to evade the bullets, leveraging her speed to swiftly close the distance to the guards, before delivering a powerful punch to their midsections, reminiscent of her tactics during the previous rescue mission. However, as she remained vigilant of her teammates' situations, she was inevitably distracted at times. After being struck by a bullet on her arm, she noted that while her uniform could not absorb the impact, it showed no signs of damage, alleviating her concern. Although the guards on the iron framework were numerous, the expansive area of the port prevented them from appearing overly concentrated, standing in small clusters. Kara attentively monitored her teammates' movements while methodically dispatching the foot soldiers. Meanwhile, Bobby, utilizing his abilities, maneuvered alongside John atop the icy surface, darting within the port. The individuals who had been injected with the Doomsday virus exhibited varying degrees of strength. Some possessed only basic self-healing and physical enhancement, yet their speed remained akin to that of ordinary humans. These less formidable enhanced individuals were relatively easy to handle, and Bobby was aware of his own weaknesses in close combat. He maintained a safe distance from them while employing his powers to encase his opponents in ice. However, a different group of more formidable enhanced individuals easily evaded the icy blasts emitted from Bobby's hands. These individuals appeared to be of a higher caliber, possessing not only basic self-healing and enhancement, but also exhibiting significantly greater agility. They moved with the finesse of parkour experts and martial arts masters, skillfully navigating the containers and structures of the port to evade Bobby's assaults while swiftly pursuing the two sliding across the ice. regardless of whether they were weaker or stronger. These enhanced individuals exhibited a notable characteristic. Whenever they utilized their powers, their internal temperatures surged dramatically. If they failed to manage this rising heat, the risk of explosion loomed. Although this group appeared to be relatively stable, they too struggled to control their internal temperatures. In John's eyes, these enhanced individuals were akin to soft persimmons, easily moldable at will. Unlike Bobby, who is relatively kind, John bears a pallid smile upon his face. Whenever a stronger cyborg approaches, he inexplicably lets out a piercing scream, clutches his sensitive areas, and collapses in agony. The billowing smoke and sparks emanating from his trousers clearly indicate his intense suffering, rendering him nearly incapacitated in an instant. After Bobby escorts John away, he hesitantly rises to his feet, but, after a moment of contemplation, chooses not to pursue further. Instead, he dashes toward a nearby area filled with raucous noise. This cacophonous section is where Clarice and Katie have recently passed through. Unlike Kara and her companions, who brazenly storm into the port, these two girls initially tread cautiously, hand in hand, stealthily taking refuge behind containers as they make their way toward the heart of the port. However, their moment of tranquility is short-lived, as the situation escalates outside. Alarms blare within the port, and scattered terrorists converge toward their location. Unsurprisingly, they are soon spotted by a passing cyborg. Initially, the encounter seems manageable, as the chaos of the port muffles the cyborg's shouts, heard only by two others nearby. The towering containers force the girls to rely on Katie's abilities, darting through the container area to evade capture. Eventually, they unexpectedly come face to face with one of the pursuing cyborgs. Lacking any enhanced vision, they are startled upon encountering a figure ahead, instinctively disregarding the fact that the cyborg cannot seize them. As the cyborg, grinning maliciously, reaches out towards them, Clarice instinctively employs the technique Kara taught her. She opens a small passage just as the cyborg's arm sweeps through, swiftly closing it after the arm has passed. The cyborg, taken by surprise, experiences a jolt of pain and stumbles back, leaning against a container while howling in distress. Clarice and Katie, equally startled, gaze at the cyborg's severed arm, which sparks and glows ominously beneath its skin. Without a word, they turn and flee. The cyborg's internal virus proves highly unstable. Shortly after the girl's departure, the virus triggers a rapid self-healing response in the arm, causing the body's temperature to surge uncontrollably. With a final scream, it succumbs to the heat, culminating in an explosion. This detonation draws a throng of cyborgs toward the chaos. However, Katie and Clarice's abilities, when combined, manifest an uncanny synergy, rendering the dense cluster of containers a formidable barrier against their pursuers. Amidst this commotion, one can hear shouts of "over here" and "over there," adding to the tumultuous atmosphere. As for Lorna, she occupies a vantage point at the edge of the port, her eager gaze betraying a desire to join the fray. The only reason she remains uninvolved is the professor's disapproval. The rationale behind appearing on television may seem trivial. However, if Lorna were to inadvertently expose her abilities before the camera, it could potentially alert Magneto, who might then come to claim her. Upon hearing this reasoning, Kara and Lorna exhibited contrasting reactions, one of disdain and the other of annoyance. Kara dismissed the notion, believing she could easily contend with Magneto, rendering his arrival inconsequential. Lorna, on the other hand, was indignant, questioning why Magneto would presume to take her. Who was he, after all? She resolved that if he did come, he would be promptly sent away. The professor, observing their responses, couldn't help but smile faintly as he elaborated on the formidable power of his old acquaintance. Chapter 73, 5 Minutes to Annihilate the Earth, an Insight. The professor asserted that the last time Magneto displayed his combat prowess, he could obliterate an entire city in mere minutes. And that was many years ago. Through calculations conducted with the school's equipment, it was determined that, should he choose to do so, Magneto could devastate the Earth in as little as 5 minutes. Kara nearly laughed out loud, convinced that the professor was jesting. Did he think her a mere child? What a ridiculous claim. Could Magneto truly possess such overwhelming strength? Having spent some time at the school, Kara was aware of the past appearances of Apocalypse and that Magneto had been augmented by him, yet this seemed too far-fetched. However, upon witnessing the professor's serious demeanor, Kara gradually suppressed her skepticism. Could it be true? The professor regained his usual composure, nodding with a smile, more genuine than vibranium. Kara, while partially accepting this revelation, felt a shadow of worry cross her face. This voyeuristic individual had evidently been probing Lorna's memories. Otherwise, how would he know the words she had spoken that night? Yet, as she pondered further, Kara began to contemplate the implications of the professor's words. Was he subtly suggesting that, as Lorna's mother, he did not oppose their union? Furthermore, was he consistently shielding Lorna from her biological father? Another possibility lingered. Perhaps the professor wished to prevent Lorna from following a path similar to her father's, which might explain his reluctance for her to reveal her abilities. It was well known that the professor and Magneto once shared a close bond. Yet divergent ideologies had led them down separate paths, akin to a divorce. Despite their estrangement, an unspoken connection lingered between them, as both continued to advocate for the rights of mutants while respecting each other's autonomy. Kara nodded, finding this scenario plausible. Meanwhile, Lorna was rendered speechless. She had often heard others say that her biological father was likely Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, a formidable figure opposing the government. Yet, she had never anticipated his power to be so vast. Gazing at her own hands in a daze, she wondered if this meant she too could become an entity of such strength in the future. Acknowledging her current limitations in confronting Magneto, Kara deemed it prudent to allow for some time to mature before challenging him directly. Pulling the dazed Lorna aside, the two conferred briefly and ultimately reached a mutual decision to refrain from involving her in the current conflict. Recognizing that there would be ample opportunities in the future, there was no need to rush. This was also the reason Kara had not mentioned Lorna during the earlier task assignment. Meanwhile, Clarice and Katie, having emerged from the container area, utilized their teleportation abilities to distance themselves from their pursuers. Eventually, Clarice opened a portal directly beneath the president, and with a mere gesture, Kelly freed him from his restraints, allowing him to descend through the passage. With their mission accomplished, the two refrained from lingering. And before their pursuers could close the gap, Clarice once again employed her powers to transport them back to the edge of the harbor, reuniting with the professor and others. Conversely, Bobby and John found themselves increasingly flustered, as they had not been aggressive enough, resulting in a growing number of augmented individuals trailing closely behind them. The previously frozen augmentations had also managed to break free from their constraints, relying on their own high temperatures. At this point, Kara and Roberto had dispatched the guards on the scaffold, and observing the chaotic scene below, Kara could not suppress a frown. As she contemplated whether to eliminate the augmented individuals outright or capture them for later, several vans suddenly approached from the distance. One of the apparent supervisors, a Caucasian man, surveyed the situation at the harbor with a flicker of anger crossing his face. He swiftly opened the door of his vehicle and honked the horn vigorously. The augmented individuals pursuing Bobby and his companion halted upon seeing their boss arrive. The supervisor appeared to be around 40 years old, with shoulder-length hair casually tied back. He surveyed the surroundings with a scowl and gestured to his approaching subordinates, inquiring, "What has happened?" The augmented individuals exchanged glances, yet before they could respond, a voice echoed from afar. "Killian, your time is up. Hand over the president." Tony and Colonel Rhodes emerged, brandishing handguns as they sprinted closer. "Your actions have been exposed. Immediately surrender the president and prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison," Colonel Rhodes threatened, aiming his weapon at the supervisor while swiftly articulating the consequences he would face. Tony, standing beside him, glared menacingly at Killian while casting a glance at Kara, who had landed nearby. Upon their arrival, they had heard the cacophony within the harbor and discreetly infiltrated, only to discover that others had already arrived ahead of them. However, this was fortuitous news for the duo. They felt emboldened to approach openly upon spotting Kara, for unless they were courting death, they would have likely entered stealthily. Given that the two, devoid of their armored suits, were hardly distinguishable from ordinary individuals. As Killian recognized the newcomers, he prepared to mock Tony, but was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Kara descending from above. "What brings you here?" Kara inquired curiously as she landed beside Tony. Rod would come to rescue the president, which she could comprehend. However, Pepper was not captured as per the original plot. What, then, was Tony's purpose for coming? Surely, it was not merely to save the president. That would be preposterous. "This cripple destroyed my dwelling. I have come to settle the score with him." Tony responded rather nonchalantly, for Killian had not only nearly caused his demise, but had also left him utterly humiliated. Having never tasted failure, Tony naturally sought retribution against him, while simultaneously aiming to dismantle this troublesome organization. "Hey, Kara," Rod greeted, aiming his gun at Killian, a fleeting smile gracing his face as he acknowledged Kara. "How do you know each other?" Tony inquired curiously, seemingly oblivious to the previous gathering where they had met. At that moment, Bobby and others arrived, positioning themselves protectively behind Kara, their vigilance directed towards the group of enhanced individuals across from them. Rod initially looked surprised at the sight of Roberto descending from the sky, then chuckled, "You forget, I met her mother at the gathering in Washington. We nearly had a delightful encounter." After speaking, Rod momentarily paused, seemingly reminiscing about Natasha's graceful figure. "Your mother is also on Earth?" Tony exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face as he instinctively asked Kara, only to notice her darkened expression directed at the two men. He couldn't help but shiver, quickly stepping back to distance himself from Rod. Chapter 74. The Mandarin emerges. Is he all right? Tony questioned as he watched Colonel Rod vanish, uncertain of his whereabouts. Despite his anger, Kara maintained her composure. Her earlier actions had been calculated and aimed towards the professors, ensuring their safety. Kara cast a fleeting glance at Tony, disregarding him, her attention shifting to a woman seated in a nearby vehicle. The reason for her focus on this woman, who had yet to exit the car, was her striking resemblance to Lorna, particularly her vibrant green hair, albeit a lighter shade, making it appear even more vivid. Moreover, her attire mirrored Lorna's, and her fair complexion complemented her beauty. Mutant? Biological mother? Kara's mind began to wander, though she remained uncertain of the woman's identity. However, the way she calmly observed the standoff, occasionally flashing a smile, indicated she was no ordinary person. At that moment, Killian sensed the situation was deteriorating. These mutants appeared to possess greater strength than he had anticipated. Initially, he believed he could manage the situation when he saw his subordinates pursuing them. But upon witnessing Kara and Roberto descending from the sky, an ominous premonition took hold of him. Coupled with Kara's display of power, he realized that these individuals were beyond his capacity to confront. The woman in the car was certainly not a reliable ally. He had to devise a means of escape. Killian retreated a few steps in silence, preparing to signal his subordinates to charge forward and restrain a few individuals, thus creating an opportunity for his escape. Before he could utter a word, he suddenly felt a firm grip on the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. The one who seized Killian was none other than the enigmatic figure who had appeared in a recent live broadcast, though clad in a modern suit. The grotesque fingers and rings revealed his identity to Kara. Once lifted, a flicker of panic crossed Killian's face, and he began to struggle vehemently. However, the modifications to his body had rendered him unexpectedly feeble. No matter how forcefully he strained his arms or elevated the temperature around his neck, he could not break free from the intruder's grasp. A group of modified individuals, after a brief moment of astonishment, rushed forward to rescue their employer. Mandarins observed the oncoming horde with a cold smirk. Calmly raising his left hand, he activated the ring upon his finger, and with a swift flash of white light, the approaching modified beings were reduced to a gruesome mass upon the ground. Despite having witnessed such horrors before, Kara's pupils constricted at the sight. Kara, Mandarin's abilities are sinister. The president has been rescued. We must leave this place, Tony suddenly interjected, moving closer to Kara to speak in hushed tones. Simultaneously, a violet portal materialized not far behind them. Kara understood that the professor had exerted control over Tony, and without pondering too deeply, she quickly inquired why they did not simply take control of Mandarins. Such a prime opportunity to eliminate this nuisance should not be squandered, especially since Maya Hansen remained in her possession. Mandarins, not far off, had also taken note of the unfolding situation but chose not to intervene. His sole objective was to uncover who was opposing him and had abducted Maya Hansen. The fate of these insignificant beings was of no consequence. Tell me, where is Maya Hansen? He inquired, tossing Killian to the ground with an impassive expression. Killian scooted back a short distance. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Mandarins, uncertain of the latter's intentions regarding Maya Hansen. Without a moment's thought, he pointed toward Kara and the others nearby. They have taken Maya Hansen. While fear gripped his heart, Killian refrained from attempting to ingratiate himself. This mysterious figure was clearly the one responsible for dismantling his stronghold previously. Until he could ascertain the relationship between Mandarins and Maya Hansen, it was prudent to remain silent. Nearby, Kara had just grasped that the professor had refrained from directly controlling Mandarins due to the latter's ability to shield against mental intrusion. Upon hearing Killian claim that Maya Hansen was in their custody, her expression darkened. Killian was likely fabricating the story, completely unaware that Maya Hansen was indeed in Kara's possession. Nevertheless, this tactic of deflection proved to be effective. Mandarin's attention was indeed focused on Kara and her companions. He raised his hand towards Killian, who sat on the ground. Believing he had escaped peril, a flash of blue light surged forth from his palm, enveloping the unfortunate man in a mist. Almost instantaneously upon contact with the vapor, a look of agony crossed Killian's face. Before he could utter a scream, he was transformed into a frozen statue. Without even a glance at his victim, Mandarin casually swept his hand, unleashing an invisible force that shattered the ice and encased Killian into countless fragments. Kara's face registered a moment of astonishment. This resembled internal martial arts far too closely. "Uncle, are you in the wrong scene?" she exclaimed. "You all go ahead. I'll handle him." Without a moment to ponder further, she urged her companions as she noticed Mandarin approaching them. It was evident that Mandarin possessed the abilities of flight, a chilling power akin to Bobby's, and the eerie ability to reduce beings to mere flesh. The others were manageable, but that blinding light was perilous. While the mutants might be formidable, apart from Roberto, the others were nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans. If he unleashed that upon them, they would surely meet a dire fate. Seeing the group attempt to flee, a disdainful smile crept across Mandarin's face, reminiscent of how easily he had dispatched foes decades prior. These outsiders were just as fragile, lacking even the courage to fight back after a mere display of his power. With a flicker of green light, bolts of lightning materialized out of thin air, targeting the retreating Bobby and his companions. The emerald glow illuminated Kara's face, evoking memories of her first day at the mutant school. Yet, this was no longer the past. Despite the shadows lingering in her heart, she resolutely positioned herself to block the impending attack. The moment she was struck, Kara felt a tingling sensation on her skin, but it was merely fleeting. Aside from the crackling bolts dancing around her, which were indeed intimidating, her mobility remained largely unaffected. Mandarin was taken aback, momentarily halting in surprise at the sight of Kara, who stood like a thunder goddess, evidently not expecting this young woman to withstand his assault. Chapter 75. So weak. Surrender Maya Hansen to me, and I may grant you a more dignified death. It was clear that during his period of seclusion, great changes had transpired in this world, for in his time, such powerful women were non-existent. Moreover, Kara appeared merely as a child. However, this was of no concern to Mandarin. Had Kara been of Asian descent, he might have considered sparing her. But he had no intention of showing mercy to these contemptible outsiders who opposed him. At this juncture, acknowledgement was irrelevant. Even if Mandarin chose not to trouble Kara, she had no intentions of letting him go. Setting aside the fact that Mandarin was a villain, allowing him to escape would inevitably lead to future troubles. It would be far simpler to resolve the matter now. Nevertheless, Kara's primary objective remained the ring. Who exactly was Maya Hansen? I am only acquainted with Martha, who is the adoptive mother of my cousin. Uncle, have you perhaps mistaken the person? Nevertheless, Kara did not directly acknowledge this. Instead, she feigned ignorance, hoping to divert her opponent's attention and seize an opportunity to swiftly eliminate them. After all, the Mandarin possesses 10 rings. Who knows what formidable powers they may harbor? A measure of caution is always prudent. Humph, how audacious to attempt such tricks, seeking one's own demise. However, unlike previous encounters, upon hearing Kara's retort, a flicker of anger flashed across Mandarin's face. He raised his hand and hurled a fireball, intent on vanquishing this deceitful adversary. Although Kara was unaware of how Mandarin discerned her falsehood, she refused to be intimidated. Taking a quick, deep breath, she exhaled towards the incoming fireball. Contrary to her expectations, it did not extinguish. Instead, upon contact with her icy breath, it erupted in a violent explosion. Boom. The force was not overwhelmingly great, yet it generated a cloud of smoke, and the shockwave unleashed a tempest. Instinctively, Kara raised her arm to shield herself momentarily. Boss, I am here to assist you. Soon, as the smoke began to dissipate, Kara observed Mandarin standing still, equally unmoved, and she silently noted one of the ring's abilities. Turning her gaze toward the approaching Roberto, Kara felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She had not anticipated that her subordinate would return to aid her in such dire circumstances. Roberto wielded an energy sphere in each hand, enveloped by a protective energy shield, his pupils gleaming with a brilliant golden light, exuding an aura of formidable strength as he swiftly charged at Mandarin from the air. Stop! Kara instinctively wished to call out to Roberto, but it was too late. A look of disdain crossed Mandarin's face as a flash of white light emanated from his hand. In an instant, Roberto, who had just launched his energy spheres, appeared to lose his ability to fly, plummeting rapidly to the ground. Thud! No longer hesitating, Kara broke the sound barrier, racing toward Mandarin, who had been struck by the energy sphere. Yet, as she neared within approximately 20 meters, she suddenly stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Gravity? It was then that Kara realized the reason behind the fall of the cyborgs and Roberto. The immense gravitational force bore down upon her, constraining her movements. No wonder those frail humans had been crushed into mere pulp in an instant. Fortunately, while she felt the weight of this gravitational force, her actions were not entirely hindered. Swiftly, she reached Roberto, who was immobilized on the ground, grasping one of his legs and hurling him in the direction of the professor and the others. Now aware that the white light signified gravity and recognizing that she would not be crushed, Kara abandoned her reservations. After casting Roberto aside, she charged toward the unharmed Mandarin. The external energy? Protective armor? As she beheld the shield enveloping Mandarin, she increasingly thought it resembled the inner strength depicted in martial arts novels. No matter how skilled you may be, you shall kneel before me. Upon approaching the composed Mandolin, Kara leaped into the air, executing a whip kick aimed at her opponent's head. Although Mandolin displayed evident disdain, she recognized the formidable strength of Kara's physique. As she tilted her head back to evade the attack, she swiftly raised her arm, eager to gauge the extent of Kara's strength under the constraints of the ring. A resounding thud followed by a sickening splatter marked their collision. Mandolin's expression shifted dramatically as excruciating pain radiated from her arm, and she could not suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from her mouth. Watching Mandolin fly sideways, Kara's face registered a fleeting look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by her adversary's frailty. The severe deformation of Mandolin's arm and shoulder indicated a grievous injury, one that would likely prove fatal for an ordinary individual. Upon landing, Kara hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether Mandolin might resort to trickery. From previous broadcasts, she recalled Mandolin's skin appeared pale, akin to that of a corpse. However, she now observed a yellowish hue, prompting Kara to suspect that Mandolin might be concealing some undisclosed power yet to be unleashed. In stark contrast, Mandolin, lying on the ground, was engulfed in shock, having never anticipated that this seemingly diminutive opponent could possess such tremendous strength under such immense gravitational pressure. She pondered just how powerful Kara might be without the ring's suppression. As she coughed up blood, she swiftly sat up, her gaze fixated on Kara with vigilance, while she urgently summoned her internal energy to mend her injuries. Her uninjured right hand pressed against the earth, a flash of purple light ignited, causing the ground to tremble violently, fissures rapidly spreading as massive stones coalesced into two towering rock giants before Kara's astonished eyes. While taken aback, Kara was undeterred. Her eyes glinted with crimson light as she unleashed a heat vision towards the approaching rock behemoths. Despite their imposing appearance, the rock monsters proved ineffectual, being cleaved in half before they could even raise their fists, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Recognizing that Mandolin was indeed injured, as evidenced by her prolonged seated position, Kara wasted no time and charged forward. A bead of sweat appeared on Mandolin's brow as she saw Kara approaching. Her right hand flickered with blue light, conjuring two modest whirlwinds beside her, before a flash of red light emanated as she aimed her hand at Kara, launching a series of visible, wave-like circles. Unsure of her opponent's intentions, she raised her recovering left hand, a white light momentarily illuminating the area as she activated a gravitational field, quickly followed by a barrage of lightning and fireballs. As Kara grimaced, struggling against the sonic vibrations, Mandolin felt a slight release of tension, though a wave of dizziness washed over her. Even with her mental faculties enhanced by the ring, the exertion of so many abilities at once left her feeling drained. Chapter 76. The Hidden Killing Move? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kara's delicate face was tightly furrowed as she resisted the vibrations of the sound waves while steadily advancing towards Mandolin, who was seated on the ground. Under normal circumstances, evading the sonic assaults would have been a trivial task for her. However, as she drew nearer to Mandolin, her speed was severely hampered, forcing her to endure the sound waves with painstaking slowness. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Kara, momentarily halting her advance. Glancing back at the approaching attack, she swiftly unleashed a beam of heat vision, igniting a fireball. With a resounding boom, the explosion propelled Kara back a short distance, and the dust was almost immediately whisked away by the fierce winds. Kara's expression darkened as she observed the two small tornadoes she had previously conjured starting to grow larger. She was no speedster, merely running in circles would not suffice to extinguish such tempests. Although unafraid, her experiences from science fiction films warned her that such natural disaster-like powers were beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. If, as in previous encounters, excessive damage were inflicted or numerous innocents harmed, this endeavor would not only fail to aid the plight of mutants, but could also yield detrimental consequences. The explosion had also affected Mandolin, disrupting the sound wave vibrations. With a mere gesture, he directed the two tornadoes toward Kara as if they possessed sentience. Without much deliberation, Kara attempted to employ her heat vision against the tornadoes, her expectations low. To her astonishment, it proved effective. The heat vision pierced through the tornado, igniting the outer layer as if it were gasoline set ablaze, and the flames grew larger with the spiraling wind. This development clearly took Kara by surprise, rather than dissipating. The tornadoes intensified, a situation she found intolerable. Stealing a glance at Mandolin, she noted a small whirlwind forming beneath him, gradually pulling him away from her. Upon meeting her gaze, a smirk crept onto his face. Fortunately, Mandolin did not seem intent on fleeing. Instead, he hovered in midair, as if relishing the spectacle. Mockingly observing Kara below, Kara levitated into the air, retreating a distance to distance herself from the tornadoes. Seeing the flames spreading from one burning tornado to another made her expression darken further. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled forcefully towards one of the tornadoes. The fiery vortex extinguished upon contact with her visible chill, quickly reverting to its original form. Before she could exhale in relief and prepare to extinguish the other one, the recently doused tornado suddenly emitted a cacophony akin to shattering glass. The sound intensified, and within moments, numerous ice shards, sharp as blades, began to materialize on the outer edge of the tornado. Stunned, she stood frozen. The tornado grew increasingly ferocious. The iron framework within the port emitted a piercing sound as it strained under the force. Kara approached the precarious structure, grasping a hefty iron pillar, and swung mightily at the base of the tornado, but to no avail. "Leave this to me. You go confront Manderlin." The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the professor and others at the edge of the port. Eventually, unable to resist Lorna's persuasion, the professor led a group over to see if they could assist Kara. Due to Roberto's account, the professor was already aware of Manderlin's ability to manipulate gravity within a certain range. Direct intervention was out of the question, but it was plausible for Aurora and others to provide assistance from a distance. Kara glanced at Aurora, who was approaching, and nodded before turning to sprint towards Manderlin. Although Aurora typically wielded control over the weather or thunder, her codename Storm was not without merit. Her involvement would surely help quell the tornado. At this moment, Manderlin had already recovered from his injuries. Upon seeing Kara charge towards him, he remained unfazed, still harboring a powerful ultimate move yet to be unleashed. Had he not been curious about Maya Hansen's whereabouts, he would have eliminated this little imp long ago. From their previous confrontation, Kara recognized that Manderlin was no match for her. His ability to keep pace was solely due to the power of his ring. If she could just get close enough to snatch it away, the complications would be resolved. As she entered the gravitational field for the third time, Kara was somewhat acclimated. Her speed may have diminished, yet her movement never faltered. However, observing Manderlin's unflinching demeanor, a sense of foreboding suddenly washed over her. Indeed, just as she prepared to strike, Manderlin vanished. It was less an act of disappearance and more a transition to a different environment. Darkness enveloped her surroundings. Even with her superhuman vision, Kara could discern nothing. It resembled the earlier experience atop Stark Tower, the only distinction being that she could still hear the distant roar of the waves and the howling winds behind her. The gravitational pull persisted, indicating that Manderlin was still nearby, though she could not ascertain how he had shrouded the area in darkness, nor how he had obstructed her sight. "Tell me where Maya Hansen is, and I might consider sparing your life." After a moment, the gravitational force suddenly dissipated, and just as Kara began to doubt whether Manderlin had fled, a voice emerged from her left front. Having struggled for so long, Kara was not inclined to engage in further banter. She directed a heat vision blast towards the source of the voice and swiftly charged ahead. Capturing Manderlin was her sole focus, regardless of visibility. Yet, the simplicity of her thoughts belied the difficulty of execution. Kara first felt the tug of gravity, which quickly vanished again, suggesting that Manderlin had vacated his original position. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in this world. Why are you so intent on finding Maya Hansen? Kara's inquiry indeed left her perplexed. On the surface, she appeared curious, yet her mind was occupied with contemplating the words spoken by Mandarin. "Spare my life." Initially, Kara intended to retort, questioning the source of his confidence. However, after a moment's reflection, she reconsidered, suspecting that Mandarin might still possess some hidden trump card. Thus far, he had demonstrated an array of powers: ice, fire, wind, electricity, gravity, sonic vibrations, summoning rock giants, the current dark zone, and the ability to shield against telepathy. It remained uncertain whether the power to obscure the professor's abilities stemmed from one of the rings or was akin to an invention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, it could be surmised that Mandarin had at least 8 distinct abilities at his disposal, with 2 more formidable powers yet to be revealed, powers so potent that they instilled in him an unshakable confidence, making him believe he had Kara firmly in his grasp. In Chapter 77, Is There a Master Behind the Scenes? Mandarin regarded Kara, who seemed disoriented, with a disdainful smile. As the future ruler of this world, he felt no need to elucidate his motives to anyone. "Surrender Maya Hansen, and I may grant you an opportunity to submit." Despite his contempt for her kind, Mandarin had to acknowledge that this little foreign horse was indeed formidable. In a world increasingly populated by powerful beings, he found himself lacking capable generals. If he could sway this little horse to his side, it would undoubtedly bolster his ambition to unify the world. He could refrain from exhausting himself with endless errands. Everything was for the sake of world unity, prompting Mandarin to temporarily set aside his prejudices against her kind, prioritizing the greater good, and seeking to see if he could win her over. If she proved troublesome in the future, he could always eliminate her once he had solidified his rule. Moreover, she possessed a certain charm. Should she perform well, she could find a place in his harem, not as the primary consort, of course, but as a minor wife without issue. "You think you are someone of significance? A wretched being unable to withstand even a single punch, yet you dare utter such words." Kara could not suppress a derisive laugh, her tone dripping with scorn. Regardless of Mandarin's hidden capabilities, it was uncertain whether he could breach her defenses, let alone end her life. Though a flicker of concern crossed her mind, fear was absent. Besides, even if he boasted considerable power, could he truly prevent her from fleeing? Based on previous encounters, Mandarin's speed was evidently inferior to hers, and should a confrontation prove insurmountable, Kara was prepared to contemplate a strategic retreat. Thus, when she heard Mandarin express a desire to subjugate her, it struck her as nothing short of absurd, a dark jest, indeed. Yet, Mandarin appeared entirely oblivious to Kara's mocking tone, instead responding earnestly to her challenge. I am Mandarin, the one true god of this world. The corners of Kara's mouth twitched slightly. She had not anticipated such a melodramatic proclamation. The last individual who claimed divinity had been reduced to nothing but ashes. Kara was naturally referring to Apocalypse, who, upon his emergence, also proclaimed himself a deity with aspirations to dominate the world, nearly managing to control the professor. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Jean Grey's cosmic energy erupted, awakening the phoenix force within her, which obliterated Apocalypse into mere molecules. Just as Kara concluded her thoughts, she suddenly felt something being inserted into her ear. Startled, she instinctively reached to extract the unfamiliar object when she heard the professor's voice. Kara, what are you doing? It dawned on her that Clarice had opened a portal and inserted a communicator into her ear. After grasping the situation, Kara responded with a hint of confusion. I'm dealing with the Mandarin. The fact that Clarice could send something over indicated that she could see the scene here. And the professor was not as elderly as depicted in films. Could he truly be so blind to their circumstances? No. It was clear that the Mandarin's influence should only affect a certain area. It was improbable that he could render everyone blind. The professor and the others, not being within that range, should remain unaffected, which explained the peculiar inquiry. Can you see the Mandarin? I'm being affected by the power of the rings and can't see anything. You need to inform me of his location. If I can catch him, this trouble will be resolved. From a distance, the professor and his companions observed that Kara had charged toward the Mandarin, intent on attacking. While the Mandarin merely shifted a short distance to the side, Kara appeared oblivious, flailing about in midair for a while before coming to a standstill, leaving them perplexed about her actions. After a moment of contemplation, the professor instructed Clarice to open a teleportation portal, allowing Roberto to pass a communicator to her. Upon hearing Kara's questions, he finally understood the situation. No, the communicator will be damaged once it enters the gravitational field. I will inform you of the Mandarin's location shortly. When you rush in, if he attempts to evade, I will have Clarice open a portal to transport him back. The professor swiftly dismissed Kara's suggestion and proposed a more prudent alternative. Kara recognized that her previous idea was fundamentally flawed. A mere human would be crushed, and naturally, the communicator would not withstand such pressure, leaving her in darkness regarding the Mandarin's whereabouts. Do not compare me to mere ants. I am destined to rule. This world inherently belongs to me, and all obstacles shall be eradicated. Although unaware of whom Kara referred to, the Mandarin was incensed. He considered himself the true heir, and those lesser beings could not possibly compare to him. Such an affront was intolerable. He also noted the professor and his companions nearby, who were evidently associated with the young pony and likely aware of Maya Hansen's whereabouts. Given that this young pony dared to insult him through others, the Mandarin resolved to eliminate her as an outlet for his fury. Just as he was about to act, Mandolin noticed Kara hurtling towards him. He couldn't help but tense up, despite the short distance between them. Even though Kara's speed would be somewhat hindered upon entering the gravitational field, it was still sufficient for Mandolin to evade and create some space, to avoid the possibility of killing Kara while being attacked in return. Mandolin opted for a more cautious approach, swiftly moving aside to dodge Kara's assault, intending to deliver a lethal strike from the flank. Observing that Kara was utterly oblivious to his departure, a cruel smile spread across Mandolin's face as he raised his right hand, only to suddenly discover a teleportation portal had materialized at his former location. This was a phenomenon Mandolin had witnessed before, reminiscent of when he first arrived and the group of invaders departed. No matter how many came, it was an opportunity to resolve everything in one fell swoop. A flash of golden light enveloped his hand, and a beam shot towards the figure emerging from the portal. However, as the silhouette drew closer, Mandolin realized with horror that the newcomer was angled sideways, and his attire bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Panic surged through Mandolin as he realized that the figure was indeed himself, but it was too late. The scene before him transformed, and he found himself standing before the portal, able to see another portal not far off along with the other version of himself, who had their back turned. Kara, having taken the direction indicated by the professor and the position Mandolin had inadvertently revealed while speaking, surged forward without missing her target this time. As she seized Mandolin, the surroundings suddenly brightened. Staring at the bloodied Mandolin she held by his clothing, Kara was momentarily taken aback and quickly scanned her surroundings. What was happening? Was there a powerful ally assisting her? Chapter 78. The reason for an ordinary person being pierced through the body would be a fatal injury. However, Mandolin was clearly not among the ordinary. Despite knowing that he might be facing dire circumstances with Kara's grip on him, he had no intention of resigning himself to fate. After a brief moment of astonishment, Kara resolved to seize the rings first, firmly grasping Mandolin's wrist to thwart his intention to attack her further. As she attempted to remove the ring, she found Mandolin's fingers tightly clenched, rendering it impossible to take off. Resolute, she exerted force to twist his wrist. Crack! Mandolin stifled a grunt, his expression contorting with disbelief and fury upon comprehending Kara's intentions. "Aunt, how dare you covet the divine artifact?" he exclaimed. Yet, Kara paid him no heed, swiftly removing 5 rings, only to discover that they seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing in her palm. Surprised yet undeterred, she proceeded to break the rings off his other hand, then grasped Mandolin by the nape and flew towards the professor and the others not far away. Mandolin, incensed at the theft of his rings, howled in frustration, but in the presence of Kara, the roles appeared to have reversed, rendering him as powerless as an infant, devoid of any ability to resist. "You insignificant ants, I shall not spare you." A swift kick landed on Mandarin's lower back, interrupting the words of this delusional uncle. "Professor, see if you can restrain him." Previously, it was mentioned that his abilities were suppressed, though it remains uncertain whether this was due to the ring. Now, we have the opportunity to confirm. The professor furrowed his brow, followed by a fleeting expression of pain on his face. The restrained Mandarin ceased his struggles, a glimmer of delight flickering within Kara's eyes. Indeed, there exists a ring capable of obstructing mental prowess. Having recently uncovered the professor's intrusion into Lorna's memories, she had been troubled ever since. Now, all she needed was to master the ring's application to resolve this dilemma. Releasing the subdued Mandarin, Kara felt the ring in her palm that had ceased its resistance, leading her to some conjectures. It seemed as though these rings were bound to something. Just moments ago, he had been writhing in defiance. She opened her hand, gazing at the temporarily motionless ring, and inquired of the somewhat unsteady Mandarin, who was clutching his waist. Mandarin appeared dazed and dispirited, likely due to the professor accessing his memories. It took approximately 2 minutes to conclude the exploration. However, the reality was somewhat surprising to Kara. The ring was an extraterrestrial artifact, discovered by Mandarin within the wreckage of a fallen alien spacecraft, and this had occurred long ago. While Mandarin appeared to be merely in his 60s, he had actually lived for over a century. Back in the last century, he had the opportunity to rule over Huaxia. Yet he chose to retreat and delve into ancient mystical arts in pursuit of immortality, a study that lasted nearly 100 years. Only a few years ago, after mastering his arcane skills, Mandarin resolved to make a comeback and seek global domination. Yet, alas, he had already missed the opportunity. The world had transformed. And in modern society, what endeavor does not require funding? Initially, Mandarin intended to gather followers within Huaxia, but given the presence of the Divine Spear Bureau, filled with talented individuals, he hesitated to plunge his homeland into chaos. Thus, he set his sights on the Stark Group. However, before he could initiate his plans, a nun suddenly appeared, urging him to abandon his violent ways and attain enlightenment. Ridiculous. As a future deity, having just emerged from seclusion, how could he refrain from performing earth-shattering feats? Without a moment's hesitation, Mandarin engaged the nun in combat, only to quickly realize he was outmatched. This nun possessed the legendary sorcery, with a dazzling array of powers at her disposal. In an isolated wilderness, after 300 exchanges, Mandarin was ultimately defeated. Just as he anticipated death at her hands, the nun spared him, under the condition that he would refrain from actions detrimental to world peace. How foolish! Mandarin verbally acquiesced, yet inwardly, he was reluctant to relinquish his ambitions. After a period of meticulous planning, the Mandarin resolved to operate from the shadows, utilizing a group of subjugated refugees to successfully capture Tony Stark. However, to his dismay, not only did Tony manage to escape, but his stronghold was also destroyed. Naturally, the Mandarin was incensed. Thus, he stealthily infiltrated the United States with the intent to personally subdue Tony. Unexpectedly, he encountered Maya Hansen, and upon discovering that she was also a scientist aiding terrorists in the manufacture of biochemical weapons, the Mandarin abruptly altered his course of action. While Stark Industries was undeniably affluent, it was also conspicuous. Should that nun discover his intentions and pursue him, it would spell trouble. It would be far more prudent to control someone of lesser significance. Though the profit might be slower to materialize, it promised greater safety. Abandoning his pursuit of Tony, the Mandarin seized Maya Hansen and returned to the Middle East. However, relying solely on Maya was insufficient. as the pace of financial gain was rather sluggish. Consequently, he began to contemplate targeting Wakanda. The knowledge of Wakanda's existence was revealed to him by a certain refugee, who did not appear in person but relayed the information through others. According to the intelligence, the Mandarin learned that Wakanda was not only wealthy but also possessed advanced technology. Initially, he was skeptical. After all, regions like the Middle East were considerably underdeveloped, and how could such a formidable nation exist? Yet, the enigmatic refugee seemed well informed about Wakanda, articulating its merits with vivid detail. Harboring a shred of doubt, the Mandarin decided to investigate personally, and to his astonishment, he indeed discovered Wakanda. The technological prowess was so advanced that he could not penetrate its defenses. Wakanda, in turn, became aware of his presence and dispatched a group of guards to apprehend him and ascertain his intentions. However, the Mandarin's combat prowess was formidable as well. Despite the inability to enter, Wakanda could not capture him. Upon confirming Wakanda's considerable wealth, the Mandarin began to intermittently harass the nation, hoping to uncover opportunities for gain. This back and forth continued for several years, with neither side gaining the upper hand, ultimately forcing the Mandarin to concede. Yet, stagnation was not an option. Thus, the Mandarin reached out to the ever-dedicated Maya Hansen, instructing her to locate Tony Stark in hopes of finding another opportunity to abduct him. What followed was Kara's capture of Maya Hansen, which prompted the Mandarin's arrival. Kara pondered the possibility that the nun they encountered might be the Ancient One, while the identity of the informant regarding Wakanda remained uncertain. Chapter 79. The Distribution of the Rings. What should be done now? To kill him? Even without the assistance of the rings, the Mandarin's innate combat abilities were substantial. An ordinary individual could hardly restrain him. However, the primary concern remained that the rings had already been bound. If he were to eliminate the target directly, would that not result in their automatic release? Wait. Others seemed relatively unconcerned. After all, to them, what Mandarin had done appeared to be that of a villain, and eliminating him was the most prudent choice. However, the expression of Mandarin, under the professor's control, shifted slightly as he gazed at Kara, whose eyes glinted with cold determination, and he hastily interjected to halt her intentions. He certainly did not wish to endure the sensation of death once more. The professor, manipulating Mandarin's form, willingly severed the binding of the rings in accordance with his memories. Each ring trembled momentarily, emitting a brief flash of light before settling into tranquility. How does one bind them? Kara, somewhat excited, adorned her thumb with one of the rings. Yet she felt no trace of its power, let alone the ability to wield it. Genetic binding, or implanting information through machinery. The professor elucidated the method of binding and reiterated the purpose of the rings. Kara nodded in understanding. The so-called genetic binding was akin to the legendary blood oath of allegiance. Selecting a ring adorned with a blue gemstone, she presented it to Lorna. A smile graced Lorna's face as she graciously accepted the ring. After attempting to fit it onto her ring finger and finding it too small, she tried her middle finger, only to discover it was still slightly oversized. Ultimately, she resorted to following Kara's example, placing it on her thumb. Using her ability, she manipulated a small shard of metal to pierce her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring. The gemstone flickered slightly, and Lorna nodded, indicating that binding had been successfully achieved. I find that electromagnetic ring quite appealing. Would you consider selling it to me? Name your price, Tony remarked, his eyes glinting with desire as he pointed to one of the rings. Kara cast a disdainful glance in Tony's direction. The ring he referred to was not the one that conjured lightning, but rather the one that emitted sonic vibrations earlier. This particular ring could not only serve as a weapon, but also generate electromagnetic waves that could elicit feelings of affection or aversion. Tony's interest likely stemmed not from a desire to attack, but rather to impress women. Regardless of her plans for the ring, even in a state of desperation, she would not part with it. Ignoring Tony, she approached the female reporter standing a short distance away. Did you capture the process of the president's rescue? Since Mandarin's appearance, Rhodey had piloted War Machine to evacuate the president. Upon hearing Kara's inquiry, Amy nodded vigorously and replayed the footage she had just recorded. After watching it, Kara acknowledged with a nod. The recording not only captured the battle scenes of the team in the president's rescue, but also included the president's gratitude towards Clarice and the conversation with the mysterious figure off camera. Although the audio had been muted, without needing to see, Kara knew that the unrecorded individual was the professor. She instructed Amy to pixelate Mandarin's face and delete certain scenes of Bobby and others being pursued. Subsequently, she directed Clarice to open a passageway, facilitating the return of the two to their previous parking location. Then Clarice opened a passage to S-H-I-E-L-D, disregarding Tony's struggles, and unceremoniously tossed him through. Although this operation encountered some minor mishaps, it was overall deemed successful. It is believed that once Amy broadcasts the video, it will yield some positive outcomes. Moreover, Professor, that cunning old fox, has had discussions with the president. It is assumed their conversation was more than mere idle chatter. The specifics of their dialogue were not probed by Kara. Gazing at the ring in her hand and the team members beside her, Kara contemplated the distribution. This was not due to her generosity. Rather, some rings possessed abilities that were rather superfluous to her, even rendering them entirely ineffective. It seemed more prudent to distribute them, thereby enhancing her comrades' combat prowess. The 10 rings, though labeled as advanced, could be wielded even by ordinary individuals. The only shortcoming was their inability to adjust to the wearer's finger size, leading to rather awkward situations, namely, being unwearable. After some thought, she decided to give the ring that creates whirlwinds to Katie, a young girl who had long envied the ability of others to fly. This ring would perfectly fulfill her desire. The ring that generates cold was bestowed upon Clarice. While this ring might be somewhat lackluster for others, its chilling speed could be evaded by those with swifter reflexes. When paired with Clarice's abilities, it could become a formidable weapon. Utilizing her power to open a portal behind an unsuspecting foe and blast them with frigid air would leave little room for evasion. With proper application, Clarice could transform this into a significant asset, effectively addressing her lack of offensive capabilities. John received the ring that produces explosive flames. He had performed commendably lately and had endured considerable hardship. This ring would compensate for his deficiencies in power, ensuring he would no longer fret over a lighter running out of fuel. Bobby was given the ring that conjures lightning, as his abilities were notably agile. And while he lacked in offensive speed, the swift discharge of lightning would indeed provide him with assistance. The ring intended for Roberto was the one Tony had previously desired. The rationale behind this choice stemmed from the possibility of future endeavors in Wakanda, where Roberto could leverage the ring's capabilities to win over Chalia's sister. With the ring as aid, it was believed that he would encounter no issues. Lorna eyed this ring with envy. Upon hearing it would be given to Roberto, she instinctively took a step back, seeking to evade Kara's gaze. Roberto, upon learning he was to receive this ring, was elated. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to his leader, he noticed Lorna, his sister-in-law, casting him a warning glare and making a gesture across her throat. His outstretched hand hesitated slightly, and he swallowed hard before composing himself. Leader, as a member of the team, I feel I have no need for this ring. My attack speed is sufficiently quick, and my power is ample. It would be better to allocate this ring to another member. To speak candidly, Kara felt a twinge of reluctance in parting with the ring, yet all the other members had given theirs away. Refusing Roberto would seem rather unreasonable. Are you certain? Kara inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Roberto, taken aback by his unexpected disinterest in the ring. Could it be that this lad, having absorbed all his nutrients, had dulled his wits? She contemplated, observing Roberto's imposing physique, and muttered to herself. Chapter 80. The despicable guardian. Kara found her hypothesis plausible. Those robust gentlemen depicted on television often seemed less than astute. Previously, she had attributed this to the director's portrayals, but now it appeared to have a scientific basis. Since Roberto had expressed his refusal, she had no intention of insisting otherwise. After a brief calculation, having distributed 5 rings, she realized she had 5 remaining. Due to size constraints, only her thumbs could accommodate them, with a maximum of 2 per thumb, leaving her with an excess. Not overly concerned, she handed the ring that emitted sound waves to Lorna, choosing to disregard Sky and the professor. Sky was new to the team and served in logistics, thus rarely encountering danger. As for the professor and his companions, they likely mirrored Roberto's sentiments, uninterested in accepting a ring. Human nature often recoils from rejection. To avoid such an occurrence, Kara opted to remain silent. Lorna, let's see if you can exert control. The first ring she bestowed upon Lorna not only nullified telepathic communication, but also enhanced mental influence, allowing the holder to command one or multiple individuals, contingent upon the strength of the holder's mind. This ethereal concept was somewhat beyond Kara's comprehension. Maya Hansen had previously been manipulated by Manderlin using this ring's abilities, maintaining her independent thought, but feeling an innate loyalty to the ring's bearer. Here lay a prime opportunity to test its efficacy. This was also the reason Kara had instructed Amy to obscure Manderlin's face. Should the control prove successful, bringing a terrorist into the open would indeed pose a dilemma. At that moment, the professor retracted his abilities, and the liberated Manderlin seemed aware of recent events. With a furious howl, he charged toward Lorna, determined to reclaim the ring. Lorna, undeterred, raised her hand and activated the ring's power. A flash of blue light emanated from the ring, momentarily halting Manderlin's advance before he abruptly redirected his focus toward Clarice. Startled, Clarice hastily opened a passageway, the other end connecting to Kara. Had they failed? Kara was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding situation, Yet she swiftly utilized the passage to deliver a kick to Manderlin's face. Manderlin, displaying remarkable resilience, tumbled but quickly regained his footing, spitting out 2 front teeth, ignoring his bleeding and crooked nose, and turned to charge at Katie. Stop! A trace of confusion also flickered across Lorna's face. She had evidently managed to gain control, so why did it still attack others? Despite her bewilderment, she tentatively issued a command. Manderlin immediately halted, turning to face Lorna with a serious expression. My lord, allow me to assist you in reclaiming the divine artifact, so that you may unify the realm and contend for supremacy in the world. Although his speech was somewhat breathy, it was still intelligible. The notion of unifying the realm puzzled Lorna, yet the idea of contending for supremacy resonated within her, igniting an inexplicable thrill, though she maintained a composed demeanor as she glanced at Manderlin. No need, return. A hint of reluctance crossed Manderlin's features, but he obeyed Lorna's command, relinquishing his intention to continue the struggle, standing impassively behind her like a dutiful steward. Is it truly that formidable? Kara mused in mild surprise, astonished by the ring's overwhelming power. However, having already bestowed it upon Lorna, she harbored no ulterior motives. According to the established lore, possessing sufficient mental strength enabled one to control others, and Kara's own mental prowess had seemingly been augmented by an unknown force. If she were to wield this ring, could she potentially control Odin? The treasury of the Celestial Palace housed many treasures. If she could dominate Odin, she wouldn't merely gain a formidable ally but also acquire numerous divine artifacts, allowing her to stride through the realms with authority. Kara's thoughts flared with excitement, but she quickly dismissed these notions. As the king of the gods, if Odin could be subdued by such a technological creation, how could he maintain dominion over the 9 realms? Indeed, while referred to as the 9 realms, they were merely regions within the cosmos. Yet Odin was renowned as a formidable entity in the universe. Kara was not entirely certain of Odin's exact strength, but she had heard tales of Odin subduing Thanos with ease, though the veracity of such stories remained uncertain. Regardless, even if those tales were exaggerated, Odin's power must at least rival that of Thanos, rendering the idea of controlling Odin with the ring nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Having completed the distribution of items, the group prepared to return home, declining the offer to accompany the professor and others back to school. Kara, along with Lorna, Sky, and Manderlin, traversed Clarice's teleportation portal back to her residence. My lord, how can such a mundane abode befit your stature? Allow me to eliminate the President of the United States and seize the White House for you to rest in. Upon their return, before Kara could speak, Manderlin surveyed the surroundings with a hint of disdain, clasping his fists to Lorna as he addressed her. Kara furrowed her brow, exclaiming, Haven't you had enough? Stay put and behave. The decor of the residence was decent, though not extravagant. The suggestion of assassinating the president and relocating Lorna to the White House was utterly ludicrous. Would that not render today as efforts futile? It appeared that retaining one's original thoughts after being controlled was not necessarily advantageous, leading to pointless discussions. My lord has yet to speak. You have no place to interject. Manderlin retorted, Were it not for the grace of my lord, I would engage you in a duel for another 300 rounds. After Manderlin finished speaking, he awaited his lord's command, only to be interrupted by the audacious little foreign horse who had surreptitiously pilfered his ring. Anger flared uncontrollably on his face as he indignantly shouted. With a resounding thud, Kara delivered a knee strike to Manderlin's stomach, incapacitating him. After a fierce battle of 300 rounds, he was utterly defeated. Kara dismissively curled her lip, dragging Lorna toward the bedroom. Sky cast a pitying glance at the twitching Manderlin on the ground before hastily following suit. After a while, Manderlin slowly rose to his feet. Indeed, the foreign horse was despicable for launching a sudden ambush, lacking any sense of honor. He then recalled how his lord had failed to assist him, and a pang of sorrow welled up within him. Alas, his lord was lacking in support. With a quiet sigh, Manderlin glanced at the now closed door, realizing that his lord had decided to rest. It would be inappropriate to disturb him, so he resolved to let the little foreign horse off the hook this time, vowing to seek revenge when the opportunity arose. Having come to this conclusion, he strode to the center of the living room, sat cross-legged, and began his cultivation. As for the updates, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I wish everyone a joyous celebration. Regarding the updates, since I will be visiting my grandmother's house tomorrow, I may not be able to post. However, I wish to avoid any interruptions in the updates, so today's 2 updates will be reduced to 1. The second update will be released tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., and the daily 2-update schedule will resume the day after. Chapter 81. Transition time flies like an arrow, and the days pass swiftly. Tranquil moments often slip away unnoticed. It is akin to reading a book. Merely turning a page can signify the passage of a month. This period has been relatively calm, devoid of significant events, aside from the remnants of the previous terrorist organization. Most of these members were former researchers who, upon learning of their organization's demise, scattered in different directions, taking with them anything of value and selling off what they could. This led to the leakage of the formula for the despair virus. The knowledge of this came after Kara unexpectedly encountered Coulson, who was in the midst of capturing those who had undergone modification. Through a brief conversation, she learned of a mysterious organization that had developed a new virus based on the original despair virus. The despair virus was derived from plant research, and its overheating leading to explosions was one of its side effects. However, the primary function of this new virus is to enhance the body. It incorporates Zatara metal, gamma radiation, and an impure version of Captain America's serum, making it more stable than the original despair virus and increasing its success rate. Yet, perhaps due to the inclusion of serum similar to that injected into Captain America, good individuals become even more virtuous, while malevolent ones grow increasingly wicked. This virus exacerbates the temper of the transformed individuals, remaining relatively stable in the early stages. However, as time progresses, their emotions gradually spiral out of control, ultimately leading to an inevitable self-destruction. Each individual injected with this novel virus possesses a blood filter resembling a centipede on their arm. Hence it has been dubbed the centipede virus. With Maya Hansen at her side, Kara no longer contemplated the centipede virus, treating the matter merely as a tale, and subsequently assisted Coulson in resolving this minor issue. Furthermore, a month ago, the operation to rescue the president garnered significant attention, catapulting the Justice League to fame. Yet, it failed to elicit the expected response. The citizens appeared apathetic towards the president's fate, seemingly believing that replacing a dead president was inconsequential. Fortunately, while the outcry was not as fervent as anticipated, the knowledge that the Justice League had dismantled a terrorist organization did attract considerable admiration from the populace. In the following days, Kara and Clarice traversed nearly the entirety of the United States, familiarizing themselves with various locations, with Sky infiltrating networks to intercept reports of disasters, accidents, and terrorist attacks. They would then have Clarice open a teleportation portal near the incident sites. In cases of fire, the dynamic duo of John and Bobby would be dispatched, while in instances involving robbers, Clarice and Katie would take charge. Roberto, on the other hand, flitted between the two scenarios, spending most of his time under Kara's supervision at school, learning the nuances of courtship for future endeavors. After a period of diligent effort, some citizens who had received assistance, along with those who followed suit, began to voice their protests against the government. Humanity is inherently selfish. Following the president's rescue, he naturally felt a sense of gratitude towards the mutants who had aided him. However, the overwhelming dissent proved insurmountable. In a nation where decisions are not solely his to make, his goodwill bore little fruit. As citizens observed the government's lack of response to their online appeals, they could no longer contain their discontent. With the encouragement of certain individuals, they organized several protests. Some politicians thrived on this turmoil, observing the citizens reveling in the streets amidst chaos. Even those who had previously maintained neutrality began to rally in support of the president. Following a high-level meeting, the government ultimately decided against indiscriminate arrests of mutants, while also refusing to condone the actions of those who caused disturbances. They even established a specialized prison to detain malevolent mutants, where each inmate would be fitted with a collar devised by Trask Industries, solely designed to suppress their abilities. Those adorned with these collars would find themselves unable to wield their superpowers, rendered as ordinary as the rest, until their sentences were served. This plan was deemed exceptionally effective. Without such measures, any future misdeeds committed by mutants would surely reflect poorly on Kara. Kara, unwilling to be morally shackled in the future, expressed her satisfaction upon hearing the government's decision regarding the errant mutants. Typically, the other members undertook missions, while Kara spent most of her time researching her newfound abilities, emerging only occasionally to assert her presence. This ability allowed her to create a unique force field around her body, enhancing her defenses and protecting her garments from damage. Initially, she regarded this capability with indifference, considering her natural resilience adequate. The protection of her attire seemed a secondary concern. However, she soon discovered that this ability could also shield others, which delighted her somewhat. The only drawback was that, while it could envelop objects, it did not possess telekinetic qualities. Kara visited the mutant school, where Hank and others observed her and explained that this ability stemmed from her own biological force field. Although she found the theoretical discussion somewhat perplexing, she grasped the general function of her power. At her residence, Mundar approached the living room, addressing Kara, who was watching television, with a certain reverence. Despite having heard this peculiar title before, Kara couldn't suppress a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Ever since she had gained control over Mundar in a month prior, Lorna had taken to asking him a myriad of peculiar questions daily. Mundar naturally, answered her inquiries with unwavering candor, and upon noticing Lorna's keen interest in his previous claims of world domination, he eagerly shared tales of ancient Chinese nobility. Kara had eavesdropped on their conversations, but dismissed them as mere curiosity from the young girl. However, one day, Mundar unexpectedly began addressing Lorna as Your Majesty, while Kara found herself dubbed the oddly phrased Empress. Initially resistant, she urged Mundar to refrain from such titles, yet the eccentric man persisted, chiding her for her lack of appreciation, claiming it was a mark of Lorna's favor to bestow such an identity upon her. After his reprimand, a confrontation ensued, and it was only Lorna's intervention that prevented Kara from unleashing her wrath. In the living room, Mundar observed Kara lounging on the sofa, seemingly respectful, yet internally brimming with disdain. To him, she epitomized frivolity, an individual of formidable strength, yet content to squander her days in leisure, occasionally venturing out with Lorna to shop or watch films, a lifestyle he deemed the epitome of decadence. The notion that someone with such immense power would not seek to dominate the world struck him as nothing short of a waste. However, Kara remains unfazed, indulging in her own pursuits, while the little pony persistently opposes him at every turn. Following Lorna, he believed he had forfeited any opportunity to realize his ambitions. Yet, to his astonishment, Lorna seemed genuinely interested. How delightful it is to discover such interest. This revelation filled him with exhilaration for what he could not accomplish himself. He envisioned Lorna inheriting his aspirations to fulfill this grand ideal. Thus, during their conversations, he would subtly impart the advantages of holding a high position and wielding power over all. He endeavored to persuade Lorna to take up his former associates, and, leveraging her mutant identity, to rally the solitary wanderers to augment her strength. He could perceive Lorna's intrigue, yet she remained perpetually hesitant, unwilling to take decisive action. After a period of observation, he discerned that her indecision stemmed from Kara. He had familiarized himself with the intricacies of mutant capabilities, and upon learning of Lorna's potential, he believed she was fully equipped to stand independently without relying on Kara. Alas, Lorna was solely preoccupied with being with Kara, reluctant to embark on her own path. Ultimately, after considerable persuasion, Lorna took the initiative to discuss the matter with Kara. This, however, led to a near-fatal confrontation as Kara, upon learning the circumstances, nearly struck him down. Fortunately, his remarkable prowess and boundless energy allowed him to endure, recovering after a day of rest. Nonetheless, this was merely a minor setback on the road to success. As a distinguished Mandarin, who had once been on the verge of divinity, how could he be vanquished by such trivial adversity? He firmly believed that if he persevered, Lorna would eventually abandon the tree that is Kara in search of the expansive forest. Yet, direct confrontation was futile. The little pony's obstinacy was indeed formidable, and even with his advanced state of self-cultivation, he found it increasingly challenging to withstand her influence. To ensure the successful transmission of his will, he resolved to endure humiliation and hardship, proceeding with utmost secrecy, careful not to alert the little pony. Upon hearing someone approach, Kara peered through the wall towards the door and was intrigued to find it was Wade. "Hey, Kara, is Lorna not here?" Wade, clad in a gray hoodie with his hands tucked into his pockets, wore a somewhat strained smile and stood there awkwardly. "Lorna has gone to school. Are you all right?" Kara inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at Wade's appearance. Wade's complexion was notably pale, accentuated by dark circles under his eyes, giving him the appearance of a television portrayal of a drug addict. His expression bore the weight of his burdens, and after a moment's hesitation in response to Kara's inquiry, he finally spoke. "I fear the situation is rather dire. As you can see, I am on the brink of death, and I come to seek your assistance. Though we are not well acquainted, I find myself utterly at a loss." You must have heard Wade proclaim his impending demise. She has already surmised the gravity of his condition. Observing his waning form, she felt compelled to interrupt him to avoid his passing before he could finish his words. Get to the point. Indeed, as she suspected, Wade has been afflicted with cancer for some time, having consulted numerous physicians to no avail. His purpose for seeking her out was not to solicit financial aid for treatment. In the Marvel Universe, cancer remains a harrowing nightmare for ordinary individuals. No amount of wealth guarantees a cure. Wade is seeking to connect with any mutants who might be able to assist him. It is noteworthy that I am not yet 30, and Vanessa has already consented to marry me. I am not yet ready to depart this world. Is the Almighty truly blind, allowing a person of such integrity and kindness as myself to suffer from cancer? As for treatment, Kara thought of Aurora. She wondered if her magic could indeed heal Wade. If so, would Deadpool cease to exist? After some contemplation, she decided it would be best to take Wade to the mutant school first. Regarding their unfamiliarity, why help Wade unconditionally? She was willing. As it posed no inconvenience or loss to her, why not extend assistance? Using her communicator, She reached out to Clarice, and shortly thereafter, a portal opened at the entrance. Kara escorted both individuals through the portal directly to the mutant school. Once in the office, Kara relayed the situation to Aurora, only to be met with disappointment. Aurora's magic, it seemed, could not heal cancer. According to her, the healing magic she had mastered merely accelerated the rapid division of cells at the wound site, facilitating a quick recovery of injuries. However, applying it to Wade might hasten the spread of cancerous cells. Kara, perplexed, inquired about the matter concerning John's finger from their last encounter. Aurora merely shot her a disapproving glance, offering no explanation and instead chiding her. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Upon realizing that he could not be cured here, Wade left the mutant school in a state of despondency. Kara understood that a mysterious organization could indeed heal Wade, yet she refrained from mentioning it. After all, the cost would be a disfigurement, and the prospect of Wade holding her accountable afterward would be absurd. It was perhaps best to let things unfold naturally. The reason she did not leave with Wade was that she suddenly remembered she needed to convey a message to Chala. Had it not been for this matter, she might have nearly forgotten. Ultimately, she was still inexperienced in matters of the heart, and when she had promised Chala to help him win back Aurora, she had not given it much thought. Now that the moment had arrived to address the task, she found herself in a quandary. Ahem, Aurora, how old are you this year? Why not seek a boyfriend? It is often said that age is a woman's greatest adversary. After a moment of contemplation, Kara turned to the side, gazing at Aurora, who was diligently grading assignments, and earnestly inquired. Just then, Aurora's nearby companion, Jean Grey, overheard Kara's words and burst into laughter. I'm not interested in girls like you. Go find your Lorna, and remember to call me teacher. Aurora cast a peculiar glance at Kara, refraining from answering her question, instead responding with a teasing tone. Chapter 83. The plan. Evidently, Kara believed that her clandestine romance, shrouded in secrecy, had been laid bare. While it might not be common knowledge, Aurora and a few others were certainly aware. Damn it, which scoundrel leaked this? Kara's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she speculated whether it was the professor, that voyeuristic madman, who might have been the only one privy to such information. She was tempted to tell Aurora, don't flatter yourself. I'm not interested in women like you. However, she ultimately decided against voicing it, considering that Aurora might not comprehend her sentiments, and she would still need Aurora's assistance in Wakanda. Creating an unpleasant atmosphere would not bode well. I recently traveled to the Middle East. Clearly, her previous method of conversation was futile. Setting aside other matters, Aurora might not even engage in such discussions with her. After a moment's hesitation, Kara opted for a more direct approach, seeking clarity. You went to Wakanda? Aurora paused her movements. The mention of the Middle East coupled with Kara's earlier words evoking some unpleasant memories. Wakanda? What is Wakanda? She looked at Aurora, puzzled. Indeed, women are never straightforward. After spending considerable time in this world, the only relatively normal woman she had encountered was that sales assistant she met at the mall. It's nothing. What were you doing in the Middle East? Aurora realized she might have jumped to conclusions. Given Wakanda's obscure location, it was implausible that a trip to the Middle East would lead Kara to stumble upon it. Continuing her work, she casually inquired. However, Kara's subsequent revelation caused her to momentarily pause. I met someone. His name is Chala, and he claims to be a prince of some country. Since the conversation had already deviated from the ordinary, Kara decided to adapt to the situation. Noticing Aurora's astonished expression, she couldn't help but smile inwardly. With Aurora merely observing her, Kara maintained an air of composure, recounting her tale as if narrating a story. At that moment, I was quite skeptical. How could a prince be in such tattered attire? Moreover, that region was so remote, and he appeared injured, seemingly fleeing from pursuers. I suspected he might be a fugitive. As you know, I am a member of the Avengers. Although such trivial matters aren't usually my concern, encountering him made it hard to ignore. Yet, I feared apprehending the wrong individual, so I asked him, if you are indeed a prince, how did you end up in such dire straits? At this juncture, glancing at Aurora's face, which was filled with skepticism, concern, and bewilderment, Kara paused. Aurora's mind raced with thoughts. How could this be? Is Chala all right? What on earth happened? He claimed that he had a dispute with his royal father over a woman, and ultimately, in pursuit of being with her, he resolved to escape. However, he was discovered, which led to the current predicament. Even more astonishingly, he mentioned that the woman's name was Aurora, which left me astounded, for this was none other than you. Aurora, however, harbored some doubts. Could such a coincidence truly exist? A single trip to the Middle East, and fortuitously encountering Chala? She could only bring herself to believe 50% of it, and casually inquired, what happened next? If Kara's account was accurate, Chala should have been captured. Yet, both the Middle Eastern authorities and SHIELD would surely be aware of Chala's identity, presenting numerous uncertainties. The similarity in names might be a mere coincidence, but the fact that he knew of my acquaintance with you and requested that I convey his deep affection was rather excessive, better left unspoken. Subsequently, an aircraft arrived, and a group of oddly dressed, bald female soldiers escorted him away, declaring him to be a significant fugitive. He did not resist at the time, and I took my leave. However, upon reflection, I found it troubling. How could a fugitive know that I was acquainted with you and coincidentally cross paths with me? Yet, the aircraft's speed was such that I failed to pursue it. Chala must have fled because he wished to seek me out, but the king disapproved, prompting his escape. He likely discovered Kara's connection to me through covert satellite surveillance. Encountering Kara, he might have presumed she would relay his message, leading him to abandon his flight. With this line of reasoning, Aurora was now convinced to an 80% certainty. Was Chala's tale genuine? Kara gazed at Aurora, who had resumed her work with her head bowed, and casually inquired. False, Aurora replied. Upon returning to her room at school, Kara sat on her bed with a furrowed brow, reflecting on the reasons for her recent failure. How infuriating. After an extensive conversation, there was no change in sentiment. Indeed, women can be heartless. She summarized that while the authenticity of the story held no significant issues, she had underestimated Aurora's psychological resilience. She ought to have embellished the tale, perhaps mentioning a severed hand or a broken leg, or declaring that he was on the brink of death. Such dramatic occurrences, however, could not happen in succession, as that would appear too contrived. She had assumed a lengthy wait lay ahead, yet unexpectedly, during lunch, she received startling news. Aurora had taken a leave of absence. A woman's intuition signaled that something was amiss. She discreetly sent messages to Lorna and Roberto, instructing them to be prepared for action, before making her way to the professor's office. Professor, where is Aurora heading on her leave? She had just observed Aurora changing clothes in her room, seemingly preparing to leave, and she surmised that the likelihood of her seeking out Chala was high. However, she was concerned about the possibility of it being a fruitless endeavor, so she decided to consult the professor first. What scheme are you concocting now? The professor paused, momentarily startled, before a knowing smile crept across his face as he regarded the anxious Kara. I am assisting to Kara in retrieving Aurora. Is she taking leave to prepare for a journey to the Middle East? Such matters cannot possibly remain concealed from the professor. She has been candid about her intentions. The professor is well aware of certain aspects concerning Aurora and recognizes Takara as a person of genuine kindness and integrity. Earlier, he found himself puzzled by Aurora's sudden desire to seek out Takara, yet upon seeing Kara, he began to piece together some of the motives. The professor, possessing a natural intuition, does not probe into the thoughts of those around him without cause, but he tends to explore when emotions such as confusion arise, thus gaining insight into Aurora's sentiments. This situation is likely a positive development for Aurora, and the professor does not intend to caution her. At that moment, the sound of a spacecraft igniting its engines resonated outside. Aurora, piloting the battle police's aircraft, departed from the school. Observing the professor's nod, Kara realized that Aurora was indeed en route to meet Takara, and she could not contain her excitement. As she dashed outside, she called out to the professor. Given your cooperation, I shall forgive you. Chapter 84. A Swift Resolution. Takara, Aurora is on her way to find you. No need for thanks. I have merely adapted the process a bit. I asked for what reason. Do you wish to deceive Aurora? How could this be termed deception? It is a benevolent falsehood. Do you still wish to reconcile with Aurora? Heed my advice, and do not let the truth slip. Kara and her companions trailed behind Aurora's aircraft. Having already entered the Middle East, she had just relayed the entire situation to Takara, who, rather foolishly, expressed reluctance to cooperate, claiming he did not wish to deceive Aurora. It is crucial to remember that this is an endeavor to secure a partner. The priority is to attain success first and worry about the implications later. Such naivete is truly remarkable. It seems that foolish yet affluent aptly describes Takara. Ultimately, after her persuasive explanation, Takara reluctantly acquiesced, though she remained apprehensive, sensing that complications might arise. Boss, what does the target look like? Half a month prior, Roberto received a task assigned by Kara, requiring him to woo a princess from a foreign nation. Thus, during this time, he has been fervently acquiring various skills in courtship, feeling both eager and anxious about the impending mission. At 17, he has yet to experience romance, which he considers a disgrace, and naturally, he anticipates this endeavor with great enthusiasm. His anxiety stems from the uncertainty of the princess's appearance. Although he appreciates Kara's assignment, he fears that if the target proves unattractive, he might wish to resist. How could I possibly know? I've never seen her. Kara silently mocked this thought, yet she could not voice it aloud. It would be akin to undermining her subordinate. Exquisite, truly divine. As she spoke, a look of fortune graced her face. She herself was uncertain about the aesthetic preferences of black individuals. However, If one were to compare her appearance to that of Chalia's ex-girlfriend from the film, his sister could undoubtedly be considered a true beauty. This observation should not be deemed as misleading to Roberto. You must strive to perform admirably, aiming to win her over in one fell swoop. Do you understand? From her perspective, Chalia could be regarded as a handsome young black man, and his sister could hardly be unattractive. Win her over in one fell swoop. Could that be too hasty? Roberto's pupils dilated slightly as he posed his uncertain question. What is the matter? Lacking confidence? Hasty? What is there to consider as hasty? Kara couldn't help but frown. Once they locked eyes, they could simply confirm their relationship. Roberto's body quivered slightly, and he hastily assured her he would fulfill the task. The leader is indeed the leader, so straightforward in his dealings. Lorna, leaning against Kara's shoulder, regarded the visibly excited Roberto with a dismissive pout. Fool. Ever since acquiring Mandarin as a subordinate, Lorna had absorbed much about Eastern culture. As Mandarin would put it, it is profound and extensive. Roberto had clearly misinterpreted Kara's intentions. Satisfied with Roberto's assurance, Kara nodded. They were nearing their destination. And if he lacked confidence, it would be too late to switch personnel. Following closely behind Aurora, they soared through the skies for a while longer until Kara noticed their aircraft had halted just outside a forested area. Lorna, can you sense the immense magnetic field nearby? Aurora must have landed here, suggesting they had reached Wakanda, where the raw vibranium lies beneath the earth. It was uncertain whether Lorna could harness the vibranium's properties. Lorna shook her head, indicating she did not perceive any so-called immense magnetic field. Since vibranium is a metal, it undoubtedly possesses its own magnetic field. How could one not feel it? Perhaps they were simply too far away? Unable to comprehend the lack of sensation, she attributed it to distance. At that moment, Aurora had already disembarked from the aircraft, and soon after, Chalia appeared alone in the distance. The outskirts of Wakanda were cloaked in an illusionary projection. Designed to prevent outsiders from discovering the area, Chalia had merely traversed the projection, thus seemingly materializing out of thin air. Aurora was no stranger to this place and was not surprised. Observing Chalia, impeccably dressed and unscathed, she thought little of it. As the Prince of Wakanda, even if he had previously erred, he would not face severe punishment. Moreover, Wakanda's advanced technology made the healing of injuries quite ordinary. Aurora, does your father still disapprove? As Chalia was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the assertive Aurora. According to what Carla had conveyed, the king of Wakanda remained opposed to their union. Although she was addressing Chalia, she was already aware of the answer in her heart. Trust me, I will soon convince my father. Over the years, the king had become less resistant to their relationship. Initially, he merely permitted Chalia to communicate with Aurora, and later tacitly allowed him to visit the mutant school to see her. She believed that in due time, her father would certainly acquiesce to their bond. But how soon is soon? A year or two. My purpose here is simply to ask if you are willing to come with me. Aurora was incensed at the mention of the king, feeling quite helpless in the face of Chalia's adherence to his father's wishes. You, a grown man. Why do you listen so intently to your father? Can't you learn from Lorna? Your father may be the king of Wakanda, which indeed holds weight. But Lorna's father is also a man of stature. He seems to dismiss it without a second thought. Then she recalled how Chalia had argued with the king just to meet her, and her tone softened somewhat. At the mutant school, there are professors. Even if all of Wakanda's people came, they couldn't take you away. Her intent in coming was to persuade Chalia to leave. Their last separation stemmed from a disagreement on this very point, but given the current circumstances, it seemed Chalia might have changed his mind, which prompted her to request leave from the professor. However, the reality diverged from her expectations. Chalia did not immediately acquiesce as she had hoped, but instead began to dissuade her, just as he had before. Aurora felt a rush of anger at first, followed by confusion. Chalia had sought her out previously, so it was unlikely he would sneak away for this. He must have decided to leave Wakanda, which would explain Carla's remarks. So why was he reverting to his previous arguments? Could it be that he had changed his mind again during this time? Aurora speculated silently and could not help but inquire about the reason behind Chalia's previous escape. As for the literary work, it was set to be released on October 1st, and the author sought initial support. The recent reviews and chapter feedback had grown increasingly sparse, and the recommendation votes had plummeted to less than 100 daily, which was disheartening. Though there were 6,000 collections, it was unclear how many were actually reading. The recommendation period had passed, and the author had contacted the editor to finalize the release date. Chalia had not truly sneaked away. There was no underlying reason. Upon hearing Aurora's inquiry about this matter, he hesitated, struggling to find the words. Being inherently inarticulate, lying was a challenge he found difficult to undertake. Not only was Aurora anxious, but Carla, who was eavesdropping from above, was equally desperate, wishing she could intervene directly. Enough. There is no need for further discourse. Henceforth, do not seek me out again. You may spend your life with your father. After waiting in vain for an explanation from Takara, Aurora could no longer contain her frustration. With an irate tone, she shouted before striding towards the aircraft, poised to depart. Upon witnessing Aurora's intent to leave, Takara was unwilling to relent. He promptly seized her arm, imploring her to stay. Aurora began to struggle, but without resorting to her abilities, she found herself unable to free herself from Takara's grasp. Aurora, Kara, unable to bear the scene any longer, descended from the sky. After composing herself, she exclaimed in astonishment. Aurora, caught in her struggle, turned to see Kara and her companions descending from above, momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating their arrival. Before she could inquire, she noticed Kara glaring at Takara with palpable fury. Once again, you fugitive? I cannot believe you have escaped, and are now tormenting my dear Aurora. As she spoke, she swiftly approached, forcefully prying Takara's hand away, and with a decisive gesture, unleashed a powerful attack, sending him sprawling. Takara, still bewildered by the abrupt turn of events, was hurled away, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Takara. Despite knowing Takara's physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, Aurora felt a surge of concern and rushed to assist him. With your slender limbs, be cautious not to injure yourself. Leave this to me. It is high time we apprehend him and interrogate him thoroughly for daring to deceive me. Kara firmly held Aurora back and addressed Roberto. Detain him for me. Did you not come here to pursue romantic interests? How has this devolved into capturing someone? Although Roberto was perplexed, he obeyed his superior's command, advancing silently and seizing Takara by the nape of his neck. Wait. Aurora believed that Kara and her companions had misconstrued the situation and hastily attempted to clarify, only for Kara to wave her hand dismissively. No need for explanations. This time, he shall not escape unscathed. As for you, do not entertain notions of reasoning with a fugitive. A beating first, then we shall deliberate. I had thought you indifferent to this affair, yet here you are. Had I known, I would have accompanied you. At that moment, Roberto approached, holding Takara's hands restrained behind him, before releasing him. As Takara regained his footing and sought to inquire if there had been a misunderstanding, he was met with a punch from Kara, striking him squarely in the face. Still attempting to deceive me? Kara's visage, flushed with anger, signaled to Roberto with a glance, an indication that Takara was, after all, his brother-in-law, and thus he should exercise caution. Seeing the fury on his superior's face, Roberto, eager to showcase his prowess, nodded at Kara before delivering a kick that sent Takara crashing to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Only then did she recall that Roberto's brain development was still incomplete. Aware that the other party might have misunderstood, she wanted to intervene, but with Aurora beside her, she could only watch as Chala was pinned to the ground and mercilessly rubbed against. Chala believed there must be some misunderstanding, thus he did not resist. However, when Roberto began to strike him, he could not help but wish to retaliate. Yet this unfamiliar brute was as formidable as a bull, resembling a rhinoceros from the border tribes. Roberto clearly controlled his strength. Carla was not overly concerned, but upon witnessing Chala's bruised face, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Had Chala been clad in battle armor, he could have easily dealt a fatal blow to Roberto, but relying solely on physical prowess, he was no match for Roberto. Seeing his resistance futile, he could only protect his vital points and silently endure the onslaught. Aurora attempted to intervene, but Carla restrained her, prompting her to shout, "Stop." What he said is true. Carla looked at Aurora with surprise, and then at the curled-up Chala. What? You truly are his girlfriend? Roberto's actions halted as he realized that the person he was attacking was, in fact, the brother of his target, leaving him bewildered as he glanced at Carla. Without a moment's hesitation, Aurora nodded. Once Carla released her, she hurried to Chala's side and began to heal him with magic. Boss, what should we do now? Roberto approached Carla, his confusion evident. How can I woo his sister now? My springtime has ended before it even began. Don't worry. Chala is quite magnanimous and won't hold a grudge over such trivial matters. She recalled a film where Chala's father, the current king of Wakanda, was killed by remnants of Hydra. Rather than seeking revenge, he chose to capture them instead, demonstrating Chala's character as a man of great kindness. Surely not one to bear resentment for such minor incidents. Having reassured Roberto not to worry, she turned her attention to Aurora and Chala nearby. Noticing Chala's injuries had healed, she stepped forward, gently pushing Aurora aside, and looked at Chala with sincere apologies. I am truly sorry. I previously thought you were a fraud. We misunderstood you, and I sincerely apologize. She then kicked Roberto, who had followed closely behind, and admonished, You were the most impulsive. How could you resort to violence? Apologize. It was you who urged me to act. Roberto internally grumbled, but dared not express his feelings. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, he took Chala's hand and offered his apologies. Chala, despite his confusion, forgave both of them. What? You wish to invite us to your home? Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Carla winking rapidly at him. Even if Chala were to be somewhat naive, he would still recognize that Carla was creating opportunities for him. He nodded eagerly and warmly invited the others to visit Wakanda, casting an expectant glance at Aurora beside him. Naturally, Aurora was reluctant to go to Wakanda and promptly declined to accompany them. Carla had already achieved her objective. Whether or not Okoye joined them was of little consequence. However, noticing Chala's forlorn gaze directed at her, she felt compelled to seize Aurora, disregarding her struggles, and carried her off towards the heart of Wakanda. Chapter 86. Heart-shaped herb. Millions of years ago, a foreign meteorite collided with Earth, ultimately landing on the African continent. This meteorite was composed of vibranium, the most resilient material in the cosmos. As the era of humanity commenced, 5 tribes settled in this region, designating it as Wakanda. The Wakandan people harnessed vibranium to advance their technology, surpassing all other nations worldwide. To safeguard vibranium, Wakanda resolved to remain hidden from the world, concealing their true power. Carla was aware of only this much regarding Wakanda. She lacked knowledge about the connection between vibranium and technology. Upon entering Wakanda, one would discover that some of the most advanced technologies found in the outside world were commonplace here, akin to the projection technology used by Tony and others. In the outside world, Carla had seldom seen anyone utilizing such devices. Yet in Wakanda, even ordinary citizens wielded communication devices that possessed this technology, fashioned as metallic bead bracelets. The architectural style within the city was remarkably innovative, blending ancient aesthetics with a high-tech essence. It was evident that these structures had been renovated over time, as Wakanda integrated technological elements into its historical buildings, evolving alongside advancements in technology. Were it not for the presence of black residents throughout the city, Carla might have felt as though she had traversed into an alternate dimension. Chala first guided the group through the city, then led them to a palace perched atop a mountain. After their brief conversation, they understood that the king was not present in Wakanda. Although Aurora was initially disinclined to visit, after exploring the surroundings, she sensed an inexplicable warmth unique to this place, leading her to refrain from insisting on leaving. Upon their arrival, Chala intended to treat his guests to a meal. After instructing the attendants to prepare food, the group settled in the living room for casual conversation. During their chat, Chala's mother, the Queen of Wakanda, entered alongside a 10-year-old girl. Upon seeing Carla and the others, she appeared unsurprised, clearly having been informed in advance. Her demeanor towards them was neither overtly friendly nor cold. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Aurora, she departed, leaving the young girl behind. Chala introduced her, revealing that she was his sister, the Wakandan princess whom he had previously intended for Roberto to win over. The young girl, Shuri, was aware, from the films she had previously watched, that she possessed formidable intellect and would eventually become a leading researcher in Wakanda's weapons department. Some even claimed that her brilliance could rival that of Tony Stark. However, she herself was somewhat reluctant to accept this notion. Although she lacked a comprehensive understanding of vibranium's principles, it was evident that she had an advantage due to the vibranium itself. In truth, she still fell short when compared to the likes of Tony and Hank. Upon realizing that the little girl was indeed the princess of Wakanda, Roberto cast a peculiar glance at Kara, clearly taken aback that his superior would extend such dubious intentions towards someone so young. Kara, for her part, had not anticipated Shuri's tender age, as she had assumed her counterpart would be closer to her own. Noticing Roberto's gaze, she quietly remarked, "The information is erroneous. The mission is cancelled." As she observed Chala conversing with Aurora, she began to ponder how she might acquire vibranium and the heart-shaped herb, one being the essence of Wakanda, and the other the foundation of the Black Panther lineage. Regardless of which it was, she doubted that Chala would willingly bestow either upon her. While there might be a slight chance regarding vibranium, the heart-shaped herb seemed utterly out of reach. Kara also held skepticism towards the assertion that only those of royal blood could utilize the heart-shaped herb, believing it likely to be a fabrication. The heart-shaped herb had mutated as a result of vibranium's radiation. How could there possibly be any bloodline restrictions? This was likely a myth concocted by the Black Panther tribe to prevent internal discord. Long ago, when Wakanda's technology was still in its infancy, the populace lacked understanding of such matters. Now that technology had advanced and remained in the hands of the monarchy, it was impossible to verify. Additionally, the people of Wakanda revered their ancestors, adhering to what could be described as feudal superstition, which deterred any inquiry into the truth. Gradually, subsequent generations came to accept these tales as reality. Though the odds were slim, Kara resolved to make an attempt. Directly requesting the herb would be futile. How could an outsider be aware of something like the heart-shaped herb? After a moment's contemplation, she spoke up. "Chala, your physical prowess seems remarkable. How do you train?" Her interest in the heart-shaped herb stemmed from two reasons. One, to ascertain its potential benefits for herself, and 2, to assist those around her. For instance, Lorna, though her abilities had grown formidable, still possessed inadequate physical conditioning. The heart-shaped herb resembled a variant of the super soldier serum, devoid of adverse effects, making it perfectly suited for Lorna and others. Exchanging glances, Chala and Ororo hesitated before divulging information about the heart-shaped herb, attributing the merit solely to the goddess of the Black Panther. The Black Panther goddess? Kara recalled the totem worshipped in Wakanda, reminiscent of the narrative from the films, which indeed spoke of this so-called deity. Was the heart-shaped herb's efficacy due to its own properties, or was it linked to the goddess? Suddenly, Kara shivered slightly, contemplating a certain possibility. Although films are merely cinematic creations, the reality of the world may differ significantly. Yet, is there not a possibility that, akin to Chalia's experience upon consuming the heart-shaped herb, one could enter that peculiar realm? Furthermore, the transformation into the king known as the Black Panther, along with the legends passed down through the ages, suggests that the Panther goddess may not be a mere figment of imagination. After all, we dwell within the Marvel Universe, where the divine may not abound on every corner, but surely exists in abundance. Chalia's brother, upon consuming the heart-shaped herb, did not encounter that strange space. Rather, he met their long-deceased father. However, upon awakening, he still acquired remarkable abilities. Could it be that the heart-shaped herb induces a phenomenon of ancestral return? Perhaps Chala and his kin are descendants of the Panther goddess, and thus, regardless of whether that realm is an illusion or not, their physical forms are granted a certain augmentation. As for the ethical implications of a leopard giving birth to a human, that is a matter beyond her comprehension. Of course, all of this remains mere speculation. After all, aside from Chalia's lineage, it appears no outsiders have partaken of the heart-shaped herb. Kara is equally ignorant of the ancestry of the Kryptonians, but if the conjecture holds true, after consuming the heart-shaped herb, might she not acquire abilities beyond those of ordinary Kryptonians? Chapter 87. How do I resemble an alien? Speculation, by its very nature, embodies uncertainty and inaccuracy. It is akin to Kara's previous assumption that Chala would not bestow the heart-shaped herb upon her. Following their meal, Chala unexpectedly led them to the site where the heart-shaped herb is cultivated. This was a temple in Wakanda, yet it appeared quite different from her expectations. It felt more like a cavern than a sacred place. The path was paved with stone, adorned with numerous murals depicting the Panther goddess, flanked by stone sculptures of panthers. The heart-shaped herbs thrived in the rich red soil, tended to by devoted worshippers. Upon their arrival, a robed figure, presumably a priest, approached them. Chala seemed to share a warm rapport with the priest, embracing him without introducing Kara and the others, instead pulling him aside to discuss matters in hushed tones. "Zuri, they are my friends. I wish to use a few heart-shaped herbs." The priest initially cast a glance at Kara and her companions, then responded with surprise, "Chala, you must understand that only those of royal blood can partake in the heart-shaped herb. The kingdom will not permit it." He had intended to employ the customary rhetoric regarding lineage to dissuade Chala, but upon recalling the prince's status, he realized such fabrications would not deceive him. "I will clarify things with my father. You have met Ayo. She will be the future queen of Wakanda. The others are her students and not outsiders. It will pose no problem." Kara, eavesdropping on their conversation, maintained a facade of composure while her heart raced in astonishment. It is often said that Chala is on par with Captain America. Initially, she found it hard to believe. Now, she comprehends that there is no limit to folly, only an escalation of it. "Chala, you are indeed a good soul." She silently bestowed upon him a card of kindness in her heart, secretly resolving that should the opportunity arise, she would save Chalia's father. "Very well, you may all leave now." The priest, well aware of Chalia's nature, understood that since he had brought several individuals with him, he would not easily relent. Thus, he instructed the few devotees tending to the heart-shaped herb to depart. After all, this matter was known only to a select few, and he did not wish it to become common knowledge, as such exposure would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. Despite Wakanda's outward unity, it harbored many internal issues. Since he had decided to administer the heart-shaped herb to a few individuals, it was essential to do so away from their gaze. Once the devotees had left, the priest retrieved a vessel and placed a sprig of the heart-shaped herb within it. Then approached the group. Who shall go first? Was there ever any doubt? Kara nudged Orolo gently at her waist, signaling her to take the initiative. Orolo stumbled slightly from the push, casting an irritated glance back at Kara, yet she did not protest. Years prior, Chala had intended to bring her for the heart-shaped herb, but she had departed due to the king's circumstances. The priest wasted no time, guiding the group to an area devoid of the heart-shaped herb, where he laid Orolo down in the center. As he began to crush the herb in the vessel, he muttered incantations. The language of Wakanda flowed from his lips, incomprehensible to Kara, yet his expression of reverence suggested he was praying to the panther goddess. Initially, Kara paid little heed, even harboring a slight disdain, believing him to be engaging in mere theatrics. However, as the priest continued his chants, she noticed through the vessel that the heart-shaped herb gradually dissolved, transforming into a purplish liquid. A flicker of astonishment stirred within her. Could it be that the panther goddess truly manifested, or was it merely a normal chemical reaction? Once the herb had entirely liquefied, the priest ceased his prayers, bent down to administer the concoction to Ororo, and began to move the surrounding red soil to prepare for her burial. After consuming the liquid, Orolo's veins along her profile and neck became pronounced, radiating a purple luminescence. Her face contorted in a semblance of pain. Why must she be buried? Kara, observing from the side, felt a twinge of apprehension and, once the priest completed his task, inquired curiously. Regardless of who consumes the heart-shaped herb, they must be placed in an anoxic environment, or rather, experience a state of near death. This is crucial. In such a state, the imbiber may even converse with their deceased ancestors. While the dialogue may not hold significance, it is only under these circumstances that one can receive the powers bestowed by the panther goddess. As the priest responded to Kara's query, he plucked another sprig of the heart-shaped herb and placed it into the vessel. What if the imbiber could survive without the need for breath? Kara, who possesses an internal reserve of energy, has no need for respiration. Even if she were buried, she would not approach a state of near death. Since the priest has indicated that such a condition is crucial, she is determined to avoid any complications when it comes time for her to partake. The priest, taken aback by Kara's inquiry, had never encountered such a situation before and was uncertain of the outcome. After reflecting on previous cases, he replied, according to the records, no one who does not require breathing has ever consumed the heart-shaped grass. However, even if one is not in a state of near death, the worst that could happen is the absence of blessings from the panther goddess. There have been no recorded instances of failure leading to the demise of the consumer. After a pause, he asked, somewhat uncertain, are you not from Earth? How could an earthling possibly not need to breathe? Upon hearing the priest's question, Chala and Lorna, who were nearby, also cast curious glances at Kara. Where do I appear to be an alien? Kara shot the priest a look of incredulity. Chala chuckled softly and explained to the priest that Kara and her companions were students from a school for mutants. The priest's expression shifted to one of understanding. Realizing that he had perhaps let his imagination run wild, it was not strange for mutants to possess such abilities, especially if they resembled earthlings. Meanwhile, Lorna, who had remained silent, regarded Kara with skepticism. She was aware that Kara was not a mutant, yet Kara chose not to clarify this, which piqued Lorna's curiosity. Previously, she had inquired about how Kara acquired her powers, but Kara had only provided vague answers, claiming that her abilities were innate. Lorna had not given it much thought at the time, considering that besides mutants, there were other superpowered individuals on Earth. However, based on her knowledge of Kara, she was certain that something was amiss. The more Kara's statements resembled the truth, the more likely they were to be false. Conversely, the more she seemed to jest, the more genuine the situation often proved to be. Chapter 88. Consuming the heart-shaped grass. The process unfolded much more swiftly than Kara had anticipated. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ororo, buried in the earth, appeared to awaken from a nightmare, gasping for breath as she sat up. She hurriedly approached Ororo before Chala could, offering her support and expressing genuine concern for her well-being. Drawing from scenes she had seen in various films, she understood that this reaction was normal. Ororo had completed her enhancement, which signaled that it was now time for the next participant. The priest, seemingly chanting to himself, glanced at Kara and the others, inquiring who would go next. Roberto, why don't you step forward? I'll take care of Ororo, she said, helping Ororo sit on a nearby stone step and gently stroking her back to ease her breathing. Turning to the somewhat dazed Roberto, she encouraged him. It's your turn. Roberto, with a simple and sincere expression, nodded and laid himself down in the center of the soil pit, echoing Ororo's earlier actions. Thank you. I feel much better now, Ororo managed to say. As Ayalalo awoke, she initially gasped for breath, but soon felt a measure of relief. Although Kara's concerned demeanor puzzled her, she still expressed her gratitude. Not far away, Takarla observed the interaction between the two with a sense of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated the depth of the bond shared between teacher and student. Internally, he rejoiced over his earlier decision, realizing that without Kara's assistance, reconciliation with Ayalalo might have taken an indeterminate length of time. How did you feel just now? Kara inquired, nodding as she withdrew her hand. She glanced at Roberto, who had consumed the liquid, noticing that he wore a similar expression of agony as before, and casually asked about his discomfort. Ayalalo, not dwelling too much on her own experience, recounted what she had witnessed and her current sensations. I noticed you seemed quite unwell after drinking that. Was it painful? Kara's primary concern lay not with Aololo's observations, but with whether Lorna could endure such pain. She aimed to ascertain the situation in order to prepare Lorna accordingly. Are you truly afraid of pain? Aololo, catching on to the implication, looked at Kara in surprise, not having expected this little creature to possess such trepidation. Fear pain. Nonsense. It's Lorna I'm concerned about. I can't be bothered to explain, Kara retorted. Initially, she intended to clarify that her actions were solely for Lorna's sake, but upon noticing the young girl's puzzled gaze, she reconsidered, feeling that a direct explanation might embarrass Lorna. Before long, Roberto regained consciousness. Kara, maintaining a stoic expression, stood and silently moved to lie in the center of the earthen pit. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of anxiety, despite her confidence in her own resilience. The situation felt akin to an ordinary person preparing for surgery, accompanied by a lingering, inexplicable unease. Let the pain come. I'm already lying down. What is there to fear? It will only last a few seconds, she reassured herself. The liquid derived from heart-shaped grass emanated a faint warmth and fragrance. The moment she ingested it, Kara felt as though her lungs were being constricted. Despite her ability to breathe without issue, a wave of suffocation washed over her, followed by a sudden dizziness that led her into unconsciousness. Kara, Kara. In a daze, she heard a woman's voice calling her name while shaking her arm. Struggling to open her eyes, she finally focused on the woman before her, and her pupils dilated in shock. Mother? She stammered, momentarily bewildered as she glanced around. Realizing she was back in the very room where she had first awakened during her initial journey, now clad once more in her original white coat. Just as she began to ponder whether she had traversed time once again, she suddenly noticed another version of herself passing through her, leading the woman by the hand toward the exit. At that moment, she comprehended that this might be an illusion brought on by the heart-shaped grass. Yet the subsequent realization sent a chill down her spine. As the other Kara, or rather the Kara of the past, stepped out of the room, she unexpectedly cast a glance in her direction. Was it an illusion? With a sense of perplexity, she quickly rose and pursued the two. The ensuing events unfolded quite normally. At this juncture, Krypton should still have some time before its impending doom. After following them for a while, she noted that they seemed oblivious to her presence, which brought a quiet sigh of relief. This must be a memory from the past. Although she currently resided in the Marvel Universe, it was implausible that the heart-shaped grass possessed such extraordinary powers to transport her through time. The only plausible explanation was that these were mere memories. Yet, she had no recollection of them. The sole memory she had assimilated after her transition was the Kryptonian language. She had not anticipated that this heart-shaped grass could grant her glimpses of such experiences. Uncertain of how long she could remain in this state, she eventually wandered off on her own after trailing the two for a while. This wandering extended throughout an entire day. Aside from her father, Zor-El, who had scarcely exchanged a few words and was incessantly muttering about some plan, there were no other revelations. As for the nature of this plan, she had attempted to inquire, but her inquiries were met with complete silence, rendering any form of communication futile. Why hadn't she awakened yet? Wasn't it supposed to take merely 10 minutes? Surely, she wasn't trapped in this limbo. Had she known, she would have refrained from consuming the heart-shaped grass. As night fell, she returned to her room, casting a glance at the slumbering Kara. A sense of unease washed over her. At that moment, the sleeping Kara suddenly turned over, her eyes fluttering open as if contemplating something. Initially, she paid it no mind, but soon realized that Kara was staring intently at her, sending a chill down her spine. Can you see me? Swallowing hard, she tentatively inquired. Although phrased as a question, she was already convinced that the other could perceive her. After all, the daytime incident, and now this seemed too coincidental to dismiss. With Kryptonian attributes, why partake in the heart-shaped grass? As she scrutinized this Kara, who appeared to be several years her junior, a pang of regret struck her. She had anticipated witnessing something fantastical, yet here she was, not in a whimsical tale, but rather a horror story. Hello, she stammered awkwardly as young Kara nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Kara, the younger Kara replied with a smile. I am Kara. Who might you be? Her emotions were tumultuous, akin to a counterfeit encountering the genuine article, instilling a sense of insecurity within her. To her surprise, the authentic Kara seemed to affirm that she too was genuine. If one were to encapsulate her current feelings in a single word, it would be bizarre, profoundly bizarre. Chapter 89. Departure. I am Kara. The younger Kara regarded her with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why she would pose such a foolish question. However, while the reasoning was understood by all, the situation felt undeniably surreal. What was this? Engaging in conversation with oneself. Moreover, how was one to articulate such an absurdity? Claiming to have traversed to Krypton and replaced Kara equates to her causing Kara's demise. which is the source of her profound unease upon realizing that young Kara can perceive her. An overwhelming sense of guilt engulfs her. I am not dead. You need not feel remorse. Young Kara seems to sense her thoughts, a gentle smile gracing her lips. This unexpected reaction from young Kara deepens her self-reproach. Turning away, she promptly uninstalled the cumbersome system. What a wonderful girl she is. It is that wretched system that not only facilitated her journey, but also led to young Kara's tragic fate. Although young Kara insists she is alive, she cannot fathom this. If young Kara were truly alive, how could she exert control over her current form? Surely, young Kara's kindness compels her to utter such reassurances to alleviate her guilt. Kara, do you have any wishes? After contemplating young Kara's thoughts, she inquired. Resurrecting young Kara is beyond her capacity. To return to the past? She would rather meet her own demise than usurp young Kara's life. Not to mention whether such a feat is achievable, she does not possess that level of nobility. Hence, she can only seek to amend her transgressions through other means. Wishes? Young Kara paused, a trace of sorrow appearing on her face. She yearns for her parents to thrive, yet she understands the impossibility of that wish. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly expressed, I wish to reconstruct Krypton. After a brief pause, she reconsidered, feeling that this wish might be overly ambitious. Never mind, I wish for the El family's legacy to endure, for the brilliance of the El family to illuminate the entire universe. The mere mention of the El family ignited a spark of excitement in young Kara, her eyes brimming with aspiration. Initially, upon hearing the desire to rebuild Krypton, Kara felt a weight of pressure, uncertain if she could fulfill such a daunting task in the future. However, her expression shifted upon hearing young Kara's wish for the El family's continuity. How can you think solely of the El family? I believe rebuilding Krypton is a commendable aspiration, young Kara. You mustn't be so selfish, you know? Young Kara's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, realizing she might have been a tad self-centered. However, the task of reconstructing Krypton appears insurmountable. Rest assured, I shall assist you in realizing this wish. Observing young Kara's change of heart, she discreetly exhaled in relief. Though the endeavor of reshaping Krypton is formidable, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, the notion of bearing children is simply unattainable for her. Yes, we can certainly achieve this. Let us persevere. Young Kara's countenance transformed, her resolve firm as she nodded affirmatively, raising her right hand to initiate a celebratory high five. Witnessing young Kara's endearing demeanor, a smile graced her lips as she reciprocated the gesture. Then, she awakened. She was about to inquire further into certain matters with little Kara, hoping to uncover the elusive plans her father had been murmuring about. Unexpectedly, she awoke suddenly, and with her mouth agape, she found herself tasting the earth. After brushing the soil off her body and head, she emerged from the dirt pit, only to find Chala and the others appearing quite normal, leaving her a touch perplexed. Kara, how do you feel? Have you grown stronger? Lorna asked curiously, while tidying up Kara's somewhat disheveled hair. We'll discuss it later. Kara thought the heart-shaped herb seemed to have little to no effect, or perhaps its influence was imperceptible. Moreover, with Chala and the priest nearby, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns about potentially wasting someone else's resources. How long was I asleep? After Lorna consumed the heart-shaped herb, Kara approached Aurora. Initially, she intended to ask how long she had been buried, but finding it rather odd, she opted for a different inquiry instead. Not more than 10 minutes, Aurora replied casually, engaged in light conversation with Chala when she heard Kara's question. This wasn't the first time Kara had encountered such a situation, yet she remained uncertain whether her previous experiences were mere illusions or something more. However, such matters were difficult to verify, even if she consumed another herb. If it were indeed an illusion, it would adapt according to her thoughts. I'll set a small goal for myself. First, I'll create a Krypton. She decided not to dwell on the confusion, believing that regardless of the truth, she had little else to occupy her mind. Since she had promised little Kara, she was determined to follow through. Yet, she lacked the technology to transform Krypton, which meant she would need to return to her world to seize Zod's ship. Before long, Lorna awakened as well. After Chala exchanged pleasantries with the priest, he led the group away from the temple, with Kara and the others covered in dirt. A thorough cleansing was essential. Chala extended an invitation for them to stay in Wakanda for a few days, arranging accommodations for them. Having yet to acquire vibranium, Kara gladly accepted the offer. Once Chala departed, she and Lorna took a luxurious bath together, contemplating how to procure vibranium while enjoying Lorna's delightful services. 3 days later, Kara left Wakanda with Aurora, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Not only had she acquired the heart-shaped herb, but Chala had also gifted each of them a vibranium-crafted weapon. Lorna chose a small dagger, Roberto selected a pair of gloves, while Kara expressed her preference for not using weapons. Under Aurora's disdainful gaze, she boldly declared her desire for a suit, specifically, one akin to the Black Panther's. She had long envied that suit. Aside from its vibranium protection, the one-button transformation feature was undeniably convenient and undeniably cool. Through her interactions over the past few days, Kara had come to realize that Chala was not one to be easily swayed, and thus she felt no embarrassment in her request. Chala merely contemplated for a moment before acquiescing, stating that it would take half a month to manufacture the desired item, and he would notify her when it was ready for collection. Initially, she harbored doubts. How could Suri, so young, be capable of creating such sophisticated technology? It was then she learned that the battle suit was indeed crafted by Chala himself. Beyond mere combat prowess, it seemed that many superheroes possessed exceptional skills in other domains. This prompted her to ponder whether she should also pursue an advanced degree, lest she feels somewhat out of place among her peers. Now, let me elucidate some so-called problematic points. 1. The protagonist's personality. 2. The protagonist's intelligence. 3. The protagonist's intention to alter the narrative. 4. The issue of magic. 5. The dietary choices. 6. The quality of writing. Allow me to clarify each point, which may diverge from popular opinion. Firstly, regarding the personality issue, I previously released a standalone chapter when my mindset was even less favorable than it is now, wherein I expressed some rather extreme views, which I later retracted. Kara, the original protagonist Li Ranyan, transitioned into this world through a soul fusion, rather than a mere replacement of the original Kara. Thus, their souls merged, occasionally resulting in a somewhat juvenile demeanor. I have subtly illustrated this within the narrative. For instance, Kara exhibits a unique sense of honor towards the El family's crest and is capable of communicating in Kryptonian. Additionally, in chapters 88 and 89, during conversations with her memories, young Kara refers to us rather than I. The writing quality may have contributed to any misunderstanding, which some might find a tenuous justification, yet it aligns with the book's premise. Secondly, concerning the intelligence issue, perhaps the most significant point of contention arises from the initial decision to seek assistance from Black Widow instead of Captain America. When I first penned that segment, my primary consideration was Captain America. I wish to emphasize that this is not a hindsight judgment. However, I later opted for Black Widow, as I believe that having transformed into a female, there might be an inherent discomfort in approaching a male for help. I acknowledge that this change stemmed from personal reasons. Writing often involves a process of empathy. I inevitably infused elements of my own personality into the narrative, a practice not unique to me. Upon reaching this point, some readers may argue that I have lowered the protagonist's intelligence for personal reasons, deeming it a flaw. Perhaps. I do not deny that possibility, yet I remain ambivalent. Have you considered that if Kara had sought Captain America's aid, Black Widow might not have detected the underlying issues? Would she truly be oblivious to Kara's predicament? Even if Captain America consented to assist her, would he have the discernment to recognize the problem? Unlike Black Widow, even if he agreed to help, would he have been able to protect Kara from the scrutiny of Natasha, who would report any discrepancies to Nick Fury? Why would he feel compelled to safeguard her? Kara, an extraterrestrial being, is certainly subject to the considerations of Captain America, yet she cannot escape the fate of imprisonment. I believe the perception that I have portrayed the protagonist as lacking intelligence arises from my depiction of Black Widow as exceedingly astute. In my understanding, Black Widow epitomizes the highest intellect within S-H-I-E-L-D, whether in comics or films. Furthermore, there are critiques regarding the protagonist's decision to remain aboard the spacecraft instead of fleeing immediately upon landing. It is essential to note that the protagonist was unaware of their location and, prior to the activation of their powers, what would they do when confronted by wild beasts or monsters? I wonder if this has been duly considered. Some may argue that Kryptonians, even without sunlight, possess physical attributes far superior to those of ordinary humans due to the greater gravitational force of Krypton compared to Earth. However, I must reiterate that this book does not adhere to such a premise. Without solar exposure, they are merely ordinary individuals. I cannot rigidly conform to the original narratives or comics without any modifications. This applies not only to the protagonist, but also to characters such as Lorna, Aurora, and Mandarin, which those familiar with the comics will recognize as my deviations from the source material. Regarding spoilers and anticipatory insights, I find this point to be the most amusing and least agreeable critique. Even when individuals have raised this concern, I maintain that my writing is justified. An ordinary person, with an unactivated Kryptonian physique, would naturally feel fear when faced with an imminent alien invasion, especially while being confined with Loki, a figure notorious for his ruthlessness. It is unrealistic to expect every individual thrust into such a scenario to possess the remarkable intelligence of Doctor Strange. I have portrayed a regular person striving for self-preservation and to demonstrate their worth, which I see as entirely reasonable. Those who believe that upon arrival, one should exhibit exceptional intelligence and comprehensive foresight, while dismissing agents as intellectually deficient are, in my view, exhibiting a lack of understanding. Additionally, concerning the notion of dissection, the criticism I receive for this portrayal is perplexing. At that time, Earth was facing an alien invasion, and SHIELD had neither the time nor resources to conduct autopsies. Once the alien threat was resolved, irrespective of its plausibility, the protagonist's abilities had activated, rendering them unperturbed by the prospect of dissection. As for magic, I acknowledge that my initial writing contained flaws. My intention was merely to convey the protagonist's paralysis upon first encountering magic. Yet, many critics latch onto this point, questioning how a being as formidable as Superman could possibly fear magic. I have previously drawn an analogy. A regular individual possesses a defense of 100, whereas a Kryptonian has a defense of 100,000,000. Without enhancements, weaknesses remain. Some may argue that superhuman intellects, silver or gold, are impervious to magic. But the apparent vulnerability to magic presented early on is merely a misperception compared to their significantly higher physical defenses. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. The protagonist, much like the early incarnation of Superman, finds themselves utterly defenseless when first encountering magic, much like Superman's initial confrontation with sorcery and even Zeus's formidable power later on, rendered him incapable of self-sufficiency. Hence, the protagonist's paralysis in the face of magic is merely a consequence of their initial encounter, devoid of any established countermeasures. Furthermore, some may argue that Kryptonians possess formidable resilience, thus the protagonist need not harbor any fears. However, such a perspective grossly underestimates the potency of magic within the Marvel Universe. Moreover, even if the protagonist could withstand such magic, they would certainly require a strategy to contend with it. It is akin to resolving a conflict without sustaining any injuries versus facing an onslaught head-on and then addressing the aftermath. The protagonist is not Superman, who might recklessly absorb blows. She is an ordinary individual with no inclination towards masochism and an aversion to pain. Regarding the fifth point, concerning the heart-shaped herb, there exists no need for elaboration. The sole rationale is that the herb poses no harm to her, since she is there, despite the infinitesimal likelihood of enhancement. Why not experiment? As for the sixth point on writing quality, I reiterate that the paramount issue lies in ensuring that the forthcoming narrative is crafted to the best of my ability. For now, this is all that springs to mind. Should there be any further inquiries, feel free to leave a message, and I shall endeavor to provide a comprehensive response when time permits. In Chapter 90, featuring the professor's Na'vi's son, upon Kara's return from Wakanda, she soon learns of 4 superheroes appearing at the Brooklyn Bridge. Reports indicate that these 4 individuals are researchers from the Doom Consortium, having undergone some form of mutation for reasons unknown. Kara recognizes them as the Fantastic Four, albeit with a slight temporal discrepancy that does not particularly concern her. Additionally, with the government's shifting stance towards mutants, many organizations previously engaged in genetic research on mutants have been rendered illegal, resulting in the liberation of numerous mutants who had been apprehended. This has exacerbated the already chaotic state of affairs in America. It is not that many among these mutants are malevolent. Rather, a significant number are children who lack complete mastery over their abilities, leading to a series of unfortunate incidents. Initially, the occurrences were minor inconveniences, but as time progresses, the troubles have escalated, culminating in recent incidents involving casualties. Due to these circumstances, Nick Fury contacted Kara, reprimanding her sternly and urging her to devise a solution. Under ordinary circumstances, Kara would have retorted sharply, but she recognized her responsibility in this matter. Subsequently, the professor sought her assistance in bringing the wayward children to the school. Thus, for the next fortnight, she busily scoured the area in search of these troublesome youths. Although harboring a tinge of resentment, she would deliver a thorough thrashing to each miscreant she encountered, regardless of their transgressions, before escorting them to school. Although it may pose certain challenges, there are nonetheless advantages to the influx of fresh talent into the school. The ranks of the battle squad are steadily growing. When Kara encounters mutants with suitable and practical abilities, she contemplates inviting them to join her team. Unfortunately, most mutants possess rather lackluster powers. Out of the ones she has retrieved, while she has brought back nearly 80, only 3 or perhaps 7 truly catch her eye. This is largely due to the fact that 5 of the members are identical twin sisters, gifted with the unique ability to create a distinct mental energy link. In an instant, they can amalgamate their telepathic capabilities to form a formidable superbrain, and they can also utilize their telepathy to penetrate the thoughts of others. The 5 sisters are named Celeste, Esme, Sophie, Phoebe, and Maddie. Their identities seem to transcend mere siblinghood, yet the professor refrains from divulging further details to Kara. However, He assures her that the five sisters can be trusted and that their inclusion in her team would not pose any issues. Kara is not particularly concerned about their background. She does not press the matter further, especially as her team lacks mental capabilities. Henceforth, the task of interrogating prisoners can be entrusted to them. Another member is a plump boy named Russell Collins, whose abilities closely resemble those of John. One controls fire while the other generates it. Yet, Russell's prowess surpasses John's significantly, as he can unleash devastating flames from both hands. The boy, self-styled as Fire Fist, aptly reflects his power. The final member is a foolish lad named David, who was not recruited by Kara, but rather by Lorna. Much like the five sisters, David possesses mental-related abilities, which initially led Kara to hesitate in bringing him on board. She felt that having too many members with overlapping powers was unnecessary, especially since each of the five sisters already possessed such abilities. Moreover, David appears quite dim-witted, perpetually wide-eyed, either staring blankly at the ground or glancing around in a daze. This behavior can be somewhat understood, as he had endured significant abuse in his earlier life, leaving him a bit dazed. However, his tendency to converse with himself is rather unsettling. This behavior transcends mere foolishness. One might even suspect a split personality. Ultimately, Kara consented to David's inclusion due to Lorna's assertion that David shares a complex relationship with the professor. Upon learning David's full name, David Charles Haller, Kara sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Coupled with David's abilities, she speculated that he was likely related to the professor by blood. Consequently, she sought out the professor to discuss the matter, only for him to deny any such connection. Nevertheless, from his subtly awkward demeanor and his usual treatment of David, Kara discerned something amiss. After reflecting on the situation, it became clear that having a foolish son might be a point of embarrassment for the professor, which she found understandable. Given that she had already invited the daughter of a certain esteemed individual into the fold, bringing in the professor's son did not seem to pose any significant concern. In deference to the professor, I reluctantly acquiesced to David's inclusion in the team. A few days prior, Kara made another journey to Wakanda, where she acquired the newly crafted vibranium suit. Unlike its predecessor, the suit's primary color had transitioned from blue to black, adorned with crimson stripes along the shoulders, wrists, and legs. A prominent red emblem of the House of El graced the chest, rendering the ensemble strikingly impressive. The sole aspect that left her somewhat dissatisfied was the inclusion of a helmet, which, unlike Chalia's suit, encompassed nearly half of her head. Additionally, the helmet featured two pointed ears. Upon catching her reflection, Kara momentarily believed she had transformed into Batman. Fortunately, the helmet was removable, a design choice by Chala to facilitate identity concealment when necessary. The suit incorporated a newly developed nanotechnology from Wakanda, appearing as an aesthetically pleasing wrist guard in its dormant state. It possessed a binding function akin to the 10 rings, enabling activation at Kara's mental command. In Washington, Nick Fury emerged from the SHIELD headquarters with a grave expression. A few days prior, SHIELD personnel had been kidnapped and several classified documents had been stolen. Thankfully, after deploying Natasha and Steve, the hostages and the leaked information were successfully recovered. Following an investigation during this period, he suspected that this incident might be linked to Hydra. Upon Natasha's return, he promptly returned to his office to examine the nature of the stolen documents. Utilizing the office's intelligent program, he attempted to access the files, only to discover they were encrypted. Initially unperturbed, he soon found that even with his director's privileges, access was denied. Chapter 91. The Insight Program SHIELD possesses the highest authority aside from the World Security Council. Surprised, he inquired about the individual who had restricted his access, only to learn that it was himself. Years of experience led him to suspect that a monumental conspiracy was unfolding. Initially believing that Hydra's infiltration would involve only low-level personnel, he now recognized that the situation was far more intricate than anticipated. After careful consideration, Nick Fury resolved to consult his old partner, the former SHIELD director, Alexander Pierce, who is also a current member of the council. Although they had fought side by side for many years, Fury could not fully trust him. With such considerable turmoil within SHIELD and the imminent implementation of the Insight program, his unease grew. The Insight program aimed to analyze each individual's history and data to predict whether they posed a threat to societal stability. Should a threat be detected, the individual would be eliminated by an aerial carrier before any harm could occur. To elaborate, it is through the examination of an individual's past behaviors, including their spoken words, the literature they have perused, the music they have listened to, the films they have watched, the organizations they have engaged with, their social media interactions such as posts, likes, and shares, along with their emails, phone calls, daily text messages, social circles, professional attributes, educational background, medical history, blood type, and astrological sign, that one can predict their future. In contemporary society, no matter the action, one cannot escape the scrutiny of satellites and cameras. Many occurrences are recorded online, which exemplifies the terrifying essence of big data. Pierce, I require your assistance. The Insight project needs to be postponed. I would like you to organize a vote. Identifying the hidden Hydra infiltrators is not a task that can be resolved swiftly. Should unforeseen events arise during the execution of the Insight project, allowing Hydra operatives to seize control, the ensuing disaster would be unimaginable. This is one of the reasons Nick Fury sought out Pierce. Alexander Pierce's public persona is that of the former director of SHIELD, a senior agent with considerable experience, yet in reality, he is one of the initial leaders of the spies dispatched by Hydra. The Insight project was orchestrated by him, ostensibly designed to protect society from the threats of terrorism. Its true purpose is far more insidious. If the project predicts an individual's future that does not align with Hydra's objectives, such individuals will be eliminated to ensure that Hydra's will is executed. Before any action detrimental to Hydra is undertaken, the perpetrator must be eradicated. As the plan is on the verge of implementation, Hydra stands poised to overthrow SHIELD and seize control over the future of every individual in the world. Yet, Nick Fury unexpectedly approaches him, requesting a delay in the Insight project. While contemplating the underlying reasons, Pierce responds with a hint of discomfort. Nick, you are placing me in a difficult position. Understand that postponing the Insight project necessitates a lengthy hearing involving all council members to reach a decision. His seemingly standard reply causes Nick Fury to tighten his hand in his pocket and his pupils to constrict. Maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, he subtly shifts his body to avoid revealing any signs of his true feelings, feigning nonchalance as he states, there have been numerous recent incidents. The hijacking of SHIELD's classified military vessel strikes me as suspicious. To avert any unforeseen complications, it would be prudent to delay the Insight project. Pausing briefly, a trace of a resigned smile appears on his face. You understand, as director of SHIELD, I must eliminate all conceivable threats. Alexander Pierce poses a problem, and Nick Fury's expression darkens as he sits in the vehicle. When he proposed the delay of the Insight project, Pierce's response was factual. The project had been in planning for an extended period, and suggesting a delay indeed presents complications. However, the initial reaction from his counterpart was not to inquire about the reasons for the postponement, but rather to implicitly reject his request. Although Pierce is no longer the director of SHIELD, he should be acutely aware of the responsibilities that accompany such a position. The Insight program, if wielded effectively, has the potential to benefit society. However, should complications arise, the repercussions could be immense. Nick Fury harbors doubts that Pierce is oblivious to this reality. Even after Pierce consented to convene a meeting to postpone the Insight program, Fury remains suspicious of him. The thought that the former director of SHIELD could potentially be a Hydra operative sent a shiver down his spine. Though it was merely speculation, he felt there was a 50% chance that Pierce might indeed be affiliated with Hydra. To him, that 50% already implied a troubling truth. Time was of the essence. Action was imperative to avert a significant crisis for SHIELD. He needed to reach out to trustworthy allies. Aware that communication within SHIELD was likely being monitored, after parting ways with Pierce, Nick Fury returned to his office. Clutching a disk and a recent incident report, and hastily departed from the SHIELD headquarters. While driving the vehicle he had fortified for enhanced defense at Carol's suggestion, he utilized the onboard communication device to contact Agent Hill, who was situated far away in the United Kingdom. Activating the encrypted communication protocol, he dialed the secure line 0405. The call connected swiftly, and Hill's image projected on the left side of the windshield. I need you to return to Washington immediately. The situation has escalated. Despite the strong suspicions surrounding Pierce, Nick Fury refrained from divulging specific details to avoid compromising the integrity of their communication, opting instead to arrange an in-person meeting for a more thorough discussion and actionable response. The situation in Britain was equally dire. Numerous locations had reported spatial fluctuations, with their positions constantly shifting. According to prior investigations, this was likely linked to Thor's recent visit to Earth. Hill's voice resonated within the vehicle as she rapidly relayed her findings from the intervening period. Several reconnaissance agents had gone missing, and satellite surveillance indicated that these individuals vanished instantaneously, likely transported elsewhere. At this point, Hill hesitated, as if haunted by troubling memories, her expression darkening. I suspect they have left Earth, Director. It is highly probable that we may once again face the crisis that enveloped New York. Though unspoken, Fury comprehended the nature of the crisis to which Hill alluded. Even with the knowledge that matters in Britain were complicated, he had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Return at once. I will send Carol to handle this matter. Chapter 92. Arrival on an alien planet. After the call concluded, Nick Fury's countenance grew even more somber. If it were any other issue, he would have undoubtedly opted to set it aside temporarily, focusing instead on resolving S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predicaments. However, when it pertains to alternate dimensions and extraterrestrial civilizations, failing to investigate thoroughly would only lead to complications far worse than Hydra. His decision to send Carol in Hill's stead was also motivated by considerations of capability. It is not that Hill is less adept at problem-solving than Kara. Rather, when it pertains to extraterrestrial civilizations, Kara is decidedly more suited than an ordinary individual like Hill. Given the considerable distance, Natasha and Steve are in Washington, and sending them to England would only be a waste of precious time. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. primarily focuses on investigating leads, a task in which the others excel more than Kara. Tony is of no use. Recently, due to issues concerning mutants, Nick Fury approached him, only to be met with a flat refusal, as Tony claimed he had destroyed all his suits and needed a respite to prepare for his upcoming marriage to Pepper. Kara, there have been reports of supernatural phenomena in England, and I require your assistance, Nick Fury stated swiftly after re-establishing communication with her. I want to go. Let someone else handle it. I'm quite busy at the moment, Kara replied decisively, having just wrapped up matters concerning the mutants and still reeling from the effort. The request to run errands in England was met with firm rejection. I'm in a predicament. Steve and the others need to stay and assist me. This matter is likely related to Thor and may involve other extraterrestrial civilizations, Fury explained, albeit briefly, before a sudden and violent impact struck the side of the vehicle he was in. Caught off guard, Nick Fury was momentarily disoriented, and the car lost control. Fortunately, the vehicle's emergency systems activated just in time, bringing it to a halt on the roadside. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he was still trying to comprehend the situation when two police cars rushed towards him, encircling his vehicle. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed as bullets struck the car's exterior. Even a fool would recognize that someone was intent on his demise, most likely Pierce. Despite being surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, he remained unflustered. The searing pain in his arm and the intelligent program's alerts indicated that his left arm was fractured. Ignoring the suggestion for an anesthetic injection, he instead retrieved a potent painkiller, administering it while calmly commanding the program to engage autopilot and extract him from the perilous situation. The intelligence system informed him that the power system was offline and rebooting would take time. Fortunately, this modified vehicle possessed considerable defensive capabilities, allowing it to withstand the onslaught for a while longer. He attempted once more to instruct the system to contact Kara for assistance, only to be informed that the communication system had sustained damage. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, upon receiving Nick Fury's call, Kara sensed trouble. Indeed, as soon as she answered, Fury requested her to investigate the supernatural occurrences in England, and without hesitation, she declined. However, once informed that the situation might involve Thor, she reconsidered her stance. Having heard rumors at S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding Thor's appearance in England, she immediately understood the stakes were tied to the reality gem's ether particles. Originally, I intended to seek out Thor, but my counterpart subsequently vanished. Upon hearing news once more, I was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Just as I gathered my emotions, preparing to reluctantly acquiesce to Nick Fury's request, he unexpectedly terminated the call. After a period of absence, his temper has evidently grown more irascible. Though a slight discontent stirred within me, I considered that Nick Fury, often burdened with labor, had previously extended his assistance to me. Now, with a matter pressing upon him, it seemed rather unreasonable not to lend my support, despite his lackluster demeanor. After a brief contemplation, I resolved to make the journey. At this hour, Lorna was still in class. I could forego my own attendance, but summoning Lorna would surely provoke Arolo's ire. Thus, I merely sent Lorna a text, informing her of my brief outing, before embarking alone towards England. In London, Greenwich, I refrained from contacting Nick Fury again to inquire about his whereabouts, having just declined his overture. Reaching out now would only serve to diminish my standing in my own eyes. My arrival here stemmed from a recent online search regarding supernatural phenomena, which predominantly surfaced in this locale. Upon my arrival, I indeed made some observations, For instance, birds in the sky would suddenly vanish, and vehicles on the ground would inexplicably disappear. Notably, the vanished vehicles did not return to their original positions, suggesting that the transference points to other realms were in a state of constant flux, to avoid being transported to unknown territories. I meticulously memorized these locations and took care to steer clear of them. With some knowledge of the unfolding narrative, I understood that this peculiar phenomenon was due to the imminent convergence of the 9 realms, an event occurring once every 5,000 years. Though I lacked a comprehensive understanding of the underlying principles, I recalled that under certain conditions, a wormhole-like conduit would open, connecting 9 distant planets. It appeared that the time for such a convergence had not yet arrived. Thus, these portals remained unstable. I certainly did not wish to find myself in a situation from which there was no return. The thought of being transported to a desolate place without a means of return was rather comical. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against me. Despite exercising utmost caution, indeed, I had transitioned from flight to walking. I was unexpectedly whisked away to another planet. I silently urged myself to remain calm and stepped back a few paces. But I did not find myself back on Earth. Where was this? Though I had anticipated this possibility, the reality of not being returned to my home did ignite a flicker of annoyance within me. A rapid scan of my surroundings revealed that I had been transported to a forested region. The sky bore a singular sun, and the forest resonated with a cacophony of wildlife sounds, punctuated by the occasional flight of birds. Were it not for the stark differences in the appearance of the fauna, I might have doubted my own existence on Earth. Bang, bang, bang. Before she could gather her thoughts, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed through the forest, indicating the presence of something substantial. Stone giants? Utilizing her enhanced vision, Kara discerned a group of towering beings, each exceeding 10 meters in height. Standing idly was not an option. Without hesitation, she soared towards the stone giants. Excuse me, could you tell me where I am? The chapter content is currently under processing. Please be patient. Chapter 93. Asking for directions. These stone giants resembled fierce, human-like figures with skin akin to rock, clad in rudimentary garments made from animal hides. A few of the giants expressed surprise, their stone spears raised slightly, their wary gazes fixed upon the floating Kara as they exchanged rapid whispers. Marvel. They are indeed speaking English. How deceptive. After some time, their conversation escalated into an argument. Asgardian giant A. Asgard. Giant B. Giant C. Kara wished to interject, but remained oblivious to their discourse, though she recognized a few familiar terms. Asgard. Is that not the name of the realm of the gods? The language barrier posed a significant challenge. This place must certainly be one of the 9 realms, and Asgard, being a prominent guardian of the realms, would fit the narrative. The giants likely perceived her resemblance to Asgardians, which she surmised was the topic of their discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Kara decided to interrupt their quarrel. Stop, stop. The giants obliged, albeit without understanding her words, turning their attention towards her. Asgard, Kara exclaimed, pointing to herself. She raised her right hand and slowly passed it before her. Clap. Her right hand met her left. Noticing the giants remained motionless, merely observing her, Kara smiled. She then raised her left hand and repeated the motion. Clap. Her left hand met her right. Next, she pointed to her head, rotating her finger a few times. Having completed this series of gestures, Kara nodded and quietly gazed at the giants. Her intent was to convey that she had come from Asgard and was now lost, seeking a way back. It was uncertain whether these giants were familiar with Earth. Thor should be in Asgard, and it would be fortuitous to ascertain the current state of affairs. Asgard. The giants resumed their discussion, pointing at Kara with expressions of confusion. She hesitated briefly before nodding. Asgard, after all, was considered the leader among the 9 realms, and her status should carry some weight. However, the reality diverged from her expectations. Upon her nod, the giants exchanged glances. Suddenly, the nearest giant launched an attack, thrusting a spear nearly 10 meters long directly at her. Though the giant appeared formidable and clumsy, his movements were surprisingly swift and ferocious. As he aimed his spear directly at Kara's head, evidently intent on ending her life. This planet, known as Jotunheim, is the realm where the giants currently reside. For generations, the giants have been adversaries of Asgard. Thousands of years ago, due to external interference, their original homeland was devastated. However, the All-Father Odin did not seize the opportunity to annihilate them. Instead, he relocated the surviving giants to this realm. Yet, the giants bore no gratitude towards Odin. Under the leadership of Laufey, the frost giants engaged in numerous conflicts with Asgard. However, following the calamity of millennia past, the population of giants had dwindled significantly, rendering them at a disadvantage. Moreover, their prized possession, the Frost Box, was seized by Asgard during one of the battles. A few years ago, King Laufey infiltrated Asgard in an attempt to reclaim the Frost Box, but he had not returned in years. The giants had come to terms with the likelihood that their king would not return, given their inability to prevail and now the absence of Lao Fei. Their hopes had dimmed further. Consequently, they had settled into a period of relative peace, refraining from further ambitions. The two races had since coexisted, each minding their own affairs. Yet, now an Asgardian had audaciously appeared in Jotunheim, brazenly presenting themselves before them. Indeed, Asgard was formidable, but such boldness warranted caution. If Odin were to come with such arrogance, it might be understandable, but for a mere child to exhibit such audacity was nothing short of an affront. Although puzzled as to why this Asgardian child could not communicate in the common tongue, the inherently savage giants saw no reason to ponder further. Upon confirming the individual's Asgardian identity, they resolved to strike first, irrespective of age. Kara was taken aback by the sudden assault, yet physical confrontations were her least concern. She deftly maneuvered a short distance sideways, raising her right arm to catch the spear that had whizzed past her. Let us speak amicably, should you resort to violence. It shall be you who suffers, she thought, her brow furrowing in displeasure. It seemed that Asgard held little stature in the Nine Realms, as they felt emboldened to attack anyone at will. Upon first meeting Thor, who had boasted of his prowess and his title as the foremost among the Nine Realms, Kara had believed Asgard to be immensely powerful. Now, it appeared they were merely average. The giant, aware of the reputation of Asgardians, was not surprised when Kara evaded his attack. He exerted force to withdraw his spear, only to find it immovable, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Such strength from a young Asgardian was unexpected. Could she be a newly born offspring of Odin? He had heard no such news. As the giant pondered this, his kin watched intently. To concede now would be a disgrace, so steeling himself, he relinquished the spear and bellowed, swinging his fists in her direction. Communication having failed, she was left with no choice but to resort to force. She was never the type to refrain from retaliation or to endure insults without response. When faced with a giant who disregarded her counsel and attempted to attack, she seized a spear, thicker than her waist, and swung it with the fervor of a baseball player. Thud! The giant was sent hurtling away, crashing through several sturdy trees before finally collapsing to the ground, motionless. Roar! The giant clan had witnessed countless adversities and would not be easily intimidated by Kara. After a brief silence, the remaining giants bellowed in unison, brandishing their spears as they charged forward. Thud! Thud! The quality of the stone spears was commendable. They had not been rendered useless by the previous swing, and two of the advancing giants were swiftly knocked aside. Just as she prepared to launch a preemptive strike, a series of dull thuds echoed around her. Bang! Bang! The few remaining giants exchanged shocked glances before quickly discarding their spears, raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. Although the giants held disdain for capitulation, their numbers were thin, and the loss of even one was considerable. In light of the evident disparity in strength, preserving their lives took precedence. Historically, the Asgardians typically spared captives. Indeed, status mattered little. The might of one's fist was the ultimate truth, Kara mused inwardly. Chapter 94. The plight of the egg. Kara tightened her grip, raising her spear to point at the giant closest to her. You, step forward. The giant trembled, a grotesque smile spreading across his face, yet he did not move, clearly unable to comprehend her words. Asgard, she declared with feigned seriousness, preparing to inquire how to reach Asgard. However, fearing he might not grasp her meaning, she reconsidered and mimicked her previous gestures while glaring at the giant menacingly. The first giant, misinterpreting Kara's spear waving as an imminent threat, instinctively retreated a few steps. Although he could not understand her words, he surmised she was asking how to reach Asgard. Historically, it had been King Lao Fei who employed various strategies to lead them in assaults on Asgard, as mere cannon fodder. He had no knowledge of the way there. As he begrudgingly reflected on Kara's ignorance of the path home, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, and he pointed to the right. However, fearing Kara would not understand his intent, he recalled her earlier actions and raised his right hand, gesturing in an attempt to convey his message. Thud! Before he could complete his motion, Kara's spear swept him away. You scoundrel! Do you take me for a fool? The giant, with shifty eyes, was clearly untrustworthy. She had caught sight of his furtive glances. Frustrated and irritable, Kara pointed at one of the two remaining giants and commanded loudly, You, step forward. The giant unsure whether fear had overtaken him, turned and fled without uttering a word as the spear was aimed in his direction, shouting something as he ran. The somewhat restless giant Carla surmised, was likely calling for him to flee as well. Carla felt no pressure in eliminating such a foe. With a resounding crack, she hurled her spear, which pierced the chest of Giant B, who had already sprinted nearly 100 meters. Thud! The Giant B seemed unaware, running a few more paces before a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his chest, leaving him weak. Before he could contemplate his situation, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed with a thunderous crash, his corpse sliding along the ground due to momentum. The last giant instantly abandoned any notion of escape, kneeling before Carla, babbling loudly in desperation. Without needing to guess, Carla understood he was pleading for mercy. Observing the pitiful giant sea, on the verge of tears, she couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black tunnel on Earth, Nick Fury grasped a multifunctional glow stick crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D., navigating through the foul-smelling sewer. Not far ahead lay an exit. Yet he hesitated to ascend to the surface. He had been hiding underground for nearly 3 hours, having turned off his communicator from the outset to avoid detection. He refrained from discarding it entirely, as he still required it for rescue communications. The assailants were indeed Hydra. He recognized the individual responsible for flipping the car by their distinctive metallic arm, undoubtedly a soldier from Hydra's first Winter Soldier program. He was aware of this program due to its connection to the deaths of the first Winter Soldier and one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders, Howard Stark, and his wife. Having viewed the footage of their demise, the perpetrator left a lasting impression on him. After the car was overturned, he utilized a specially designed flamethrower to corrode a passage in the ground, making his escape. However, the Winter Soldier was clearly intent on not letting him go easily, pursuing him closely. Fortunately, Washington was his territory, and he was well versed in the underground structure of the city. Using the flamethrower, he lit a path and fled into the sewer before his energy was depleted. Being black had its advantages. Since God created black individuals, he surely bestowed certain conveniences, albeit not always apparent. In the dark depths of the sewer, he harnessed 2 of the 3 elements, timing and terrain, after a prolonged hour of evasion, finally shaking off the Winter Soldier's relentless pursuit. This marked the first time in history he felt grateful for his identity. After a brief, silent wait, he cautiously approached the sewer entrance and activated his communicator. After deliberation, he decided to contact Carla first. Preserving his life was paramount. Although Carla was not one to follow orders closely, her strength was indisputable. With her assistance, survival was all but assured. Hydra's minions, it seemed, operated on the principle that if you cut off one head, 2 would sprout in its place. This time, there will be nothing left to grasp. Let us see how you will thrive. As he dialed Kara's number, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Sorry, the user you were trying to reach is out of the service area. He paused slightly, glancing at his communicator, which displayed full signal strength. Perhaps, he mused, the device had sustained some damage during the recent skirmish. He dialed again. Sorry, came the response. His initial reaction was disbelief. Kara, no matter how reckless, could not have ventured beyond the reach of the network. Undeterred, he tried once more. Sorry. It was baffling that the line was unreachable now, of all times. He lowered his voice and cursed under his breath. Yet, considering the gravity of the situation, he resisted the urge to smash the communicator, hesitating briefly before dialing another number. Beep. Upon connecting the call, Nick Fury could not suppress a sigh of relief. After several rings, the line abruptly cut off. Confused, he glanced again at the communicator, which indicated a successful connection. Hello? Who is this? A deep, somewhat aged voice replied, speaking in Mandarin. As a fundamental skill for an agent is proficiency in multiple languages. Nick was fortunate, as Mandarin was one of his strong suits. He felt a jolt of surprise as he checked the communicator once more. The screen displayed the name Lorna. Realizing he had not misdialed, a sudden heaviness settled in his chest. At this juncture, if anything were to happen to Lorna, it was likely that, before Hydra could destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., the rampaging Kara would obliterate the earth. He rubbed his tingling scalp and asked in a low voice, Mud and water? Humph. Ignorant mortal, I am the future ruler of this world, the master of all humanity. At this, Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine, pondering the identity of this deranged individual. Just as he was about to inquire about Lorna's condition, the voice continued. To know what happens next, please cast a recommendation. Chapter 95. Kara says you are a good person. My foremost general, Mandarin, is here. Mandarin's voice was not only resonant, but also brimming with pride. Mandarin? Wasn't he dealt with by Kara some time ago? Nick had been preoccupied with tracking down Hydra and had little time for other matters. The last time Tony had inexplicably been sent to S.H.I.E.L.D., he had learned that Mandarin had been captured by Kara, yet here he was, apparently still alive. He yearned to ask Mandarin how he had survived, but clearly, this was not the moment for such discussions. Damn it, Nick Fury. Damn it, Kara. Nick was acutely aware of the changes that had transpired during Kara's months with Natasha. He did not believe Kara could be so lacking in intelligence as to allow a terrorist to remain by her side, completely unguarded, and let him capture Lorna. Moreover, even without precautions, he could not fathom how a terrorist could abduct someone as formidable as Lorna. There are certainly matters within that he remains unaware of. Yet the crux of the situation now hinges on contacting Kara. Upon hearing that someone was seeking the young horse, Mandarins nearly severed the communication. However, considering the other party's acquaintance with the monarch and others, he thought it prudent to refrain from such an action, lest the information reach the young horse's ears, which would be quite unfortunate. It was not fear of the young horse that restrained him, but rather a concern for incurring the monarch's displeasure. Thus, he suppressed his impulse and explained in a rather brusque tone, "The young empress is not here. You have dialed the wrong number. This is the monarch's line." Although he was unaware of the context surrounding the titles of the empress and the monarch, it did not hinder Nick Fury from grasping who they represented. With Kara absent, he had no choice but to seek Lorna's assistance, uncertain of whether he could persuade her, especially given the unpleasantness of their last encounter. "Liaise with Lorna, please, and have her contact me." Clearly, this was not the moment to inquire about Kara's whereabouts, particularly after the discomfort of their previous meeting at the SHIELD office. He promptly researched Lorna, only to be astonished by the findings. According to the Information Department's data, there was an 80% probability that Lorna was the daughter of Magneto, and when combined with her abilities, the conclusion seemed almost indisputable. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Nick Fury's mind as he recalled Lorna's magnetic control ability. If this plan were to succeed, he would have a substantial chance of uncovering all the Hydra agents embedded within SHIELD. The monarch is currently engaged in a lesson. You may convey your message to me, and I shall relay it to her later. From Nick Fury's tone, Mandarins discerned that the other party had something of considerable importance to discuss. Although he could not overtly oppose Kara, he felt it permissible to create some mild inconvenience from subtle angles. Moreover, the monarch was indeed preoccupied with her studies, and to disturb her now would only incite further discord with those of lesser stature. It was not fear of these individuals that troubled him, but rather the anxiety of displeasing the monarch. As Mandarins pondered, he found the words somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately place them. Never mind. The monarch's well-being was paramount. Damn it, I'm on the brink of death, and you are concerned with your lessons. Nick Fury felt a surge of frustration within, yet maintained a courteous demeanor. Please, connect me with Lorna at once. I require her assistance for a matter of great significance. It was imperative to reach the captain before Pierce did, or it would jeopardize his plans. In his urgency, his command of the Chinese language became increasingly fluid. This period had truly vexed Mandarins, as he was to aid the monarch in conquering the world, and to achieve that ambition, aside from warriors, the most critical element was wealth. However, due to various constraints, he could not continue with previous dealings, leaving him in a constant state of financial anxiety. Hearing that the other party sought assistance ignited a fervor within him. Assistance? A mere mortal requires merely 10 million to engage the formidable Mandarin for a single intervention. He recalls that not long ago, the young stallion had mentioned that certain agents from SHIELD would reach out if assistance from the sovereign and his associates were necessary, demanding a commission in return. Despite his disdain for the young stallion, he could not deny that this was a lucrative strategy. Nick Fury, upon hearing Mandarin's direct quotation, could not suppress a frown. How audacious for a Middle Eastern terrorist to demand 10 million, and for just one engagement. Did he truly see himself as a figure of significance? The art of duplicity, a vital skill for any operative, dictated that despite his inner contempt, his tone remained unperturbed. He managed a polite yet awkward smile, tactfully declining Mandarin's offer, clarifying that he sought Lorna, not this deranged former terrorist. The sovereign's assistance would require 20 million. Should you possess such wealth, I could relay your request to him immediately. Fury's refusal did not incite Mandarin's ire. He responded in a measured tone. Listening to the exchange through the communicator, Fury mused whether Mandarin was indeed fixated solely on monetary gain, incessantly mentioning sums of 10 million. Lorna might not even agree to assist him, and negotiating with this lunatic felt like a futile endeavor. When Mandarin made another offer, Fury did not hesitate, readily agreeing, prioritizing the need to establish contact with Lorna above all else. As the sovereign was occupied with his lessons, Mandarin patiently awaited outside the classroom. Upon receiving Fury's acquiescence, he pushed open the door, disregarding Scott, who was visibly displeased at being abruptly interrupted during class, and succinctly briefed Lorna on the situation. Hello? At last. I have made contact, Fury thought, for the first time recognizing the difficulty of reaching someone. As a somewhat familiar voice emanated from the communicator, he gathered his thoughts. Lorna, this is Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. I find myself in a perilous situation and urgently seek your assistance. After delivering his message, a surge of anxiety gripped him. If Lorna declined to help, he would have no choice but to venture alone to Steve's residence. A course of action fraught with peril and minimal chances of survival. To be candid, he feared death yet did not dread it. Though this sentiment may appear contradictory, it accurately encapsulated his essence. From the moment he entered this line of work, he anticipated the possibility of such a day. Yet now, his concern was not for his own mortality, but rather the dread of failing to relay crucial information before falling victim to Hydra's treachery. Even if the Avengers ultimately vanquished Hydra, the countless lives lost would not be resurrected. The thought that his demise could cost millions their lives weighed heavily upon him. As if a colossal stone pressed upon his chest, stifling his breath. Amidst his turmoil, Lorna's melodious voice chimed through the communicator. I recall our conversation, where you mentioned that you are a good person. Chapter 96, How Kara Has Grown. Lorna still remembers some of the words Kara shared with her in that alley by the bar. Given that it had been only a few days since Kara promised to remain by her side for life, Lorna's memories of that night remain vivid. The fact that Kara still remembers him, and seemingly holds a positive attitude towards him, is undoubtedly splendid news. Nick Fury felt a surge of joy mingled with surprise. He had not anticipated that the usually disobedient Kara would speak highly of him behind his back. Reflecting on the early days when he diligently attended to Kara and her companions, managing various troubles, he felt a sense of comfort. Kara has indeed matured. While he pondered this sentiment, he understood the urgency of the matter at hand. Peering through the sewer entrance, he confirmed their current location before stating, Lorna, the situation is exceedingly critical. I need you to meet me immediately at the intersection of Main and Elm. He could not be certain that Pierce was the sole high-ranking Hydra member. Even if the Security Council believed his assertions, capturing Pierce might prove futile. Moreover, Pierce had been in the game longer than he, and the Council would not simply take his word at face value. A direct return to S.H.I.E.L.D. would be unwise. Now, with Pierce audaciously taking action against him, it was evident that Hydra could no longer contain their plans, marking this as one of the most perilous moments for S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as an opportune time for Hydra operatives to expose themselves. Should he remain undisturbed, Hydra might hesitate and postpone their original intentions. Upon preparing to contact Lorna, he devised a plan. Perhaps he could align with Hydra's objectives. If he were to perish now, Pierce would undoubtedly assume he had the situation under control, allowing him to execute his plans without restraint. Naturally, he wished to survive. Thus, he contemplated whether he could rely on Lorna's assistance to orchestrate a feigned death, thereby deceiving Hydra. However, Hydra was not naive. Should news of his demise spread prematurely, it would raise suspicions in Pierce. The optimal strategy would involve leveraging Hydra's own machinations to induce them to believe he was dead. This required some involvement from Steve. Captain America's residence was under constant surveillance by S.H.I.E.L.D. If he were to encounter peril, the most likely allies he would seek would be the Avengers. It was plausible that Hydra had already dispatched operatives to these locations, waiting for him to walk into their trap. What could be more satisfying for them than to eliminate their most significant obstacle with a single shot? If he successfully feigned his death to deceive Hydra, he could not allow their plans to unfold too smoothly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unearth all their members. Thus, while he pretended to be dead, he also needed to create some difficulties for Pierce and his associates, with Steve and the others being the ideal choice. Captain America can be regarded as a symbol of spirit. If Steve were to confront Pierce, Hydra would undoubtedly be unsettled. At that point, should Steve take action, the legitimate personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. would certainly not act without cause. Consequently, Pierce would be compelled to deploy Hydra's infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. to confront Steve. In such a scenario, while it may not guarantee a complete revelation, at least 80% of Hydra's hidden members would be exposed. Therefore, he now plans to infiltrate Steve's residence and feign being shot, thereby guiding Steve while simultaneously deceiving Hydra, achieving a dual purpose. To outwit Hydra, it is essential to be genuinely shot. However, to avoid actual death, he must rely on Lorna's assistance. Lorna possesses the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, making the control of metal a trivial task for her. She need not assist him in capturing or killing anyone. All that is required is to use her powers to deflect the bullet away from vital areas after Hydra's personnel fire. If a bullet were to penetrate a person's left chest, it would undoubtedly be assumed that the heart had been struck. Who would suspect that the bullet could circumvent the heart within the body? 30 million. It takes merely 30 million to enlist my aid once. Lorna glanced at Mandarins, who was gesturing beside her, and nodded, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. During their last encounter at the bar, she had come to appreciate the allure of wealth. And now that an opportunity to earn had arisen, she was determined not to let it slip by, especially since she intended to marry Kara in the future. She needed to secure her financial foundation. ISNT at 20 million? When comparing money to one's life, it seems trivial, yet upon hearing Lorna's offer, Nick Fury instinctively questioned whether he had misheard, wondering how, in the blink of an eye, The figure had increased by 10 million. Indeed, my price is 20 million. But I will certainly bring mandarins along, totaling 30 million. The astute Lorna, understanding mandarin's implications, articulated the reason. Mandarin ceased his gestures, observing the king conducting business with utmost seriousness. He smirked appreciatively. The depth of Chinese culture is truly profound. Not being of the same family, one cannot enter the same door. Nick Fury had previously struggled to grasp this concept, but now it began to resonate with him. His mouth twitched slightly, yet he quickly acquiesced, promising to transfer the funds to Lorna at the earliest opportunity. After reiterating their meeting location, he ended the call, expecting a prolonged wait. He was surprised to find Lorna already standing by the roadside upon his arrival. Lorna had summoned Clarice to open the nearest teleportation portal, allowing her to arrive so swiftly. Where's Kara? Why is her phone unreachable? Upon their actual meeting, Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief. The two were not strangers. Casting a glance at Mandarins, who stood nearby like a bodyguard, he inquired with a hint of curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, Lorna had been unable to reach Kara by phone either. A classmate mentioned having seen Kara flying eastward. Although Lorna could not contact Kara, she remained untroubled, for she was aware that Kara occasionally ventured beyond Earth, ostensibly to bask in the sun for reasons unbeknownst to her. If Kara was indeed off-planet, it was only natural that communication would fail. Nick Fury's expression shifted, and a certain possibility dawned upon him. It was highly plausible that Kara had traveled to England and encountered some form of trouble. Based on previous intel, it seemed she had been transported elsewhere, to regions not yet charted on Earth, which explained the incessant inability to connect. While it had previously surprised Nick Fury to hear Kara speak favorably of him, he now found himself feeling a sense of shock. Just prior to her attack, the call had abruptly ceased, and he had assumed Kara had not traveled to England. To his astonishment, despite verbally rejecting his assistance, Kara had nonetheless lent her aid during a critical moment. In Chapter 97, titled The Gifted Elder, the narrative takes a darker turn. For various reasons, Nick Fury had consistently ranked Kara's position as the least significant, even placing her behind Thor. Steve, within the Avengers, could be described as a figure of spiritual symbolism or a leader, but truthfully, he resembled more of a mascot. Fortunately, this mascot proved far more effective than ordinary soldiers. However, it was Tony and Bruce Banner who truly commanded Fury's respect, one a weapons expert, the other a representation of raw power. Fury had always believed that these individuals were the backbone of humanity, and they had indeed played pivotal roles during the alien invasion. Yet, when issues arose within Earth itself, their reliability waned. Currently, the situation in England involved extraterrestrial threats, and having already lost Kara, Fury was unwilling to sacrifice anyone further. As for Thor, oblivious to the truth, he had attributed the events in England entirely to Asgard. Natasha and Hawkeye could undoubtedly assist him if contacted immediately, but considering their capabilities, he chose to forego that option. Unlike other Avengers, Natasha and Hawkeye were akin to his right and left hands. Losing either would leave him bereft of solace. As he pondered, his thoughts drifted back to Kara, wondering about her current plight and whether she would be able to return to Earth. He faced two pressing dilemmas. First, Kara's expedition to England, and second, the crisis within S.H.I.E.L.D., which had also necessitated Lorna's involvement through her connection to Kara. Ironically, the individual he had deemed least reliable proved to be the most dependable in this critical juncture. His emotions were profoundly intricate. If one were to encapsulate his current sentiment in a single word, it would be guilt. Once this ordeal was resolved, if he survived and Kara returned, he vowed to make amends to her in earnest. What's wrong? Lorna perceptively noted the change in Nick Fury's demeanor. Nick Fury dared not suggest that Kara might have been teleported away by aliens. If Lorna suddenly chose to abandon him, he would be in dire straits. He hastily concocted a reason to placate Lorna, then proceeded to articulate his primary purpose for seeking her out. However, he refrained from divulging the entirety of his plan, merely outlining the tasks he required her to undertake. Given Lorna's temperament, he felt compelled to emphasize that she should not capture or kill anyone. Her sole task was to control the bullets. Lorna nonchalantly nodded. She was not insane, and since Nick Fury had made his request clear, she certainly had no inclination to create trouble by harming others. Upon reaching an understanding, Nick Fury prepared to summon the two of them to accompany him to Steve's residence, when the seemingly lifeless Mandarin suddenly interjected. Your Majesty, in my humble observation, this mortal has just lied. He may be concealing matters regarding Her Majesty the Queen. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Mandarin's mouth. Nick Fury was evidently acquainted with the little pony, and he would not miss the opportunity to create difficulties for him. The notion that he could detect Nick Fury's deceit was purely speculative. He was no spy, so how could he possibly discern the truth? Such a statement was made after careful contemplation. Even if the other party proved he was not hiding anything, Mandarin could always claim he had simply misjudged, incurring no loss while managing to unsettle this foreigner, an opportunity too good to pass up. Nick Fury was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this terrorist possessed such keen insight, able to perceive his concealment of Kara's situation. One of the basic skills of an agent is to remain composed in the face of adversity. "I do not comprehend your words," he asserted, adamantly refusing to acknowledge the truth. Given Lorna's connection with Kara, if she were to learn the reality, she might very well decide to walk away without a second thought. If Kara were to return suddenly and discover that Lorna had once again been teleported away, it would be quite the farce. To avert such a scenario, Fury felt it prudent to maintain his composure, suspecting that this old rogue might be trying to deceive him. Casting an impassive glance at Mandarin, he could not fathom why a mere bystander felt the need to meddle. He resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate this troublesome old fool in the future. As he feigned ignorance, his mind raced, contemplating what excuse he would fabricate to placate Lorna should his deception be uncovered. The tricks you spies employ have grown tiresome to me decades ago. You would do well to come clean swiftly, otherwise, do not expect assistance. I might just end your existence with a single strike," Mandarin scoffed, his internal energy surging as he struck the ground, creating a crater the size of a basin. He cast a threatening gaze at Nick Fury, as if to say that failure to concede would lead to dire consequences. From the moment they met, this foreigner had not deigned to acknowledge him, which left Mandarin feeling quite disgruntled. Were it not for the money still being owed to him, he would have already dispatched Fury with a single blow. The primary reason for his restraint was Fury's association with the little pony. If he were to kill him, it might provoke displeasure from His Majesty, which would be far from desirable. Fortunately, the street was nearly deserted, and the commotion was minimal, merely drawing the attention of a passerby who happened to be nearby. However, the distance was too great for the individual to discern the unfolding events, and after a cursory glance, they departed. Nick Fury gazed upon the potholes in the ground, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. He could not fathom how a mere terrorist could possess such formidable capabilities. This realization led him to abandon his plans of retiring in Afghanistan. Mandarin's unwavering and assertive demeanor instilled a sense of doubt regarding the justifications he had previously fabricated, leaving him unsure of where he might have revealed a flaw. Noticing Lorna's similarly skeptical gaze, he understood that he could no longer remain vague. Thus, he articulated his conjecture, albeit with some alterations, transforming Kara's departure from a passive act into one of volition, shifting the objective from investigation to the prevention of an alien invasion. Venturing forth to deal with extraterrestrial beings, he merely suggested that the aliens were slightly stronger than ordinary humans, confident that such a statement would alleviate Lorna's concerns for Kara's safety. After speaking, he maintained an outwardly composed expression while casting a discreet glance at Mandarin, his heart racing with trepidation, uncertain whether this half-truth would escape the scrutiny of the astute elder. To his surprise, Mandarin's eyes twinkled with a hint of delight upon hearing his tale. After a more scrutinizing examination, he noted the absence of any emotional fluctuation in Fury's demeanor. Dismissing the thought, he reasoned that it was only natural to misinterpret due to his impaired vision. This time, Mandarin refrained from voicing further doubts, allowing Nick Fury to secretly exhale with relief. In stark contrast to Mandarin's demeanor, Lorna nearly leapt from her seat upon hearing the news, her emotions surging with disbelief as she cast an incredulous look at him. Witnessing Lorna's reaction, Fury's previously settled nerves were once again set on edge. He had not anticipated the depth of the girl's feelings for Kara. Had he known, he would have avoided fabricating tales of extraterrestrials and simply stated that they were assisting in satellite repairs. Cursed be this wretched old man, whose presence had unsettled him. For had he not feared being seen through again, he would not have committed such a blunder. To placate Lorna, Nick Fury began to expound on the alien's supposed frailty and Kara's remarkable prowess, hoping to quell her anxieties. Yet, Lorna absorbed none of his reassurances. Her anger overshadowed all. She could scarcely believe that Kara would embark on such an exhilarating adventure without her. Previously, Kara had advised her not to trust the words of women. While she had not fully grasped the meaning, the truth had become crystal clear. Amidst her anger, concern gnawed at her heart. It was undeniable that Kara was formidable. But who could say if the aliens possessed any peculiar weaponry? Subconsciously glancing at the ring upon her finger, she recalled the formidable nature of alien weaponry. What if Kara were to sustain injuries? What if she were overwhelmed by the aliens? No, I must go and rescue Kara. Upon contemplating the capture of Kara by a group of fearsome and terrifying extraterrestrials, Lorna's hair and face turned an unsettling shade of green. Nick Fury found himself wishing he could strike himself several times before taking a few shots at Mandarins. If Lorna chose to disregard him, not only would safety concerns arise, but the entire plan might also falter. His inner turmoil was palpable. As Lorna prepared to depart, he felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to persuade her. Until Mandarin spoke up beside him. "Your Majesty, the Queen possesses formidable strength. If she cannot manage the situation, your intervention would be futile." Initially, he intended merely to vex the foreigner, yet unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a piece of good news. The little pony had left Earth. What a relief. He could not fathom that the aliens were as weak as Nick Fury claimed. He secretly hoped the little pony would never return and even felt inclined to assist the extraterrestrials. Upon hearing Lorna express her desire to rescue someone, he gathered his thoughts and offered a word of caution. Moreover, other planets may not be conducive to human survival. If you were to be transported there without oxygen, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Lorna, of course, understood this basic knowledge. However, without venturing forth, how could one ascertain the conditions of other worlds? Nick Fury cast a surprised glance at Mandarin's, not expecting him to dissuade Lorna, and promptly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, previous investigations have indicated that the other side is indeed inhospitable for Earth's inhabitants. If you are genuinely intent on locating Kara, you will certainly require specialized equipment. Kara has only recently departed, so she should not encounter any immediate danger. Thus, I implore you to assist me in resolving matters here first, and once concluded, I will provide you with a spacecraft for your journey. Lorna hesitated, casting a dubious gaze at Nick Fury. Do you possess a spacecraft? I believed Earth's technology had yet to reach such advancements. Although she was still young, she was far from Navi. While S.H.I.E.L.D. did indeed possess vessels capable of traversing outer space, they could only sustain short-range flights. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Kara's spacecraft is with S.H.I.E.L.D. After her arrival on Earth, Tony and the others brought her back, and the spacecraft was subsequently taken to the base by S.H.I.E.L.D. There, the most elite researchers on Earth have been conducting studies and technical analyses. After a period of research, the conclusion reached was that the technology far surpassed Earth's understanding. This realization dawned upon Nick Fury. Kryptonian technology was far more formidable than initially imagined, at least significantly more advanced than the aliens who invaded New York. Despite the researcher's shortcomings, he did not relent and sought out Tony. Although no useful technology emerged, Tony managed to replace the spacecraft's original energy system with a reactor, marking a preliminary repair of the vessel. Lorna was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Kara's spacecraft? Is Kara truly an extraterrestrial? She voiced her confusion. Nick Fury was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the two young women, who were inseparable, would be oblivious to this fact. Nonetheless, this also presented an opportunity. He seized upon Lorna's inquisitive nature and, while strolling towards Steve's abode, recounted tales of Kara. The dead star, aptly named for its desolation, harbored no life, shrouded in an ethereal mist with clouds extending endlessly above. A faint light pierced through the overcast sky, mitigating the surrounding gloom. Kara had been wandering this planet aimlessly for some time, hoping to encounter another teleportation zone. Several hours prior, having been unable to communicate, she had forsaken her inquiries for directions. Witnessing the giant, in tears and pleading for mercy, had swayed her from her initial intent to slay him. However, while the death penalty could be evaded, lesser punishments remained inevitable. After careful consideration, her benevolent nature led her to merely bury the giant, a gesture of punishment. In this unfamiliar realm, devoid of knowledge of the alien tongue, she resorted to the most rudimentary method, aimlessly soaring through the skies, hoping for a stroke of luck to traverse another teleportation zone. Perseverance bore fruit. After several hours of flight, she finally departed the giant's planet, arriving at the dead star. To be candid, a tinge of regret lingered within her. Having endured certain experiences, she harbored a profound fear of solitude in unfamiliar locales. While on the giant's planet, every half hour of flight would bring her back to the spot where she had buried him, engaging in brief conversations. Despite the language barrier, the giant's occasional smiles suggested a pleasant exchange. As night approached, in gratitude for his company, she would tenderly ensure the earth around him was secured, preventing him from catching a chill. Now, boredom enveloped her, as she found herself bereft of conversation. Suddenly, a mature female voice resonated from a distance. Yet Kara could not comprehend the words spoken. Rather than fear, she felt a flicker of joy, guiding her towards the source of the sound until she alighted upon a sight reminiscent of an altar. At its center stood a stone pillar, to which a woman clad in white robes was bound by thick, intricately patterned iron chains. The woman appeared to be around 30 years of age, bearing a striking resemblance to Earthlings. Given the planet's harsh environment and her predicament, Kara surmised that this woman seemed more a prisoner than anything else. Among the myriad of extraterrestrial beings in the Marvel Universe, she was only aware of Asgardians who bore similar features to Earthlings. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, Asgardian? The woman's surprised gaze met Kara's. Midgardian? Kara's expression reflected her realization. The woman spoke in English, and Thor also spoke the Earth's language, confirming her identity as an Asgardian without a doubt. The woman's retort left Kara in silence. She was not pondering the whereabouts of Midgard, but rather contemplating how to inquire about the path to Asgard. According to various magical and science fiction films, if she were to inquire directly at this moment, the woman would likely negotiate terms. Undoubtedly, those terms would pertain to facilitating the woman's escape, though she never judges based on appearances. The fact that this woman is confined in such a desolate place suggests she is not a virtuous character. Little girl, you are quite remarkable. The Midgardians I recall possessed no capability to survive in such an environment, the woman stated, her eyes betraying an unmistakable pride, utterly devoid of any sense of resignation to her captivity. After appraising Kara for a moment, a haughty smile graced her lips. How is it that you find yourself imprisoned here? What manner of place is this? Kara refrained from correcting her identity, as she was uncertain of the woman's true nature and abilities. Thus, she maintained her distance, standing at the periphery of the altar. Have you arrived here due to the convergence of celestial bodies? The two exchanged questions without yielding any answers. Frustrated by the woman's lack of cooperation, Kara devised a plan. She ceased her idle chatter and turned to leave, intending to exit the premises. No individual would willingly venture into such a place, and a woman seeking escape would surely not let her go easily. Kara was convinced that by feigning her departure, the woman would surely feel anxious. Should the woman beseech her to stay, it would grant Kara the upper hand in their interaction. Walking at a measured pace, she traversed over 100 meters without hearing a word from the woman. Impressive restraint, Kara muttered to herself, deciding against lingering any longer. She ascended into the sky, casting a casual glance at the woman before swiftly vacating the altar. She recalled that even from a considerable distance, the woman had still managed to communicate with her. Both were ensnared in this place, yet Kara enjoyed the liberty of movement, placing her in a significantly more advantageous position. She doubted the woman's ability to maintain her composure longer than she could. Confident in her strategy, Kara did not merely wait idly. She wandered aimlessly, hoping for serendipity while remaining alert for the woman's summons. 3 hours elapsed. Kara returned to the altar, her expression unchanged. After a moment of silence, observing the woman's reluctance to speak, she initiated the dialogue. Madam, you appear to be a victim of treachery. After some contemplation, I have resolved to assist you in your escape. You need not express gratitude. After a brief pause, Kara noted the woman merely gazing at her without responding, which piqued her curiosity. Following another moment of silence, the woman replied coolly, Little girl, you lack the capability. Her tone was not mocking, but rather a statement of fact. Kara, who considered herself someone of significance on Earth, was taken aback by this dismissal. Just as she prepared to retort, an epiphany struck her. You must be from Asgard, correct? Although she was unsure why she posed the question, the woman nodded in affirmation. My strength is rather limited. I certainly cannot break this thick, heavy chain. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how to reach Asgard, and I shall assist you in seeking reinforcements. Pausing for a moment, fearing her words lacked conviction, she added, I am acquainted with Odin's son, Thor the god of thunder. I believe he could undoubtedly rescue you. It was evident that this woman was not benevolent, and her remark was merely a ploy to ascertain the route to Asgard. When she eventually encountered Thor, she would casually mention it, and whether Thor chose to assist would be of no concern to her. The woman, initially composed, was taken aback by Kara's words, and then suddenly erupted into laughter. Kara, bewildered by the queenly laughter, wondered if her prolonged confinement had rendered her ecstatic upon hearing such news. You are truly delightful, little girl. Pray tell, what is your name? Once I am free, would you consider becoming my servant? The woman's tone and gaze were imbued with mirth. Kara finally grasped the sensation of smiling outwardly while harboring a tumult of emotions within. Indeed, the Marvel universe was rife with eccentrics. She longed to mock this woman, yet mindful of her unfulfilled objective, she chose to share in the laughter, suggesting they revisit the matter at a later time. Whether she could escape remained uncertain, and the notion of becoming the woman's servant was sheer folly. It was more plausible that she would be her servant instead. After a lengthy exchange, the woman had still not divulged the means to her goal, prompting Kara to lose her patience and directly inquire, You know how to get to Asgard, do you not? The woman nodded, but before Kara could press further, her expression darkened, and with a glint of menace in her eyes, she declared, No need for reinforcements. I am sealed here by Odin. Countless possibilities raced through her mind, yet this was one she had not anticipated, especially since Asgard possessed a designated place for imprisoning offenders. Could this woman be Hela? With her regal demeanor and the fact that she was sealed by Odin, the likelihood grew stronger. It was primarily her attire, clad in white, that had diverted Kara's thoughts from this direction. If she were indeed Hela, it would pose a significant dilemma. Would Hela, due to Thor being Odin's son, withhold the knowledge of how to reach Asgard? She vowed never to entangle herself with Asgardians again. The giants aimed to eliminate her, and now she had squandered the chance to inquire further. "Little girl, you seem frightened," Hela remarked. As Kara pondered her next course of action, she instinctively retorted, "Nonsense. Kara, fear neither heaven nor earth." She was about to add that she would not fear a mere prisoner like her. Moreover, should it come to blows, the outcome was uncertain. If it were to unfold as in the films, she was confident she could best Hela. The unspoken reason for her reticence was her desire to learn how to reach Asgard. Even if the chances were slim, she wished to strive for it. "Oh, you are not afraid? Then why have you flown past me over 300 times just now?" As Hela, the ruler of Niflheim, remained sealed, nothing that transpired here eluded her perception. She had never harbored hopes that Kara could rescue her, thus she did not deter her departure. After Kara left, Hela assumed she would not return. However, shortly thereafter, she noticed Kara flying past her, approximately 5,000 meters away. Initially indifferent, Hela soon observed that this young girl seemed to be circling around her, passing by intermittently. At first, she felt a twinge of curiosity, but upon focusing her senses, she discerned that the girl appeared to harbor a profound fear of darkness, hence her deliberate circling and occasional glances in Hela's direction, attempting to garner her attention. "What's the matter? What have you done to warrant Odin's imprisonment of you?" Kara inquired casually, feigning nonchalance. She was not attempting to befriend Hela. Her intentions were solely to find a way out of this place. "I am Hela, Odin's daughter, the eldest daughter of King Odin," Hela replied, her words indirectly expressing her dissatisfaction with Odin. Although Kara did not grasp the specifics of Hela's plight, she was not particularly interested. "How can this be? If you are indeed Odin's daughter, why would he act in such a monstrous manner?" Kara exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she scrutinized Hela. "Surely, you are lying. I cannot fathom a father treating his daughter in such a way." Hela found herself increasingly pleased with Kara, appreciating her timid nature and melodious speech. "I speak only the truth. Before long, I shall return to Asgard and personally avenge myself upon him. As the Asgardians age, their powers intensify. Having been sealed here for millennia, I am no longer the defenseless Hela who once stood before Odin. In a few years, I will seize the opportunity during Odin's slumber to break free from this confinement. And that will be the perfect moment for me to slay Odin and seize control of Asgard." Kara maintained an outward facade of disbelief, yet inwardly she pondered. Was Hela truly so audacious as to claim she would kill Odin? What gave her such confidence? Did she not fear that Odin might strike her down first? Was Hela stronger than anticipated, or was Odin weaker than she had imagined? After living for thousands of years, encountering someone she found appealing, Hela could not resist speaking again. "Dear child, as long as you follow me, once I seize control of Asgard, you may select whatever treasures you desire from the vault." Considering psychological concerns, she intentionally replaced the term slave with follower. What treasures lie within the vault? With Ra above, she swore she had no intention of following Hela. Her curiosity was merely piqued upon hearing of the treasures within, igniting both fervor and doubt within her heart. Who then is Ra? The infinity gems, Odin's scepter, and the sword. A faint smile graced Hela's lips as she casually named several artifacts, some of which Kara had heard of before. Mjolnir, the infinity gauntlet, and so forth. Wait. Isn't the infinity gauntlet a fake? She instinctively interjected at this revelation. She was astonished that Hela would so boldly include the infinity gems among her offerings. Yet the mention of the gauntlet stirred a sense of discontent within her. Could it be that everything previously mentioned was a mere fabrication? Was Hela under the impression that she could deceive her with falsehoods? Hela paused momentarily, then inquired coolly, "Who informed you of this?" A slip-up. She should have feigned ignorance. Subtly extracting the means of escape from Hela first. She was still too young. The mere mention of treasures had clouded her judgment. Surely, she couldn't admit that it was Hela herself who had spoken of it? Her mind raced to formulate a response. "Thor told me." Hela scoffed, having gleaned from their prior conversation that Thor was a new progeny born after her sealing. The gems on the gauntlet are fake, yet the gauntlet itself is genuine. She was taken aback that after thousands of years away from Asgard, Odin's offspring could not discern the authenticity of the treasures in their own vault. Initially, out of a sense of kinship, she had intended to reinstate Thor after reclaiming control of Asgard. However, after further contemplation, she reconsidered. Such a disgraceful individual was better suited for servitude, and disobedience would warrant an immediate execution. "Do you not intend to leave this place?" After being alone for millennia, the arrival of a charming young girl stirred an unfamiliar sensation within Hela. Despite her desire for Kara to remain by her side during these final years, she sensed the stellar-like energy pulsating within Kara from their very first encounter. She understood that Kara's survival here hinged upon that energy. Should it be depleted, it would likely herald Kara's demise. If she aimed to subdue Kara, she certainly did not wish to witness such an outcome. Kara, contemplating the odds of obtaining these treasures without relying on Hela, was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, thinking she misheard. Should you wish to return to Midgard, you can first travel to Asgard, then use the Bifrost to make your way back. In a few years, I shall come to find you. At that moment, Kara recalled that the inhabitants of this world seldom adhered to conventional logic. Had she known, she would have directly inquired about the means of returning. After a moment of reflection, she feigned indifference and nodded. Well, it seems that is the only course of action. She longed to depart from this place swiftly, and did not wish to inquire about Hela's thoughts, lest an unforeseen event prompt a change of heart. Are you prepared to witness true power? Hela's lips curled into a slight smirk as she spoke with commanding authority. Buzz. As her words faded, her original attire vanished, swiftly replaced by a form-fitting suit of deep green adorned with black stripes, enveloped in a mist of verdant energy. The ground began to tremble violently, while the clouds above swiftly coalesced above Hela, forming a colossal vortex crackling with lightning. Simultaneously, the chains binding Hela flashed with a golden glow, and the altar began to shimmer with a dense array of electrical energy. Kara, who had been standing at the edge of the altar, was startled and instinctively retreated a few steps, momentarily dumbfounded by the overwhelming spectacle. Hela, situated in the heart of the tempest, displayed a fleeting expression of pain, perhaps from the intensity, and suddenly cried out as the surrounding green energy surged back into her being. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a radiant beam of light cascaded from the heavens, striking beside the altar. The beam vanished almost instantaneously upon contact with the ground, revealing an elderly figure nearly 20 meters tall, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, who materialized before the altar. The elder cast a complex glance at Hela, striking the ground gently with his spear, causing the tempest to dissipate. His form gradually diminished until he resembled an ordinary human, seemingly murmuring to himself, Hela. Hela gazed at the elder with hatred in her eyes, yet a faint smile graced her lips as she addressed him in a cordial tone. Father, you appear to be nearing death. Chapter 101, Full Marks. Odin Borson, Hela, Thor, the feeble father, ruler of Asgard. Observing Hela's eyes brimming with animosity, Odin found himself lost in memories. Thousands of years prior, under his leadership, Asgard waged war across the 9 realms. Hela, as his firstborn and most capable aide, was instrumental in these conquests. Utilizing the space gem, an artifact acquired by chance, he could summon Asgard's forces to any realm at will. Before long, Asgard triumphantly subdued the 9 realms. At that time, he was filled with ambition and had no intention of halting his endeavors. However, despite his formidable prowess, many beings of equal strength existed throughout the cosmos, and some even surpassed him. When strength fell short, artifacts came into play. Asgard possessed numerous treasures, the most enigmatic of which was the space gem. He delved deeply into the gem's secrets, simultaneously discovering the existence of 5 other gems. One of these was buried deep underground by his father, Bors, and could be retrieved at any moment. With a newfound objective, he promptly initiated action, enlisting the help of the dwarves of Nidavellir to craft a vessel capable of harnessing the unlimited power of the gems. He began to seek the whereabouts of other gems scattered throughout the cosmos. After some time spent in search, he learned of the Soul Stone's location and set forth on a solitary journey to his destination. However, upon confronting the guardian of the stone, he discovered that acquiring the Soul Stone required a sacrifice, the life of his most beloved. On one side lay the relentless ambition to gather the stones and conquer the universe. On the other, his own daughter. For him, the choice between ambition and profound love was not a difficult one. As the ruler of Asgard, he had long engaged in battles, displaying a heart of ice. Yet, this revelation led him to ponder how many fathers, like himself, had lost loved ones amidst these unending wars. He felt a profound remorse for the bloodshed he had caused in the past. Consequently, he abandoned his quest for the Infinity Stones and vowed to become a wise ruler. Upon returning to Asgard, he announced the cessation of hostilities. Unaware of the truth, Hela openly opposed his decree, inciting his ire with her misunderstanding. This discord ultimately led to her imprisonment. Regaining his composure, Odin calmly inquired, "My daughter, what brings you to me?" He yearned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with his long-absent daughter, yet pressing matters demanded his attention, making it an inappropriate time for nostalgia. His father's buried ether particles had broken free from their confinement, and the Dark Elves, thought to be extinct, had resurfaced, launching an assault on Asgard that resulted in the sacrifice of his queen. His second son, Thor, was in a frenzy. clamoring to seize the ether particles contained within a temporary vessel to confront Malekith, intending to shatter the particles during extraction and avenge their mother. Odin, fully aware of the power of the Infinity Stones, deemed this plan reckless. Should Thor fail, it would mean delivering the ether particles to their adversary. He declined Thor's request, opting to wait patiently for the Dark Elves' next assault, seizing the opportunity to annihilate the enemy, even at the cost of many of his kin. Understanding his son's obstinacy, Odin took measures to prevent Thor from acting independently by confining the vessel, an earthly woman, he had brought back. Despite this, a sense of unease lingered within him, a premonition of impending misfortune. If it were anyone or anything else, he might have turned a blind eye. But Hela was his daughter. After some deliberation, he resolved to make time to visit her, curious about the motives of the daughter who had remained defiant for millennia. Hela merely bypassed Odin, casting her gaze toward the distant figure of Kara, who was partially concealed behind a rock. Noticing Odin's attention upon her, Kara promptly emerged, brandishing her spear, and alighted a few meters away from him, offering a polite smile and a wave. Hello. Odin was not oblivious to Kara's presence. Rather, he had chosen not to survey his surroundings. Niflheim is the realm of the deceased, where Hela has been sealed for millennia, and no outsider has ever ventured here. A fact that has been subconsciously overlooked. Gazing at Kara standing before her, Hela momentarily paused. Who are you, and how did you arrive here? She cast a quick glance at Hela, initially expecting her to open a portal, but was instead surprised when Odin was summoned directly. Esteemed God King Odin, I am Kara, a friend of Thor. A few hours ago, I was on Earth combating criminals, and for reasons unknown, I was transported here. Just minutes prior, she had scolded Odin. Though those words were not spoken from the heart, they were merely intended to amuse Hela. Given that Thor is indeed a friend of Kara's, she felt compelled to display utmost respect upon meeting Odin, recognizing the stature of her friend's elder. Not far off, Hela nodded subtly, assessing Kara's qualities. She found the girl not only articulate but also quite capable, and her current demeanor was rather clever. Such talent ought not to be overlooked. Midgardian? Odin's tone was somewhat uncertain as he inquired. Are you the Kryptonian Thor mentioned? Kara responded naturally, nodding vigorously. Yes, indeed. I never expected what Thor said to be true. Noticing Odin's curious gaze directed at her, she smiled shyly. During her initial meeting with Thor, he had claimed to be unfamiliar with Krypton. As you know, he possesses quite a proud disposition. They had quarreled over this, with her mocking him for the ignorance of the Asgardians. Thor insisted that his father, you, would surely know of Krypton, a statement she had initially doubted. She looked up at Odin with admiration. I never imagined you would indeed know of Krypton. The region of my home planet is rather obscure. Then, feeling a twinge of remorse, she added, I apologize for my previous remarks. I hope you can forgive my earlier rudeness, considering I am only 14. In truth, Odin had never heard of Krypton. The name had only surfaced after Thor brought Loki back and inquired about it. However, given the vastness of the universe and the girl's assertion of its remoteness, it was not particularly surprising that he was unaware. He had heard that Kryptonians possessed formidable powers and advanced technology, which made his lack of information a point of curiosity. Yet, he was not overly concerned, especially since the girl mentioned Thor had boasted. Knowing his son's character, he had no reason to doubt the authenticity of her claims. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, Thor is still young and has much to learn. As for the alleged mockery of the Asgardians, the benevolent and forgiving Odin took no offense. Chapter 102. Asgard. Kara spoke extensively, naturally aiming to deter Odin from probing further into the matter of Krypton. Unlike Thor, who often acted impulsively, Odin's inquiries could potentially unveil many secrets. It appears that although Odin holds the esteemed title of the Allfather, he is not immune to earthly concerns, seemingly more preoccupied with the reputation of Asgard than the mysteries of Krypton. Kara had prepared to remark, indeed, you are as generous and benevolent as Thor described. However, she hesitated, fearing that such overt praise might come off as insincere, and ultimately settled for a bashful smile. Odin pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, I remember your name is Kara, is it not? Thor happens to be in the Celestial Palace. Would you care to visit Asgard? His invitation was not born of genuine hospitality, but rather a strategic consideration, as Thor was currently restless. Perhaps sending a friend of Thor's from Earth could yield some positive effect. It would be my honor, Kara replied, somewhat taken aback by Odin's approachable demeanor. As for Odin's ulterior motives, she did not dwell on such thoughts. With nothing of value to her name except a vibranium suit, Kara found it hard to believe that Odin, with access to the entirety of Asgard's treasury, would have any designs upon her. The Dark Elves have attacked Asgard. Once we have dealt with this matter, I shall seek you out, Odin remarked, glancing at the silent Hela, his tone nonchalant. Ordinarily, such information would not necessitate sharing with Hela, Kara was uncertain of Odin's intentions, but she recognized that he was preparing to depart, swiftly making her way to his side. With a resounding thud of his spear against the ground, a vibrant column of light enveloped them both, and they vanished from sight. Kara felt herself being swept away uncontrollably as the light encased her. This was the Bifrost, a transdimensional conduit that could transport one to any realm within the 9 realms. Noticing Kara's astonishment, Odin offered a brief explanation, outlining only its most fundamental function. Kara, well aware of what it was merely surprised by the novelty of the experience, masking her prior knowledge with a facade of awe and envy as she listened to Odin's elucidation. She felt an odd sensation, as if an unseen force was propelling her through the air, not in the upward trajectory depicted in films, but rather akin to her own flight. Utilizing her supervision, she peered through the swirling colors of energy surrounding her, seeing only a blur, at times shrouded in darkness, and at others, colorful flashes darting by. The journey lasted approximately half a minute, after which she felt a brief whirl before standing in a semicircular hall adorned in golden hues. The chamber spanned around 30 square meters, with a circular set of steps at its center. A tall figure, wielding a longsword, stood before her. And as he twirled his blade, the circular portal behind Kara gradually fell still. Heimdall, the god of guardianship of Asgard, she recognized, having heard of this notable figure. Suddenly, as Kara continued to assess the guardian, a series of explosive sounds echoed from afar. Before the transmission, Odin had spoken to Hela, and she realized that the Dark Elves had attacked Asgard, unexpectedly finding that the battle was still ongoing. She couldn't help but marvel at Odin's vast heart. Hearing such a commotion, she instinctively activated her enhanced vision. In the distance, a peculiar black ship was rampaging through the city, but the occupants were not Dark Elves, rather. It was Thor, Loki, and a woman whom Kara had never encountered before. Recognizing the familiar scene, she immediately understood that she had overthought the situation. They were likely on their way to confront the Dark Elf leader known as Spicy Chicken Strips. Odin also turned his gaze toward the source of the explosions. What had transpired? Although his eyesight was commendable, he could not see through the buildings to discern the happenings on the other side of the city. Fortunately, Heimdall stood nearby. Heimdall, without needing to look, was aware of the situation, yet he had to feign ignorance. Upon hearing Odin's inquiry, he pretended to observe intently. It was Thor and Loki who had been released. They were piloting the Dark Elf ship, evading the pursuit of the Einherjar warriors. While observing, Heimdall reported everything he saw. They were approaching this direction. Odin initially feared that the Dark Elves had returned in his absence, but upon realizing it was Thor and the others, he felt a wave of relief. He understood their motives, yet to leave this place, they could only rely on the Bifrost. Heimdall paused for a moment. They seemed to be moving away, and it did not appear they planned to depart. They had just destroyed the statue of King Bor. Previously, Thor had communicated with Heimdall, and he knew they intended to leave, but the specifics were unclear. Now, however, it seemed they were deliberately causing destruction. Suddenly, Odin clutched his chest and emitted a muffled groan, his eyes aflame with anger. He lightly struck the ground with his spear and vanished from sight. Kara looked on in bewilderment at Odin's sudden disappearance, having not comprehended a word of their conversation in Asgardian. However, from Odin's expression and actions, she deduced that the old man was quite irate. Surely, he hasn't forgotten about me. Without a word, he departed without taking her along, leaving Kara somewhat dissatisfied with Asgard's hospitality. This was Asgard, the legendary realm of the gods. Having arrived, she felt a yearning to explore. Odin's departure was inconsequential, as there remained a towering figure beside her. She pondered whether Heimdall would prevent her from entering if she chose to proceed. As Kara assessed Heimdall, he too scrutinized her. After a moment of mutual gaze, Heimdall suddenly spoke. Odin has requested that I take you to see him. Kara was taken aback. It had only been a few seconds, and Odin wanted to see her again. Surely, he hadn't genuinely forgotten her. However, he nodded slightly and followed the other into the city. Within the city, many structures lay in ruins, and a group of relatively unadorned Asgardians were clearing the aftermath. The bloodstains that had yet to be washed from the ground bore testament to the ferocity of the battle during the Dark Elves' invasion. The two walked for nearly 20 minutes before they arrived at the castle situated at the heart of the city. Were it not for the sake of courtesy, Kara would have preferred to fly directly there on her own. Heimdall did not accompany her into the main hall. After escorting her, he turned to depart. Kara did not hesitate either, stepping over the slightly elevated threshold and entering alone. Chapter 103. Indeed, everything is possible. Inside the temple, Odin sat expressionless upon the throne. He had just returned to the city early and surveyed the situation, discovering that the Valkyries seemed to be playing a game of make-believe with Thor and the others, as a fleet of ships had pursued them for quite some time without capturing many. Odin could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Useless. Considering that both his inept sons possessed divine bodies, he issued a command to destroy the ships. As for that Midgardian woman, his wife was already deceased. Why would he concern himself with a mortal? The Valkyries were indeed quite conflicted, mindful of Thor and the others' status. They hesitated to attack when they discovered that a few were defying Odin's orders and preparing to flee in their ships. Furthermore, with Odin remaining absent and seemingly tacitly approving of their actions, they grew even more reluctant to take action. However, the previous orders had not been rescinded, so they could only follow in the wake of the ships, putting on a fade while releasing fireworks over the city to commemorate their fallen kin. The sudden assault by the Dark Elves had terrified this generation of Valkyries, who had not experienced war. So many had perished, leaving them shaken to their core. They hoped that Thor and the others would leave swiftly, allowing them to return and rest, soothing their frayed nerves. Yet, contrary to their wishes, Thor and his companions seemed fully aware of their hesitation, circling the city for an extended period without departing. Thus, they commemorated for an extended time until they suddenly received Odin's command to destroy the ships. The Valkyries, already brimming with resentment, swiftly resolved this farce. On the other hand, Odin, who had been simmering with anger, prepared to summon his two sons for a reprimand to vent his frustrations upon seeing the ships destroyed. However, he soon discovered that the vessels were devoid of occupants. Using his divine power to sense the area, he found no trace of anyone. Odin surmised that Thor and the others had most likely departed Asgard. Although he worried about Malekith obtaining the ether, he dared not pursue Thor and the others too recklessly, fearing that the Dark Elves might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Asgard in his absence. These Dark Elves were far more formidable than he had previously perceived, not due to individual strength, but rather in terms of technology. Odin, despite his extensive experience, could glean no useful information from the ships and weaponry, yet he was certain that the Dark Elves had received assistance from other factions. Family scandals should remain concealed. Even Odin cannot display his discomfort before outsiders after being outmaneuvered by his own son. Upon discovering that Kara had arrived at the temple, he retracted his gloomy demeanor and posed a question that had been troubling him. Kara, there is one thing I cannot comprehend. Why would Hela assist you? Since her imprisonment, Hela had never reached out to him, and now she had deliberately drawn him in for the sake of a mere girl, which left him puzzled and somewhat envious. I do not know. After I was transported here, she sought me out. Although Kara harbored discontent toward Odin's previous actions, she refrained from expressing it. Considering he was Thor's father, based on her observations, she perceived Hela as no benevolent figure and thus chose to ignore her. Due to Thor, she was aware that the Asgardians spoke the language of Earth and bore a striking resemblance to its inhabitants. Unable to find a way to leave, she engaged in conversation with Hela for a while. Once she confirmed Hela's Asgardian identity, she inquired about the means to reach Asgard, hoping to find Thor and secure her return to Earth. This query had crossed Hela's mind during their journey, so her response came quite naturally. So she aided you? This was certainly not the Hela that Odin remembered. Kara could not disclose that she had initially insulted Odin to please Hela, only to feign allegiance to her out of a desire for the treasures of the Celestial Palace. If the truth were revealed, Odin would likely strike her down with a bolt of lightning. Witnessing the formidable presence of the imprisoned Hela, she had no doubt about Odin's capabilities. Fortunately, she was astute and had anticipated everything in advance. Hela claimed that Odin had sealed her away and asserted her identity as his daughter, stating that in a few years, she would break free from her confinement. Kara paused for a moment, displaying a look of distress before continuing. Then she will return to Asgard to kill you and commanded me to follow her. Naturally, I did not believe such nonsense, but in order to reach Asgard, I feigned compliance. If the narrative were to unfold as expected, Hela's escape from her prison was inevitable, and she did not wish to face the wrath of this madwoman in the future. Odin might be aware of Hela's intentions, nonetheless, to be on the safe side. Kara mentioned it. Perhaps Odin would suddenly come to a realization and enact a righteous act against his kin, thus alleviating her concerns. Hearing this, Odin was already convinced to a great extent. No one understood Hela's nature better than he did, bloodthirsty, arrogant, and after being sealed for so many years, it was only natural for her to harbor murderous thoughts toward him. However, the notion of being targeted by his own daughter was deeply unsettling. Why does Hela wish for you to follow her? The energy within Kara was indeed significantly more potent than that of an ordinary individual, which Odin could sense. Yet in his eyes, it still held little significance. Based on his understanding of Hela, it was improbable that she would seek to cultivate a relationship with him merely for this reason. It is important to note that many individuals who had previously fallen victim to Hela were not only stronger than Carla, but there were quite a few of them. Carla paused for a moment, shook her head, and replied honestly, I do not know. She had contemplated this matter as well and speculated that Hela might find her appealing or perhaps was captivated by her beauty. However, She felt uncomfortable voicing such thoughts. Could it be that Hela had recognized her potential? Odin mused internally, considering that Karla was only 14 years old, and her future held vast possibilities. Observing Odin deep in thought, Karla added, "It is best to eliminate such a treacherous woman directly. There is a saying that ignorance is bliss, in Odin's eyes." She was unaware of the harsh realities, and Karla believed he would not hold it against her for expressing such sentiments. Odin raised an eyebrow. If he had previously believed 7 out of 10, now his conviction had risen to 99%. He could not fathom that anyone would dare suggest he should kill his own daughter. The young girl's earlier words appeared to be genuine, though he was reluctant to admit it, for his 2 biological children were indeed not particularly astute, unlike Loki. It was plausible that Hela had been deceived by the girl. As for why he only believed 99%, it was because Odin understood the vastness of the universe and had always maintained the conviction that anything was possible. The likelihood of this seemingly harmless girl harboring ulterior motives could certainly be dismissed, yet if he were to encounter such a fate, Odin felt that his time would be limited, as it would indeed be too unfortunate. Chapter 104. Confrontation with Malekith within the temple, upon learning the circumstances. Odin spoke, "You may go to the Rainbow Bridge. I shall have Heimdall escort you back to Midgard." His initial intent in inviting Karla to Asgard was to dissuade Thor from pursuing certain thoughts, yet it was evident that such a measure was no longer necessary. Karla displayed a look of confusion. After a brief hesitation, she said, "I have not seen Thor in a long time. I wonder if I could." She was well aware that it was impossible, as Thor was no longer in Asgard. Her inquiry was merely a means to seek an opportunity to locate Thor and his companions. She had not forgotten the purpose of her visit. Since it was Odin who had invited her, and the reason was related to Thor, it seemed rather unreasonable to suddenly send her away. Although she did not particularly care for the opinions of outsiders, Odin pondered for a moment before offering an explanation. Asgard was ambushed by enemies yesterday. The commotion you heard earlier was caused by the remnants of that attack, and Thor is currently in pursuit of them. Odin simplified the complex situation and made some adjustments that would not tarnish Asgard's reputation, yet the meaning remained quite clear. Karla comprehended his intention. Essentially, Thor was not in Asgard at present, and his return was uncertain. In pursuit of enemies, you say? I happen to be free. I wonder if I could be of assistance. She patted her chest confidently and asserted, "My abilities are quite commendable. I should be able to assist Thor." From their previous discussions, she understood that Odin was rather concerned about appearances. Pausing for a moment, fearing rejection, she added, "Out of my friendship with Thor, please allow me to contribute in some way." In truth, Odin was somewhat worried about Thor and the others. The enemy that had infiltrated the Celestial Palace the day before displayed strength comparable to Thor's, if not greater. If Kara could lend her aid, their combined efforts would ensure Thor's safety and minimize the risk of unforeseen incidents. As the king of Asgard, Odin had never considered seeking assistance from others. However, Kara's proactive stance aligned with his own thoughts. In Odin's eyes, she grew increasingly appealing. After a moment of contemplation, Odin feigned hesitation and said, "The Dark Elves are formidable. Are you certain you wish to assist?" Kara, not overthinking the matter, assumed Odin was genuinely concerned for her safety. "Then I must go, as Thor's friend. How could I allow him to face this alone?" The Marvel Universe is renowned for its myriad of villains and superheroes. But it is also abundant in individuals willing to selflessly support and even sacrifice for their comrades and friends. Though her words were somewhat insincere, they were nonetheless compelling. After all, Odin was convinced, given that his son embodied such traits in his friendships. Since Kara had expressed herself so resolutely, Odin reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well. I shall have Heimdall escort you to Svartalfheim." With her objective achieved, Kara did not linger. After bidding Odin farewell, she turned to leave the temple. Suddenly, she paused, turning back to Odin and saying, "Esteemed King Odin, I have been without a suitable weapon. I fear I may be at a disadvantage in this battle. Might there be an appropriate weapon in Asgard that I could borrow?" Without a moment's thought, Odin replied curtly, "No. Farewell." Despite her thick skin, Kara's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, clearly taken aback by Odin's swift refusal. As she flew towards the Rainbow Bridge, she muttered under her breath, "Stingy, exceedingly stingy." She had hoped to procure some equipment, but Odin's parsimony left her weaponless, despite her willingness to assist Thor. Grumbling aside, the mission continued, all in pursuit of the ether particles. Upon locating Heimdall, neither wasted words. As he swung his colossal sword, Kara vanished from Asgard. Svartalfheim. This planet bore a striking resemblance to the place where Hela was imprisoned, characterized by a dim sky and an endless expanse of desolation. However, it was relatively better. At least there was no thick fog. Kara wasted no time. Activating her super hearing and vision, she began her search for Thor and the others. After nearly half an hour of searching, Kara finally located a few individuals. Upon arriving at the scene, Her eyes were immediately drawn to Thor, who was sent flying by a masked cursed warrior. She did not rush to assist Thor, nor did she acknowledge Loki, who had once shared the same space with her. Instead, she swiftly charged towards the Dark Elf leader, Malekith, who was preparing to depart. The tremendous sound of an explosion caught Malekith's attention, but before he could react, Kara struck him squarely in the face, sending him careening through the air. However, the ensuing events took Kara by surprise. Before she could revel in her triumph, a massive surge of energy erupted from within Malekith, violently tossing her petite form through the air until she managed to regain her balance. Meanwhile, Malekith was astounded. Had it not been for the aid of the ether particles absorbing much of the force, he feared his head would have been dislodged. He quickly rose from the ground, clutching his neck with his right hand, glaring at his assailant. Upon recognizing Kara's features, he deduced she was an Asgardian allied with Thor and, without any intention of engaging in idle banter, raised his left hand to unleash a counterattack powered by the ether particles coursing through him. Kara, not one to be easily intimidated, relied on her swiftness to evade Malekith's onslaught while advancing towards him. Malekith, twisting his neck, unleashed a stream of particle energy that whipped through the air like a long whip, attempting to hinder her progress. Yet, the effectiveness of his efforts proved minimal. While he could delay her, he could not significantly deter her advance. Within moments, she was upon him once more. This time, Kara was prepared. Her vibranium suit enveloped her entirely as she delivered a powerful kick to Malekith's chest. As anticipated, he was sent reeling, and once again, an explosive wave of energy erupted from within him. Observing Malekith, who staggered to his feet with blood trickling from his mouth, Kara couldn't suppress a smile. She was confident that with a few more exchanges, she would wear down this dual-faced adversary. Malekith, feeling increasingly frustrated, recognized that the ether particles were not yet at their most potent form, despite their significant energy. However, he was aware that he could not continue this way without consequence. As Kara charged at him once more, he hastily commanded the ether particles to launch an attack, hoping to buy time while retreating towards his spacecraft. Chapter 105, Ether Particles, Svartalfheim. Kara had initially believed that with the unique properties of her vibranium suit, she could easily subdue Malekith. However, the reality diverged from her expectations. Aside from the first two successful strikes against Malekith, all subsequent attempts had ended in failure. It was not that Malekith's speed allowed him to evade her assaults. Rather, each time she drew near, he would preemptively unleash an explosive burst of energy, forcing her back. This ongoing situation left Kara somewhat vexed. She recalled having researched vibranium previously, and one particular phrase lingered vividly in her memory. Vibranium is said to withstand virtually infinite impact, yet the current situation is evidently not as formidable as the records suggest. Could it be that vibranium is not as powerful as the legends portray, merely a fabrication of Wakanda, aiming to prosper through deception? Or perhaps Chala, while appearing grandiose, has indeed cut corners, producing a half-baked imitation? These two notions briefly flickered in Kara's mind before being swiftly dismissed. She had already witnessed Wakanda's technological prowess. Aside from the energy absorption mentioned in the records, the other characteristics were almost entirely factual, making it implausible for them to exaggerate its defensive capabilities. As for the possibility of Chala skimping on quality, while not entirely out of the question, the likelihood seemed rather slim. After all, with such an abundance of vibranium at their disposal, the creation of a battle suit would not warrant such misconduct. Ultimately, she attributed the anomalies to the ether particles. Being one of the Infinity Stones, it was reasonable to assume they possessed considerable power. Ever since the professor revealed Magneto's formidable strength, Kara maintained an air of indifference, though the pressure weighed heavily on her. To prevent Lorna from being taken, she often ventured into outer space to bask in the sun, hoping to expedite her own power enhancement. This strategy indeed bore fruit. Not only did her physical enhancement accelerate, but her cognitive faculties seemed to sharpen as well. The most evident change was the clarity of her thoughts. Pondering the battlesuit dilemma, what seemed like an extended contemplation was, in reality, a fleeting moment of insight. As Malekith drew closer to the spaceship, a sense of urgency gripped Kara. She discerned his intentions clearly. He undoubtedly realized he could not overpower her and sought to escape in the ship. Though she could not ascertain the ship's defenses, she surmised that destroying it would not pose a significant challenge, and Malekith would be powerless to stop her. The reason she refrained from doing so was that she had come to regard the spaceship as her own. Prior to arriving here, Kara had envisioned herself piloting the ship on Earth, gazing adoringly at Lorna, with the astonished egghead beside her. The thought of destroying it now felt rather bittersweet. Kara had previously employed her heat vision against Malekith, yet it had been thwarted by the energy of the ether particles. Suddenly, she recalled the rings bestowed upon her by the Mandarin, which she had not yet utilized, momentarily forgotten. as her hand armor vanished. A flash of black and white light enveloped her as she activated both the dark dimension and gravity. She believed this would suffice to hinder Malekith. However, the outcome darkened her expression. According to the ring's information, everyone except the bearer would be affected by its powers, yet Malekith appeared unfazed, his movements uninterrupted. Raising her right hand, a golden beam shot straight toward Malekith. The cutting beam, which she considered the mightiest of the 10 rings, was purported to obliterate nearly all matter. This ability can no longer simply be described as formidable. Its sole flaw lies in the necessity of a 20-minute cooldown period for recharging. The current situation was not unexpected for her. The rays were effectively obstructed by the ethereal particles, much to her satisfaction. Kara contemplated the implications of allowing Malekith to escape, realizing that without the ethereal particles and the spacecraft, her own efforts would be in vain. Consequently, she altered her strategy, opting not to eliminate Malekith first, but instead to soar above him, reaching the spaceship ahead of him. As Kara observed Malekith come to a halt, a cold smirk crept across her lips. Regardless of whether he could comprehend her taunts, she provocatively beckoned him forward with a flick of her fingers, exclaiming, "Come here." Malekith was not foolish. Aware that he could not prevail in close combat, he refrained from rushing to his demise, still nursing the pain in his neck. However, with no avenue for retreat, he was left with no choice but to confront her head-on. Malekith maintained an expression of grim determination, leaving Kara uncertain of his thoughts. When her provocation failed to elicit a reaction, she found herself momentarily at a loss for alternative tactics. The standoff persisted until, ultimately, it was Malekith who could no longer contain himself. With a dramatic flourish of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of granular matter from within, his eyes transforming into a menacing crimson hue. Without a doubt, Kara recognized that Malekith was preparing to unleash a formidable attack. In cinematic narratives, the protagonist might experience a lapse in judgment, allowing the antagonist to gather power before overcoming insurmountable challenges to ultimately vanquish their foe. However, Kara possessed neither the inclination nor the folly to emulate such foolishness. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, her eyes ignited with a fervent crimson glow, and as she unleashed her thermal vision, she charged towards Malekith with haste. As before, a stream of red liquid began to overflow from Malekith, creating a barrier against her thermal gaze. In the face of Kara's approaching form, a glimmer of cruelty flickered in Malekith's eyes. The ethereal particles, one of the 6 infinity stones, were said to have the extraordinary ability to transform one's thoughts into reality without exaggeration. However, to Malekith, these particles resembled a parasitic entity, possessing a will of its own, actively seeking hosts to inhabit while siphoning their life force. This entity yearned for power, elucidating Malekith's propensity to seize ethereal particles from others. It understood his ambition, as it aided him in plunging the 9 realms into darkness. It simultaneously sought to consume one of those realms to fortify itself. Yet, without a vessel, Malekith could only tap into the most rudimentary energies of the ethereal particles for offensive purposes. Should he attempt to manifest or alter reality using the particles at this juncture, he would likely be reduced to a desiccated husk before he could even harness their full potential. During their standoff, Malekith had internally expressed a desire for the ethereal to siphon Kara's life force, and the particles showed no sign of resistance to this notion. To acquiesce is tantamount to consent, yet distance presents a significant challenge. He lacks the ability to control the ethereal particles from straying too far from him. Chapter 106. The loyalty of the Dark Elf. Malekith had witnessed the swiftness of Kara, who had been evading him while contemplating how to approach her in a manner that appeared natural, lest he arouse her suspicion. However, the Asgardian imp could no longer contain his impatience and charged towards him once more. Unbeknownst to Kara, Malekith's mind was a tumult of thoughts. Anticipating that he intended to unleash a formidable attack, she resolved to engage him closely, hoping to disrupt his gathering power. As she drew near, Kara unleashed a powerful sidekick aimed at Malekith's head. A surge of crimson liquid energy erupted forth, swiftly parrying her strike and enveloping her leg. Alarmed, Kara realized that the red liquid energy had adhered to her form. Despite retracting her right leg just in time, she found herself ensnared in its grasp. She extended her hands, attempting to tear away the ethereal energy that clung to her leg, but instead of liberating herself, her hands became tainted as well. In her moment of confusion, the red liquid energy began to permeate her being. She could distinctly sense the unfamiliar energy coursing through her body, traversing her system until it converged in her brain. This revelation sent a chill down Kara's spine. The flow abruptly halted, refraining from penetrating her mind, and instead falling silent. Before she could comprehend the situation fully, she observed Malekith, his face a mask of disbelief, shouting something at her. At that moment, Kara noticed the particulate energy that had been suffusing the surroundings gradually dissipating, and Malekith's eyes returned to their original state. Although she could not decipher his words, Kara surmised that his attack had failed, leaving him unable to accept this reality. Due to the recent events, Kara hesitated to approach Malekith again, pondering her next course of action when Thor, having concluded his own battle, soared towards her. Without uttering a word, he landed and hurled his Mjolnir. With a resounding thud, Kara stood in shock as Malekith, struck down by Thor's hammer, lay on the ground, lifeless and motionless. A thought echoed in her mind. This is impossible. She could not fathom that the adversary she had struggled against for so long could be vanquished by a single blow. Did the hammer possess an innate ability to bypass defenses? Reflecting on the moment when Thor had wielded his hammer to summon lightning that shattered ethereal particles, she recalled that while the particles had eventually reformed, they had indeed been broken. Yet, she had not witnessed the ethereal particles manifesting any of the defensive qualities they had displayed previously, leaving her perplexed. Instinctively glancing at her own hands, she contemplated a potential explanation. "Hey, Kara, how did you end up here?" Thor inquired, furrowing his brow as he kicked Malekith's lifeless form. His expression devoid of the triumph typically associated with victory. Upon noticing Kara beside him, he managed a strained smile and offered a greeting. Kara grasped Malekith's leg, hovering in the air as she gave it a gentle shake. Upon hearing Thor's inquiry, she recounted her journey to this place, omitting any mention of Hela. It was perhaps best for Odin's familial matters to be handled by themselves, as an outsider like her should not meddle. At this moment, Hela might very well have met her demise at the hands of a reconciled Odin. "Can you pilot the ship?" Kara asked, noticing Thor's somber demeanor. She gestured toward the Dark Elf's flagship not far away. "Of course, I flew here," Thor replied, having never learned to navigate a ship, yet having successfully operated one in Asgard previously. While this vessel was considerably larger, he believed it would not be overly challenging to control. "I'm planning to return to Earth. Would you like to join me?" Kara contemplated that the intruding ether particles were most likely responsible for her recent ordeal, yet she refrained from testing her hypothesis immediately, fearing that Thor would insist on returning her to Asgard. After all, ether particles were ostensibly Asgardian property, and if Odin demanded their return, she would have no choice but to comply. Thor nodded, requesting Kara to wait while he flew back in the direction they had come from. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the ship alongside his girlfriend, Jane Foster. Though Jane was usually engrossed in astronomy, she was not entirely oblivious to external affairs and was well aware of Kara's true identity. After a brief exchange, the group ascended to the cockpit via a platform akin to an elevator located at the ship's base. Kara was taken aback to discover the presence of other dark elves aboard the ship, and notably, there were quite a few. Upon noticing their entrance, the elves merely glanced over before returning to their previous tasks, seemingly unfazed. Thor positioned Jane protectively behind him, exchanging a bewildered glance with Kara, both clearly perplexed by the situation. Just then, a dark elf, unmasked and resembling a diplomat, approached them, speaking rapidly to Kara before bowing slightly. Kara turned to Thor, signaling him to translate. Thor's expression shifted to one of surprise, his brow furrowing. "They intended to pledge their allegiance to me, but as the Prince of Asgard, I could not accept their fealty, so they altered their allegiance to you." She raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at Thor. "Are you certain? Surely the dark elf language cannot convey such complex sentiments in a single utterance." Thor maintained his composure, nodding. The dark elf had merely expressed a desire to serve Kara, but in his view, it was he who had vanquished Malekith, and thus, their loyalty should rightfully belong to him. This was the source of his frown. Yet he rationalized their motivations. The dark elves had historically been adversaries of Asgard, and had recently attacked them. It was understandable that they would fear Odin's retribution or even execution, prompting them to align themselves with Kara instead. "Esteemed sir, please accept our fealty." The dark elf suddenly spoke in English. He had never contemplated pledging allegiance to Thor. He had witnessed the entire battle and was acutely aware of the reasons behind Malekith's defeat. He understood that escape was futile, for these soldiers were no match for the two of them. Thus he made this decision. After all, resistance equated to annihilation, while surrender offered a glimmer of hope. The reason he refrained from choosing Thor was that the Dark Elf clan had descended to their current plight entirely due to Asgard's interference. In contrast, Kal-El had a different perspective. Although she had vanquished Malekith, leadership could simply be re-established. There was no need for radical animosity towards Asgard, as opposed to harboring resentment against Kal-El. Moreover, he was aware of the ether particles residing within Kal-El. With sheer personal strength, Malekith, who possessed ether particles, had been easily bested. Now, having acquired ether particles himself, how could he not be formidable? Chapter 107. Return to Earth. Kal-El pondered for a moment before decisively rejecting the Dark Elf's request. although she espoused the ideals of the Justice League, proclaiming that a lone hero could not save the world and that justice does not walk alone. She did not wholly agree with this philosophy. Her own beliefs mirrored this sentiment. She had never considered that one individual's strength could resolve all troubles, which was precisely why she had assembled her own team of superheroes. However, she would not indiscriminately admit anyone into her ranks. Quantity mattered little, but they must be elite. Above all, they had to be individuals she found agreeable. The predicament of these dark elves was undeniably awkward, yet, upon contemplating allegiance to her, they failed to show proper deference, which left her slightly displeased. However, this little leader was an exception. His respectful demeanor greatly satisfied Kal-El, as it conveyed a modicum of respect. Very well, I find your discernment commendable. You may accompany me henceforth. As for the others, let them be. You may select 10 of your kin to remain. Initially, Kal-El intended to keep only the little leader, but considering the size of the ship, she feared he might struggle to manage it alone. The little leader, named Trist, felt a chill when Kal-El initially rejected him. But upon hearing her consent for him to bring 10 kin, he felt a wave of joy. Compared to his own life, he cared little for the others. As long as he survived, he had confidence in his ability to restore the Dark Elves' numbers through his efforts. By the way, ensure that those you select are adept in scientific pursuits, particularly those skilled in weaponry. Kal-El suddenly recalled the technological prowess of the Dark Elves. While they may not reach the level of Stark Industries in arms dealing, merely selling to S.H.I.E.L.D. could yield substantial wealth. This would not only bolster Earth's military might, but also alleviate her financial constraints. Trist's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. Master, our weapons were acquired from the Kree by Malekith, not invented by the Dark Elves. Had the Dark Elves possessed such formidable weaponry, their defeat would not have been so absolute. The Kree? Kara pondered briefly and recalled that the antagonists in Guardians of the Galaxy were indeed Kree. She had not anticipated a connection between the Dark Elves and the homeworld of that villain. Is it possible to procure more from the Kree? She remained optimistic. Having already secured the ether particles and a spacecraft, though slightly disappointed, it was not a matter of great concern. Tristan hesitated before replying that it was likely unfeasible. Malekith had previously agreed to certain conditions with the Kree in exchange for these weapons. He was unclear about the specifics of their negotiations, but with Malekith now deceased, he deemed it fortunate that the Kree had not sought retribution, let alone requested additional resources. Kara nodded in understanding. Her inquiry had been casual, and even if it were possible, she would not feel at ease sending Tristan to retrieve the weapons. She was indifferent to his departure. Yet the loss of the spacecraft would be a significant blow. She dismissed further thoughts and commanded the Dark Elves to proceed to Earth. In an instant, Kara found the spacecraft had materialized above Earth. Such prowess? Kara was astonished. This was akin to teleportation. Were the Kree's technological advancements this remarkable? Was this not comparable to the Space Stone? Sensing Kara's astonishment, Tristan adeptly explained that the rapid transit to Earth was facilitated by an unusual energy fluctuation produced during celestial convergence. The Kree spacecraft was equipped with a teleportation device that could lock onto this energy, thus achieving an effect reminiscent of teleportation. Under normal circumstances, without detecting such extraordinary energy fluctuations, even with this capability, the spacecraft could not pinpoint Earth. Tristan was equally oblivious to the underlying principles, akin to how an ordinary person might operate a television or computer without comprehending the mechanics that allowed screens to project images. Realizing there were limitations, Kara refrained from further inquiries. Prior to the transfer, she had instructed the spacecraft to enter stealth mode, thereby avoiding any commotion. Upon their return to Earth, Thor suggested first escorting Jane home before they would reconvene at the Avengers Tower. Once Thor and Jane departed, Kara prepared to direct the spacecraft towards the mutant school when her communicator on her wrist suddenly chimed. "Hill, how have you been lately?" The thought of Lorna's astonished, admiring gaze brought an air of delight to Kara's tone. "Thank God, I finally got through. Where are you now?" Hill seemed to exhale in relief, her voice tinged with urgency. Although there were other motives this time, it can be said that it indirectly saved the Earth. Kara was not inclined to conceal her actions and casually replied. "Upon my return to Earth, I glanced at the street outside and found myself in Greenwich, England. Is there something you need from me?" After receiving a notification from Nick Fury, Hill promptly returned to Washington. The moment she disembarked from the plane, she received a text from Fury detailing some of his plans. Following his instructions, she had previously sought out a discreet location, and after the plan unfolded smoothly, she quietly brought the supposedly deceased Fury to their base. Upon awakening, Fury immediately assigned her another task, to maintain continuous contact with Kara. Recent events had been quite tumultuous, and Hill had been running around for several days without a moment's rest. As an ordinary human, the overwhelming fatigue combined with the tediousness of this mission led her to doze off half an hour ago. Suddenly, She awoke as if sensing something, and to her astonishment, the previously unreachable communicator was now connected. S-H-I-E-L-D was in trouble. Hill rapidly recounted the situation to Kara and sent her current location. Lorna is also there. Anticipating this occurrence, Kara remained remarkably composed, and since Nick Fury was not in immediate danger, she was not particularly eager to seek out the two. Often, it is in the most perilous moments that one earns the most gratitude. She rather wished for Fury to endure a bit more hardship before she resolved the predicament. However, from Hill's earlier account, Fury had sought Lorna's assistance, which surprised her. She recalled their last encounter when Lorna had nearly killed Fury. Hill's tone sounded somewhat peculiar. Indeed, you'd best hurry over. Chapter 108. The male model of Hydra Washington. The location Hill provided was an abandoned reservoir. Before long, Kara arrived at the site. Keeping the ship cloaked, she descended with Trist and several heavily armed soldiers, making her way toward Hill, who was waiting by the embankment. Hill paused momentarily at the sudden appearance of Kara. She did not recall Kara possessing any cloaking or teleportation abilities. Then, upon seeing the dark elf who followed closely behind, she was left speechless. She gestured towards Trist, appeared rather peculiar. The other armed individuals, clad in armor and masks, seemed unremarkable apart from their odd appearance. However, Trist was evidently not of earthly origin. While he could potentially be a mutant, Hill suspected the likelihood of him being an extraterrestrial was even greater, especially since Kara had recently returned from another planet. Observing how the others deferred to Kara only piqued her curiosity about the experiences Kara had undergone. The dark elf will henceforth be my subordinate. Kara, accompanied by Trist and others, sought to showcase her prowess, though her intended audience was not Hill. Upon receiving an inquiry from the other party, she offered a brief explanation. Follow me, Hill nodded, recognizing that this was not the moment for further discussion. She led Kara through the passage beneath the embankment towards their stronghold. After several minutes of traversing the tunnel, they arrived at the location where Nick Fury and his associates were situated. Lorna was seated on a chair, while Mandarin stood behind her. Kara! Lorna exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Kara enter. She rushed over, ready to embrace her, but suddenly hesitated, recalling something, and her smile vanished, replaced by a frown as she directed a huff towards Kara. Kara lowered her outstretched arms, perplexed by Lorna's abrupt change in demeanor. Sensing Lorna's expression that seemed to beckon for consolation, she approached and took Lorna's small hand, asking, "Tell me who has upset you, and I shall deal with them so thoroughly they won't be recognized by their own mother." From Lorna's attitude, Kara suspected that she might be the cause of her distress, though she could not fathom a reason, ultimately attributing the matter to Nick Fury. "Why did you leave me to seek out aliens alone?" Kara paused, realizing this was the crux of the issue. She hurriedly explained the circumstances, and upon learning that Kara's journey to another planet was unavoidable, Lorna's anger dissipated. After a brief exchange, Kara understood Lorna's presence here was due to Nick Fury's unfulfilled promise of compensation, and Lorna was here to collect the debt. This reservoir had been abandoned for quite some time, and the environment was quite dire. They found themselves in a somewhat spacious hall, partitioned by a fabric curtain, delineating a rudimentary infirmary. Through the fabric, Kara could see Nick Fury lying on a hospital bed, appearing rather worse for wear. Kara instructed Trist and the others to wait outside the infirmary while she and Lorna followed Hill inside. "Oh, still lying down?" Although Nick Fury looked rather unfortunate, he was not in any immediate danger, and Kara couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude as she inquired, "Have the issues in Britain been resolved?" Nick Fury smiled dismissively. When the curtain was drawn back moments earlier, he had caught sight of the armed dark elves outside, which prompted a cascade of thoughts. Kara's first reaction was to wonder if the egg-headed one had taken the wrong medication, as he was smiling, something she realized she had never witnessed before. Nodding nonchalantly, she recounted her actions, deliberately omitting any mention of the spaceship, planning to unveil it once the egg-headed one had recovered, eager to witness his astonished and envious expression. Revealing it prematurely would diminish the moment's significance. Nick Fury's expression turned serious. "Kara, I am grateful for your efforts." "Stop." At this, Kara could not resist interrupting him. While the feeling of being appreciated by others was indeed pleasant, with him, it felt different. Aside from his oddity and awkwardness, she felt little else. "He still owes me 30 million, which he has yet to pay." At that moment, Lorna whispered to Kara. Nick Fury's lips curled slightly. He was publicly declared dead, his personal accounts frozen, leaving him at a loss for how to procure funds for Lorna. He had promised to pay her as soon as the matter was resolved. But Lorna suspected he intended to renege on the debt and relentlessly pursued him for the money. Squeezing Lorna's palm, he signaled her to remain calm. 30 million was but a trifling sum for Nick Fury, the director, and Kara was in no way concerned about his ability to pay. Natasha and the others were being pursued by Hydra, putting them in dire straits. and I need you to bring them here." Kara glanced at Nick Fury in surprise. She had assumed he summoned her to launch a counterattack against S.H.I.E.L.D., only to realize he merely wanted her to rescue someone. "No problem. Where are they located?" Fearing the exposure of their hideout, Nick Fury refrained from directly calling Natasha and the others to inquire about their whereabouts. Initially, he planned for Hill to infiltrate Hydra's capture team to approach Natasha and her group, but Kara found that approach excessively cumbersome. Departing the reservoir, she began searching for news online while flying toward the city. Along the way, she attempted to call Natasha and the others, but the calls failed to connect. They had likely discarded or disabled their communicators to avoid being tracked. Suddenly, it struck Kara that since Hydra was pursuing Natasha, they must know her position. She decided to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to see if she could intercept any information. However, before reaching S.H.I.E.L.D., she spotted Steve and others engaged in combat with a group of heavily armed soldiers on a nearby highway. Steve and a black man she did not recognize were struggling to fend off the soldiers' attacks. The vibranium suit began to spread from Kara's wrist, quickly enveloping her entire body. She descended onto the highway, assisting Steve by dispatching several Hydra members who were shooting at him. Before she could speak, Steve shouted, "Quick, go help Natasha." During the skirmish, he had seen the Winter Soldier pursuing Natasha. Having clashed with the Winter Soldier the previous night, he knew Natasha would not stand a chance. Kara nodded and flew in the direction Steve indicated, soon spotting Hydra's male model, who was grappling with Natasha, attacking her with full force. Naturally, Natasha was no match for the Winter Soldier. After only a few exchanges, she was thrown aside. Chapter 109. Cradling thunder with a resounding thud. The ground slightly buckled, fissures radiating outward nearly half a meter wide. Kara landed approximately 3 meters in front of the Winter Soldier, her arms outstretched to catch the thrown Natasha. As she gently placed Natasha behind her, she turned to face the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier, whose true name is Bucky Barnes, is a character from the World War II era, much like Captain America, Steve Rogers. Before Steve received the serum enhancement, Bucky had already enlisted in the army, and their bond transcended that of mere friendship, placing them among the more renowned pairs within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Akin to the relationships between Professor X and Magneto, Tony Stark and Happy Hogan, or Thor and Loki. As the saying goes, a couple working together achieves more with less effort. Throughout the war, they accomplished numerous feats, but during a mission against Hydra, Bucky fell from a cliff and was presumed dead by all. In truth, he was rescued by Hydra and subjected to brainwashing and modification, transforming him into a mindless killing machine. He is infamously known for the assassination of Tony Stark's parents and the attempted murder of Nick Fury. It appears that the president, named something like Ken, was also a victim of his actions, with Magneto ultimately taking the blame. Kara learned of this information from previous Marvel films, although she is uncertain of its accuracy, having discovered many discrepancies between reality and the cinematic portrayal. Bucky remained expressionless as he raised his weapon and fired a grenade at the two. Such an ordinary assault did not even merit Kara taking a step back, let alone prompting her to evade. She raised her left hand to shield Natasha, enveloping her in a biological force field to protect her from the ensuing shockwave. With her right hand, she swept vigorously from left to right. Boom. The explosion's flames dissipated almost instantaneously, and to Kara's surprise, Bucky turned and began to flee immediately after launching the grenade. Having already engaged, he could not simply allow his adversary to escape. Despite Bucky's enhancements from Hydra, which granted him abilities far beyond those of an ordinary human, he was no match for Kara. Prior to his actions, Bucky had reviewed intelligence on Kara, which instructed him to abandon the mission unconditionally upon encountering the target and to avoid direct confrontation. Accompanying this was a satellite image depicting Kara in the depths of space. Obedience is one of his virtues, thus upon recognizing Kara, he opted for retreat without hesitation. The earlier encounter had provided him a preliminary understanding of Kara's physical strength and speed. He felt no fear, maintaining a cool demeanor as he acknowledged the slim chances of evading her grasp. Fortunately, he was fully armed and still possessed several grenades, as well as his weapon. He retrieved a grenade from his belt, hurling it towards the crowd along the roadside as he ran, hoping to delay Kara's pursuit. He was aware that these so-called superheroes could not possibly disregard the lives of ordinary people. This was his only hope for escape. Kara was indeed affected. While not particularly benevolent, she could not stand idly by and watch innocent lives be lost due to her presence, especially when she had the ability to save them. Without a moment's hesitation, Kara dashed toward the crowd by the roadside, seizing a specially designed silver metal grenade, clasping it tightly in her hands. Boom. Ignoring the mix of cheers and screams from the onlookers, Kara pursued Bucky once more. Although this tactic could delay her, it could not rid him of her presence. Her superhuman vision was not merely ornamental. As she endeavored to save lives, she continuously locked onto Bucky. Clever as ever, Bucky's primary goal was merely to escape, not to harm these ordinary people. To avoid inciting Kara's wrath, he refrained from hurling all his explosives at once. As Kara closed in again, he retrieved another grenade, forcefully tossing it towards a nearby shopping mall with his metallic arm. Damn it! Casting Bucky a glare that promised retribution, Kara followed closely behind the grenade, shattering the glass as she entered the mall. What met her eyes was a small girl, no older than 6, picking up the grenade that had rolled to her feet. In that instant, Kara's mind went blank. She realized that there was no way she could reach the child in time to save her. She was once again engulfed by the helplessness she had felt upon arriving in this world. Previously, it had been due to a lack of power. Now, it was because her strength was insufficient. In that fleeting moment, numerous thoughts flooded Kara's mind. If she had not accepted Nick Fury's call for assistance in aiding Natasha and the others, Bucky would not have resorted to such measures. In the past, even when altering the course of events, Kara had felt indifferent, believing her happiness was paramount, never considering the broader implications. As the grenade neared detonation, for the first time, she felt a pang of guilt for her actions. This was merely a child, much younger than herself. Her life had only just begun. Kara could even see the curiosity and innocence sparkling in the girl's eyes, alongside her oblivious parents and the surrounding pedestrians, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. An overwhelming urge to turn away surged within Kara, her heart whispering a wish that the grenade might be a dud. The moment that thought crossed her mind, a flash of red light flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass and Kara's entrance into the mall triggered a nearby girl's scream. It wasn't that Kara appeared fearsome. Rather, the abruptness of the situation was startling. The scream momentarily pulled Kara from her thoughts, and she noticed that the grenade, which should have detonated, remained in the girl's hands, still being toyed with. Without a second thought, she rushed to the little girl, snatching the grenade from her grasp and, as before, clasping it tightly in her palms. The child flinched, seemingly startled, and looked up with a bewildered expression. Upon realizing that Kara had no intention of returning the grenade, the girl's mouth quivered, and tears began to well in her eyes. Nearby shop attendants and pedestrians turned their attention to Kara, while the girl's parents quickly scooped her up, gazing at the sudden apparition of Kara with a mix of fear and confusion. This is a bomb. Kara was acutely aware that her previous actions had been somewhat hasty, lacking consideration for the little girl's feelings. The urgency of the situation loomed large, with the grenade posing an imminent threat of detonation, leaving her little room for deliberation. The crowd around her began to stir restlessly. The timid individuals turned and fled into the distance, while those with greater courage retreated a few paces, casting curious glances at Kara's tightly clasped hands. However, after a brief moment, silence ensued. The onlookers, initially eager to witness the might of a superhero up close, found themselves feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 110. What kind of trap is this? Someone exclaimed. Wasn't it supposed to be a bomb? Why hasn't it exploded yet? Suddenly, a bystander, eager for entertainment, shouted out. Kara's expression darkened as she shot a quick glare at the flamboyantly dressed young man, ready to retort, yet others around him chimed in. Indeed, why hasn't it detonated? One questioned. Could it be a ruse? Another added. As more voices joined in, Kara felt a twinge of confusion. Could it truly be a dud? Under the watchful eyes of so many, and with the little girl still crying nearby, she found herself wishing fervently for the grenade to explode, to vindicate her innocence. Stealing a glance at Bucky, she noticed Steve had emerged from somewhere to intercept him, while Natasha was assisting not far off. With that situation momentarily under control, Kara shifted her focus to silencing the growing doubts surrounding her. You ought to explode already, she silently urged, bringing her hands closer to her eyes, peering through the small gap. Just as the scrutiny from the crowd became unbearable, a sudden explosion echoed from the street outside, and Kara sensed that lingering any longer would lead to an exceedingly awkward predicament. A hint of urgency crossed her face as she feigned hesitation, seizing the opportunity to swiftly exit the mall. She envisioned the sensational headlines that would greet her in the morning papers. Boldly stealing a little girl's toy, claims it was a bomb when discovered. The shock of such an accusation against her for an act towards a 5-year-old sent a wave of greenish pallor across her face. Upon exiting the mall, Kara spotted Steve and Bucky still engaged in their scuffle, and a nearby car ablaze, likely the source of the earlier explosion. Seizing the moment as the two momentarily broke apart, Kara descended into the fray, taking Steve's place. With a swift motion, she swung her right arm, landing a punch against Bucky. With a resounding crack, accompanied by the sound of metal twisting, Bucky's metallic left arm was sent flying. Unrelenting, Kara followed through with a kick to Bucky's chin, and before he could tumble backward, she grasped his clothing and delivered several swift punches to his abdomen. Bucky, who had been on the verge of unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the sharp pain in his gut. Considering Steve's presence, Kara refrained from delivering a fatal blow. However, while he may have escaped death, the consequences of his actions were far from trivial. Without properly venting her frustrations, she would not be Kara. After delivering a few blows to Bucky's face, which left him somewhat bewildered with his panda-like eyes, Kara felt a slight sense of relief. She casually discarded the incapacitated Bucky at Steve's feet, though a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered within her. Steve, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated that Kara intended to eliminate the Winter Soldier. Given Bucky's affiliation with Hydra, he had not planned to intervene. However, Kara's unexpected action left him bewildered. The mask that Bucky had previously worn was sent flying by Kara's kick, allowing Steve to finally discern Bucky's identity. "Bucky," he uttered incredulously, hastily crouching down to assist him. Bucky, grimacing in pain while clutching his abdomen, curled up on the ground and swatted away Steve's outstretched hand, responding brusquely, "Who is Bucky?" Steve, puzzled, glanced at Kara, silently inquiring about the situation. Kara, somewhat exasperated, shrugged, conveying her own uncertainty. Natasha approached from a distance, placing a hand on Kara's shoulder. "Nice outfit. Where did you get it?" she inquired. Kara brushed aside Natasha's probing hand, smiling proudly as she replied, "A friend from Africa gifted it to me." Before they could exchange further pleasantries, a fleet of police cars suddenly arrived, and over a dozen fully armed soldiers emerged. One commanding officer, aiming his weapon at Steve, shouted, "Drop your shield and kneel." The other soldiers quickly encircled the group, their intentions unmistakable. Steve obediently set down his shield but refrained from kneeling, opting instead to clasp his hands atop his head, temporarily surrendering. His focus remained solely on Bucky, leaving no room for other thoughts. Natasha tugged at Kara's sleeve, whispering, "Aren't you going to do something? Kneel, you are under arrest." A soldier with long hair glared menacingly at Kara and her companion, barking orders. Bang! Before he could finish, Kara delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a significant amount of blood, clearly beyond recovery. Kara was baffled by whether this individual truly did not recognize her or was merely feigning ignorance. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Nevertheless, she had no intention of showing mercy to such Hydra agents, and her strikes were delivered without hesitation. The surrounding soldiers, taken aback, recoiled several steps, raising their weapons at Kara, though they hesitated to fire without explicit orders. After handcuffing the commanding officer, the leader approached, gesturing for the soldiers to lower their weapons, and addressed Kara. "You are Kara, correct? The captain and his associates are wanted for the murder of Nick Fury. You might not be aware of these events since you just returned from the UK." Brock Rumlow received information from Pierce, indicating that Kara had just returned from another planet and was unfamiliar with the unfolding events. He intended to deceive her momentarily, as the primary objective was to execute the reconnaissance plan. His mission merely entailed capturing a few individuals, while the aftermath would be managed by Pierce. It was of no concern to him. "What organization?" Kara inquired, perplexed. "SHIELD," Brock Rumlow replied, furrowing his brow, bemused by Kara's apparent ignorance of her own organization's name. "I've never heard of it. I only know of Hydra and the Leviathan," she retorted, flashing him a disarmingly innocent smile before swiftly seizing his throat. "Drop your weapons," she commanded. Having watched her fair share of action films, she knew that the best strategy in such situations was to capture the leader and then exploit the opportunity to escape. Although she had no need to flee, standing her ground would not cost her a single hair. Steve and Natasha were not in the same position. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal shot. Brock Rumlow was evidently taken aback by Kara's knowledge of Hydra, even if he commanded his soldiers to fire. He found himself at an impasse against her, and besides, he valued his own life over that of Steve and the others. Unable to speak with his throat in her grip, he gestured with his right hand for his soldiers to drop their weapons. Chapter 112. Do you wish to be the director? Come and get me. Kara cast a triumphant glance at Natasha and spoke into her communicator. Shortly thereafter, a small dark elf spaceship materialized nearby. The sudden appearance of the craft caused a stir. Had the soldiers not discarded their weapons, they likely would have opened fire. Although surprised, Natasha and the others understood that their immediate priority was to leave the area, thus refraining from further inquiries. Steve supported Bucky as they followed Natasha into the spacecraft. Falcon, who had just arrived on the scene, sensed something was amiss and hesitated to reveal himself. However, he soon dashed from the crowd, nodded at Kara, and eagerly joined them inside. Kara considered her options and decided against executing the small leader immediately. Instead, she brought him along to the spaceship. Without needing her command, Trist activated the vessel, steering it toward the reservoir. Upon seeing the clearly extraterrestrial craft, Natasha expressed her curiosity and engaged in brief conversation, ultimately learning that Nick Fury was not dead. Unlike Steve's astonishment, Natasha remained composed. In her view, it would have been abnormal for Nick Fury to have perished. Now that the truth was revealed, it seemed entirely reasonable to her. On the return journey, Natasha attempted to interrogate the small leader, but he was too deeply indoctrinated, a fervent adherent of Hydra. Since she had merely brought him along on a whim, Kara decided that if the small leader remained uncooperative, she would instruct Trist to cast him out. Initially perceived as a formidable adversary, the minor leader, upon hearing of his impending demise, hastily divulged various pieces of information he possessed. He provided a general overview of the Insight program and some other schemes orchestrated by Pierce, yet remained oblivious to the precise number of Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Natasha and her companions indicated that they were already aware of this intelligence. Ultimately, the minor leader could not escape the fate of being cast from the spacecraft. In response to the inquiries of the group, Nick Fury offered suitable explanations. Steve furrowed his brow, nearly allowing his displeasure to be inscribed upon his visage. We are a team. If we cannot even establish the most fundamental trust, what purpose does our existence serve? Fury's actions had long been a source of distaste for him. He abhorred the pervasive schemes, particularly those manifesting within the confines of their own team. If one day the person you trust betrays you from behind, believe me, you will find yourself in my position, Fury replied, laden with significance. Having endured a war that cost him his sight, he found it impossible to extend his complete trust to anyone. Steve was prepared to argue further, but Natasha interjected. The priority now is to thwart the Insight program. Other matters can be addressed later. I am now a dead man who has betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets. The Council will not trust my words, Fury stated while producing 3 chips. Agent Hill elucidated their purpose, hoping the group could infiltrate the aircraft carrier and execute a replacement. Once the original chips were substituted, Hill would reclaim control of the carrier, thereby preventing the continuation of the Insight program. Steve, with a stern countenance, declared, "We do not need to seize control. We must destroy the carrier." Fury was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing Steve misunderstood his intent, and explained, "We only need to regain the carrier to save ourselves. We can save no one. We must not only annihilate Hydra but also dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Neither Hydra nor S.H.I.E.L.D. can be spared." Having experienced World War II, Steve was acutely aware of Hydra's modus operandi. He had assumed he had eradicated the organization, yet was dismayed to discover the deep-rooted infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra remnants, an unacceptable reality for him. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not implicated in this. Our enemy is Hydra. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury could not permit such a situation to transpire. The task you assigned to me is this. What distinction remains between the current S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra? Steve's convictions were as steadfast as his faith in individuals. Fury's emotions were similarly intricate. The unfolding events had taken an unexpected turn. Nevertheless, to unearth the Hydra operatives, this was the sole path. Agent Hill concurred with Steve's perspective, remarking, "He is correct. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been compromised." Nick Fury's expression darkened as he turned to Natasha, only to find her gazing at him, neither rejecting nor endorsing his stance. Suddenly, Kara, who had been silently listening, interjected, suggesting that if they wished to preserve S.H.I.E.L.D., it was indeed feasible. Fury was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his ultimate support would come from Kara. Steve furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before refraining from immediate dissuasion, eager to hear Kara's perspective. As all eyes fell upon her, Kara cleared her throat and posited that the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra was indicative of internal issues within the organization. The group pondered her assertion for a moment, deeming it somewhat trivial. Yet they nodded in agreement for her to continue. She elaborated that if internal problems existed, the primary cause was the dereliction of duty at the upper echelons. Upon hearing this, Fury felt a sudden sense of foreboding, but, observing the silence of the others, he chose not to voice his concerns. Kara pointed towards Fury, whose expression had darkened, and remarked that the Council rarely intervened, primarily due to his inadequate management. Although this reasoning felt somewhat strained, upon reflection, it bore a semblance of truth. However, instead of affirming her statement, the others turned to Fury, inquiring about his true intentions. He remained silent, acknowledging that as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. could be preserved, he would bear the blame without contention. Kara articulated her point clearly. S.H.I.E.L.D. could remain intact, but a change in leadership was imperative. Without allowing anyone to interject, she continued, asserting that while Steve possessed integrity, his cognitive abilities rendered him unfit for the role of director. Natasha, though intellectually capable, lacked management experience, likely making her less suitable than Fury himself. Kara noted that Hill had always been a commendable deputy. Hill, taken aback, questioned whether this implied she was being considered for directorship. Just as she was about to humbly decline the notion, Kara's next words revealed that her assumptions were misguided. I believe she enjoys her role, Kara stated, and should thus continue as deputy, a position that suits her well. With a hint of amusement, Natasha inquired if Kara aspired to be director. Even a fool could discern Kara's intentions at this moment. To everyone's surprise, Kara decisively shook her head, expressing her disinterest. A troubled expression crossed Kara's face as she continued. However, there appears to be no other suitable candidates. If we wish to safeguard S.H.I.E.L.D., I may have to reluctantly assume the role of director. Having led the Justice League recently, she felt equipped for the position. Rest assured, although I am not taking this role willingly, I shall strive to fulfill the responsibilities of the director to the best of my ability. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury suddenly declared, "Very well, let us proceed as the captain suggests." This statement bewildered Kara. She felt her decision was made with Fury's best interests in mind. Yet his response seemed dismissive, leaving her rather dissatisfied. "Do not forget, you still owe me 30 million. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to cease to exist, selling you would not suffice to settle the debt." Ignoring Kara, Natasha exchanged glances with her companions before they turned to step outside, intending to deliberate on their course of action. After Nick Fury and the others departed, he spoke softly. "I merely suggested we follow Steve's lead. At no point did I advocate for the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Previously, he had been contemplating how to manage the ramifications of S.H.I.E.L.D. once the Hydra threat was neutralized. The situation had escalated significantly, with numerous civilians perishing during Hydra's relentless pursuit of Steve and the others, leaving no room for concealment. The media is not oblivious. And coupled with Steve's unwavering stance, Nick Fury felt it unwise to proceed against his wishes. Disbanding S.H.I.E.L.D. publicly while secretly rallying a group to continue operations was certainly feasible. Avoiding unnecessary disputes with Steve. Fortuitously, Coulson's team was performing admirably, and they could be requisitioned when the time came. In this manner, S.H.I.E.L.D. could operate from the shadows. Having eliminated a significant Hydra adversary, and he believed the remaining Hydra remnants would no longer exercise the same caution, routine troubles could be delegated to the Avengers, allowing him to focus entirely on combating Hydra with his team. Following these events, Nick Fury found himself placing considerable trust in Kara and succinctly articulated his thoughts. Although perplexed as to why Nick Fury would disclose such information to her, logically, he should have kept her in the dark. Kara shrugged it off with disdain. Relying on that motley crew? Literally, she held a low opinion of Coulson's team, deeming them suitable only for minor inconveniences, unworthy of serious challenges. Indeed, this is why I require your support. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, clarifying his intentions. Support, of course, pertains to personnel. The Avengers possess the elite combat power, rendering them less accessible than before. Kara's Justice League, however, was an entirely different matter, boasting capabilities on par with the Avengers and an ample number of members. Borrowing personnel? On what grounds would I assist you? Given her earlier remarks, Nick Fury's notion of support was readily comprehensible. Kara perceived this individual before her as utterly shameless. He still owed her money and now sought to enlist her aid. She was tempted to inquire what had instilled in Nick Fury the confidence that she would assist him. In response to Kara's candid question, Nick Fury smiled nonchalantly. Due to the recent events, Kara had established herself in his mind as someone who may speak bluntly, yet possessed a fundamentally kind-hearted disposition, eager to lend a helping hand. Your team comprises numerous members, most of whom are idly passing time. Should they assist me, I would ensure they receive appropriate compensation. I've heard you are engaged in research, and financial constraints may be weighing heavily upon you, correct? Nick Fury inquired with a hint of curiosity about Maya Hansen's previous occupation, noting that it would be easy for S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate. He found it hard to believe that Kara would invite a researcher to join her team without reason. As for the dangers of the extremist virus, he remained unconcerned, asserting that danger is contingent upon the wielder. He could not fathom that Kara would resort to the same malevolent actions as the previous terrorists. Kara paused, contemplating the truth in his words, especially after the inclusion of the five sisters, who had little to do and were indulging in her provisions. The most peculiar incident was when one wished to purchase clothing, and the others clamored for identical outfits. Simply spending money was insufficient. After such an extended period of support, it was time to showcase their abilities. She raised her hand to tap her chin, then realized the gesture was somewhat effeminate, so she crossed her arms and, after a moment of consideration, inquired, "What kind of personnel do you require?" Any type will suffice, as long as their abilities are balanced. Nick Fury had a particular interest in acquiring Lorna, but refrained from voicing it. After some discussion, Kara decided to assign Celeste, Maddie, Johnny Blaze, and Katie to Coulson's team. Regarding compensation, Nick Fury promised an annual base salary of $10 million, along with varying bonuses depending on the missions. There was a brief dispute over the base salary since Kara's original amount had only been $1 million, which made her feel deceived, leading her to demand an additional $9 million as compensation. This brought Nick Fury's total debt to her to $79 million, with the funding for the extremist virus secured. Kara had been persistently urged by Maya Hansen about a breakthrough, yet materials for experimentation were lacking. Maya even inquired whether Kara was short on funds. But Kara skillfully evaded the question, and now, the financial issue had been resolved. After ensuring Nick Fury could rest and prepare the necessary funds, the two departed from the modest infirmary. Girls, do you want to join us? Outside, Natasha and the others had already devised an action plan. With the Winter Soldier captured and Brock Rumlow killed, the difficulty had significantly diminished. However, Kara and her companion would undoubtedly find the task easier if they participated. Not going. I have no interest in such thankless endeavors, she replied. Beside her, Lorna seemed slightly tempted, tugging at Kara's hand, the meaning clear. Kara hesitated for a moment, then removed her wrist gauntlet and handed it to Lorna. I have matters to attend to, so I won't be joining. Stay safe. The vibranium armor was genetically bound to her, while the information link was with Lorna, a precaution established during their time in Wakanda to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Lorna did not press for Kara's company. She accepted the gauntlet and left with Natasha and the others. Once they had departed, Kara hesitated again and retrieved her communicator to dial Sky's number. Sky, please help me look up an individual named Stephen Strange. Yes, he's a doctor. Please send me the details. Must-see chapter content is under processing. Please be patient. Update issues chapter content is under processing. Please be patient. Update chapter content is under processing. Please be patient. Chapter 114. As soon as the phone call ended, Kara received the documents sent by Sky. Remarkable efficiency. She expressed her satisfaction with Sky's capabilities. Indeed, a computer was as aptly named. During the journey back to the base, Natasha was interrogating the small leader while Kara was present. She learned that the primary targets of the Insight Project included the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, Tony, and Banner, among others. The possibility of assassination aside, the fact that these individuals were prioritized indicates a significant threat posed by Hydra. This was, of course, understandable. However, Kara heard another familiar name, Stephen Strange. She was aware that Dr. Strange was also known as Stephen Strange. As she perused the documents sent by Sky, she noted that at this point, aside from having received numerous accolades and being a renowned physician, Dr. Strange was entirely an ordinary man. Kara did not believe that a mere doctor could warrant Hydra's attention to the extent of placing him on par with Tony and others. Likewise, she doubted there would be another exceptionally formidable individual sharing the same name as the future Dr. Strange. The only plausible explanation was that Hydra might have knowledge of Stephen Strange's future transformation into Dr. Strange. Yet, this singular explanation felt utterly absurd to Kara. The Insight Project claimed to estimate an individual's future, but that does not equate to foreseeing it. Deducing someone's future accomplishments based on their past experiences and behaviors is somewhat reasonable. However, it is decidedly unreasonable to infer unforeseen accidents or supernatural events based on such deductions. It was inconceivable that Hydra learned of Stephen Strange's future ascension to Dr. Strange due to the Insight Project. Leaning languidly on the table, Kara recalled certain plot lines from memory, speculating that perhaps someone had informed Hydra of future events. After all, the existence of mutants in this world makes the emergence of precognitive abilities a distinct possibility. After a moment of contemplation, Kara's thoughts drifted to the plot of Avengers: Infinity War. She remembered a scene where Dr. Strange utilized the Time Stone to foresee various outcomes, aiming to discover a method to defeat Thanos. It was said that he foresaw numerous scenarios, yet only one way to conquer Thanos. While the film's conclusion culminated in the Avengers' failure, in the past, Kara would not have pondered too deeply. Watching films was merely for amusement, and her only takeaway was the overwhelming prowess of the Purple Potato Tyrant, the Second Princess, Tony, and Star-Lord. Now, however, upon reflection, it seemed evident that Dr. Strange must have predicted this outcome, including Star-Lord's questionable decisions and his own demise. It may appear that Thanos has annihilated half of the life in the universe and achieved victory. In truth, this is merely one of the methods within a singular process. Tony is undoubtedly the pivotal factor in defeating Thanos, which is why Dr. Strange was willing to trade the Time Stone for Thanos, sparing his life. However, this is just one outcome. In other failed attempts, Dr. Strange may have traversed back in time, attempting to alter events, but alas, he was unsuccessful. During this endeavor, he inadvertently exposed himself, allowing Hydra to detect certain information. Remarkable, indeed, my intellect is quite impressive. After a moment of solitude, Kara found herself somewhat admiring her own mind. Yet, these deductions were made in her absence, the Kryptonian, without considering her own unique capabilities. With the reality stone now in her possession, who knows what further power she may acquire? If Thanos were to truly arrive, perhaps he would be vanquished by a mere snap of her fingers before he could make a move. Such a scenario is unlikely to mirror the events depicted in the films. Could it be that I too would let the purple potato monster take me down? Kara furrowed her brow, contemplating that while the odds were slim, the possibility was not entirely absent. Of course, there was also the chance that she would flee with Lorna. Who was that person with the shield? At this moment, Bucky, bound in the corner, suddenly inquired. Upon observing Bucky's innocent expression, Kara was momentarily taken aback. Since his capture, Bucky had remained quiet, making no attempts to escape, and she had almost forgotten that he was the first male model for Hydra. Steve Rogers, Kara replied casually. Noticing Bucky deep in thought, his eyes darting about. Was it possible that this name sounded familiar, as if he had known him long ago? After 2 encounters with Steve, Bucky indeed felt a sense of familiarity. Whether it was the weapon Steve wielded or the uniform he donned, they evoked a feeling of déjà vu. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Upon seeing Steve, Bucky was inexplicably filled with a complex mix of joy and sorrow. Upon hearing Kara's rhetorical question, Bucky remained silent, his gaze imbued with curiosity as he awaited her elaboration. Humph. Kara cleared her throat, reflecting on their experiences, and succinctly recounted their history, emphasizing the profound bond that transcended mere friendship. Being brainwashed by Hydra did not equate to becoming an imbecile. Although Kara spoke with earnestness and backed her claims with reason, Bucky still harbored a degree of skepticism regarding the altered nature of their friendship. Nonetheless, the complex emotions he felt upon seeing Steve seemed to hold some merit. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. The truth often defies common expectations. It is entirely normal to struggle with accepting reality. Observing Bucky's silence, Kara expressed her understanding. Steve and the others would not return in the immediate future, and she was not concerned that they would be unable to handle the situation. With Lorna, the bane of firearms, if any further issues arise, those few individuals might as well retire to a life of leisure. Raising her arm to observe, Kara, utilizing her enhanced vision, could distinctly perceive the flowing red, granulated energy coursing through her veins like blood. Since her return to the base, she had attempted on multiple occasions to harness the ether particles, eager to ascertain the potency of the skill she had recently mastered, the ability to manifest her thoughts into reality. Yet, regardless of her mental efforts to conjure various objects, there was no response from the ether particles within her. This realization left Kara profoundly disheartened. After all, she had unwittingly activated them while capturing Bucky, so why did they fail her now? Initially, she suspected that the grenade might have malfunctioned, never considering that it was the ether particles that were at fault. Later, on her way back, she casually twisted the inert grenade, only to hear a sharp pop, resulting in the emergence of a tongue-wagging toy. It is understandable if Hydra's grenades malfunctioned, given that weapons are mechanical constructs and errors can occur. However, Hydra could hardly have intentionally designed a toy grenade, could they? Were they attempting to frighten or infuriate their adversaries? Kara took a moment to reflect and discovered that while she could not utilize the ether particles, they were incessantly absorbing energy from her cells. Based on her understanding, she knew that the ether particles would continuously siphon the host's vitality until death ensued. Fortunately, her cells were abundantly stocked with solar energy, which was being replenished consistently, allowing the absorption rate of the ether particles to remain relatively slow, thus alleviating her concerns about becoming a mere husk. Nevertheless, this situation left Kara exceedingly dissatisfied. It felt akin to receiving benefits without fulfilling any obligations. Discarding the ether particles was not an option. Not only could Kara not extract them from her body, but she also could not bear the thought of doing so. After contemplating for a while, Kara resolved to journey to Asgard once more. Perhaps acquiring the Infinity Gauntlet from the treasury would rectify this predicament. To avoid Odin reclaiming the ether particles, she would need to bide her time. Upon her return from the extraterrestrial realm, she had noticed Loki lying nearby, devoid of life. She was aware that this brother was merely feigning death, having employed some method to provoke Odin into exiling him. Such a ludicrous premise left her speechless. Who is Odin? He is the All-Father of Asgard, the most formidable entity in the celestial realm. Despite Loki's moniker as the god of mischief, he paled in comparison to Odin. Did he not? Yet, here we are, having been so easily deceived by Loki that Odin relinquished his pursuit of treatment, ultimately meeting his demise on Earth. Truly, it is a vast universe, but the editor holds dominion. However, in relation to her circumstances, this turned out to be a fortuitous development. At the very least, the ether particles remained secure, and during her next visit to Asgard, she could seize the opportunity to procure treasures from the treasury. As Steve and his companions set out to confront Hydra, far away in another corner of the universe, Loki returned to Asgard. Within the Grand Hall of Asgard, Loki, disguised as a valiant warrior, was recounting to Odin all that had transpired in Svartalfheim. "We have found no trace of Thor, nor of any weapons," he stated. Pausing momentarily before continuing, however, we did discover a corpse. Loki, not only adept in magic but also an exceptional actor, conveyed the appropriate demeanor and tone, demonstrating perfect timing. After speaking, the warrior he impersonated lowered his head slightly, as if burdened by heavy emotions. Loki sought to observe the reaction of his father, who had deceived him for years, upon learning of the death. In the year 965 AD, a battle occurred between the Frost Giants and Asgard on Earth, culminating in a decisive victory for Asgard under Odin's leadership. However, Odin lost his right eye during that conflict. In the aftermath, Odin discovered an infant frost giant, the son of King Laufey, whom he adopted and named Loki. Many years later, fueled by jealousy, Loki conspired with the frost giants to disrupt Thor's ascension to the throne of Asgard. This incident inadvertently led Loki to encounter the frost giants and the ancient winter coffin hidden in the treasury. Mischievous in his youth, Loki grew into a clever and astute individual. Upon realizing that he could not be harmed by the cold and that his skin had turned blue, he deduced the truth of his origins. Enraged, he confronted Odin. When the truth was revealed, Odin, faced with the exposure of his past, explained that he had initially intended for Loki to serve as a bridge for reconciliation between Jotunheim and Asgard. Although the Asgardians were revered as gods, they were not infallible. Odin had come to regard Loki as his own son after nurturing him for thousands of years. Yet, blinded by anger, Loki could not trust Odin. Recalling their history and believing that Odin had ulterior motives for adopting him, resulting in a highly emotional outburst. Despite being the All-Father, Odin was not the immortal being of legend. His aging body could no longer sustain the power within him, necessitating an annual deep sleep to manage the Odin force and extend his life. During a time when Asgard faced the threat of war with the Frost Giants, the pressures of impending conflict, coupled with the misunderstanding from his daughter, deeply affected Odin, prompting him to succumb to the Odin sleep prematurely. With Asgard on the brink of war, it was imperative to have a ruler. Thor was exiled to Earth, and during Odin's slumber, Queen Frigga had no choice but to entrust Odin's scepter to Loki, temporarily bestowing the throne upon him. In this passage, much has been omitted. When Odin awoke from his slumber, the Rainbow Bridge had already been shattered by Thor. Odin rescued his two brothers, who were simultaneously plummeting into the abyss of the World Tree. Loki, having caused so much turmoil, expressed that he merely wished to prove himself to Odin. With a succinct refusal, Odin dismissed all of Loki's efforts. This led Loki to relinquish his life, loosening Thor's grasp and falling into the chasm. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge meant that the celestial realm had lost its connection to other realms. After some time, the previously tranquil 9 realms descended into chaos once more. As Asgard sought ways to repair the Rainbow Bridge, Frigga, yearning for Loki, sensed through magic that he was still alive. Eagerly, she approached Odin to share this revelation. However, Odin was skeptical. Having witnessed Loki fall into the abyss of the World Tree, he was convinced that his body must have been torn apart, rendering survival impossible. Frigga, seeing Odin's disbelief, felt powerless. Days later, Heimdall reported to Odin about recent events in the 9 realms. The Midgardians had acquired the Tesseract, and Loki had resurfaced in Midgard, attempting to seize the artifact. After Odin had resolved to cease warring across the cosmos, he, like his father, had discarded one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone. On Earth, the Space Stone was the sole means to repair the Rainbow Bridge. However, many years had passed, and Odin could not ascertain whether the stone remained in its original location. Without the Rainbow Bridge, the cost of long-distance travel was exceedingly high, and Odin dared not act recklessly. Thus, he promptly summoned Heimdall to seek out the whereabouts of the Space Stone. Listening to Heimdall's report, Odin felt a mixture of joy and concern, not because the Space Stone had been located, but because Loki was alive. Evidently, Odin placed greater trust in Heimdall's sight than in Frigga's intuition. In the 116th chapter, Hela and Odin are introduced. While Odin felt joy, he was equally troubled about Loki. He understood Loki's nature all too well, and knowing the power of the Tesseract, he feared that Loki's intentions in seizing it could lead to dire consequences. In order to repair the Rainbow Bridge, maintain peace in the 9 realms, and also to retrieve Loki, Odin set aside all other considerations. He summoned Thor and informed him of Heimdall's discovery. Thor was even more elated than Odin upon learning that Loki was not dead. They quickly devised a plan, agreeing that Odin would utilize the dark energy apparatus deep within the celestial palace to forcibly traverse dimensions and send Thor to Midgard. During their discussions, Thor was unaware of the immense power of dark energy. Upon seeing the apparatus, he became concerned for Odin's safety, uncertain if his father could wield such formidable energy. Although Odin was the most powerful being in the 9 realms, he indeed felt somewhat inadequate in the face of the dark energy that surpassed even that of the All-Father. To prevent Thor from dissenting, Odin refrained from revealing that this transmission would come at the cost of his own health, merely alluding to the necessity of some sacrifice. After commanding Thor to retrieve both Loki and the Tesseract, Odin activated the device, transporting Thor to Earth. Following the battle in New York, Thor successfully completed his mission, returning with Loki and the Tesseract, which enabled Asgard to restore the Bifrost with its energy. While Odin rejoiced at his son's survival, he was acutely aware that Loki had caused considerable turmoil. Failing to impose a punishment would surely breed discontent among the populace, even if they did not voice it openly. After conferring with his wife, Frigga, Odin resolved to publicly announce Loki's execution, subsequently allowing Frigga to intercede on his behalf to mitigate the punishment, resulting in a sentence of life imprisonment. Of course, this was merely a temporary measure. After a time, it would be simple to concoct a reason for Loki's release. Having addressed the situation with Loki, Odin commanded Thor to venture once more into the 9 realms. After a year of tireless efforts, Thor fulfilled his obligations, restoring order to the tumultuous realms. On the surface, everything appeared to have returned to normal, yet Odin bore the weight of his internal anguish alone. Had these tribulations not occurred, Odin believed he could easily have lived for another 10,000 years or more. However, after a fit of anger and the immense toll of cross-dimensional travel, Odin's health was deteriorating day by day. Fortunately, with the 9 realms currently at peace and no formidable enemies in sight, Odin found little to worry about. Yet, it was not long before Thor clandestinely brought a Midgardian into the realm of the gods. Just as Odin ordered the Einherjar to prepare to return Jane to Midgard, he discovered that within her, there resided the ether particles that his father, Thor, had buried deep beneath the earth. Suddenly, the long-extinct dark elves resurfaced, intent on seizing the ether. Consequently, a great battle erupted in Asgard, resulting in significant losses due to the unexpected nature of the conflict. Ultimately, while the ether was preserved, Odin's beloved wife, Frigga, was slain while attempting to protect Jane. Devastated by grief, Odin, while contending with his impetuous second son, resolved to guard the ether, waiting for the Dark Elves to make their next move so he could annihilate them in vengeance for his wife. The Dark Elves, bolstered by mysterious forces, rendered Heimdall's abilities ineffective. Nevertheless, Odin commanded vigilance over Asgard's primary defenses. He also instructed his subordinates to keep watch over Jane and Thor to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The Einherjar were placed on high alert, ready to respond to any potential conflicts that might arise. Just when it seemed all was meticulously arranged, Odin's eldest daughter, long imprisoned, began to exhibit erratic behavior, attempting to break free from her confinement. Sensing Hela's increasingly formidable power, Odin was beset by trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate the matter personally. Upon encountering Hela, Odin was astonished by his daughter's formidable power, though he outwardly appeared indifferent. "Father, you seem to be on the brink of death," was Hela's first remark, causing Odin's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. The seal was established during his prime, yet its sustaining energy required his continuous input. During this period, both his body and spirit had endured dual assaults, leaving him significantly weakened. The energy of the seal had diminished, and Hela's perceptiveness made it easy for her to discern certain truths upon their meeting. At that moment, he lacked the energy to engage with Hela. Although he felt a twinge of regret for coming to see her, Odin could not allow this to surface. After all, the matter remained unspoken, and he wished to see if he could navigate the situation without revealing too much. He inquired nonchalantly about Hela's purpose for seeking him, and upon learning it concerned Kara, the Kryptonian who had inadvertently arrived here, Odin quietly exhaled in relief. "The Dark Elves have attacked Asgard. Once I have dealt with this matter, I shall return to you." Though Hela was rebellious, her feelings towards Asgard were undeniably strong. Should Hela insist on breaking the seal at that moment, Odin could indeed prevent her, but he would have no time to address any other concerns. This was certainly not the scenario Odin wished to witness, and the implications of his words were clear. "I am currently preoccupied with safeguarding Asgard. Await my resolution of external affairs before we address familial matters." Upon seeing Odin, Hela naturally noted his poor condition and contemplated whether to attempt breaking the seal immediately. After hearing Odin's words, she deliberated for a moment and decided to bide her time. Hela was unaware of the specific circumstances in Asgard. Born proud and having only ever suffered defeats at Odin's hands, she did not wish for any adverse situations to befall Asgard. Noticing Hela's lack of ulterior motives, Odin promptly tapped his spear and, accompanied by the bewildered Kara, returned to Asgard. Having been delayed for mere minutes, upon his swift return, Odin discovered that Thor was preparing to flee with Jane and Loki. After commanding the Einherjar to labor tirelessly, they were ultimately outwitted by his son and managed to escape. Hours later, while listening to the reports from the Einherjar sent to investigate the situation, Odin learned that the dark elf Malekith had been slain. However, both Thor and the ether particles had vanished without a trace. Bodies. Aside from Malekith, the Einherjar could hardly be expected to mention the corpses of lesser foes. Odin immediately understood that the body referenced by the Einherjar was Loki's. His heart sank, followed by an unsettling realization. How could the cunning and clever Loki, who had escaped from the depths of the World Tree, possibly meet his demise so easily? Odin scrutinized the Einherjar before him. Unable to pierce through the magical illusions inherited from Frigga, he suddenly became convinced that the Einherjar was, in fact, a disguised Loki. Originally intending to update on Monday, I found myself hindered by an extended hiatus during which much had slipped from my memory. Additionally, the frigid weather of recent days has further impeded my writing endeavors. A reader suggested that I embark on a new story, which I have indeed contemplated, yet I remain exceedingly hesitant. Firstly, I do not wish to disappoint those who have been awaiting my return. Secondly, I find it difficult to part with this narrative. In the coming days, I shall earnestly reflect upon whether to initiate a new tale or to continue with the current one. I truly wish to avoid abandoning this work. Those readers still holding hope for this story may spare a moment to leave a comment, allowing me a glimpse of how many remain. Young lord, rise quickly. It is our turn for patrol. Where am I? Sheen, who groggily sat up, feeling a chilling draft enveloping him, while a fierce wind howled outside, stirring an odd sensation within. Oh dear young lord, how can you be so disoriented? We are in the barracks. It is our watch. And if you do not rise soon, military law will be enforced. The old lord can no longer protect you. What? Upon opening his eyes, Sheen, who realized he was in a tent, confronted by a young soldier clad in leather armor. Just as he contemplated asking a question, a sudden, excruciating headache assailed him, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. Moments later, he comprehended that he had traversed time and space. He had transformed from a modern special forces soldier into a young lord named Sheen who was notorious as the foremost among the 7 wicked youths of the capital. This era, known as the Great Yu Dynasty, was a figment of history that never existed. Sheen, whose ancestors were among the 4 dukes and 28 lords who founded the Great Yu. 3 months prior, his father had passed away, and Sheen, who inherited the title of champion lord. Spoiled by his parents since childhood, he showed little interest in study or martial arts, indulging instead in frivolity and excess, ruling the capital with impunity. Upon reaching adulthood, his family sought to instill discipline by arranging a marriage with the daughter of the Duke of Chun, a lady named Chun Ruali, an epitome of grace and intellect. While Sheen, who was notorious for his ruthless demeanor towards others, he was inexplicably submissive to his enchanting betrothed, treating her as a precious jewel. However, calamity struck with this childhood friend, Chun Ruali. According to Sheen, whose recollections, one fateful day, he and his fiancée entered the palace to pay respects to the current Princess Chang'an, a dear friend of Chun Ruali since childhood, who graciously arranged a banquet. Yet, following a night of revelry, Sheen, who found himself in a state of drunken disarray, awakening within the confines of the inner guard's prison. He was accused of drunkenly harassing the princess with ulterior motives. Even more bewildering, Chun Ruali had submitted a formal complaint, detailing 72 alleged offenses committed by her fiancé, each substantiated with evidence. Sheen, who felt as though he had been struck by lightning, unable to fathom the gravity of his situation. The imperial decree soon arrived. Acknowledging the merits of Sheen, whose ancestors, while he was spared the death penalty, he was sentenced to exile in Yuzhou, tasked with military service while retaining his title, pending future considerations. Upon arrival in Yuzhou, he was swiftly assigned to the front lines, at the very forefront of battle. After a thorough contemplation of these matters, Sheen, who discerned that he was ensnared in a trap, it was evident that Duke Chun had long desired to annul their engagement. The alliance between the Qin and Chun families was originally a political maneuver, both seeking to fortify their power. However, Qin who had devolved into nothing more than a debauched scion, brought disgrace upon the esteemed champion marquis household. Historically, the champions were heroic figures wielding unparalleled influence within the military. Yet this generation had produced a worthless youth who had never seen the battlefield. While the old marquis was alive, the Duke of Chun maintained a facade of respect. Upon the marquis's death, however, the Duke callously severed ties, even orchestrating a public annulment at the funeral. Despite Qin whose fervent love for Chun Ruoli, She harbored a profound disdain for this rogue. Thus, calamity was imminent. As for Princess Chang'an, her role was even simpler, being the cousin of Qin Hu's elder brother. Her inheritance would automatically transfer to him upon Qin Hu's demise. These factions, each with their own motives, conspired in unison, revealing the treacherous depths of noble households. Where many wished for his demise. Qinin, shall we seek refuge from the wind? Beneath the bright moonlight, the harsh northern wind howled across the desolate plains, extinguishing the flickering torches like blades slicing through flesh. That won't do, young Marquis. We would face military discipline. Qin Hu retorted as he and Qin huddled against the wind, emerging from the camp and trudging through the thick snow. In a moment of distraction, the frail Qin was toppled by the gust. Two sentinels, witnessing their exit, exchanged sinister glances, extinguished the fire meant for warmth, and retreated into their tents. By heavens, even the common soldiers have been bribed to freeze me to death. This was a modest encampment, comprising about 20 tents, encircled by wagons, with no defensive stakes or fortifications in sight, suggesting a lack of intent for long-term occupation. According to Qin Hu's recollections from his previous life, approximately 200 men were stationed here, part of General Li Qin's vanguard, who commanded a force of 20,000 against their perennial adversary, the Liaodin kingdom. Cough, young Marquis. Do you think we will survive to return? Qin, curled up in the snow, his lips and face turning blue, spoke with a breathless tone, as if he were on the brink of death. Qin Hu sighed internally, realizing that Qin was merely a casualty of his own misfortunes. Should the current trajectory persist, their fate was sealed. Those who sought his demise had failed to eliminate him in the court, now resorting to underhanded tactics in the military to bring about his end. Yet, Qin was not one to resign himself to fate. This was a blatant act of treachery, and he could not allow it to go unchallenged. Life is inherently an unending struggle for survival. Just wait. I shall not only endure, but also return to the capital to settle the score with you all. Qin, how much silver did we take with us when we left? There are no more silver notes. I possess merely 20 taels of silver. The imperial edict has decreed that we are to be conscripted and our possessions confiscated. At just 16, Qin, who serves as Qin Hu's personal attendant, appears frail and has long been subjected to torment, barely clinging to life. In truth, Qin Hu is not in a much better state. The vanguard camp has been marching 30 miles daily, laboring to carve paths through mountains, construct bridges over waters, gather firewood, dig ditches, fetch water, and erect camps. What fate awaits these two delicate souls, surrounded by hundreds of burly soldiers? They are surely relegated to the most arduous tasks, receiving the poorest rations, enduring the harshest beatings, and suffering the most indignities. Qin Hu suspects that his previous incarnation may well have perished under such relentless torture. Perhaps it is a fitting fate for him. Yet, this burden of suffering must now be borne by him. Should he falter, death would be his only reward. He resolved that he must find a way to ensure Qin's survival before contemplating any other course of action. In truth, preserving life is not insurmountable. The simplest method is to resort to bribery. As the adage goes, wealth can influence the divine. Though this tactic may be crude, it has always proven effective. However, given their current predicament, bribing high officials is out of the question, as no one dares associate with him, and he lacks the funds. Thus, a name surfaced in his mind, Centurion Li Xiaoquan, the current commander of the vanguard camp. As for the latter part, due to various complications, the website has ceased to update the latest chapters. For uninterrupted access to the latest content, please download the app for an ad-free experience. The new address has been established to prevent confusion. The web version is slow. Downloading the app will provide the most recent updates. In the narrative concerning Hela, her power continues to swell, and breaking free from her seal is merely a matter of time. Odin is acutely aware that once Hela returns to Asgard, her first action will undoubtedly be against him. He is uncertain of the full extent of her current strength. Ignoring his own well-being, he is confident he can defeat her before she absorbs Asgard's power and regains her peak form. However, defeating her does not equate to killing her. Asgard lacks the means to contain Hela. Odin understands that he cannot afford to strike lethally, otherwise he would not have allowed matters to reach this critical juncture. Hela's strength derives from Asgard, and as she breaks her seal and returns, her power will only grow more formidable with time. Given Hela's disposition towards him, the consequences of hesitating to act are all too clear. He would ultimately meet a grim fate. Odin possessed a profound understanding of Thor's temperament, and undoubtedly, upon witnessing Hela's act of murder against him, he would not simply acquiesce to the situation. Having barely clung to life, Odin had prepared himself for death. Yet he harbored a desire to avoid witnessing his children turn against one another after his demise. Moreover, even if Thor and Loki were to double their strength, they would still fall short against Hela. Based on past encounters with Hela, it was evident that once she eliminated the immediate obstacle he posed, she would undoubtedly embark on far more formidable endeavors. This would not only incite chaos across the 9 realms, but Asgard itself would also face dire consequences. Numerous forces within the cosmos rivaled or even surpassed Asgard in strength. Loki? Odin murmured ambiguously, choosing not to expose the truth, maintaining an impassive facade as he played along with Loki's charade. With Thor currently untraceable, it was highly probable that he had ventured to Midgard. After a moment of contemplation, Odin suddenly conceived a solution that could serve both parties. Loki had been stirring up trouble, eager to prove himself as the rightful heir to the throne. Why not feign ignorance and retreat behind the scenes? In Thor's absence, Loki would likely seize this opportunity to refrain from further mischief, remaining quietly in Asgard to relish the privileges of power. This would also allow Odin to ascertain whether Loki truly was the most suitable candidate for succession, particularly since Thor's affections were wholly consumed by a woman from Midgard. Of course, this was merely one aspect of his plan. More importantly, he could finally engage in a meaningful conversation with his eldest daughter about the intricacies of life. While altering Hela's intentions seemed implausible, focusing on solidifying the seal and delaying her return would undoubtedly provide time for his sons to fortify their own powers. The seal was imbued with Odin's own strength, a potent force that was one of Asgard's most formidable energies, originating from the same source as Hela's power. Should Hela break free from the seal, she would inevitably be drawn to him through this energy. Considering the worst-case scenario, Odin contemplated the possibility of departing Asgard. Ideally, he sought a location where dimensional passage was futile, rendering Hela incapable of returning to Asgard. Thus, if he were to encounter misfortune, even if Hela escaped, she would find it challenging to return to Asgard in the immediate future. Midgard appeared to be a suitable choice. Thor's so-called Avengers should suffice to keep Hela occupied for a time. Furthermore, that young girl from Krypton seemed to have piqued Hela's interest, and Odin believed that once the Midgardians were defeated, Hela would not feel too isolated with her company. Resolving within himself, Odin outwardly adopted an expression of distraction, as though he had suffered a profound blow. Loki's subsequent actions, however, did not catch Odin off guard. In that fleeting moment, Loki, disguised as a valiant warrior, unleashed his most adept magic. In a moment of vulnerability, Loki trembled with excitement upon seeing Odin fall victim to his enchantment. After a cautious observation confirmed that Odin was indeed ensnared by his magic, a flicker of ecstatic delight graced Loki's countenance. He forced himself to regain composure and pondered for an extended period. To thwart Odin's potential recovery and subsequent retribution, he resolved to transport Odin away from Asgard before masquerading as him and relieving Heimdall of his duties. With this strategy, even if Odin were to break free from the spell, returning to Asgard would be an impossibility. As for the location, Loki opted for Earth, deeming it a safer choice compared to the myriad realms within the 9 realms. While under the influence of the enchantment, Odin resembled a mere puppet. Loki sought only to indulge in the thrill of power without wishing harm upon Odin. Should any misfortune befall Odin during this time, Thor would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. Without further ado, Loki cast a triumphant smile at the seemingly dazed Odin before invoking his magic. Odin's form gradually transformed into that of a valiant warrior, trailing behind Loki as they made their way to the Rainbow Bridge. Meanwhile, in a clandestine stronghold, Kara resolved to seek out Thor, recognizing that a return to Asgard necessitated his company. Uncertain of Thor's return time, she intended to coordinate with him in advance. After exchanging pleasantries with Nick Fury, Kara departed the secret base accompanied by her newly recruited entourage. The spacecraft swiftly arrived in the United Kingdom, where Kara once again activated Sky's communicator. Having learned of the capabilities of the computer being, she, with the mindset of utilizing available resources, enlisted her assistance to locate Thor via satellite. The loyalty of the Dark Elves was undeniably commendable. To the untrained eye of Earthlings, the appearance and attire of the Dark Elves were far from reassuring, especially as they were a fully armed battalion. It was clear that taking them all along was unwise. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kara crossed her arms and casually instructed Tristan, "You accompany me while they remain aboard the ship." Though unspoken, her intent was unmistakable. Tristan understood without hesitation, promptly relaying instructions to the crew operating the ship. Following this, he trailed after Kara as they exited the mothership. The premature demise of Malekith had spared Earth from a considerable calamity. Due to the celestial convergence, the sky appeared ominously dark, threatening rain at any moment. Coupled with the recent chill of post-Christmas weather and an uptick in strange occurrences, foot traffic was notably scarce. The arrival of Kara and Tristan did, however, attract some attention. "Look, it's a girl among a couple," exclaimed excitedly, tugging at her boyfriend's arm. The young man mirrored her enthusiasm. With most of the more dynamic superheroes residing in America, encountering one in the UK was indeed a rare delight. As the girl was about to approach her idol for a photograph, the young man abruptly seized her arm. Chapter 118. You are merely a younger brother. Forget it, let us return for now. With so many peculiar occurrences lately, and now with the Supergirl's arrival, it is likely that something unpleasant may ensue. The young man, exhibiting a semblance of composure, glanced around nervously and explained to the bewildered girl. Noticing her lingering hesitation, he pointed to the imposing figure of Tristar, who stood a step behind Kara. Towering over 2 meters with a robust physique, he bore weapons resembling handguns at his sides and a sharp dagger. Clad in armor of indeterminate material, were it not for his dark-hued skin and the chilling glint of his eyes, the girl might have succumbed to infatuation. A flicker of fear crossed her face, dispelling her thoughts of approaching for a photo. Instead, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and snapped several distant photos of Kara, tightening her coat as she hurriedly pulled the young man away. The conversation between the couple was crystal clear to Kara. After all, she had already defeated Malekith. What worse could happen? If it were the media, she might have stepped forward to assure the lovely citizens that there was no need for concern, as she had vanquished the extraterrestrial, thereby boosting her presence and popularity. However, with 2 ordinary individuals, she thought it best to leave them be, relishing her newfound peace. The biting cold had no effect on either of them. Guided by the coordinates sent by her classmate Sky, Kara soon arrived at an unremarkable residential building. While described as ordinary, it could aptly be termed dilapidated. It likely served as a rental for Jane Foster and her colleagues during their work here. After all, they were merely a handful of astronomers, not like Tony, the affluent magnate who possessed luxurious villas everywhere. Without sponsors, their budget was exceedingly limited. It was akin to that individual whose apparent success and accolades in various fields led to a sudden downfall due to a trivial mishap, ultimately resulting in a life aboard a decrepit ship, relying on bank heists to fund his research. Thus, it is clear that money holds significant value. One need only observe the array of talent in the Marvel Universe, many of whom turn to villainy solely due to financial desperation. Lost in such thoughts, Kara politely rapped on the door. She swore she had not knocked hard, merely touching it lightly, yet the loud noise startled those inside. A familiar sound resonated within, followed by a crisp, unfamiliar female voice inquiring, "Who is it?" With her supervision, Kara could clearly see Thor and Jane. Along with the naked doctor, she had encountered atop Stark Tower and a pair of unfamiliar young individuals. Thor, gripping Mjolnir, stood on guard, fixated on the entrance. The one who inquired was a stranger, a girl. Piecing together fragments from her memory, Kara recognized her as Jane's friend and assistant. Though she had forgotten the girl's name, she distinctly recalled the adorable nickname Meow Meow Hammer originated from her. "Kara, I'm looking for Thor." Upon hearing Kara's response, everyone except Thor visibly relaxed. Jane was aware of Kara's identity, while the others could deduce from her voice that she was a human, and presumably a girl. As Kara and the girl entered the room, silence enveloped them once more. The 2 assistants, though surprised by Kara's identity, did not approach her for a photograph as mere passers-by might have, one reason being their unfamiliarity with her, and the other being the imposing figure of Tristan behind her. Regardless of his strength, his dark elf appearance could be quite intimidating to Earthlings. "What is the situation with S-H-I-E-L-D? Thor inquired naturally, having grown familiar with Kara after several encounters and battles together. The situation in Washington is quite chaotic. Even though the government is trying to control the narrative, American journalists are relentless. It's safe to say that a plethora of negative news is already known to the public," Kara replied, shrugging her shoulders in a casual manner, indicating her lack of knowledge. Thor appeared somewhat surprised, chuckling lightly as he tossed his hammer playfully. "If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask." Kara had previously aided him in retrieving Loki and had recently helped him defeat Malekith. In Thor's eyes, Kara was far more dependable than the others, and he genuinely regarded her as a friend and comrade. From the television and the conversations with the doctor and others, Thor had learned about the recent happenings on Earth. He had intended to seek out Kara to offer his help, but lacking a mobile phone and her contact information, he was pleased to see her approach him now, believing she had come to seek his assistance. "Can you truly contend with me, and yet offer me help? If there is truly something I cannot resolve, how could you possibly assist?" To Kara, Thor was akin to a younger brother, and she couldn't help but sneer internally. She felt a strong urge to deliver him a playful punch upon seeing his expression. However, with a request for assistance in mind, she decided to keep her thoughts to herself. "No need. It's merely minor skirmishes. There's no need for us to fret. I've already sent someone over." She waved her hand dismissively, speaking with a nonchalant tone. Afterward, as if it were her own home, she strolled over to the dining table, eyeing the untouched food. And without hesitation, she picked up a knife and fork, helping herself to a few bites. The Kryptonian either refrains from eating or devours several steaks in a whirlwind of consumption, followed by a sip of freshly squeezed juice. Kara glanced curiously at the few individuals still lost in contemplation. "Everyone, please sit down. Don't just watch me eat," she urged, as she scooped up a few spoonfuls of salad and began to munch away. Jane's lips twitched slightly, her embarrassment prompting a few awkward chuckles as she took the initiative to invite the others to join her at the table. The distinction between American and Chinese dining customs lies in the portion sizes prepared for individuals. Kara had already consumed a significant portion of the few steaks made available. Once seated, the others felt hesitant to touch the evidently insufficient steaks, opting instead for salads and noodles. Sitting beside Kara, Jane, while savoring her homemade spaghetti, cast a curious glance at Kara and quietly inquired, "Kara, do you usually eat this much?" Clearly, Jane was taken aback by Kara's hearty appetite. If the dark elf standing behind Kara could consume such quantities, it would be understandable, but Kara's petite stature and voracious appetite seemed incongruous. "Not at all. I rarely eat much," Kara replied. Due to her unique physiology, she wouldn't feel weak or hungry even if she abstained from food. She typically only indulged when tempted by cravings. Jane exchanged a surprised look with Thor, then glanced at Kara's figure, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes. What a wonderful girl. She must be so busy saving the world that she hardly has time to eat. With a figure like that, she must often go hungry. Lost in her thoughts, Jane instinctively reached out to pat the little head of Kara, who was still focused on her meal. Kara was momentarily taken aback, intending to swat Jane's hand away when Tristan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly erupted. With both hands, he unsheathed his dagger from his waist, grasped Jane's hand, and shouted with fury and malice, "How dare you humiliate the queen?" It appeared he was ready to sever Jane's hand. The unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the dining table as everyone gasped in alarm. Thor and Kara reacted swiftly. With Mjolnir hanging on the coat rack by the door, there was no time to retrieve it. As Thor stood, he swung a fist toward Tristan. Simultaneously, Kara seized Tristan's wrist with one hand while using the other to block Thor's punch. The impact caused the table to topple over due to Thor's considerable size. Dr. Banner and his two assistants hurriedly stood up, retreating in panic as they observed Tristan's sudden fury. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Kara frowned, casting an irritated glance at Tristan. She wasn't oblivious. She had a rough idea of the motivations behind his actions. The reaction was rather excessive. She could hardly believe that Trist would act like Lorna, suspecting it was merely a performance for her benefit. Nonetheless, his demeanor was somewhat to her liking, albeit misplaced. Trist was aware that Kara harbored distrust towards them, the newly allied Dark Elves, and was eager to prove himself but had been thwarted by a lack of opportunity. Upon witnessing the woman caressing Kara's head, he was inexplicably compelled to act in such a manner. Indeed, as Kara had surmised, it was merely a fade. At that moment, he regretted his previous actions, seeing Kara merely frowning in inquiry. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "My lord, I truly could not restrain myself when that human acted thus towards you." While explaining, Trist released Jane's wrist. "Why does that sound so awkward?" Kara grimaced, releasing both their hands and casting a glance at Thor, who was seething with anger as he pulled Jane behind him. She retorted sharply at Trist, "If you dare act like that again, I'll sever your hand first. Just stay away." Thor had clearly pulled his punch earlier, likely remembering that Trist was still holding Jane. Worried about causing inadvertent harm. "If you dare touch her again, you will witness the wrath of the god of thunder." Although Thor had no intention of striking again, he still made a rather childish threat as he ushered the startled Jane into the inner room. A quarter of an hour later, only Kara, Thor, and Trist remained in the living room. Kara then articulated her purpose. "Are you considering another trip to Asgard?" Thor couldn't help but frown. Had this been before, he would have been elated to hear that a companion from Earth wished to visit Asgard. However, after recent events, he had no intention of returning there anytime soon, especially after having defied Odin's orders not long ago. Returning now would be akin to walking into a trap. "Indeed, I am experiencing some issues with my body and seek your father's assistance to find a resolution." She refrained from divulging the full truth, merely stating that since the ether particles had entered her body, she had been feeling quite unwell. Upon hearing ether particles, Thor was taken aback. In his distraction with Jane, he had nearly forgotten that the ether was still within Kara. He knew well that this substance would siphon the life force of its host to sustain itself. According to the texts, ether particles were a menace, and prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to complications. This was not the time to ponder the risk of reprimand. He needed to swiftly devise a solution to this predicament. Without further hesitation, Thor grasped Kara's arm and strode towards the door. "Wait!" Kara exclaimed, bewildered by Thor's sudden urgency. "The ether particles will continuously drain your life force. I am taking you back to Asgard right now, rest assured." I will find a way to extract the ether from you. Dragging Kara towards the open space of the hallway, Thor's expression was grave. So soon? I am not yet prepared. Should we perhaps wait a while longer? The imminent prospect of returning to meet Odin with Thor rendered Kara somewhat anxious. A fleeting image from the film flickered in her mind, leaving her to ponder whether Loki had successfully deceived Odin. If they arrived prematurely, it was not simply the matter of acquiring something deceitfully. The ether itself might well be reclaimed. Noticing Thor's lack of response, Kara continued, "You just escaped. Aren't you afraid your father will reprimand you upon your return?" Thor, however, was resolute in his intention to escort her back to Asgard, silently dragging her to the basketball court beneath the residential building. Hey, wait. Kara was about to inquire of Thor whether it was not customary to bid Jane farewell before their abrupt departure when Thor raised Mjolnir, and in an instant, she found herself enveloped within a transdimensional portal. Originally, she had intended to concoct an excuse to slip away while Thor bid Jane goodbye, planning to return after some time. Now, however, she dared not wander within this energetic conduit. The thought of inadvertently stumbling into the presence of the Grandmaster was rather amusing in its absurdity. Asgard. If Tristan has fled, you shall owe me a spaceship. On the Rainbow Bridge, Kara followed Thor at a measured pace towards the temple. Mere moments ago, upon their arrival in Asgard, Kara realized that Tristan, who had been following her, had somehow gone missing and had not accompanied them through the teleportation. The loss of the individual was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the recently acquired spaceship. It was still warm from her grasp. To lose it would indeed be disheartening. Thor averted his gaze, grunting in response. If Tristan had truly fled, where would he procure a spaceship? Asgard possessed vessels, true. Yet they were decidedly inferior in terms of technology compared to the Dark Elf's flagship. At that moment, he could only silently wish that the Dark Elf remained compliant. Faced with Thor's dismissive demeanor, Kara harbored grave doubts regarding the Prince of Asgard's ability to compensate her. Nonetheless, considering that Jane remained on Earth, it could be said, "Your wife is in my possession. You need not fear a lack of compensation." Chapter 120, Kara, Loki. Within the temple, Thor summoned an Einherjar warrior, intending for him to inform Odin of their return. To their surprise, the warrior conveyed that Odin was not present in the Hall of the Gods. Their father rarely departed from Asgard. Something must have transpired. Thor's brow furrowed, his tone grave. Kara, meanwhile, felt a glimmer of suspicion but lacked certainty. Shall we return to Earth first, and then come back in a few days? She was still preoccupied with thoughts of her spaceship and was uncertain whether Tristan had any intentions of fleeing. Perhaps a swift return might allow her to prevent such an outcome. Thor speculated that Odin had likely ventured to Svartalfheim. He and Loki had not yet returned, and Odin might have gone to rescue them. The mere thought of Loki brought a trace of sorrow to Thor's eyes, leaving him to wonder if their father was aware of this news. He found himself on Earth, alongside Jane, a confrontation that was inevitable. It was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Thus, he resolved to seek out his father and clarify the situation. There was no escaping the tears and reprimands. He might even face a severe beating. The presence of Kara, an outsider, made the situation rather embarrassing. "I know where my father is. Stay put. I shall return shortly," he declared, not waiting for Kara's response before soaring away from the temple with his hammer in hand. With Thor's assurance of a swift return, Kara resigned herself to patiently await his return within the temple. However, as the hours dragged on without Thor's reappearance, and with the vigilant gaze of the valiant warrior fixed upon her, Kara felt her patience waning. "Ahem, tell Thor that I shall take my leave," she announced. It was rather disheartening that the Grand Temple of Asgard had no seating aside from the throne. While she did not feel physically fatigued, the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Were it not for the watchful eyes, she might have explored the surroundings. Yet, the valiant warrior was unyielding, insisting that outsiders were not permitted to roam freely in the heart of Asgard. Am I not an outsider? Kara thought, her irritation simmering beneath the surface. Yet, her gentle and polite nature prevailed, and she chose not to engage further with the obstinate guardian. After much contemplation, she decided to return to Earth. Uncertain whether the Odin Thor would bring back was indeed the Odin she envisioned. Upon her intention to depart, the valiant warrior stood as silent as a statue, offering no resistance. Familiarity with the route allowed her to traverse the journey to the Bifrost in less than half a minute, a journey that had previously taken around 20 minutes. As she descended upon the Bifrost, she had yet to step into the hall when she encountered Odin, spear in hand. Emerging from within, both were momentarily taken aback, locking eyes for a few seconds before Kara, with a courteous bow, greeted, "Your Majesty." Glimpsing behind Odin, she noted Heimdall standing on the platform, his expression somewhat peculiar, yet Thor was conspicuously absent. How strange. Has he found his father only to lose himself? Odin appeared equally surprised to see Kara. Acknowledging her greeting with a subtle nod, He bypassed her and strode towards the palace without uttering a word. Something felt amiss. Kara regarded Odin's retreating figure with curiosity. Their prior acquaintance and her assistance in vanquishing the Dark Elves should have warranted a warmer reception. She hastened to catch up, positioning herself alongside him as they proceeded to the palace. Ignoring Odin's peculiar demeanor, Kara smiled sheepishly and inquired, "Your Majesty, might I ask if Thor has informed you of the situation?" Odin did not glance in her direction, responding with a curt, Loki chuckled inwardly, pondering how, if it truly were Odin, he would remain so composed upon discovering the ethereal particle residing within her. After all, it was she who had pursued him. Though uncertain, she surmised that this Odin was likely a guise of Loki. She wondered if the Allfather had a solution to this predicament. Maintaining the faade, Kara resolved to continue playing along, seeking to validate her suspicions. Loki, in a state of inner turmoil, had just orchestrated matters with Odin, only to encounter this impish figure upon his return. From their brief exchange, he deduced that Kara must have been brought by Thor, and that the two of them had recently failed to locate Odin in the Celestial Palace. Thor had undoubtedly gone in search of him. He had not encountered Thor at all, his mind preoccupied elsewhere, and he cursed himself for responding with a mere yes in passing. He was utterly at a loss for any solution to the ghostly dilemma. How could he possibly devise a remedy when he lacked clarity on the issue at hand? No, he must remain composed. The reign of the ruler had yet to commence. He could not allow such a situation to unfold. Contemplating how to handle Thor upon their next meeting, he heard Kara's probing inquiries, and his mind began to race. It seemed this little sprite had encountered trouble and sought Thor's aid, coming to Asgard in hopes of appealing to Odin. Despite his cunning intellect, it was improbable that he could divine the nature of Kara's troubles from thin air. Not long prior in Svartalfheim, he had witnessed the extent of her abilities, which had grown more formidable since their first encounter. The troubles that even she could not resolve were surely significant. He could only proceed cautiously, seeking a pretext to deflect her inquiries for the time being. "It's quite troublesome. I require some books for reference," he stated. This time, it was Kara who brimmed with questions. Loki's responses seemed faultless, leaving her to wonder about his authenticity. Stealing a glance at her, he noted that she merely followed with her head bowed, showing no inclination to press further, which allowed him to exhale in relief. He resolved to craft an excuse for research upon their return to the palace, intending to dismiss this minor inconvenience. The familiar journey of 20 minutes passed in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon returning to the temple, the valiant warrior who had accompanied Kara earlier had vanished. Loki gazed at the throne within the hall, tightening his grip upon the spear, excitement flickering in his eyes. He approached the throne at a measured pace, when suddenly, the classical music that heralded Asgardian celebrations filled his ears. Before the throne, with a simple turn, he envisioned the hall brimming with Asgard's denizens, all rejoicing in his honor. Amidst the cheers, he settled into the throne he had long coveted. "O revered Allfather Odin," he mused, savoring the weight of this glory, when an elevated voice abruptly pierced the air. Chapter 121. The Performer, the Annoying Sprite. The sudden cessation of music and cheers caused Loki, who was somewhat lost in revelry, to darken his expression. Distracted by indulgence, he nearly forgot that this little nuisance had yet to be dismissed. "Why haven't you departed yet?" Though he longed to voice this inquiry, he knew it was out of the question. Loki lowered his head slightly, contemplating for a few moments before striking the shaft of his spear with his palm, preparing to use the need for research as an excuse to send Kara back to Earth to await further news, intending to notify Thor only once a solution was found. However, Kara preempted him, inquiring, "I wonder if the promise you made to me earlier still stands." The excuse Loki had meticulously crafted was caught in his throat, and before he could steady himself, the familiar question nearly caused him to choke. Kara meticulously scrutinized Odin's visage, fully aware that the promise she referred to was fabricated. If the figure before her were indeed Odin, he would undoubtedly question her about what she had been promised, at which point she would reveal her true suspicions about him being Loki in disguise, and then concoct some reason to make her escape. On the other hand, if he were a counterfeit, she had long coveted the treasures within the vault. Throughout this encounter, Loki had never considered the possibility of Kara discerning his masquerade. He held unwavering confidence in his magical prowess. If he could deceive Odin, he had no doubts that an extraterrestrial would lack the ability to penetrate his illusions. He had contemplated employing the same tactics used against Odin on Kara, yet he pondered the ramifications of such actions. Would he confine her within Asgard? Thor would inevitably visit Earth, and if he were to learn of Kara's inexplicable disappearance after arriving in Asgard, he would surely return to inquire about her whereabouts. Loki was reluctant to lay any potential traps for the future unless absolutely necessary. He yearned to retort, "It doesn't count. You should leave promptly." Yet, he could only entertain this thought internally. Having coexisted with Odin for millennia, Loki had mastered the art of imitation, mirroring his speech and mannerisms to near perfection, though would likely remain oblivious to the ruse. While pondering the nature of Odin's promise, he maintained a facade of calm, nodding in acknowledgement and responding in a neutral tone. Then, silence enveloped the temple, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. I knew that His Majesty the All-Father would honor his word. When I assisted Thor, you mentioned that upon my return, you would reward me with a treasure from the vault. I thought it was a jest, yet here we are. Upon finishing her statement, she gave Loki a thumbs up, as if to convey that the king of Asgard was indeed a man of his word, impressive and generous. Loki, disguised as Odin, felt his eyelids twitch involuntarily. He was perplexed by Odin's newfound generosity. Although he felt a twinge of doubt, it was not overwhelming. After all, within the treasury, aside from the artifacts of the frost giants and the space gem, one might encounter either counterfeit items or treasures that cannot be taken away. It would be prudent to first take her to explore. Should she stumble upon a genuine treasure, it would not be too late for him to intervene. Perhaps Odin had contemplated the same strategy previously. With this thought in mind, Loki nodded subtly. Your Majesty Odin? At this moment, Kara had nearly confirmed that the Odin before her was indeed Loki. Seeing him seated silently upon the throne, she could not help but remind him. So, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Loki? On the throne, Loki, having regained his focus, abruptly shifted the topic to inquire about his feigned demise. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that you stood idly by while he faced peril, thus preventing him from securing a great treasure? Kara responded, her voice laced with uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, she continued softly. I was engaged in combat with Malekith at the time and caught a distant glimpse of the events unfolding. To avoid giving Loki any grounds for accusation, she succinctly distanced herself from the matter. However, it was evident that she was overthinking, as Odin remained impassive on the throne, gazing at her without emotion, urging her to proceed. Perplexed by his demeanor, Kara quickly organized her thoughts. At that moment, Thor was battling a colossal dark elf. Despite Thor's immense power, he struggled significantly against his foe. There were several instances where it seemed he would be overwhelmed. Just as the giant was about to deliver a crushing blow, Loki intervened, thrusting a dagger into the giant's back, rescuing the nearly defeated Thor. In my humble opinion, had it not been for Loki's timely assistance, Thor might have perished. The situation was perilously dire. Alas, I was ensnared by Malekith and unable to offer aid. After a brief pause, a hint of remorse flickered across Kara's face. She then adopted a facade of near tears, though no actual tears fell, and continued with a quivering voice. Though Loki struck the giant, saving the gravely wounded Thor, the giant, seemingly unfazed, turned to plunge his own dagger into Loki. Sniffling softly, she added, as I braced myself to withstand Malekith's blow in an attempt to rescue him. Loki suddenly hurled a dark elf grenade, a device akin to a miniature black hole, which ultimately obliterated the giant. Loki is a true hero. On the throne, Odin nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Suppressing her nausea, Kara lifted her head slightly to gaze at Odin, awaiting his guidance to select the great treasure. If Loki had not perished, whom do you believe would be more suited to inherit the throne, him or Thor? What is the meaning of this inquiry? Has he grown addicted to flattery? Moreover, does he not fear revealing his true intentions by posing such a question to an outsider? The corners of her mouth twitched imperceptibly as Kara hesitated not at all. Needless to say, it would undoubtedly be Thor. Without waiting for Odin's response, Kara awkwardly scratched her head, smiled, and continued, Your Majesty, please do not take offense. After all, Thor and I are friends, and when you asked, I instinctively mentioned his name. However, upon further reflection, I believe both Loki and Thor have their respective strengths. Odin's expression softened slightly as he silently regarded Kara, a glimmer of curiosity evident in his eyes. As for Thor, he possesses formidable strength, yet his impulsive nature often leads him to act without thought. If Thor were to inherit the throne, it might be manageable in the short term, but over time, significant issues could arise. Regarding Loki, while I am not entirely certain of his strength, I surmise it is not lacking. Moreover, he is exceptionally clever and adept at employing strategy. From this perspective, I personally believe Loki would be more suitable for the throne than Thor. Suddenly, I noticed an event involving the distribution of support cards, where each reader who has made a purchase seems to receive a free card. If anyone has the time, take a look. Those who are following other books can lend their votes to others, and those who appreciate this story may wish to cast a vote as well. Though I do not expect to achieve a high ranking, it is merely for the novelty of it. I truly wish to see a reader with the title of Fan of Delusions, but alas, there are simply too many prominent figures to contend with. Chapter 122, The Infinite Gauntlet. However, Loki's actions are somewhat. While her words remained unspoken, Kara felt it was sufficient. This performance was truly reminiscent of Natasha. To flatter excessively can be counterproductive. One must maintain a balance and not merely sing praises. After all, Loki is no fool. They were enemies not long ago, so if she were to offer only compliments without critique, it could easily reveal her intentions. As expected, Odin on his throne nearly wore a smile that conveyed his delight. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the joy in his features was difficult to conceal. After a lengthy conversation, it was time to fulfill the promise made. Clearing his throat, Odin rose from his throne and proceeded towards the corridor on the right. Deep within the celestial palace, Kara followed closely behind Odin, finding the passageway unobstructed. During her previous hurried visit, she hadn't had the chance to truly appreciate the beauty of Asgard. After meandering for nearly 10 minutes, they arrived at the treasury housing various artifacts. This area could be described as the most heavily guarded in Asgard, with numerous valiant warriors stationed at every passage and patrols frequently passing in groups. To Kara's surprise, not far down a few corridors lay the prison where Asgard's offenders are held. She became aware of this proximity during their journey, having encountered several groups of valiant warriors escorting prisoners, which piqued her curiosity and prompted her to utilize her enhanced vision. She wondered what the Asgardians thought about having the treasury so close to the prison. Did they not fear that prisoners might escape and seize these treasures? Certainly, this was not a matter she ought to be concerned about, nor did she feel inclined to inquire further. At the entrance of the treasury stood 4 guards, who, upon seeing Odin accompanied by a stranger, did not perceive any cause for alarm. After bowing respectfully to Odin, one of the guards turned and opened the grand door of the treasury. With a resounding bang, once the two entered, the outer guards dutifully closed the door behind them. Contrary to what one might envision from cinematic portrayals, the treasury was far more expansive than anticipated. From the exterior to the interior, stone columns jutted out at intervals. Upon the outermost columns rested an array of diverse weaponry, not vastly different from the melee arms found on Earth. At first glance, even the materials appeared rather mundane, albeit with more peculiar designs. Without delving into the specifics of these weapons, it was evident that Kara deemed them mere scrap metal. Disguised as Odin, Loki glanced at Kara, noting her curious examination of the surrounding armaments, yet she showed no intention of selecting any. Presumably unimpressed, he turned to continue deeper into the treasury. Soon, the weapons lining the stone columns were gradually supplanted by an assortment of armors and adornments. Kara was taken aback upon spotting a set of armor that seemed strikingly familiar. Initially, she paid little heed, reasoning that while the surrounding armors, originating from Asgard, were undoubtedly impressive, they might not rival her vibranium suit. However, this particular armor bore an uncanny resemblance to the battle attire of a certain prominent individual nearby. Observing the petite leather skirt and safety shorts, she decisively shook her head. Not only would she find it impracticable to wear, but she was also unaccustomed to donning skirts for combat. Loki, somewhat exasperated, continued deeper into the treasury. As they ambled along, Kara's gaze fell upon several items that piqued her interest, yet considering her primary purpose for visiting, she dismissed the idea of selecting any. She anticipated future visits to Asgard, planning to seize an opportunity to acquire what she desired then. Before long, they reached the end of the treasury, where Kara's eyes fell upon the infinity gauntlet adorned with 6 faux jewels. Unconsciously quickening her pace, she gleefully lifted the gauntlet, nearly half her height, and flashed a mischievous grin at Loki. I choose this one. To be frank, Loki found himself momentarily bewildered. Upon arriving, this young girl had briskly made her way toward the treasures. His initial reaction was to feel a sense of urgency, sensing her clear intent. However, when he beheld her choice, he nearly erupted in laughter. The Infinity Gauntlet was a known counterfeit within the family, a fact he was acutely aware of. While it was true that the treasury housed replicas, at least 8 out of 10 items were genuine. He couldn't quite decide whether to regard this young girl as unfortunate or merely inexperienced in recognizing true treasures. Internally reveling in amusement, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. It is yours now. Kara yearned to don the gloves and test the power of the gem at once. However, after a moment of contemplation, she resolved to wait until her return to Earth to seek a secluded spot. After all, she understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth concealed. With the gloves now in her possession, she glanced around the surroundings. At times, she even questioned whether her mouth had taken on a peculiar form, for she found herself drooling uncontrollably. Upon her return, she would need to schedule a proper examination with Lorna, cradling the precious item in one arm. She swiftly wiped the corner of her mouth with the other hand. After a moment's hesitation, she called out to Loki, who was preparing to escort her away. Upon catching sight of her, Loki turned, and she shyly inquired, "Esteemed king of the gods, may I select another item?" Gazing at the space gem positioned nearby, she suddenly felt a pang of regret for her initial choice. "No," Loki replied. "Asgard has its rules. Having promised you one item, you may select only one." He was not blind. and he certainly noticed the glint in Kara's eyes, which betrayed her desire to seize everything in the treasury. Then may I reconsider my choice? I no longer wish for these gloves. If I could obtain the space gem, I could acquire the Infinity Gauntlet at my leisure. How foolish of me. She scolded herself internally, casting an expectant glance at Loki. Absolutely not. If it were any other item, Loki might have entertained her request. But it was evident that Kara intended to swap for the space gem, and he would not acquiesce. Without granting her the opportunity to negotiate further, he turned and strode towards the exit of the treasury. Caught between Loki's retreating figure and the alluring space gem, Kara wrestled with her thoughts, but ultimately abandoned the notion of outright theft. If discovered, not only would Loki object, but Thor would surely complicate matters for her as well. Fear was not her predominant concern. Rather, if her thievery were revealed, how could she ever navigate life on Earth? Perhaps once Hela emerged, she could attempt a second chance. As she exited the treasury, Loki inexplicably began to recount recent events in Asgard, mentioning how many prisoners previously held in the dungeons had yet to be recaptured, along with other matters demanding his attention. Chapter 123. The Alien Female Criminal Who Fled to Earth. Kara understood Loki's implication. He was subtly urging her to depart. His eagerness for her exit likely stemmed from a fear of revealing any missteps. Having secured the item, she had no intention of lingering, yet Thor's absence made her feel somewhat remiss about leaving without a word to a friend. As she listened to Loki recount various happenings, she occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. On the surface, Loki engaged in idle chatter, but internally he was fraught with anxiety. He believed his intentions had been conveyed quite clearly. Yet this little nuisance showed no intention of departing. He could not discern whether Kara genuinely failed to understand or was merely feigning ignorance. Either way, prolonging their interaction would only jeopardize his own situation. If Thor were to return and the two exchanged words, it is highly likely that he would expose himself. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to directly ask Kara to leave, a female Asgardian approached. The God King, except for a few who perished during the pursuit, had essentially captured all the escaped criminals. Unlike the other female Asgardians Kara had encountered, this newcomer donned silver armor and possessed long, raven-black hair, her demeanor strikingly aloof. This was Kara's first encounter with an Asgardian warrior, and the familiarity of the dark hair compelled her to steal a few extra glances. Upon seeing the newcomer, Loki initially felt a twinge of panic, but quickly regained his composure upon recalling his current identity. He offered a subtle nod. The plight of these criminals hardly concerned him. The brief moment of unease went unnoticed by the warrior. Heimdall conveyed news that a previously imprisoned criminal had appeared in Midgard, one who was rather unique. In other circumstances, she could have pursued the matter without reporting it, but unbeknownst to her, the God King had decreed that no Asgardian was permitted to venture into Midgard without explicit permission. Though she was uncertain how the individual had made it to Midgard, upon realizing who it was, she willingly accepted the task. Moreover, given the current situation in Asgard, she was indeed the most suitable candidate to handle this particular criminal. Lorelei, Loki mused to himself. During the invasion of the Dark Elves, those fleeing criminals could not escape the grasp of Asgard. With Heimdall guarding the Rainbow Bridge, attempting to leave Asgard without permission was nothing short of a fool's errand. Thus, upon hearing the warrior mention that someone had fled to Midgard, Loki immediately thought of the individual in question. The reasoning was simple. The way Lorelei had reached Earth was knowledge he had imparted to her. This was not a recent occurrence, but rather hundreds of years prior. At that time, Lorelei was not yet a criminal, but rather a renowned beauty in Asgard. Young and infatuated, Loki, as the Prince of Asgard, succeeded in winning her affection. Though Loki was youthful, he was perceptive. After spending some time together, he began to suspect that Lorelei was not genuinely devoted to him. He kept a watchful eye and discreetly followed her, only to discover her in a tender embrace with another male, a revelation he found utterly unacceptable. For this man was none other than his brother, Thor. Knowing Thor's character well, Loki was certain that the issue lay with Lorelei. Just as in his earlier conversation with Odin, he confronted Lorelei in a fit of rage, demanding to know her true intentions. To his surprise, Lorelei showed no inclination to explain herself. Instead, she unleashed a long-hidden ability, enchantment. It turned out that Lorelei possessed the power to beguile nearly any male, whether mortal or divine. Through her words and physical touch, her expertise lay in employing love, charm, and various enchanting methods. Lorelei's approach towards him was driven by the intent to manipulate him, gradually consuming all of Asgard, and thereby gaining dominion over the 9 realms. To avoid detection by the Allfather and the Queen, Lorelei refrained from direct confrontation, instead utilizing her verbal prowess to deepen Loki's affection for her. With Thor frequently traversing the realms, he was less likely to be noticed. She had already ensnared him not long ago. Unexpectedly, Loki had caught sight of her machinations, yet she remained unperturbed. Their relationship was no longer a secret and had existed for some time. Even now, Loki's profound love for her went largely unnoticed. Nevertheless, in the realm of deception, it is prudent to prepare for the unexpected. To safeguard against potential discovery, she began to seek an escape route. It was during this time that the ensnared Loki revealed to Lorelei the secret passages to other realms within the 9 realms. Capturing the 2 princes of Asgard was akin to divine assistance for Lorelei. With a retreat secured, she felt liberated to pursue her desires. With the aid of the 2 princes, Lorelei commenced a widespread subjugation of the people of Asgard. Ultimately, taking advantage of Odin's slumber, she exerted control over the weakened Allfather, inciting a tumultuous upheaval across the 9 realms. What of the criminals? Are they formidable? Kara interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. The name Midgard was not unfamiliar to her. She recognized it as another name for Earth. Under different circumstances, she would have felt reassured, for the Avengers were no trifling matter. And apprehending an extraterrestrial criminal would be a manageable task. However, with their current focus on Hydra, the sudden emergence of an alien during this precarious time could provoke unforeseen chaos. The warrior merely cast a glance at her, devoid of any intent to respond. Lorelei, an ambitious woman, turned to Kara, knowing her familiarity with Midgard, and expressed her hope that Kara would assist Sif in this endeavor. The news Sif brought undoubtedly provided Loki with a compelling justification. Given the clarity of the situation, Kara could no longer feign ignorance. She adjusted her gloves, signaling her readiness. "Father," she declared. Just as they were about to depart, a familiar buzzing sound heralded Thor's unexpected return. He appeared disheveled, with singed eyebrows and a face coated in soot, yet wore a beaming expression directed at Odin. Shat! As Kara prepared to leave, Loki's heart raced anew, and he cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. Without allowing Thor a word, he chastised him harshly. "Silence! Do you even have the audacity to return?" The sudden shift in Loki's demeanor startled the 3 present, including Kara, who was taken aback, while Thor and Sif were genuinely alarmed. For them, Loki was indeed Odin now. Thor was preparing to inquire about Odin's whereabouts. Expressing concern for his father after searching for some time, suddenly reprimanded, he was taken aback, losing his ability to articulate, adopting the demeanor of a remorseful child, lowering his head and casting a look of grievance towards Odin. In chapter 124, The Past of Sif, Returning to Earth, Loki was caught off guard by Thor's unexpected appearance, momentarily forgetting his previously devised strategy. His abrupt admonishment of Thor had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, achieving its intended effect. He quickly composed himself and instructed Kara and her companion to depart. But Father, Kara, in the midst of reprimanding her friend, Kara faced a dilemma between enduring criticism and assisting a friend in distress, making her choice effortlessly. Thor, after a brief internal struggle, decided to inquire about the ether particle. "My concerns have been resolved, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Your Majesty." Just as Loki felt the impending doom, Kara unexpectedly turned to him, bowing slightly with a look of gratitude. "When did this get resolved? What exactly was resolved? What do you mean by winking at me?" Loki regarded Kara with suspicion, utterly confused by the circumstances. Regardless of the situation, it was evident that Kara was aiding him, leaving no reason for him to disregard her intent. "Indeed, you are a friend of Thor, and moreover, a friend of Asgard. There is no need for gratitude." He waved dismissively, embodying the grandeur of a king. Having acquired the Infinity Gauntlet, Kara felt elated, finding no harm in assisting Loki. Casting a sympathetic glance at the forlorn Thor, she continued, "Loki's situation cannot be entirely attributed to Thor. I hope Your Majesty takes this to heart. Matters in Midgard are pressing, so I shall take my leave." With that, she ignored Thor's expression of gratitude and departed the temple, leading a bewildered Sif away. Trailing behind Sif, Kara, intrigued by the latter's waist-length black hair, inquired, "Sif, are you of Asgardian descent?" She had encountered numerous Asgardians before, yet apart from the sealed Hela and the adopted Loki, this was her first encounter with one possessing black hair. Did this hair color hold significance? "Do I not appear so?" Sif paused momentarily, responding with a calm retort. "Your hair color, aside from you and Loki, it seems no other Asgardians share this trait. Could it be that you and Loki are related by blood?" A jest that darkened Sif's expression, which had remained stoic until then. In her youth, Sif, like most Asgardian women, had golden hair. During that time, she was close friends with a young Thor and Loki. However, unlike the cunning and mischievous Loki, she evidently preferred to play with Thor. The clever Loki, of course, noticed the disparity in Sif's attitude towards him and Thor. He is destined to become the future king of Asgard, and at that moment, he was not pleased. In a fit of mischief, he decided to play a prank on the little girl who refused to engage with him. That very night, armed with his tools of trickery, He carefully evaded the 37th wave of patrolling guards and stealthily infiltrated Sif's chamber without alarming a soul. The following day, Sif's cries nearly reverberated throughout all of Asgard. Upon awakening, she discovered that her flowing golden locks had mysteriously vanished. Such a nefarious act could only be attributed to one culprit. As she dabbed her tears, Sif made her way to the temple, intent on reporting the matter to the great king and ensuring Loki faced the consequences of his actions. As the saying goes, a moment of impulse brings fleeting joy, but Loki was reluctant to face punishment. He intercepted Sif before she could lodge her complaint, persuading her to grant him a day to rectify the situation, assuring her he had a means to restore her hair. Although the prospect of reporting him would likely lead to his punishment, her hair could not be magically regrown in an instant. Vanity is a natural inclination for a girl, and upon hearing Loki's promise, she felt a glimmer of hope. They agreed to meet the following day, and Loki hastened to the realm of the dwarves. After promising certain conditions, the dwarves agreed to craft a wig of pure gold for him. However, as a mere child, Loki lacked the capacity to fulfill the agreed terms. Seizing the opportunity while the dwarves were at their meal, he stealthily absconded with the completed wig and returned to Asgard before they could react. On the following day, he presented the wig to Sif as promised. Once donned, the wig seamlessly merged with her scant inch of hair, and upon returning to her quarters, she gazed into the mirror, marveling at how indistinguishable it was from her natural hair, even more radiant than before. Sensing no discomfort, she chose to forgive Loki. However, unbeknownst to her, the dwarves had not yet applied a special potion to the wig before Loki's theft. In a matter of days, Sif's hair began to darken, altering its original hue until it eventually turned completely black. Once again, Sif erupted in tears. Her parents, both warriors of Asgard, chastised her for her vanity and not living up to the legacy of their lineage. They not only prevented her from reporting the incident, but also sent her to another region to train in combat. This separation lasted for centuries, and upon her return to Asgard, she had evolved into a formidable warrior, embracing her dark tresses. Her relationship with Thor had also transformed from playful companions to comrades in arms, yet the bond they once shared had faded. A few years prior, Thor had fallen in love with a Midgardian, leading Sif to feel increasingly estranged from him. Consequently, among all of Asgard, she harbored the deepest disdain for Loki. Thus, when she unexpectedly heard comparisons between herself and Loki, she was naturally displeased. However, she deemed it beneath her to engage in a quarrel or offer explanations to a mere child. Seething with frustration, Sif chose to disregard Kara, quickening her pace. Kara recalled that in the film, Sif seemed rather dismissive of Loki, hence she paid little heed to her attitude. Where are we headed? She pondered, remembering that the path to the Bifrost lay in the opposite direction. Grab your weapon, Sif remarked, uncertain of how long Lorelei had been in Midgard. She needed to equip herself with the tools specifically designed for her counterpart. Oh, Kara glanced at the infinity gauntlet she had been cradling, and after a moment's contemplation, inquired, could you assist me in finding a sturdy rope? Holding it like this was impractical. She lacked spatial magic and any storage artifacts. Thus she needed to secure the gauntlet to her person with a rope. Sif observed the gauntlet in Kara's possession and nodded in agreement. Following Sif, the two swiftly arrived at a hall resembling a conference room. Inside, 3 Asgardian warriors sat, 1 portly and 2 slender, one of whom bore an East Asian visage. He was likely one of Thor's steadfast comrades, one of the warriors 3. In Chapter 125, Encounter with Coulson's Loki team, Sif conversed briefly with the warriors in the Asgardian tongue before approaching a nearby weapon rack. She selected a silver longsword and a small shield, then from another table, retrieved a metallic neck ring to attach to her waist, casually tossing Kara a bundle of rope akin to twine. Without another word, she proceeded toward the Bifrost. The Asgardians, often referred to as gods, generally lacked the ability to fly, a fact that left Kara speechless. She had no desire to traverse the same lengthy path again. Instead, she slipped her arm beneath Sif's, and much to Sif's astonishment, soared toward the teleportation point. Heimdall was as diligent as ever, yet this time, there was a notable difference. Upon their arrival, he released his firm grip on the sword's hilt and descended the steps. He embraced Sif warmly, uttering words in a language Kara could not comprehend. From her vast experience, she inferred that Heimdall's words were likely cautionary, advising Sif to remain safe. Sif, who had maintained a stern demeanor, surprisingly revealed a hint of a smile, leading Kara to question the nature of their relationship. In her recollections, Sif seemed to harbor some affection for Thor, yet the current circumstances suggested otherwise. Once their conversation concluded, Sif reverted to her usual self, and Heimdall returned to his duties, nodding at the two. A dazzling beam of light surged forth, and the pair vanished from the teleportation portal. Earth, at the juncture of California and Nevada. As Kara's feet touched the ground, The surrounding energy dissipated instantly, leaving behind a uniquely shaped symbol on the surface. Both remained silent, taken aback by the unexpected sight of several vehicles halted before them, each emblazoned with the large insignia of S-H-I-E-L-D. This place could be described as a desolate wilderness, and Carla found it hard to believe it was mere coincidence to encounter them, especially a group of fully armed soldiers. Both individuals remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of fear despite the weapons aimed at them. Sif recognized the emblem of S-H-I-E-L-D, while Carla spotted a familiar face. "Boss!" exclaimed a voice tinged with surprise as Fireman John emerged from the vehicle, jogging towards Carla. Since John was present, it was evident that this group was likely members of Coulson's team. She surveyed the crowd ahead. Apart from John, she recognized no one. "Where's Coulson? How did you end up here?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him at all." S-H-I-E-L-D detected a unique energy convergence in this area, similar to when Thor first arrived on Earth, suspecting that Asgardians would be coming to our world. "Since we were nearby, we were dispatched to investigate." John glanced at Sif beside him. "Boss, have you been to Asgard?" Asgard was not merely an alien realm. It was the legendary palace of the gods and the residence of Odin, his gaze betraying a hint of envy. "Indeed," Carla replied, tilting her head slightly with a sense of pride. Sif bypassed the two conversing and approached the crowd. "Are you members of S-H-I-E-L-D? The leaders of the group, a man and a woman, were taken aback by Sif's knowledge of the organization. The young man nodded in surprise. "I am Sif, from Asgard. Earth is facing a tremendous crisis." The leading woman, an Asian in her 30s, maintained her composure, unfazed by the notion of a grave threat. "What crisis? Isn't Earth always in peril?" She responded with remarkable calmness. "So, you are the only one who has joined Coulson's team?" Initially, she found it curious that John and the others had been notified that morning, yet they were already on a mission by afternoon. Through their conversation, she learned that John was the only one who had arrived early. The other three women had pressing matters to attend to and would not be available for a few days. Curious about John's urgency, she inquired, and he mentioned wanting to contribute to society as soon as possible. How official, she thought, realizing that he had likely dealt with reporters frequently during previous missions. He also expressed his desire to earn money quickly to honor his mother. How insincere, she mused, recognizing the flattery for what it was, knowing it paled in comparison to her own authenticity. She suspected that John had been suffering due to certain aspects of his life lately, and upon learning of this assignment, he had hurriedly come forward. Through John's introductions, she learned that the leading man was named Grant Ward, the Asian woman was named Melinda May, and a young man holding a tablet was called Leo Fitz. Each possessed their own areas of expertise and were regarded as elite within their team, forming the core members of the squad. Kara was gathering information while Sif elucidated the purpose of their visit from the opposite side. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden ripple appeared in the sky above the crowd, revealing an enormous object gradually coming into view. The agents stirred restlessly, raising their weapons in alarm. "Friends, do not fire." The colossal entity that emerged was none other than the alien mothership that Kara had recently seized. She had not yet considered seeking them out, yet they had proactively come to her. After a momentary daze, she quickly intervened to calm the anxious agents. Before long, the mothership descended gently, and Tristan emerged alongside the surviving soldiers. Imagine, from within a vast warship, a group of fully armed alien soldiers stepping forth. Although their numbers were not vast, around 100, the visual impact on the agents, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, was undeniably immense. Even though Kara assured them they were allies, everyone, including John, appeared somewhat tense. Tristan hastened away from the main group, his stature nearly double that of Kara, and bowed slightly, addressing her with respect. "My queen." Words failed to encapsulate John's current emotions. He knew Kara was formidable, yet he had not anticipated her command of an extraterrestrial army. Though their numbers seemed few, to John, they were astonishingly impressive. "Indeed," Kara replied, granting Tristan a rare smile. She had expected the Dark Elves to seize the opportunity to flee but was taken aback by their compliance. Truly, within the Marvel Universe, regardless of age or gender, expertise or lack thereof, both Earthlings and aliens seldom adhered to conventional logic. As John gazed at Kara in awe, she prepared to bask in her moment of glory. But Sif was not pleased. Without a word, she swung her sword towards Kara. The clash of metal resonated through the air. Performing a one-handed parry, Kara frowned slightly, not out of anger towards Sif's sudden assault, who was unaware of the particulars, but rather from the pain she felt when Sif struck Tristan, a reaction deemed normal. Kara's face flushed slightly. Had there not been so many witnesses, she might have cried out. Tristan, aware of Sif's identity, remained steadfast. whether due to confidence in his own abilities or the belief that Kara would shield him from harm. He harbored no affection for Sif. Akin to how Asgardians regarded the Dark Elves, and upon witnessing Kara deflect the attack, he drew his weapon, aiming it at Sif. The firearm, larger than a typical Earth handgun, transformed into a handheld cannon that Kara had only seen in films, accompanied by a mechanical whir. As the sound resonated, a circular energy projectile coalesced at the muzzle of the hand cannon, exhibiting power comparable to that of Earth's artillery. At such close range, pulling the trigger would surely spell doom or disfigurement for the Asgardian. However, this was contingent upon Kara's acquiescence. Sif's visage was etched with astonishment. Her weapon, imbued with the magic of the All-Father, was razor-sharp. This formidable edge had been her greatest asset in countless battles across the 9 realms. Yet she was taken aback that this seemingly inconspicuous girl not only possessed the ability to fly, but could also withstand her full-force assault with mere physical prowess. He was a dark elf, a sworn enemy of Asgard. She presumed Kara was oblivious to the backgrounds of Tristan and his ilk, and with a tone laced with indignation, she exclaimed, "He is my subordinate." Sif had previously treated her with icy disdain, and the pain in Kara's palm rendered her tone somewhat brusque. Regardless of their enmity, the dark elf was now aligned with her. Their past conflicts would no longer bear relevance. Moreover, Tristan had not fled this time, and irrespective of his motivations, she found herself quite pleased with this fledgling subordinate. Emotionally and rationally, she could not allow Sif to eliminate him. Furthermore, with Thor remaining silent, she was even less inclined to heed Sif's demeanor. Upon hearing Kara's words, Tristan felt a warmth blossom within him. It was no small feat. He mused internally. Previously, when Thor escorted Kara back to Asgard, he had deliberately lagged behind. His hesitation stemmed from 2 considerations. First, the potential encounter with Odin, who had recently lost his wife. A displeased Odin could easily spell his end, making such a risk unwise. Second, there was Kara. Having followed her for less than a day, the new monarch harbored distrust towards them, and he had not been afforded many opportunities to prove himself. As Thor led Kara away, he recognized his chance. He feigned lagging behind, opting to remain on Earth. While preserving his own life, he planned to patiently await Kara's return. Half an hour prior, the flagship's equipment had detected an energy anomaly at this location. He was all too familiar with this phenomenon. It signified the arrival of an Asgardian. His immediate instinct was to flee, fully aware that Odin had likely dispatched forces to eradicate their remnants. He promptly commanded his soldiers to pilot the flagship away from Earth, but suddenly hesitated. From Kara and Thor's exchange, he gleaned her purpose for venturing to Asgard. The ether particles, the supreme artifact of the Dark Elves, one of the 6 primordial stones of the universe. The matter would undoubtedly be complex to navigate, and Asgard might not possess the means to resolve it. Thus, upon detecting the energy anomaly, he had not immediately considered the possibility of Kara's return. Yet, what if it were true? Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to abandon Kara. Not out of infatuation with her allure, but rather due to her formidable strength. They now stood at a crossroads, with Asgard on one side and the Kree Empire on the other. Regardless of which side captures them, they cannot escape the fate of annihilation. The only way to ensure one's safety is to remain closely aligned with Kara. At the very least, Asgard is no longer a cause for concern. This was the primary reason he had not contemplated fleeing. After considerable reflection, he commanded his soldiers not to rush into retreat, but to take refuge on the far side of the moon, while also dispatching a reconnaissance ship to observe the area. Should the valiant warriors come to besiege them, they would still have time to escape. If it were indeed Kara, he could return to Earth with peace of mind, simultaneously pledging his loyalty. It was proven that his gamble was well-founded. Kara's earlier statement had clarified everything. Sif, being a friend of Thor, did not wish to escalate matters too severely. Kara tempered his temper and patiently elucidated the events that had transpired. Upon learning that Thor was also aware of the situation, Sif relinquished her intention to eliminate Tristan, yet she still scoffed, her tone frigid as she remarked on the inherent brutality of the Dark Elves, suggesting their intentions were far from benign. At this juncture, before Kara could respond, Tristan, wielding a handheld cannon, burst into laughter. You should revisit the historical records. When it comes to brutality, neither Bor nor Odin can be outdone, whether it be King Bor of yore or the present Odin. Both have wrought slaughter across the 9 realms. Very well, I shall remain vigilant, Kara interjected before Sif could speak. John, take Sif back to the base in the vehicle. I will follow closely behind. Releasing the sword blade he had tightly grasped, Kara addressed the bewildered John nearby. John glanced at the imposing alien mothership in the distance. While he had flown an aircraft, he had never been in a spaceship. The opportunity lay before him, and he exhibited a fervent desire for the experience. No need to rush. There will be ample opportunities in the future. If you perform well, I might even gift you a ship, Kara boasted extravagantly, dismissing John with a wave. Once back in the vehicle, John found it hard to believe Kara's earlier statements. Yet, the leader did not seem to be exaggerating. Perhaps before long, he would indeed receive a ship. He silently resolved to perform admirably when the time came. Kara was not one to make empty promises. While the mothership was certainly beyond reach, there were still over 20 smaller vessels available. Distributing a few among the team members posed no problem at all. As members of the Justice League, their presentation must be impeccable. Their grand exit would, in turn, reflect positively upon her, wouldn't it? Alas, such was the burden of being the leader. With a smile, Kara led Tristan and the others back aboard the mothership, activating its cloaking mode as they followed in the wake of John's convoy. Nightfall enveloped a small secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., where Coulson, under Tristan's guidance, entered the mothership. Where did you acquire this magnificent vessel? It certainly has an impressive presence. Coulson found not only the individual pleasing to the eye, but his words also resonated pleasantly. At the very least, Kara feels this way. Without a hint of regard for the presence of Trist, Kara spoke casually, though her expression of triumph was somewhat difficult to conceal. Several months ago, while leading her team in pursuit of a suspect modified by the centipede virus, they fortuitously encountered Kara. After explaining the situation, they found that the criminal, whom they had struggled to apprehend for quite some time, was effortlessly subdued by Kara. At that moment, Kara was eager to shop with Lorna and did not linger after capturing the perpetrator. That mission imparted a crucial lesson to Coulson. His team was inadequate. While they could handle minor tasks that posed little challenge to ordinary agents, they faltered when it came to missions involving enhanced individuals, mutants, or extraterrestrials. It was impractical to expect the Avengers to join his team, and seeking out these individuals on his own was unrealistic. The mutants or enhanced beings were either part of an organization or villains, and even when he managed to find one, their abilities often proved to be of little practical use. Later, he learned about the Justice League, a superhero team established by Kara, whose members possessed remarkable abilities. Undeterred, he approached his former superior. Initially, Nick Fury was unwilling to assist. He casually remarked that if he could have requested help from Kara to acquire personnel, he would have done so long ago. However, Coulson's persistent entreaties, including frequent nuisance calls over trivial matters, eventually wore Fury down over several weeks, leading him to reluctantly agree to help brainstorm a solution. Coulson, elated, settled down to patiently await his superior's good news. Yet, after a prolonged period of anticipation, he received no updates. He assumed that Fury had been unable to persuade Kara. However, this morning, a young man claiming to be Firestorm contacted him, stating he was dispatched by Kara to assist in their operations. Coulson was familiar with John's abilities, recognizing him as a formidable individual. Moreover, it seemed that John was merely one of the first to arrive, with more members to follow. The prospect of commanding personnel akin to the Avengers filled him with excitement. Had he not been preoccupied with other matters, he would have been eager to meet John immediately. As for the gratitude mentioned, it referred to the very first day Kara arrived on Earth. According to Nick Fury, had Kara not altered his mind at that moment, Coulson might have perished aboard the aircraft carrier. Kara understood the sentiment behind the gratitude. Whether it was genuine or not was inconsequential to her. Her initial decision to save Coulson stemmed not only from her fondness for him, but also from a desire to demonstrate her worth and ensure her own safety. She had nearly forgotten this incident until Coulson brought it up. Do not take it to heart. They continued to chat casually for a while. Is it possible for the researchers to tour the spacecraft? Cole was seemingly apprehensive about Kara's potential refusal, adding, they won't dismantle anything. They merely wish to observe and broaden their horizons. Researchers? Which researchers? Kara shot him a bewildered look, as if he were a fool. Is this fellow out of his mind? Who knows which side these so-called researchers belong to, and what they are studying? The notion of merely observing is something only a simpleton would believe. However, she didn't mind allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel to observe her research, provided it did not hinder her own activities. The dilemma lies in the fact that no one would dare employ these researchers until the Hydra issue is resolved. S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers, Cole stated matter-of-factly. Yet, Kara's gaze rendered him distinctly uncomfortable, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, is there a problem? How long has it been since you last contacted the Egghead? Kara noted the sincerity in Cole's expression. He couldn't possibly be oblivious to the Hydra situation, could he? A month and a half? That is quite a spell. I haven't been able to reach him on his communicator. Upon hearing this, Cole also sensed something amiss. After receiving a call from John that very day, he had immediately attempted to contact Nick Fury to express his gratitude to the old boss. He had tried several times without success. While it felt odd, he harbored no real concern about any issues. Nick Fury had been stationed at headquarters. If there were problems, It would likely foreshadow the downfall of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, observing Kara's reaction, could something truly have gone awry? Cole's eyes widened. Is there trouble at headquarters? Indeed, this man was oblivious to the events unfolding in Washington. Yes, not only is there a problem at headquarters, but Nick, he hesitated. He.S. dead. A sorrowful expression adorned Kara's face. She intended to tease this well-meaning man, curious to see his reaction to the news of the Egghead's demise. What? Initially, Cole was simply astonished, but upon hearing that Nick Fury had passed, his face transformed into one of sheer disbelief. The momentary halt of his heart followed by its vigorous pounding made it evident that he was genuinely shocked. Not only Cole, but Kara too was taken aback. She noticed him clutching his chest, appearing as if he might faint at any moment, and feared that this old fellow might indeed be scared to death. She was unaware of the bond they shared. Her intent was merely to jest, yet witnessing Cole's startled countenance made her question whether her humor had crossed a line. To her surprise, Cole's expression shifted. He patted his chest, exhaling deeply as he muttered, "Good, good. Has he gone mad?" was her first instinctive reaction. Whether it was Kara's incredulous expression that amused him or some other thought that crossed his mind, Cole suddenly chuckled softly. Nick Fury isn't dead. He seemed to suddenly grasp something, speaking with a remarkable confidence that, nonetheless, reflected the truth. Kara's expression shifted. Could this fellow be jesting at her expense? Was he aware of the events transpiring in Washington? Dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Is he attempting to deceive me? Let us see who truly deceives whom. She thought with a hint of malice. Surely, he is not dead. Dead. Why am I so certain he is alive? Minutes later, Kara relinquished the futile verbal sparring and posed a direct inquiry. Quite simply, as long as I live, he will surely not perish. What kind of logic is that? Coulson perceived Kara's bewilderment, wearing an expression that conveyed his deep understanding of Nick, a man of remarkable prowess. You underestimate Nick far too much. Kara scoffed slightly. She realized that he was entirely oblivious to the happenings in Washington. His belief in the egg's survival stemming solely from his confidence in Nick Fury's strength or perhaps his wisdom. Adoration blinds one to the truth. It was evident that Coulson remained an ardent admirer of the egg. She did not perceive the egg as particularly formidable. Chapter 128. Ether particles, come forth. Losing interest in teasing him, Kara recounted the events unfolding in Washington. Having just endured the shock of the egg's death, she found this new revelation shocking yet not insurmountable. After digesting the information from the nine-headed serpent, Coulson suddenly inquired, "Are there any Hydra members within my team?" He recalled his former superior informing him that Kara possessed a gift akin to foreseeing the future. How would I know? Coulson's question implied that she held all the answers. Seeking a direct response. You don't know? Coulson frowned. Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would I know? Internally shouting this, Kara shot him a disdainful glance, too weary to respond. These fools truly regard her as a prophet. Coulson's furrowed brow tightened further. The actual circumstances diverged from the intelligence he had received. He had not anticipated that Nick Fury could also err. He would remember this incident vividly. Preparing to mock his former superior at the earliest opportunity. Since you haven't received any news yet, refrain from making a fuss. Besides John, 3 other members will come to see you in a few days, and everything will become crystal clear then. Coulson's tense brow relaxed. A flicker of joy crossing his face as he uncertainly pointed to his head. The majority of an agent's work revolves around gathering intelligence, interrogating suspects, and engaging in a battle of wits with villains. Telepathic abilities are undoubtedly the most advantageous. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has developed a truth serum, it still possesses certain drawbacks. Hence, such abilities remain a coveted asset among agents. This was also the reason for Coulson's delight. If his team could include such a mutant, future missions would not only become significantly easier, but also considerably safer. Kara nodded slightly. The sisters Celeste and Maddie, due to their age, possessed limited individual abilities. However, when united, they could effortlessly delve into the memories of these individuals. What of Sif? How well is she acquainted with the situation, and when shall we proceed? Once matters here are resolved, she intends to seek out Tony to inquire about the base. They are currently tracing the whereabouts of that Asgardian, poised for action at any moment, and her assistance will be indispensable. He had already gleaned information about Lorelei from Sif, and the rest of the team would likely prove ineffectual. The capture operation would rely solely on Sif, yet she remains an outsider. If only Kara could intervene, he would feel considerably more assured. Notify me when the time comes to act. She reclined in the command room's throne, her arm unmoving, her palm gesturing dismissively, indicating all was well. Coulson, preoccupied with other concerns, had little inclination to continue their conversation. Seeing Kara's acquiescence, he departed the main ship under Trist's guidance. At last, they were gone. Kara retrieved the Infinity Gauntlet from behind the throne, examining it meticulously. The gauntlet gleamed a resplendent gold, yet it was evidently not crafted from actual gold. Fearing damage, she had previously employed nearly half her strength to assess its durability, resulting in no harm whatsoever. The back of the gauntlet was adorned with peculiar engravings. 6 faux infinity stones embedded within. Upon closer inspection, the positioning of the stones corresponded surprisingly with that depicted in the film. Furrowing her brow, she noted that while the placement could be replicated, she worried that the sequence might hold significance. According to the cinematic order, they were power, space, reality, soul, time, and mind. Yet, at present, she possessed only the reality stone. The power stone was either on that forsaken planet or in Star-Lord's possession, and it could potentially be on the planet known as Xander. She was uncertain of the timelines at play. Perhaps the film had alluded to them, yet she lacked the means to revisit it. If she were to proceed cautiously, she could wait until affairs on Earth were settled before seizing the Power Stone. Yet, her impatient nature made such delay intolerable. The Infinity Gauntlet was rather large, its size indeterminate as to whose measurements it adhered. Placing the gauntlet upon the throne, she felt a surge of excitement and extended her right hand. In the film, the gauntlet merely enveloped Thanos' forearm, yet it engulfed her entire right arm. After a moment of stillness, the anticipated spectacle failed to materialize. Could it be? Was this size not meant for her? She recalled having searched for information on the Infinity Gauntlet after watching Avengers: Infinity War. She distinctly remembered it being stated that anyone could wield it. Surely, its size should not impede its functionality. Give it a try, she instructed Trist, who had returned. Due to the vast discrepancy in proportions, her fingers could not fit into the corresponding slots. The bulk of Trist is considerable, although wearing it is somewhat challenging. Inserting a finger into the designated slot poses no difficulty. Trist has never encountered the Infinity Gauntlet, yet he recognizes the gems on its back. Stop staring. The gems are counterfeit. Just put it on and give it a try, she urged impatiently, noticing Trist's expression seemed to reflect shock. Trist steadied his mind and began his attempt, but alas, there was no reaction whatsoever. This naturally led Kara to suspect it might be a sham. Yet she dismissed this notion, reasoning that Hela had no reason to deceive her. Suddenly, Trist remarked, "What if it requires genuine Infinity Stones to function?" Kara paused, realizing this could indeed be the case. She pressed down on the false reality gem, attempting to summon the authentic one residing within her. However, regardless of her fervent prayers and incantations, the ether particles within her remained unresponsive. Wow, this is infuriating. How can it be that I possess ether particles yet am unable to utilize them? And now the Infinity Gauntlet is proving just as obstinate. This predicament drove her to the brink of madness. Reflecting on the fact that ether particles actively seek a host, she pondered whether they possessed some degree of sentience. She began to murmur sweet nothings and flattering words, as if reciting a mantra, which poured forth incessantly from her lips. Half an hour later, her patience thoroughly exhausted, she could no longer contain her anger and began to curse loudly. She was uncertain if the ether particles could hear her words, let alone comprehend them. Yet, failing to express her frustration made her fear a restless night ahead. It was simply too suffocating. The ether particles within her absorbed her energy continuously, and though she remained silent, she had long harbored disdain for them. Now, her pent-up frustration erupted like a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of venomous insults. "You are nothing but worthless debris, unworthy of being called an infinity gem. You are the disgrace among gems, a mere scum of existence. Should you dare manifest before me, I shall dismantle you completely." She felt on the verge of collapse. When she initially began writing, the sting of criticism would deeply affect her, compelling her to swallow her grievances and explain herself. Gradually, she grew weary of this, as everyone's perspectives differ. While she graciously accepted constructive feedback, she dismissed or silenced those who mindlessly derided her work. Yet, regardless of whether the comments were favorable or unfavorable, she meticulously examined every word. Recently, she had taken an extended hiatus, causing her to lose many readers. She was acutely aware of this. Thus, she cherished the remaining audience, including those who read this chapter. Ever since the story was published, both comments and chapter discussions had begun to dwindle. Following this resumption of updates, apart from a scant few, there had been virtually no response. The silence was terrifying, a torment for her. Many readers yearned for authors to engage with them, desiring to hear the authors' voices in the comments section and other venues. Conversely, I find myself in a different position. Unlike the esteemed luminaries in the literary world, I am far more eager to listen to the voices of my readers. I sincerely invite everyone to share any shortcomings or critiques in the comments section, chapter discussions, or within the group. The growth of this endeavor is inextricably linked to your invaluable feedback.